Over 40 years ago, in the deep of a midsummer night, a meteor streaked across the sky like a long-tailed blue phosphorescent flame, carving a sweeping arc before crashing into the depths of the Taklamakan Desert. For a long while afterward, all was cold and silent. The next day, large numbers of livestock in the oases near the desert were attacked by blood-drinking strange birds, their bodies shriveled and drained dry. The eye of the desert, in Xinjiang's Taklamakan. For men crouched behind a small dune, all silent, staring fixedly at a massive burning meteorite. The meteorite was about 3 meters tall and so thick it would take 3 men to encircle it, its color like dark iron. Tongues of fire spread through every crevice like molten lava, smoke billowing into the sky. The heat radiated so intensely that the sand beneath began to melt. It emitted a blood-red fluorescence. Then came several loud booming sounds, not like internal fissures, but as if someone were pounding from inside. A piercing wail came from within the meteorite, followed by a sound like a cat scratching at a door. The 4 men felt their hair stand on end. It was as if someone was trapped inside the meteorite, being roasted alive, burned to death. Ah! The meteorite let out a sharp shriek, then fell into a deathly silence. Suddenly the meteorite burst into a blinding white light, so intense that even shutting one's eyes could not block it. A pickaxe lying in the sand instantly vaporized. A wave of hot air rolled outward, a fierce wind whipping up a sandstorm. The small dune before them was sliced in half, and the 4 men were buried alive under the yellow sand. An extremely powerful force surged from within the meteorite like 10,000 horses galloping out. A thunderous roar shook their chests, deafening their ears, leaving only a ringing buzz. In a 10,000th of a second it exploded into a rainbow of colors within the sandstorm, raining fire. A dark shadow fled from the fire rain, moving with incredible speed, vanishing into the desert in the blink of an eye. After a long time the whole world fell silent. The 4 men crawled out of the sand, staring dumbfounded at the crater left by the meteorite. A deep pitch-black hole. A flock of headless, blood-dripping strange birds flew out of the hole in panic. Once they were gone, the 4 men slowly approached from behind the dune. The meteorite had shattered into countless fragments scattered across the ground. Strangely, every fragment of the meteorite was oozing a bright red liquid, as if dipped in a pool of blood. "This is trouble. We might have run into something terrible," one of the old men said dryly. "That thing escaped from the falling star, disappeared in the blink of an eye. I reckon it jumped into the hole. We might all end up here. Old Xia, what the hell is that thing? Can we take it down?" A monkey-like, middle-aged man muttered. Young Li said disdainfully, "Humph. Whatever it is, I'll blast it so hard it'll cry for its mommy." Old Xia sneered coldly and said to a burly bearded man, "Zhang Beard, this kid has no hair on his lips, he's unreliable. His words are like farts." Zhang Beard glared fiercely at Xiao Li and cursed, "You son of a bitch. That thing won't die even with dynamite, your junk is useless. Keep yapping and I'll slap you. My crooked gun was taken from the little Japanese, it can punch through 3-inch thick steel." Xiao Li said discontentedly, "You dare talk back to me? You're itching for a beating." Zhang Beard's face darkened like ink. He slapped Xiao Li's face 3 times. Slap, slap, slap. 3 red marks appeared, tears streaming down. Old Xia stepped in to mediate. "Zhang Beard, what are you so proud of? Back in the day you took plenty of slaps from me." Xiao Li heard that Zhang Beard had also been slapped by Old Xia when young and couldn't help but laugh. Old Zhang was furious. "You little bastard, spare the rod and spoil the child. You'll suffer later. Come on, come on. If you can kill me, you're good." "Humph." Xiao Li laughed and cursed at Zhang Beard. "Shut up. Stop arguing." Old Xia pinched a piece of meteorite, pondered for a long time, then stood up, looked at the sky, and threw the stone to the ground. He said to Old Zhang, "Brother Beard, you know my skills and Li get us. I'm an old bone, it doesn't matter if I die. You and the kids stay outside to keep watch. If I'm in trouble, I'll shake the rope, the bell will ring, and you pull me up fast." "Got it." Xiao Li refused. "Got it my ass. A young man like me here, but the old man goes down. If this gets out, I'll lose face." Old Xia teased Xiao Li. "You're not a proper man. You're not even married yet. If you die in the hole, how can I explain to your mother?" No, if you 2 old farts die, I won't be able to explain to your grandchildren," Xiao Li said angrily. Zhang Beard was furious. "Damn it. You useless fart, what the hell are you going down for? Stay up here and watch. If you say another word, I'll make you a cripple." Then he said to Old Xia, as the saying goes, even a fart adds wind. "I can bolster your courage. Let me go down with you. Leaving one up top is enough." Old Xia smiled. "All right, one to pull the rope is enough." Xiao Li's face grew longer than a donkey's, his mouth could hang a toilet. He cursed Zhang Beard's ancestors for 8 generations in his heart. Despite his anger, he had to stay outside. Old Xia shouted, "Let's go. Grab your gear, we're going down." A few minutes passed. Xiao Li watched the rope still going down, even the mine lamp's light was lost in the darkness. All he could hear was the occasional sound of dislodged pebbles hitting water at the bottom of the hole. Impatient Xiao Li shouted into the hole, "Zhang Beard, have you reached the bottom?" After a few moments a muffled voice came back, "Don't know. My feet are still dangling." Judging by the sound of the stones, we're almost there. No sooner had old Zhang finished than old Xia spoke. "I've reached the bottom. There's a pool waist deep. Not good. There's something in the water." Soon the sound of a big fish splashing was heard, then a deathly silence. Xiao Li was inexplicably terrified, almost crying. Then came a scream from the hole, followed by another, making one's hair stand on end. Then once again a deathly silence. At that moment the bell on the rope jingled frantically. Old Xia shouted, "Pull! Pull the rope!" Xiao Li panicked, slung his gun over his shoulder. He rolled up his sleeves, grabbed the rope with both hands, veins bulging on his arms. The other end of the rope was pulling down with tremendous force, the entire rope taut, cutting deep grooves into the edge of the hole. The force from the hole was too strong. Xiao Li couldn't hold on, so he leaned back, using the friction of the ground to try to slow the rope. The rope kept sliding into the hole, dragging him across the ground, leaving a long trail. He was about to be pulled in, but Xiao Li was strong. He suddenly sat up, wrapped the rope around his left hand, took his gun with his right, twisted the rope around the barrel, tied a knot, then let go, letting the gun be pulled down with the rope. The gun got stuck crosswise at the mouth of the hole. This rifle had a steel body. It held the rope firmly. Even 9 oxen couldn't pull it. The force tugged violently for a while, then suddenly relaxed, and there was no more movement. From the hole came Zhang Beard's shout, "Kid, run!" Then silence. Xiao Li took a few steps, his legs weak, and collapsed to the ground. At that moment the bell on the rope jingled again. The rope tied to the steel gun alternately tightened and loosened. Soon 2 hands like iron hooks gripped the edge of the hole, slick and wet as if just pulled from water. A long flat head emerged, its mouth half the size of its head, holding a bloody human head. The monster leaped out, followed by 3 dark shadows soaring through the air like wind and thunder, unstoppable. Xiao Li rolled to one side, barely dodging them. The attacking shadows were the monster's 3 steel whip-like tails. Xiao Li had no choice but to roll again, scrambling 3 or 4 meters away. He dodged the front tail, but the rear tail came. The faster he rolled on the sand, the quicker the 3 tails came. Xiao Li used all his moves to fend them off. The monster seemed to be enjoying itself. Its 3 tails spun like windmills. Xiao Li rolled over 10 meters, now completely exhausted and unable to move. The monster suddenly stopped attacking, jerked open 4 barbs on its back, and began looking around. Xiao Li had never seen such a thing. He buried his hands in the sand, gritted his teeth, and stayed still. Then more bells jingled and 5 or 6 strange beasts crawled out of the hole. Xiao Li finally saw them clearly, pitch-black, thin limbs like iron hooks, all with 3 whip-like tails and 4 barbs on their backs. He couldn't name the creatures. One of them seemed to be carrying Zhang Beard's head in its mouth. Xiao Li's nose tingled and he couldn't help but cry, "I'll fuck your ancestors. Brother Beard, I'll avenge you." Xiao Li rolled over, crawled behind a dune, grabbed a crooked machine gun from his bag, set it on the dune, and opened fire on the beasts. Rat-tat-tat. A burst of bullets drove the beasts back into the hole. But just as he was getting into it, he ran out of ammunition. He had only 1 box of captured bullets, and it was all used up. Damn it! When luck turns bad, even drinking water gets stuck in your teeth. In an instant several beasts leaped out again. More than 10 steel whip-like tails surged in groups of 3. Xiao Li pulled out a broadsword and struck the steel tails, sparks flying but no damage. The steel whips struck faster and faster. Xiao Li had learned some military boxing. At first he could block the tails or parry the beasts' heads, occasionally sneaking in a kick. After a few rounds he began to weaken. Under the barrage of more than 10 steel whips, he was hit several times, bitten all over, and had to resign himself to fate. One of the beasts let out a strange shriek and swung its whip tail at Xiao Li's head. Xiao Li dodged the shadow of the whip, leaped up, and punched its face, turning his fist into a claw. He had once learned a 1-finger Zen technique, and adapted it to 5 fingers, thrusting them into the beast's face. The fingers sank halfway into the beast, twisted its face in pain, and Xiao Li couldn't pull his fingers out in time. 2 fingers snapped with a crack. The beast howled in agony and struck with all 3 whip tails. Xiao Li met force with force, and his left arm was broken with a crunch. He assumed a dragon-riding stance, circled his right hand in front of his chest, and struck fiercely at the beast. The beast countered with a steel whip bang. With a bang, Xiao Li took the whip on his left shoulder, the whole shoulder collapsing. In the flash of light, he pulled a grenade from his waist, shoved it into the beast's mouth, and with a blast the beast was blown to pieces. Xiao Li was thrown aside by the blast. He quickly felt his waist. The grenade was gone. He yelled, "Fuck! I'll be a good man again in 18 years. He simply closed his eyes and lay on the ground waiting to die. The other beasts were not polite. With several cracking sounds, Xiao Li's ribs were broken. He was in so much pain that cold sweat poured down his hands, dug half a foot into the sand, but he didn't utter a single cry. A blood-filled mouth was about to bite down. "Are you going to buy it or not?" The bookstall owner asked with a sour expression, snapping me back to reality. I put down the yellowed booklet, still reluctant to part with it. Sir, do you have any more booklets like this one? He gave me a rather odd look. The old book market usually opens on Saturdays starting at 3 or 4 in the morning, when book dealers buy them in whole burlap sacks. Only the leftover scraps were left for the occasional scattered customers, who wandered in after 7 or 8 o'clock, making their purchases after some haggling. To the old book dealer, such customers clearly didn't matter. He said dismissively, "Look for yourself. If you can't find it, then it's gone." Meaning, I'm busy, don't bother me. I spent over an hour rummaging through the stall, but it was all common stuff. One book, the 16-character Yin-Yang formula, caught my eye, but after a brief flip, I tossed it back. Others like Nan Pai San Jez, the grave robbery notebook, were not only blatant plagiarism but also riddled with typos. Turning back, I asked again, "Boss, about that booklet from earlier, do you have any more in stock?" The boss was clearly getting impatient. He ran a resale business, buying books by weight, selling them by the piece. At most he'd glance at the covers. There was no way he read every single one. If he had to read every book, he might as well just sit at home and read all day. How else would he make any money? He shook his head at me, telling me to check the neighboring stalls and stop hindering his business. I wandered around the adjacent stalls for about an hour, then ran back and asked again, "Do you have any books about the Taklamakan meteorite? The one that fell over 40 years ago?" "Don't know." The boss replied curtly. "Boss, then how much for this one?" I asked, holding up the yellowed booklet. "I'll give it to you for 30. 30 is too expensive. It's only 30 pages and some are blank. Final price 15. I paid 13 to acquire it." "Fine. 15 it is, deal." I pulled out some crumpled bills and handed them to the boss. The boss put the book into a plastic bag without looking up, continuing to sort his books. I had just taken 2 steps when the boss suddenly called out, "Young man, wait a moment." I thought to myself, maybe his conscience had kicked in and he was going to refund my money. Then again, I feared he might change his mind. Though hesitant inside, my feet stopped. The boss said, "The old man who sold me the books told me a young man would buy this today." I didn't believe him. He also insisted I give you a phone number. His words piqued my curiosity about that old man. The boss gave me a number which I saved in my phone, and then I returned home. After freshening up, I had to go back to the company for overtime in the afternoon. The game had a new version iterating recently. The life of an overworked employee is truly tough. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Xia Ji, 24 years old, born into a family of archaeologists. It said my ancestors ran an antique business in Lilikang, though exactly how many generations I can't say. When I was filling out my college application, my father adamantly forbade me from majoring in archaeology, saying it was my grandfather's dying wish. Everyone in my family has been connected to cultural relics. Whether it's heirloom antiques or excavated artifacts, they carry heavy burdens of bad luck. My grandfather was a field archaeologist, said to have died in the deserts of Xinjiang. Several of my uncles were involved in archaeology, forensic medicine, and even worked at a funeral parlor, all connected to the dead. After graduating from college, I found a job as a game designer. When a version release was imminent, I'd have to work through several nights in a row. So even I didn't know when I'd next visit the old book market. Yet a complete stranger had somehow predicted it. So driven by curiosity, I dialed the number. "Hello, are you Mr. Li Hongwei?" "Yes, who's this?" "Oh, the bookstall owner gave me your number. I'm curious about the second half of the book, so I thought I'd give you a call. Sorry for the intrusion." "Oh, finally found you. Around 3 o'clock this afternoon, come to Daijiela Station on Gongya Road in Gulu District. I'll come out to meet you." Upon hearing this, I thought, is this old man senile? What does he want with me? But on the phone, I just kept saying yes. After hanging up, I took a nap in the afternoon, and then got ready to head out. At 3 o'clock, I arrived at the Daijiela bus stop. A chubby old man walked toward me wearing a large vest, baggy shorts, and sandals. In his left hand, he carried a free supermarket bag containing a thermos cup and a few books. The old man seemed to recognize me, smiling and waving in my direction. I wasn't sure it was him, so I quickly called his number. Sure enough, it was him. We arrived at a tea house. The old man took out his own tea and 2 cups, pouring me a full cup. After sipping tea for a while, the old man spoke. "You really do look just like him." He paused mid-sentence, as if realizing he'd said too much, then quickly changed the subject. "Are you quite interested in the second half of this book?" I nodded in acknowledgement. I took out the booklet and asked, "Sir, did you write this?" The old man let out a sigh and said, "Alas, it's all from decades ago. Do you believe every word in it is true?" "No, I don't. I am that young Li." I thought to myself, the novel is well written, but saying this in person, that's just crazy. He didn't seem to care what I thought. Pulling a file folder from his bag, "This matter is on record. I didn't make it up. At most, I added some literary embellishments." I took out the file and examined it carefully. It was a daily report from July 12th to August 12th, 40 years ago. It was indeed on record, but it was too absurd. I cursed inwardly. This is as bad as using a beauty filter, and he calls it literary embellishment. Unexpectedly, the old man's next words were even more astonishing. "I know where your grandfather Xia Yufeng is." I was utterly shocked. My grandfather's disappearance was the biggest taboo in our family. This mysterious old man actually claimed to know where my grandfather was. My grandfather was born in 1915, graduated from Peking University's archaeology department, and studied under Mr. Li Ji. He had participated in the excavation of the Peking man skull and later in the oracle bone inscriptions at Inshu. It was said he died in Xinjiang, without even his remains being found. For fear of making my grandmother sad, the entire family dared not mention his name, and gradually his disappearance became our family's taboo. My grandfather was truly an extraordinary man. I heard that the old man could sniff out the age of a tomb from a handful of dirt, and tell the occupant of a grave by looking at its mound. Even the antique dealers in Lilikang would watch his gaze closely. Any antique he laid his eyes on for more than a moment was sure to fetch a good price. Honestly, I didn't believe any of it. These things sounded like something out of a novel. I believed them as a child, but as I grew older I just laughed them off. As for his archaeological work, it was too professional for me to explain clearly. While browsing the journal Archaeology, I even came across a paper on the tombs at Inshu published in his name. His expertise in this field was nationally recognized. "So, can you tell me where my grandfather is?" "No hurry, no hurry. There's this one more thing. Read it first. I'll tell you later, alright? Thank you kindly, sir. Consider it returning the item to its rightful owner today." The old man brought out another thick diary. "This diary was your grandfather's work journal. I'm returning it to you as well." I extended both hands and respectfully accepted it. Time flew by and the sky had turned dusky. The old man quietly pulled out an object tightly wrapped in plastic from his cloth bag. Carefully unwrapping it, he revealed a black stone slab which he handed to me. I took the black stone slab and examined it. It was about the size of a palm with neatly trimmed edges. In my hand it was ice-cold, somewhat heavy, smooth on both sides, and engraved with strange runes. "Your grandfather gave this to me. I've treasured it for many years, and today it returns to its rightful owner." The old man then pointed to the strange symbols on the stone, and said, "Young man, I've spent half my life on these runes, and still can't decipher them." I took the meteorite and the books, shoving them all into my backpack. On the bus I opened the second half of the booklet. Its pages were stark blank with a few words written in blood: "Never follow my path." I was utterly disappointed. What kind of crappy book was this? It was just a sham. The only silver lining was finally getting to see my grandfather's handwriting. In the presence of his handwriting it felt like facing my ancestor. Back home I took out the meteorite again and examined it carefully under the lamp. Its texture was fine and smooth like a mirror. On the front of the meteorite was a passage of text resembling Sanskrit, like an article. On the back, densely packed symbols looked like both carvings and cracks. In short, with my limited knowledge, I couldn't make sense of it. From the damaged edges of the text I could infer that this was just one fragment of a larger piece. I carefully put away the meteorite, turned off the light, and was about to go to sleep when the phone rang. Glancing at the number, it was the old man. "Young man, are you all right?" Hearing him say that, I guessed he was 9 times out of 10 asking about the meteorite. So I answered casually, "The meteorite is perfectly fine." The old man seemed to hesitate, then let out a sigh. "Alas. Oh, that's good then. If anything happens tonight, remember to call me. I sleep lightly and can answer any time." The old man urged repeatedly. I responded casually and hung up. What could possibly happen to me? That night something major did happen to me. Had it not been for that timely phone call from the old man, I truly would never have seen the sunrise the next day. I rented a place in the urban village, a melting pot of all sorts of characters. I'd heard rumors of it being haunted lately, but it turned out to be a thief stealing computers. So before bed I double-locked the doors and windows. After hanging up the phone I did my usual routine, scrolling through a few pages of news. Soon drowsiness crept in, and I drifted off into a hazy sleep. At some unknown hour I vaguely heard a pleasant female voice from outside the window in my dream. "So you're here." After a long pause the voice sounded again, starting with a sigh, followed by a soft utterance. "We shall meet again." I heard it of course, but paid it no mind. The walls in the urban village were thin to begin with. I figured it was just someone playing a period drama. Much later another conversation drifted in from outside the window. "Spiritual young body finally found. Haha, that damn Taoist was indeed astute, didn't deceive me. Master, let me strangle him now so you can hasten your cultivation of the spiritual body. Isn't that inevitable? The perfect moment hasn't arrived yet. Let him cling to life for a few more days." I couldn't take it anymore and shouted out the window upstairs. "I curse your ancestors. Watching horror flicks in the dead of night, shut up." I slammed the window shut. The upstairs neighbor had pulled the stunt before and I'd complained multiple times. This was the last straw. The moment my curse rang out the voices abruptly ceased. I lay back down, but soon a full bladder demanded attention. Not bothering with the lights I rushed to the toilet, relief washing over me. As I stepped back into the dark bedroom, I saw a woman with disheveled hair draped in a white bedsheet embroidered with a cluster of purple peonies. She seemed to sense my presence, frantically tapping away at my computer. My scalp tingled with terror, cold sweat beating on my skin. I thought, damn, am I seeing a ghost? I pinched my tiger's mouth acupoint. I felt pain. A thought flashed through my mind and I sneered coldly. It must be the computer-stealing ghost. Leaning against the doorframe, I scrutinized her. This fool had really invested in the disguise. The same style wig alone would cost several hundred online. Though I couldn't see her face, a thick layer of foundation was a given. Add the quality purple peony bedsheet, and the silk noose around her neck, that's another 500 or 600. That idiot even learned the ghost step dance, mimicking it with flair. Keep up the act, I've got something for you. Honestly, if it weren't for stealing my computer, I'd almost admire the getup. I quietly retrieved the stun baton, a 50-kilogram class 1, from behind the sofa. Gripping it with both hands, I crept closer and slammed it hard onto the ghost's back. I knew the law, so I aimed for the fleshy parts. Beating him half dead would be so satisfying. I swung the baton down with force, striking the ghost's back, but it clanged as if hitting an iron plate. I thought, damn, hiding an iron plate under the sheet, you're tough. I swung the baton again, slamming it down hard. Another loud clang. Stunned, the ghost turned halfway around. Long hair veiled half the face, which was deathly pale with purple lips. Dark red blood oozed from the corners of his eyes and nostrils. Seeing this visage, my heart skipped a beat. Oh no. This idiot's bleeding from all 7 orifices because of me. Logically, those 2 hits, though forceful, were blocked by the iron plate. They shouldn't have caused such severe injury. I cursed inwardly, damn. This is going to cost me in medical bills. The ghost swept back his hair, suddenly opening wide blood-red eyes with no pupils. His mouth split open to his ears, and a long tongue lolled out. His fingernails with a shink extended over a dozen centimeters, black and gleaming, as he lunged at me. I thought, is this lunatic trying to kill me to silence me? Seeing his aggression, I wasn't about to be a pushover. I swung the baton wildly, landing several hits before a realization struck me. I live on the 6th floor, and I had double-locked the doors and windows before sleep. Just now, when I went to pee, the front door was clearly shut tight. Could this be a real ghost, not a thief? Mom, I'm being haunted. I screamed in terror. This fear sapped my yang energy by 3/10. The fiend grew, even more ferocious, chunks of scalp falling off, flesh from her face curling outward. It was horrifying beyond words. Worse, it seemed hellbent on killing me, aiming every strike at my vital points. Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter came, sounding more like weeping. The ghost cackled wildly, body trembling. With a sharp crack, the iron claw reached out. At this critical juncture of life and death, I desperately raised my elbow to block it. The ghost let out a long screech and raised its claw to strike my crown. Hearing the whoosh, I leaped aside, but it was swifter, seizing my neck in a vice grip. Struggling to breathe, I mustered all my strength and drove my elbow into it with everything I had. A clang. My elbow felt like it hit a live wire, numbing my entire body. The ghost's form shook, and it opened its mouth, revealing gleaming white teeth ready to bite down. At that moment, I sacrificed the pawn to save the king, jamming my arm into its mouth. It bit down, drawing blood. Strangely, the moment my blood touched it, smoke rose from its mouth, searing it with pain. Ow! It shrieked and recoiled to the side. I was in just my boxers, yanking desperately at the door, but it wouldn't budge. I kicked it with all my might, and it burst open. I scrambled down the stairs in one breath, fleeing for dear life. I didn't stop until I reached a late-night snack stall, where I bent over, panting heavily. A few people there, seeing my disheveled state, couldn't help but chuckle. I have a habit of checking my phone in the bathroom, so even in my haste I grabbed it. I pulled out my phone and called the old man. It rang only once before he picked up. Hey, Xiao Xia, are you alright? Alright my ass. No, there really is a ghost. I was so scared I was babbling. So it's happened after all. Where do you live? I'm coming right now. I'm at Li Jianguo by the first barbecue stall on the left after getting off. Oh, wait there, I'll be right over. About half an hour later, a taxi pulled over and a figure got out. On closer look, it was the portly old man. The old man wore a bamboo hat, a vest over a white high-collar shirt, tucked neatly into his pants with the waistband hiked up nearly to his armpits. He still had on those tattered sandals. As he approached, I got a good look at him. His temples were gray, but his thick sword-like eyebrows were still jet black. On his plump face, his small eyes were squeezed into slits. His nose was fairly straight, and being so stout, he had few wrinkles. A smile always seemed to play at the corners of his mouth. These taxis nowadays won't even take a senior citizen's card. Should have biked here. The old man grumbled, cursing the driver's entire ancestry. We ordered a few dishes at the barbecue stall and ate while we talked. The old man took a sip of wine and said with a smile, "Young man, I knew you'd run into trouble." Hearing this, I cursed inwardly. What? Did this old geezer set me up? I reckon it's a vengeful spirit seeking a replacement. Then why me? Because you can see her. Once a person's luck turns foul, they start seeing unclean things. After hearing that, a chill ran down my spine. I cursed inwardly. Ever since I met you, you old coffin dodger, I've been seeing ghosts. Then can't I just move? Most people could, but not you. You've been marked by her master. That was a physical manifestation of a vengeful spirit. It takes time to cultivate such a thing. Someone must be using it to harm you. The old man explained between bites. Damn it, am I doomed? Lucky for you, you've met me. There's still a way to fix this. What are you, some kind of shaman, old man? Oh no. I'm an atheist. It just so happens I have experience with this sort of thing. I spat out my drink. This old man claimed to be an atheist. I have a talisman here. Stick it to your chest and it'll keep you safe. With that, he pulled a talisman from his robe and handed it to me. Is this for real? I looked at it. It was just a piece of yellow paper with some random cinnabar scribbles. Who knew if it worked? The old man saw my doubt and quickly added, It works. This talisman, I copied it from a heavenly master's place back in the day. It's the real deal. My eyes nearly popped out. Holy crap, he dared to rob a heavenly master's residence. He added, fearing I wouldn't believe him. The night I copied it, we ran into a vengeful spirit. Our whole team stuck one of these on our chests and it saved our skins. The more I heard, the more absurd it seemed. Well, when you're haunted, you try anything, I guess. I said that, but I thought, damn, this old man seems unreliable. I need to find a real Taoist priest tomorrow. Did you hear voices talking in your dream? The old man asked. That made me realize the voices weren't from a TV. My building didn't even have that kind of surround sound. I quickly said, Old man, how did you know? Alas, what's meant to happen will happen. I thought I could change it, but... He shook his head, took a sip of wine, and fell silent. But what? I haven't seen the spirit myself, so I can't be sure. How about you go back tonight and lure it out again? I felt like I'd been struck by lightning. The thought made me want to die. I shook my head frantically. Coward. Fighting ghosts is a great pleasure. You've got my talisman to protect you. What's there to fear? Damn it, that ghost is terrifying. Better a live coward than a dead hero. Call me a coward then. The descendant of old man Xia being such a weakling. Old Xia would turn in his grave. Grandpa was a taboo subject in our family, but also our pride. The Xia family would rather die than suffer such disgrace. I straightened up and declared, Who's scared? I'm going back right now. You just watch, old man. The old man smiled faintly, still seated at the barbecue stall watching me walk away. So steeling my nerves, I set foot on the path back home. Even though I was furious at the time, the very thought of returning to the dorm made my scalp tingle with dread. When it comes to ghosts and spirits, it's better to believe in them than to risk disbelief. Besides, I had encountered one for real. A terrifying, malicious ghost. My second uncle is a forensic pathologist and my third uncle is the director of a funeral parlor. Growing up listening to their tales of the supernatural had left me with deep psychological scars. My mind wandered to a story my grandmother told me when I was a child. Years ago, an outsider came to Rongqing, bought an old ancestral house, and made a living as a blacksmith. Not long after settling in, his chickens, ducks, and livestock began dying off in droves. Eventually 3 or 4 family members perished as well, and several others went mad. Just as the family teetered on the brink of ruin, leaving only an old man with an exceptionally strong fate, and his young grandson, the neighborhood buzzed with rumors that the house was haunted. A passing Taoist priest circled the house once, and concluded that a dead spirit was seeking a replacement. Those in the know whispered that a concubine had hanged herself in the house, and had transformed into a vengeful ghost seeking retribution. The outsider had thought the house was a bargain and bought it, but his greed for a small advantage had cost him dearly in the end. That night the old Taoist performed a ritual to capture the ghost, and instructed the family to hold a 12-day Taoist ceremony. Only then did peace finally return. I didn't know what that story had to do with me. At the time I was simply drawn to the cheap rent. A 1-bedroom apartment for only 800 yuan. I thought I'd found a steal, and paid no mind to the landlord's strange look. As of now, I could confirm that the filthy thing clinging to me was a hanged ghost seeking a substitute to take its place. And I was the intended victim. Terrified, I racked my brain and thought of my classmate Zhou Ming. I quickly called him. My friend Zhou Ming, who called himself half-immortal Zhou, had a particular fondness for ancient texts like the I Ching. He was quite accomplished in the art of divination, well-versed in physiognomy and purple star astrology. It was said he had an uncle who was a Taoist priest, some kind of master from Maoshan. This guy lamented that his knowledge went unused, and it was only with me, a history enthusiast, that he could actually discuss these things, so we hit it off remarkably well. All I had to do was call, and he'd come running. Hey, isn't this Xia Ji? What's up, buddy? You inviting me to a wedding feast or what? Zhou Ming was a joker, always slacking off. Half immortal, I've run into a hanged ghost. An old man gave me a talisman saying it could suppress her. I gave him a brief rundown of what had happened. He burst out laughing over the phone and said excitedly, That's great. You lucky dog, how'd you get so lucky? Get home now, I'm on my way. With that he hung up. I turned green at his words thinking, damn it, who wants this kind of luck? As I walked I felt a creeping unease. It was an indescribable feeling of being watched. Humans like other animals possess a sixth sense. But through evolution, as external dangers became less immediate, this sixth sense gradually atrophied. A sudden bad feeling, a racing heart. These are all manifestations of its existence. I quickened my pace. The alleys in this urban village were narrow with garbage piled up in places. At this hour the lanes should have been deserted. But I spotted a strange gaunt old woman rummaging through the trash with her cane. As I drew closer she vanished. I tried to convince myself it was just an illusion. Suddenly a chill shot from my feet to my head. I grew inexplicably anxious and hurried my steps. Xia Ji. A voice called out from behind me. I shuddered. The sound echoed in my ears. I heard it clearly. Someone was definitely calling my name. I'd grown up hearing tales of ghosts and spirits. Ironically, those in scientific fields are often the most superstitious, and my family was no exception. We knew that if someone calls your name at night you must never answer. A hungry ghost on the roadside can't discern the strength of a person's yang energy. If it encounters someone with strong yang energy it usually dares not harm them, so it resorts to calling out as a test. Those who can hear a spirit's voice are typically those with a weak innate constitution and weaker yang energy. The moment you answer you reveal your vulnerability and immediately become a target for the ghost to claim as a substitute dying a wrongful death. I certainly wasn't about to become a substitute, so I pretended not to hear anything. I quickened my pace and the voice called out a few more times before falling silent. Soon I heard footsteps behind me, soft and rustling, sending cold shivers down my spine. My brisk walk turned into a jog, but the sound grew closer. Thump! I felt a hand slap onto my shoulder and let out a startled cry. It was only later that I learned that cry had cost me some of my yang energy. Every person carries 3 flames. One atop the head and one on each shoulder. The stronger these flames, the farther ghosts keep their distance. That cry of mine extinguished one of my already weak flames. Immediately after I felt something snake-like crawl onto my back, and no matter how I shook I couldn't dislodge it. When I reached back to touch it, there was nothing there. When I reached the building, I saw an old man in a mouse suit at the entrance. His face was ashen, and he stared intently at my back with a look of sheer terror. I had never seen this old man before. As I climbed to the second floor landing I glanced down and the strange old man was gone. A walk that usually took 7 or 8 minutes stretched to a full 10 as I alternated between walking and running. The stairs, normally an easy climb, felt incredibly heavy. Panting heavily, it took me a good 5 or 6 minutes to reach the dorm. The dorm door was open, the room pitch black and empty. I turned on every light in the living room, bedroom, and bathroom, hoping the brightness would calm my nerves. After that I was drenched in sweat. I checked the doorway and saw nothing following me. I collapsed onto the sofa, pressed the talisman to my chest, and gasped for air. I'd barely sat down when Zhou Ming arrived. He called out, "Xia Ji, I'm here." I looked at him and felt something was off. Zhou Ming stared intently at my back, making my skin crawl. He suddenly bellowed, "Filthy thing. This is no place for you." Despite his knowledge of Taoist arts, Zhou Ming's skill level was only enough to send a ghost off with a quick meal. His sudden shout startled me too. The moment his shout faded I felt a lightness on my back and my whole body felt at ease. My panting ceased. A coldness filled the air and a middle-aged woman's voice echoed, "You dare meddle in my affairs." Zhou Ming let out a cold laugh. "There's a cue, you know. How are you any different from a robber?" The voice retorted, "Heh, since you're asking for death I'll grant your wish." Suddenly the room felt suffused with a sinister chill and the lights flickered. Zhou Ming seemed to transform, his body going stiff and rigid, his heels lifting off the ground. His arms hooked like iron talons as he lashed out at the air, punctuated by eerie cackles of Ga. And yes, his eyes kept darting toward me. I watched in utter horror, goosebumps erupting all over my body. I stayed frozen on the sofa, not daring to move. Then the woman's voice rang out again. "The score is settled. I'll be back another day." A whoosh of wind and a dark shadow flashed past my eyes. Though it was incredibly fast, I caught a glimpse of it. It was a woman with bangs, her eyes blood red, almost no whites visible, and a pair of gleaming fangs protruding from her mouth. It was only later that I learned, had it not been for the old man's yellow talisman, I would have been bitten to death that very night by the thing on my back. No wonder I felt so heavy. I'd been possessed by that ghost and had carried it all the way home. Fortunately Zhou Ming drove it off. I faced the window and let out a long heavy sigh. Zhou Ming chased it all the way downstairs before returning to the dorm. He slammed the door shut with a bang. I didn't sleep a wink all night and I was exhausted. I closed my eyes intending to rest. Cluck, cluck, cluck. A faint eerie laugh reached my ears. It was subtle but I heard it clearly. A sound like a hen brooding over her eggs, making my blood run cold. Soon a knock came at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Ah Ji, open up, it's me, half immortal. I knew Zhou Ming was fond of that nickname so much, so that he'd adopted it as his own. My heart nearly stopped. Another Zhou Ming was outside the door. So what was inside the room with me? Just then another burst of cluck, 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 cluck. The eerie laughter echoed once more. Perhaps due to a night without proper rest, I dismissed the first laughter I heard as a hallucination. But when the eerie cackle came a second time, a violent shiver ran through my entire body. The sound was utterly unnerving, like a sharp object scraping across glass. Each laugh seemed to burrow deeper into my bones. It was the most terrifying laugh I had ever heard in my life. I forced myself to stay alert, fumbling for a cigarette. My right hand trembled uncontrollably, and it took several attempts before I managed to light it, my teeth chattering all the while. I pretended to rest, closing my eyes slightly, and stole a glance at Zhou Ming inside the room through my eyelashes. This Zhou Ming looked no different from the one I knew. It was just that his expression seemed more severe, more solemn. Encountering such a situation in the dead of night, no one could muster a smile, so I didn't pay it much mind. He kept staring at the talisman on my chest, pacing back and forth in the room. As my brother rushing over in the middle of the night under such dangerous circumstances, I was still quite moved. Aji, it's me, Banzian. Are you alright? I was so worried, brother. Zhou Ming's voice came from outside the door again. I had felt something was off all along, but only now did it suddenly dawn on me that this Zhou Ming in the room had many inconsistencies. For instance, the Zhou Ming I knew never called me by my full name. Besides, he was someone who could laugh even after failing exams or needing retakes. Why was he suddenly so serious? However, I couldn't be sure what that thing outside the door actually was. I found myself caught in a dilemma. On the wall opposite the sofa in the living room hung a half-height mirror. At that moment, the mirror was angled towards me. A slight lift of my head would bring it into view. I glanced at it and was startled, goosebumps rising all over my skin. The Zhou Ming in the mirror looked nothing like a human. On the back of his head, a mouth faintly appeared, stretched wide to the roots of his ears, seeming to laugh and cry at the same time. Just then a strange cackle like a hen clucking over her eggs echoed again. Cluck, cluck, cluck. I glanced at Zhou Ming. He still wore that stern expression. Did you laugh? I didn't laugh. I grew even more terrified. Was that laughter coming from outside the door? A sense of dread washed over me. Open the door, Aji. The voice came again from outside. My heart skipped a beat. I thought, no way. When it rains it pours. Could it be another unclean spirit? My inner panic was impossible to hide and my whole body began to tremble. I gritted my teeth, forcing myself to stay calm. I tentatively asked Zhou Ming, probing to see his true nature. Banshin, how did you manage to see that thing earlier? By that thing, I meant the female ghost Zhou Ming had driven away. After a long pause, the Zhou Ming inside the room reacted, sneering, Ha! Are you calling me Banzian? My heart skipped a beat, the cigarette but falling from my hand as I sat bolt upright. I was certain this guy was definitely not Zhou Ming. I always called Zhou Ming Banzian, as a nickname, rarely using his real name. He seemed completely unaware of that name. My body began to tremble uncontrollably, and I couldn't help but look up at him again. The Zhou Ming inside the room remained seated, clearly growing impatient. He stared fixedly at the yellow talisman on my chest, and with a dainty raised pinky, he unconsciously fiddled with the hem of his clothes. Seeing a 200-pound fat man twirling his clothes like a woman with such a coy manner almost made me burst out laughing. But upon reflection it was sheer terror. Aji, are you all right, my good brother? A knocking came from the door again. I'll get the door. I feigned composure, once more pressing my hand on the sofa armrest and pushing myself up 3 or 4 times before I could barely stand. Don't open it. A flicker of displeasure crossed the face of the Zhou Ming inside the room as he hastily stopped me. It must be that thing from earlier coming back. Have you forgotten that female ghost? I couldn't care less what he said. Staying in this room with that ghostly thing, I'd be safer opening the door and bolting out onto the street. I had already concluded that this Zhou Ming was one of those things. I didn't dare linger a second longer. A surge of strength I didn't know I had propelled me forward. In 3 quick strides, I grabbed the door and flung it open with a bang. Aji, you scared me to death. Thank goodness you're all right. A big fat man lunged forward and wrapped his arms around me, squeezing the breath right out of me. I struggled for a long time before I managed to break free. The fat man choked up a little, saying, Glad you're safe. He looked up and saw a man inside the room who looked exactly like him. The guy actually broke into a grin through his tears. Fate brings people together across 1,000 miles. Could it be that this Banzian has a long-lost brother? The thing's face fell, suddenly turning stern as it shouted, Xia Ji, be careful. That fat man is not human. If I believe you, I must be possessed. I cursed inwardly. This fatso was my college roommate. Even if he turned to ashes, I'd recognize him. With Banshin's arrival, my courage surged and I turned around. Adopting the tone of a county magistrate passing judgment, I asked, Who goes there? State your name at once. Tang Lily. Suddenly a female voice emanated from that thing's mouth. Realizing it had slipped up, the thing stopped pretending. Like tearing paper off a window, it let out a series of rustling sounds and ripped the fat man's outer shell to shreds, revealing its ghostly form. Part of its skull was exposed on the right side, with curled peeling scalp hanging off it, a ghastly pale. An eyeball dangled from its face, while its lips were a deep sickly purple-black. Whoa! Xia Ji, are you showing me a VR horror movie? Banzian said with a laugh. VR, of course, being the popular stereoscopic virtual platform these days. Damn it, you're so heartless. How can you laugh at a time like this? I was now even more certain that this was my Banshin, no doubt about it. Aji, this one's tricky. She's not just a simple hanged ghost. Then what is she? I couldn't help but look at Banzian with admiration, thinking, this guy really has some skill. She's a female hanged ghost. Banzian declared solemnly. I thought to myself, well, no shit, anyone with eyes can see that. I was speechless, a million curses flying through my mind. Just trying to lighten the mood. Honestly, I don't know what she is either, Banzian added. Before he could even finish his sentence, the thing lunged forward, claws bared and ferocious. Unfazed, Banzian calmly pulled a book from his chest. The title read, Records of the Demons of Mountains and Seas. He began flipping through it slowly. The ghost reached out and grabbed him, its claws so fierce they tore blood from Banshin's arm. Banzian couldn't withstand it, and let out a yelp saying, almost found the solution. Fortunately, the ghost's ferocious maw was wounded by my blood. It could only rake its 10 sharp claws whistling through the air across Banshin's thick coat. Since the night was cold, Banzian had brought an extra coat. That thick garment was torn to shreds by the ghost. Seeing the dire situation, I shoved the fat man aside, and he stumbled back. We hid under the sofa, letting it claw at the furniture, sending wood chips flying. Banshin, have you found a way yet? Found it. Step 1, pour the flour and fine salt into a basin, mix into a dough, and knead repeatedly until the dough is smooth and soft. Banshin, hold on. I'll go knead the dough right now. I thought, what kind of crazy method is this? How can a dough subdue a fierce ghost? Step 2, on the cutting board, fold the dough in half, sprinkle with dry flour, stretch it out, fold again, sprinkle more flour. The more I thought about it, the more absurd it seemed, but I had no better option, so I could only follow along. And then what? I shouted out. Banshin, buried under the sofa, had half his butt sticking out. The ghost seized the opportunity and grabbed it, sinking all 5 fingers deep into the flesh, blood gushing out. Banzian let out a cry of ow. Step 3, place the noodles into a wok of boiling oil, fry until golden brown, then remove and serve. Are you trying to make fried dough sticks? I roared. It turned out Banzian had mistakenly confused fried dough sticks with fried ghosts. As unreliable as ever, I couldn't help but curse, you fat idiot. At this critical moment, can you be serious? Damn, it hurts so much. This ghost is a real glutton for stench. The term glutton for stench originates from the Lu Jianguo, referring to an ancient man who was obsessed with pursuing foul odors and lived alone in seclusion by the Eastern Sea. Ji Xiaolan's Notes of the Thatched Abode of Close Observations also records a story of a ghost with a taste for stench. A scholar was studying in an ancient temple, and when he went to the outhouse, a hideous ghost poked its head in, intending to scare him to death. The scholar, utterly unafraid, casually placed his lamp stand on the ghost's head. After finishing his business, he even stuffed the soiled paper into the ghost's mouth, causing it to vomit violently. The ghost was so traumatized it didn't dare come out to scare anyone for 3 years. At that moment, a raspy, hoarse voice bellowed, "Motherfucker, who's making all that noise in the middle of the night? You're ruining my business. I'll chop you to pieces with my cleaver." Sure enough, after a series of slapping slipper sounds, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard clutching a kitchen knife and rubbing his eyes came down the stairs. The ghost, hearing the curses, was clearly enraged. Disheveled and dressed in a pale, tattered shroud, it drifted to the doorway, waiting for the man to approach. The man, seemingly still half asleep, kept rubbing his eyes. In his daze, he saw a figure blocking the door. He first tucked the cleaver into his waistband. Without a second thought, he rolled up his sleeves, grabbed the ghost by the collar with his left hand, and with his right hand slapped it back and forth across the face in a furious barrage. Muttering under his breath, he said, "I told you to shut the FCK up." After a few more slaps, he turned and walked away. The ghost, stunned and bewildered, stood frozen in place. Later I learned that this man's name was Lu Jianguo. He was a bachelor said to have an extremely strong 8 characters. Even in haunted graveyards, as long as he was present, nothing would dare stir. He had once worked at a crematorium and a mortuary but was soon fired. The reason for his dismissal was staggering. It was said that because he was there, those things appeared in the dreams of the relevant leaders every night for several nights in a row. The leaders had no choice but to fire him, and sure enough, on that very night they had no dreams at all. As the old man had said, this man was truly my lucky star, helping me avert danger time and time again. But that's a story for later. Where do you think you're running? Banzian bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of blood onto the ghost. The ghost let out a piercing scream, white smoke rising from its body, as a look of agony contorted its face. The yang energy of the living travels through the body with the blood, and the blood from the tip of the tongue carries the strongest yang energy. Even the king of hell himself would think twice, let alone a lowly hanged ghost. Banzian had finally found a way. It seems I have no choice but to intervene. A small boy's voice echoed. I listened carefully. It sounded familiar, but I couldn't quite place it. After racking my brains for a long time, it suddenly hit me. Wasn't that the child from my dream? The year of GC, month of Ehai, day of Xian Mao, hour of Jihai. The little boy's voice came again. That was my birth date and time. How in the hell did this ghostly thing know that? At that thought I felt as if I had plunged into an ice pit, my heart filled with terror. The year of GC, the month of Ehai, the day of Xian Mao, at the hour of Jihai. The moment I heard these words, a chill ran down my spine. That was my birth chart. How did he know it? My family had some dealings with the supernatural, and I knew that one's birth chart must never be casually revealed. Otherwise, if it fell into the hands of evil men or spirits, one's soul could be snatched away. That was why only my father, my grandmother, and I knew my birth chart. It was pure e'en through and through, destined to leave me frail and marked by calamity. I'd heard that before the age of 7, I could often see unclean things in the night. When I turned 7 or so, my grandmother invited a Taoist master, who burned a talisman, dissolved it in water, and had me drink it, saying it would protect me for 15 years. From that day on, I never saw anything unclean again. Until late last night. You dare to meddle in my affairs? Instinctively I peered toward the source of the voice and took a closer look. My brow furrowed. Damn it, something's wrong. The half-immortal suddenly convulsed violently, his eyes rolling back as white foam bubbled from his mouth. Soon a strange gurgling rasp escaped his throat. Then he leaped up and began speaking in the manner of a 3 or 4-year-old child. That voice. I would never forget it for as long as I lived. What came out of the half-immortal's mouth was the voice of a toddler. Xia Ji, I searched for years before finding a treasure like you. At those words I shouted at the half-immortal, are you screwing with me? Gah, 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 gah. Your friend is possessed by me now, and you're not yet worthy of meeting this sovereign. After hearing this, my instincts told me the half-immortal had been taken over by a spirit. In modern medicine, such possession is explained as a form of hysteria. Medically speaking, if someone experiences a brief blindness yet can still see, or a brief deafness yet can still hear, such contradictory symptoms, it can all be classified as hysteria. But folk belief sees it differently. Those with weak yang energy, or those plagued by misfortune, can be possessed by wandering spirits. I'd once heard the half-immortal say that in Maoshan Taoist arts one could break a possession by sprinkling pomelo leaf water on the victim's head, or by pressing blood from a fingertip to the possessed person's brow. This would drive out the wandering ghost. Xia Ji, do you want to see what Ali looked like in life? Ali was the female ghost. I cursed inwardly. Who the hell would want to see that? One look at that ghastly thing and I'd be having nightmares for who knows how many nights. The half-immortal smiled smugly. With a wave of his finger toward the female ghost, the white mist around her dissipated, and she reverted to her ghostly form. The half-immortal pointed again, and the female ghost transformed into a beautiful young woman of about 21 or 22 with long flowing hair, fair skin, large eyes, and crimson lips. She stood shyly by the door. But there was no shadow beneath her feet, and a pale mist clung to her body. It was hard to believe this was a malevolent spirit. I didn't care what she looked like. Just thinking of her ghastly form nearly scared the piss out of me. I had no mind to look closely. Facing the two unclean things in the room, my skin crawled. Then suddenly I remembered that meteorite. Ever since I'd brought it home, strange things had been happening to me. Could all of this trace back to that stone? I dared not imagine it. If the meteorite was truly the cause, did that mean all of this was the old man's trap? And if he had set a trap for me, what was the point? Was he trying to kill me? Or had my grandfather died at his hands, and now he intended to kill me to keep the secret safe? Focus. Listen to me. The child's voice rang out again. He could clearly tell my mind had wandered, and his face twisted with displeasure as he huffed at me. I don't intend to harm you today. I only want to tell you a story. The voice softened and his eyes locked onto me unblinkingly as he began his tale. Do you know the pain of being aborted every time you reincarnate? The voice was steeped in sorrow. I thought to myself, I'm not a damn ghost. How the hell would I know what that pain feels like? I've reincarnated 15 times, and every single time I was aborted. Once I nearly made it into the world, but my mother died in a car crash. I thought, what the hell does this have to do with me? Why pick me? I haven't even held a woman's hand yet. I was knocked out of her belly in the crash. The driver who hit her saw no one around and buried us in a shallow grave. What he didn't expect was that I was buried in a corpse-nurturing ground. A corpse-nurturing ground is typically located where sunlight never reaches heavy within energy. Beneath such ground usually runs an earth vein, and the spring water that flows from it remains bone-chillingly cold even after a full day in the sun. If a corpse is mistakenly buried there, those with little resentment become incorruptible corpses, while those with deep resentment transform into vengeful spirits. And such a vengeful spirit, if it doesn't claim lives, only grows more furious with time. To destroy it, one must find its corpse and burn it. I became a vengeful spirit, followed the scent of yang energy to the driver, and slaughtered his entire family. Gah! 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 My scalp went numb at the sound. I thought, a debt has its debtor. This thing was utterly ruthless. You think I'm too cruel, don't you? But who has suffered more than me? The thing stared at me intently, as if demanding my agreement. I nodded frantically. There was no way I'd dare to disagree. Then I found Ali. She was pregnant and I planned to be reborn through her. But she went and killed herself. The thing's face twisted in agony. That was my last chance at reincarnation, and it slipped away. The thing let out a pained shriek, sharp and piercing like nails scraping across glass. According to folk legend, a ghost has 16 chances at reincarnation. 3 souls, 7 spirits, and 6 deities, totaling 16. If it fails to be reborn by the 16th, it is doomed to eternal damnation, becoming a wandering ghost that suffers lightning strikes as divine punishment, and every month is forced to relive its most agonizing memories like a film replaying before its eyes. Ali and I may not have had the chance to be mother and child, but in name she was still my mother. The thing glanced at Ali and its gaze softened considerably. Ali died horribly. That bastard of a man got her pregnant, then came demanding money for gambling. When she refused, he smashed her head with a hammer, ripped her scalp clean off. I thought to myself that Ali's fate was tragic and deserving of sympathy, but it seemed like he wanted revenge on that bastard. What did that have to do with me at all? You know, Ali couldn't take it anymore and hanged herself in this very room. The female ghost Ali, upon hearing the ghost infant's tale, couldn't help but bow her head and sob. The sound was so blood-curdling that goosebumps broke out all over my body. Hearing the story, I couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Ali. Later I pushed that bastard off a tall building. He died horribly, and I devoured his soul. The ghost infant paused, then continued. Do you know why I came looking for you? Terrified as I was, I couldn't help but ask. Is it because my birth chart is pure een? That's only part of it. This fat man's chart is even more een than yours. Possessing him feels comfortable. Damn it all, so that's why he'd taken over the half-immortal. My curiosity got the better of me and I asked, then what's the real reason? You are a man of perfect virtue in both worlds. A pure one who has never spilled a drop of his yang essence. The ghost said this with utter seriousness. I was dumbfounded. I thought, this is getting more absurd by the second. There was one truly virtuous man in history. That was Elder Tang from Journey to the West. Am I supposed to be the reincarnation of the golden cicada too? Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. Even if what you say is true, what use could I possibly be to you? I want to use your spiritual yang body and Ali's pure een body to cultivate together in dual cultivation. To give me the perfect ghost mother. At those words a chill ran through me. They wanted me to marry a vengeful spirit, and still claimed they didn't intend to harm me. In Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio, there are many stories of scholars studying in ancient temples at night, consorting with female ghosts only to wither away and die not long after. The female ghost would drain the scholar's yang energy, and once it was depleted he'd die naturally. I was well aware of that. Let alone this vicious ghost before me, I wouldn't even want the famous Nie Shaoqian. So have you made up your mind? With that, the thing stared at me again with those unblinking eyes. I was so terrified my soul nearly fled my body, my limbs went numb and I could neither nod nor shake my head. I just stood there frozen, staring blankly. A phone rang. I didn't know whether to answer it or not. Answer it. The ghost infant commanded. Hello. I've basically figured out what that thing is. Old man, thank goodness you sent that piece of junk meteorite. It activated his spiritual yang body. Otherwise I'd never have found him. The thing shouted into the phone's microphone. You spurn the toast only to be forced to drink the penalty. I'd planned to give you a warning, but you've gone too far. The old man's voice turned deadly serious. Young man, my talisman is protecting you. Those 2 unclean things can't touch you. I'm on my way. Heh. Fine then. I'll deal with the old man first and take care of you after. Knowing that the old master was on his way, and that the yellow talisman had proven its efficacy along with the assurance that the ghost infant meant no immediate harm, my heart felt considerably lighter and my fear subsided. I lifted my head to glance at the half-immortal, and the moment our eyes met a chill ran down my spine. Never had I seen such a ferocious gaze, as if it wished to devour me whole. I then stole a look at the female ghost Ali. Perhaps it was sympathy for her plight, but she didn't seem nearly as malevolent. What's the matter? Did you think the old man's arrival would save you? Master, this young man has a good heart. Can we not spare him? To my utter astonishment, the female ghost Ali was actually pleading for my life. Gah! 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 The ghost infant remained silent, only letting out a relentless, eerie cackle. Ali, you are now my ghost mother. If we let this boy go, not only will you be destroyed, but I will be finished as well. If I can obtain his spiritual young body, I can skip 1,000 years of cultivation. Master, we could find another. There is no other. He is the only one in the entire world. I listened to their exchange utterly bewildered. It was only later that I realized the words of these two ghosts were the absolute truth. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door, low and heavy, growing closer with each step. A deep, resonant male voice boomed, "Evil spirits dare not harm my disciple." A portly old man appeared wearing a square-cornered hat and an old-fashioned green robe. A strip of red cloth was pinned to his sleeve bearing the words, "Exorcise evil, suppress demons." A portrait badge of a celestial master was pinned to his chest, a mysterious tome clutched in one hand, and a pair of canvas liberation shoes on his feet. The old man's getup left me utterly dumbfounded. 1,000. What the heck, thoughts stampeding through my mind. This wasn't ghost hunting. It was an indescribable spectacle. The old man marched in place shouting slogans. "Where there are demons, there stands a celestial master." He pulled a peachwood sword from his backpack, pointed it at the ghost infant with a stern expression, and questioned in a prosecutorial tone, "Name? I have none. Age? I do not know. You, a wicked ghost infant with heinous crimes, have instigated the female ghost Tang Lily to cruelly murder countless innocents. Do you confess?" At first sight of him, a wave of relief washed over me, and I praised the old man for his timely arrival. However, a nagging feeling told me something was off. How did this old man know my address? And how did he learn the female ghost's name was Tang Lily? Judging by his speech and attire, it was clear he was no true enlightened master. Heh, those people deserved to die. Deserved. Enough. I've played along with your act long enough. It's time to end this. The ghost infant sneered coldly. In an instant, Zhou Ming's body went limp, collapsing to the floor in a deep slumber. A moment later, the entire room was plunged into a dismal, chilling atmosphere. A low-hanging, ominous miasma pressed down, and from the four corners of the hall a black fog began to rise. From within the black fog, a small, dark-faced child emerged. The ghost infant appeared to be around 3 or 4 years old, with a single tuft of hair tied atop its head. Its face was deathly pale, devoid of any vitality. Crimson light blazed from its fierce, bloodshot eyes, which locked onto the old man with predatory intensity. It wore only a small bib, leaving its tiny feet bare. "Old man, your time of death has come." The old man, without a word, handed me the peachwood sword and carelessly tossed his backpack aside. He rolled up his sleeves and stared at me intensely, making my skin crawl. I rubbed my back to check for anything unusual, and was about to ask him what he saw. "Xiao Xia, wait here for me. I'll be right back." With that, he left me all alone, his pace quickening from a walk to a run, displaying a speed that defied his age as he vanished in a flash. I was stunned for a moment, but as realization dawned, I couldn't help but curse inwardly, "Damn it, what is this old man doing? He's bolted faster than a rabbit." I had thought the old man had some skill, but his sudden escape left me profoundly disappointed. Just as I was lost in thought, the ghost infant spoke. "Haha, that old geezer same as always runs faster than a rabbit. Who do you have to save you now?" A chill ran through me at his words. Same as always. Does he know the old man from before? Not long after, the old man returned accompanied by another person. The man's face seemed familiar, but I couldn't quite place where I knew him from. Thank heavens the old man was back. Upon seeing the newcomer, the two ghosts furrowed their brows and retreated several steps. "Lu Jianguo, the cause of ghost suppression now rests on your shoulders." The usually simple-minded Lu Jianguo seemed completely transformed. With a wrathful glare and a majestic stride, his body ramrod straight, he swung a fist the size of a rice bowl. With each step he took forward, the ghost infant took one back, and even the black fog was dispelled. The flickering electric light above also seemed to brighten. He backed the ghost infant into a corner, his overwhelming aura causing it to tremble in fear. Lu Jianguo reached out with his rough, calloused hand and seized the ghost infant by its bib. He swung his open palms in rapid succession, striking the ghost infant so hard its head lolled to the side. Whatever lingering ghostly aura it had was completely obliterated. A few more resounding slaps sent the ghost infant collapsing to the ground. Its ears rang with the relentless chanting of monks and Taoists, and its vision swam with the sight of 7 lit stars and prayer lanterns. Having thoroughly thrashed the ghost infant, Lu Jianguo grabbed it by one leg, lifted it like a chicken, and casually tossed it at the old man's feet. The two fierce ghosts were beaten to the brink of begging for mercy. A fierce ghost is a malevolent entity, one burdened by such heavy resentment that it cannot be reincarnated, and is forced to linger in the mortal realm. It must fulfill its final wish to dissipate its resentment and be reborn. A woman who takes her own life at night while wearing red transforms into the most powerful type of fierce ghost. If she dies with a fetus, she becomes the king of fierce ghosts. Ordinary Taoists and practitioners are typically powerless against them. Only masters of the highest order can hope to subdue them. However, these fierce ghosts would pale in comparison to the entities I would encounter later in my life. "Hand me the red gourd from the bag," the old man said to me, indicating that I should retrieve his magical red gourd from the backpack. I stood there utterly bewildered before finally snapping out of it and handing him the gourd. The gourd, a homophone for fortune and prosperity, in Chinese has a small mouth and a large belly. It can absorb positive energy for oneself and completely devour negative energy, especially effective at warding off malevolent forces. The old man's red gourd was a translucent fiery crimson. He raised the gourd high in his left hand, chanting an incantation at the fierce ghost Ali, while his right hand formed a complex gesture. Palm extended, index finger pointing, thumb bowed against the middle finger, and the remaining fingers pressed tightly together. He struck a single-handed Jamudra. The fierce ghost Ali let out a piercing scream, revealing her true form before dissolving into a wisp of black smoke that was sucked into the gourd. The old man quickly sealed the gourd and affixed a yellow talisman inscribed with, "By the urgent decree of Taishang Lao Jun." Holy crap! I couldn't help but exclaim. This was too surreal. I had always thought that such Taoist arts were only used by Lin Zhengying in the movies. To see it performed by this bizarrely dressed old man was beyond belief. I rubbed my eyes and looked again, but it was still utterly unreal. But the fact remained that the fierce ghost Ali had been sucked inside. The ghost infant, now snapping out of its shock, flew into a violent rage. Its eyes turned a terrifying crimson blood, seeping from the corners, its left brow shooting up while the right one flattened. Its cheeks puffed up like a toad's, as if inflated with two balloons. It began raining furious blows upon its own nose, blood splattering everywhere as black smoke slowly began to curl from its mouth. Whoa! It's about to breathe fire! And sure enough, no sooner had the old man spoken than the creature expelled a torrent of flames, burning a huge hole in the sofa. If that fire touched a human, would it not be mutual destruction? The old man and Lu Jianguo exchanged a glance. From the backpack, the old man produced a peachwood sword and a bronze seal. They began to pace in the ritual U-step, circling around the creature from both sides. Just as they were about to strike, the ghost infant transformed into a puff of black smoke and escaped through a crack in the window. "Xiao Xia, it's safe now." The old man let out a sigh of relief. His voice snapped me out of my daze and brought me back to reality. Cold sweat beaded on the old man's forehead, and his green robe was completely soaked through. Lu Jianguo, however, seemed unfazed. It was clear that his skills were formidable, certainly surpassing the old man's. Lu Jianguo walked to the window, his expression grave, staring into the distance, where the ghost infant had vanished, as if deep in thought. "This thing won't let this go. This opportunity is too precious for it. It will be a fight to the death." His words sent a jolt of fear through me. The creature had also said it had been looking for me for a long time. It seemed there was no escape. I couldn't help but ask, "So is there any hope for me?" "There is," the old man said with certainty. "I'm sure you know by now that you possess a unique constitution, known as the spiritual young body, right? I had hoped you would be safe after turning 24, but it seems it was too early." A terrifying thought crossed my mind. How long has this old man known about me? What kind of conspiracy is at play here? The so-called spiritual young body is not an extreme young body. This constitution is inherently suited for cultivation. To put it simply, if spiritual power is the electric current, then the body is the conduit. The more refined the conduit, the less energy is lost. The spiritual young body is precisely this perfect conduit. It can efficiently channel both extreme yin and extreme yang energies, maximizing their potential. As for why the age of 24 was significant, the old man didn't say, and I remained in the dark. "I know someone who might be able to offer you a way out." The old man said this with utmost seriousness. A surge of hope welled up within me. Like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline, I didn't care who this person was. The eastern sky was already showing pale light. I was utterly exhausted, and after a night of terror, the sight of dawn finally brought me some relief. The old master and Lu Jianguo were both clearly still bleary-eyed. In our efforts to deal with the ghost infant, we had all overlooked Zhou Ming. He, however, had slept soundly, and his snores were already thundering through the room. We dragged Zhou Ming onto the sofa, and the old master and Lu Jianguo each retired to their own rooms to rest. The alarm clock rang in the morning. It was already 8:30. Sunlight streamed in through the window. The usually harsh glare felt exceptionally reassuring to me now. I had to go to work today, but I couldn't leave. I called my producer and asked for half a day off, planning to have a proper talk with the old master. I walked into the living room intending to wake Zhou Ming, but the man was in such a deep sleep that no amount of shaking could rouse him. I thought to myself, if I told him about last night's events, I bet he'd be scared out of his wits. The next day, the old master came downstairs to the living room. He pulled a bronze seal from his bag and handed it to me, indicating that I should take a good look at it first. I took the bronze seal and began to examine it closely. It wasn't very large. About 7/10 of an inch thick and 3.5 inches square, roughly the size of a matchbox. It was made of brass plated with a layer of gold. Judging from the wear on its four corners, it was at least an artifact from the Eastern Han dynasty. The outermost layer of natural patina was as smooth as if it had been formed by heaven itself. Such an ancient bronze seal yet without a trace of verdigris. One could only imagine how many generations had handled and admired it. Although I'm not an antiquities appraiser, I can still accurately determine the most basic age of an artifact. On top of the seal was carved a Qi dragon finial standing tall with its head held high. The Qi dragon is an ancient mythical beast shaped like a dragon, but without horns, said to be born in the mountains and forests. It is believed to turn misfortune into fortune and ward off evil. I turned the seal over to look at the base and saw a vermilion inscription on it which read, "Seal of the Director of Works of Yangping." I examined it for a long time, but as I was not versed in such matters, I couldn't figure out what kind of seal this was. The old master asked with a smile, "Xia, do you know the origin of this seal?" "Not really. It's just that the inscription looks familiar." I had read a few books on ancient epigraphy and stone inscriptions before. I had a vague feeling I'd seen it somewhere before, but I simply couldn't recall where. I could only say, judging from the fire aura, this seal must be at least 17 or 1800 years old. The so-called fire aura refers to the phenomenon where during the casting of metal into a solid form, a large amount of gas is rapidly cooled and condensed into a shell, leaving behind a residual scorching sensation on the surface that cannot be immediately expelled. As time passes, the fire aura diminishes more and more until it completely disappears. Both porcelain and bronze wares can be dated by examining their fire aura. However, this requires a certain level of expertise and is a rather risky method of estimation. It is indeed from the Eastern Han dynasty. Actually, the origin of this seal isn't hard to figure out. The old master looked at me, and seeing that I was still puzzled, he couldn't help but laugh. "Have you heard of Celestial Master Zhang?" The moment he said this, it suddenly dawned on me. No wonder the inscription felt so familiar. Isn't this the demon-subduing seal of Celestial Master Zhang from Mount Longhu? Celestial Master Zhang possessed two seals of the Director of Works of Yangping, along with the male-female swords for slaying evil, and the scripture talismans, his three great artifacts. The way of the Celestial Masters divided the world into 24 districts, or Ji. Yangping was akin to a central district, the area governed by Celestial Master Zhang himself. This is the bronze seal of Yangping. Later, Celestial Master Zhang had 24 bronze seals cast all identical in size, and distributed one to the Director of Works of each district, essentially the regional managers. These were used to verify the authenticity of seals, and prevent forgery of documents. Each district seal was inscribed with, "Seal of the Director of Works of Name Ji." Old Master. This seal is indeed rare, but what does it have to do with me? I thought to myself that the old master couldn't possibly be so bored as to toy with me like this. I decided to ask directly. The old master pushed Zhou Ming aside, lounged back on the sofa in a comfortable slouch, lit a cigarette, and took a leisurely puff. "This seal originally belonged to your family." "What? My family's?" I couldn't believe it, staring at him with a look of shocked suspicion and utter bewilderment. "Actually, this bronze seal was given to me by your grandfather." Hearing this, a wave of sadness washed over me. I increasingly felt that my grandfather must have been no ordinary person. I fired off several questions in rapid succession. "Xia, your aptitude is still limited. It's not convenient for you to know too much about your grandfather's affairs." I could see that the old master didn't seem to be deliberately lying, so I stopped pressing and decided to move on to the next topic. "You said you were going to take me to see that person. Who exactly is he?" "I haven't quite formulated the answer yet. Why don't you ask something else first?" The old master said this while smoking, a blissful expression on his face, his legs propped up high without a shred of masterly dignity. I nearly burst out laughing at the sight, so I moved on to the next question. "Old master, what do you plan to do with that vengeful spirit?" "You mean Ali?" "Why, marry her, of course," the old master said with complete seriousness. "Oh my, that sounds like fun. Old master, why don't you set me up with one too?" Zhou Ming, who had been in a dazed sleep, suddenly seemed to jolt awake. Lu Jianguo also let out a snicker upon hearing this. "Half immortal, if you're interested, Ali can be yours," I said half seriously and half jokingly. He had seen the vengeful spirit himself, so he naturally felt a chill at the thought. That would be fine too. But before the half immortal could finish his sentence, the old master abruptly cut him off. "What's fine about it? You're under the baleful influence of the Grand Duke Jupiter. Your luck is on a downward spiral. Consider yourself lucky if you survive past next month." The old master put on a stern face, glaring seriously at Zhou Ming. "Ah, no wonder even drinking cold water gets stuck in my teeth lately. Your 8 characters are extremely mean, making you prone to attracting unclean things. Master, is there any hope for me then? We'll deal with your case later. You young folks with no hair on your lips are always so rash and flustered when trouble comes." The old master scolded. But in an instant he switched to a smiling face and asked me, "Xia, what else did that ghost child tell you?" I closed my eyes and thought it over carefully. The ghost child had called me a good person of perfect fulfillment in 2 realms and said I was unique in the world. These were precisely the things that I had been racking my brains over, unable to understand. Old Master, do you think there are good people of perfect fulfillment in 2 realms in this world? There are. So what exactly is a good person of perfect fulfillment in 2 realms? I've also heard my master say that the venerable Master Xuanzang of the Tang dynasty was a good person who cultivated for 10 lifetimes. Lu Jianguo said naively. I didn't mind his interjection as the topic of Master Xuanzang was unavoidable. The second half of that saying is that he never leaked a single drop of his vital essence. In simple terms, he was a 1,000-year-old virgin. Zhou Ming was clearly extremely interested in this statement. You don't know anything. Tang Xuanzang was the reincarnation of the golden cicada in Buddhism, and his 10 reincarnations were meant to be eaten by others. The old master sat up straight and flicked the ash from his cigarette. He coughed a few times, visibly agitated. No investigation, no right to speak. Understand, young man? The old master didn't directly explain what perfect fulfillment in 2 realms was, but instead started with perfect fulfillment in 3 realms. I roughly understood what the so-called perfect fulfillment in 3 realms meant. According to the Sutra of the 3 lives of karma, the past life, the present life, and the future life constitute the 3 lives. Confucianism considers the seen age, the heard age, and the heard of age as the 3 ages. But the 3 realms the old master spoke of referred to a horizontal division, the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man. It meant that the cultivation of a highly attained person could alter the heavens, defy fate, and liberate ghosts. By upholding the order of heaven and earth, maintaining justice in the mortal world, and liberating the resentful spirits of the underworld, one could achieve the perfection of 3 virtues, and be reborn as what is called perfect fulfillment in 3 realms. A person with such character is called a living Buddha in Buddhism, a celestial master in Taoism, and a sage in Confucianism. All 3 types of people harbor the ambition to save the world and liberate the souls of the dead. However, achieving perfect fulfillment in 3 realms is extremely difficult. It's not only closely related to one's fate, aspirations, and life experiences, but more importantly, it depends on one's lineage and master. The so-called lineage includes both verbal transmission and personal instruction. Verbal transmission can be through reading one's books or listening to one's words, while personal instruction must be as a direct disciple. If either condition is missing, it means the 3 realms are not perfectly fulfilled. This deficiency would need to be made up in the next life. The old master said I was lacking in earthly virtue, having liberated too few wrong spirits. In my past life, I must have been a formidable Taoist priest, invincible in the underworld, slaying countless demons and monsters. Therefore, in this life, I am destined to deal with ghosts and spirits, not only to vanquish evil and promote good, but also to liberate the souls of the dead, in order to make up for the imperfection of the 3 realms. You are a good person of perfect fulfillment in 2 realms. The old master said with absolute certainty. Your birth date and time is the year of CC, the month of Ehai, the day of Xian Mao, and the hour of Sihai. I was taken aback. I had never told the old master my birth date and time. Seeing my confusion, the old master didn't hide anything. These things are all recorded in your grandfather's notebook. I found this utterly absurd. When my grandfather passed away, I wasn't even born yet. So how could he have known my birth date? Even though I thought this, I said, perhaps this birth date was added later. I thought this reason would be absolutely irrefutable. But I never expected the old master's next words to shock me speechless. At first I didn't believe it either, thinking it was a coincidence. Later I had old Zhang investigate you. The results matched perfectly. From age 1 to 24, every single prediction was incredibly accurate. However, the pages after age 24 were torn out. There was a note inside roughly saying that revealing too much of heaven's secrets would instead bring calamity. Hearing this, even if it killed me, I wouldn't believe it. I asked the old master to let me retrieve the notebook to confront him. I fetched the notebook from my bedroom, and after flipping just a few pages, I was so shocked my eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This is exactly why I want to help you, the old master said with profound meaning. I let out a long sigh. Some of the doubts in my heart were finally resolved. However, 2 more questions surged into my mind. Why did that meteorite activate my spiritual yang body? This doubt had been weighing on my mind for a long time. Is it because the mysterious runes carved on the meteorite happened to help unseal my spiritual yang body? Does that mean I now have the heavenly eye? The so-called heavenly eye is the yin-yang eye which allows one to see unclean things. Taoist masters with great magical power can use cow tears or willow leaf water to see such things. You haven't answered my question yet. I interrupted the old master's speech. Although it was impolite, I couldn't help myself. I already told you the meteorite was given to me by your grandfather. I know nothing else about it. As for the affairs of the Xia family, come and ask me when you're strong enough. Later I tried throwing the meteorite away, but it always inexplicably returned to my bedside. I had no choice but to accept my fate. Why did the ghost infant want me to dual cultivate with the vengeful spirit Ali to become its optimal ghost mother? Indeed, your question is very professional, but I cannot answer it. This is also one of the reasons I want to take you to see him, do you understand? Hearing this, I was even more baffled. Now, I was even more curious about this him. The person the old man wanted to take me to see was called Li Dazue. According to the old man's introduction, Li Dazue, known as the iron-tongued golden immortal, was quite famous in Rongqing. He was proficient in physiognomy and feng shui. A single glance at a person's complexion could determine their fate. However, this man was not only a chatterbox but also greedy for wealth. He would speak his mind to people's faces whether it was good or bad news, earning him the nickname Li Dazue. I heard that some unreliable customers even gifted him a banner reading Miraculous Healer, which he accepted with pleasure. Because Li Dazue was nocturnal, only setting up his stall at night, seeing him during the day was rare, and he would always be yawning. So the old man and I agreed to visit him around 8 or 9 in the evening. When night fell, we arrived at Mahua Alley. This place wasn't originally an alley. During the Guangxu period of the Qing dynasty, it was a mass grave. One year there was a haunting and 7 or 8 people died. Following the advice of an old Taoist priest, a Zhongkue temple was built at the junction between Yin and Yang. Sure enough, after the temple was built, the ghost was suppressed. Because it was efficacious, the incense offerings were plentiful, and gradually a settlement formed into an alley. Mahua Alley is now an antique street with fortune-telling and physiognomy taking up half of it. It's famously known as the Fraud Street in Rongqing. Given that the old man is the type of unreliable person he is, who knows what kind of expert, he knows probably just a big con artist. The old man led me to a very inconspicuous spot behind which there was a public toilet reeking to high heaven. A sun umbrella was casually propped up on the roadside in front of the toilet. Under the umbrella was a small table covered with a Tai Chi patterned cloth, on which sat a lot casting tube moonblocks and 4 shiny bronze coins. What particularly caught my attention was a bronze seal. Behind the stall was a large reclining chair where a skinny man in his 40s lay languidly, his feet propped up on the stall. He had his hair parted in the middle, a traitorous-style skin stretched taut over his bones, chewing on a toothpick, wearing oversized headphones and humming a tune. From the city tower, I view the mountain scenery, hearing the chaos outside the city walls, banners fluttering in empty shadows. The old man called out several times, "Li Baoya." Only then did the skinny man lazily look over, removing his earphones. His gaze was unfocused for a moment, before he jumped up exclaiming, "Oh, my big benefactor, what wind brings you here?" The old man's face darkened, glancing at me from the corner of his eye as if to say, "Brought by this gust of dark wind from him." The skinny man understood, and a single glance at me made him shudder and shake his head repeatedly. He looked at the old man, waved his hand, and said, "The wind's tight, let's scram." The old man's face turned black as he replied, "This newcomer has just hit the board, let's share the water in one bowl." I was completely lost upon hearing this, but I knew it was underworld slang. Before long the skinny man stared at me again. Finally he spoke in plain language. "I half-immortally never read the faces of the dead." I was stunned for a moment before realizing, wasn't he talking about me? I was furious. Just as I was about to lose my temper, the old man tugged at my sleeve, signaling me not to act rashly. Still I couldn't help but ask, "Watch your words. I'm a living person standing right here, how can you curse me to death? Soon enough you'll be dead, believe it or not." This Li Dazue was indeed famously big-mouthed. No wonder he was still so down and out at over 40. I suppressed my anger and gave a cold smirk. "I know, you folks have old rules. First scare the dead, then ask for money to ward off disaster. Keep your money for a coffin, old man. I wouldn't dare take it." All right. Cut the nonsense, let's talk properly." The old man's face grew even darker. "Isn't he just a charlatan?" I said defiantly. "In the divination and fortune-telling trade, you could say their readings are inaccurate, even smash their stall. But you absolutely cannot call them charlatans or frauds, they would consider it a grave insult, and those with a quick temper might even draw a knife on the spot." The skinny man was indeed enraged. He put his hands on his hips and fumed. "I observe your brow is marked by a peck, your eyes have a yellowish tint with red veins destined for a life of hardship and failure. Moreover, dark chi has recently pressed upon your forehead, ensuring a bumpy road ahead, a veritable sign of a short life." The old man seized the moment to add, "Meaning you boy will have money but no life to spend it. A wife but no life to enjoy her. Not only that, but the palace of calamities on your face is faintly dark with foul chi surging skyward. You're likely haunted by a ghost owing unknown debts from the underworld. Boy, death is staring you right in the face." Li Dazue clasped his hands behind his back, circled around me, once then pointed at my forehead and said, "As I see it, the 6th day of the 6th lunar month will be your final day. Whether you can pass this hurdle depends entirely on your own fortune." With that, Li Dazue sighed and fell silent. My face turned pale, thinking, this guy actually has some skill. Sweat was beading on the old man's forehead too. He took out a square handkerchief to wipe it, then asked in a daze, Li Baoya, we've known each other for years. Is this boy really about to meet his end? Li Dazue shook his head. Uncle Li, I've been reading faces for over a decade, but I've never seen such a perilous countenance. Logically, this boy should have been dead by now. I bristled at that. Was I not supposed to be alive? This isn't the place to talk, and that thing has followed us here. Li Dazue was clearly flustered, his voice trembling slightly. I don't know what kind of karma this boy has to be tangled up with something like this. He's hanging by a thread. The old man, myself, and Li Dazue hastily packed up the stall, rolled up a cloth bundle, and quickly walked towards the depths of the small alley. I kept feeling a gust of eerie wind blowing at my back along with the sound of soft, pattering footsteps. The old man and Li Dazue were also drenched in sweat, none of us daring to look back. Xia Ji. A voice called from behind, making my hair stand on end. I thought, it's that thing again. The old man seemed to sense it too and moved behind me. He traced a few strokes on my back with his finger, and the voice abruptly stopped. Li Dazue lived just behind the Zhou Ming temple, about a 3 or 4 minute walk away. In a row of old-style houses along the street, behind the temple, one door had a banner hanging above it reading, "Can determine life and death." 2 mirrors hung high on the door, and a sprig of mugwort was tucked into the doorframe. The front door was pasted with portraits of Shintu and Yulei. Inside the room was a mess. In the center was a shrine dedicated to the 3 Mao lords. Upon entering the main hall, Li Dazue bowed 3 times to the shrine, hastily took out a small 8 trigrams mirror, and hung it in the center of the room. He then took out several yellow talisman papers and sealed the main door and windows. Only then did he sit down, panting heavily. The 3 of us sat in silence. After a long while the old man spoke. If not for the kindness of his grandfather, we would have been reincarnated who knows how many times by now. Alas, this boy carries such heavy misfortune, now I'm dragged into it too. What are you saying? Is there anything greater than the grace of saving one's life? Hearing this, I felt there was more to the story. Old man, what exactly is my grandfather's story? The old man and Li Dazue quickly shook their heads, lowered their voices even more, and huddled together in hushed conversation. No way, no way. I haven't even started a family, I can't be dragged down with him. Li Baoya's ambiguous words angered me. I thought, I'm not a saint, but I wouldn't drag someone down with me in death either. The old man seemed to read my thoughts and quickly shook his head, indicating we should take things as they come. This damn thing is ferocious. My Xinshao sect can only draw talismans and summon a few thunderbolts. Dealing with this thing would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog gone for good. I stared at the old man. He was even more panicked than I was, his eyes wide open. What thing are you talking about? What else? That thing from earlier. It's vicious. Li Baoya, this old man misjudged you. A mere ghost infant has you scared silly. Li Baoya looked confused. Ghost infant? This boy has been haunted by a ghost infant recently. I quickly interjected and told Li Dazue everything that had happened. Oh. Then you're in big trouble. That thing has its eye on you now too. What is it? Could it be that thing? The old man's face was full of shock, completely losing his composure. Alas, Xia Yufang was killed by it decades ago, and it still won't let go. Uncle Li, this boy has dragged us into it. Even the 2 of us combined are no match for it. Can you tell me what this thing is? If you survive this ordeal, I'll tell you everything in detail. I was utterly bewildered. Later I learned that they were so terrified of that entity that even mentioning its name made them tremble with fear. Since they said so, they must have their reasons. I didn't need to say much more, so I asked directly, why does the ghost infant want to use me for cultivation? Li Dazue pondered for a long time, then got up and peered cautiously out the window and through the door cracks. After a full 10 minutes, he walked over to me with a grave expression and said word by word, debts from a past life must be repaid in this one. What kind of logic is that? Does evil in a past life mean repayment in this one? Is there no justice? I was indignant, but I said, Master, could you elaborate for me? Actually, I'm not entirely sure. Li Dazue replied with an embarrassed look. However, my master can tell you everything. Isn't this nonsense? An unreliable old man introduced an unreliable shaman. I couldn't help but ask, who is your master? Li Dazue pointed to the 3 Mao lords on the shrine. I was furious. Are you messing with me? Those are clearly 3 statues. Li Dazue saw my angry expression and stopped beating around the bush. In a moment my master will possess me. Ask whatever you need. Fortunately, Li Dazue summoned the 3 Mao lords, who showed me a way to survive. It wasn't until later that I learned this Li Dazue was indeed a charlatan. If not for his deceased father's formidable connections which could sustain him for a year or two with a mere flick of the hand, he would have long been beaten to death in some brothel. Brat, I'm about to begin the planchette divination. First, let's invoke the ancestral master to determine fortune or misfortune. Li Dazue led us to the back hall, an empty room with a sand tray in the center, its sand gleaming a brilliant yellow like gold. Upon the sand tray rested a divining stick, its head bent into a T-shape with a wooden handle nailed horizontally across the top. "Brat, watch closely." Li Dazue muttered incantations under his breath as if chanting a song. He gripped the planchette with both hands, his arms and the stick hovering in the air, his entire body trembling. After a moment he went still, his hands rigidly holding the divining stick. As if possessed by a ghost, the divining stick began to move on its own, Li Dazue's hands merely following its motion. With a soft scratching sound it traced characters across the sand tray. I stared intently at the tip of the stick. Soon a character was completed. I looked closely and drew in a sharp breath, my hair standing on end. On the sand tray, stark and clear, was written a large character, Death. Li Dazue shuddered, opened his eyes, and upon seeing the character was also greatly startled. "Is there truly no way out?" I asked. What followed was silence. A deathly silence. Li Dazue pondered for a long while before speaking. "The ancestral master's verdict is the king of hell's ledger. Meaning the king of hell has already marked our names. Death is certain. Enough, enough. I, Li Dazue, will repay this with my life if I must." Li Dazue fell silent for a long time, then spat his toothpick to the ground and stamped his foot fiercely. "Then I'll have no choice but to invite the ancestral master to possess my body." He sat down right where he was, crossing his legs. His hands flailed wildly in the air, and he chanted gibberish incantations. Suddenly his eyes rolled back and his whole body collapsed to the ground. A hoarse-piercing woman's voice rang out, "Li Baogui's boy, why have you summoned your third Aunt Huang?" Immediately followed by a sound, "Ga! Ga! Ga! Ga!" A strange, eerie laughter. I vaguely felt that the laughter was familiar, as if I had heard it before. "Isn't that Xia Ji? Ga ga ga! You're still alive." Hearing her say that, I dimly recalled what this thing was. I was utterly horrified and shouted at Li Dazue, "What the hell? This idiot Li Dazue actually summoned a female ghost to possess him." The old man waved his hands in the air, gesturing wildly, and roared, "Get out! Summoning a deity is easy, but sending it away is hard." Third Aunt Huang replied coldly, "Then don't blame me for being rude." The old man's face darkened. The old man grabbed at the air with both hands, as if seizing a piece of cloth, and swiftly cast it over Li Dazue. A piercing scream echoed, and a wisp of black smoke emerged, darting up through the roof and vanishing. The old man and I exchanged bewildered glances. The fact that this guy could summon a malevolent spirit even when trying to invoke a deity. I had to admit I was impressed. I hurried forward to help him up. He sat on the ground and let out a sigh. "Looks like we'll have to resort to the real deal." Li Dazue spat on the ground, rolled up his sleeves, and pulled 4 gleaming brass coins from his pocket, laying them out in a row. He then produced a peachwood sword, filled a small dish with baijiu, and with a flick of the sword's tip balanced the dish upon it. The baijiu in the dish rippled slightly. Li Dazue, using the sword to hold the wine, traced a circle in the air. With his other hand shaped like a dagger he pointed at the dish and roared, "Ignite!" The wine in the small dish burst into eerie blue flames. Li Dazue then circled the sword with the flaming dish over the 4 coins. Astonishingly, something incredible happened. The 4 coins caught fire with a ghostly blue flame. 1 by 1, 2 by 2, 3 of them floated up into the air. They spun around in a circle, forming a square formation. Before long they shifted into a dragon subduing formation. When the flames in the dish burned out, the coins immediately fell back into a straight line, and dropped down one after another with a series of crackling sounds. A chilling wind swept through and the lights in the room flickered. From outside the door came the howling of fierce winds. After a moment all fell silent. The light bulb sputtered and went dark. Streetlight seeped in through the cracks of the door, and the window casting the room in dim darkness. In the gloom I vaguely saw Li Dazue's eyes wide open, and both the old man and I jumped in fright. Li Dazue spoke in a voice that wasn't his own, hoarse and forceful. "I knew the ancestral master had possessed him. Ancestral master above, please accept this disciple's bow, and show me a path of clarity." For a long time there was no sound. Fortune or misfortune is yet unknown. Is there truly no salvation? Since I, this humble priest, have come, I can indeed show you a way out. Moreover, you and I share a bond from a past life, so I naturally cannot turn a blind eye. A black aura of calamity surges from your palace of misfortune, but your palace of spouse has recently been gleaming brightly. 2 strands of yin and yang black energy suspend you. Death won't claim you, and perhaps a destined romance awaits. Ancestral master is it with the vengeful spirit Ali? Nonsense. The matter of the ghost infant holds a deeper mystery. Your destined union lies not with her. She can see both the yin and yang realms and commune with spirits, making her one of the 8 wilds. Hence your destined romance lies not there but elsewhere. Then is my misfortune caused by encountering the old man. Speak no more. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Old man Li is merely a guide. If a falling star appears, you will know in time. Brat! Hear my secret incantation. With a heart attuned to the spirit, the 5 aggregates in 3 parts ever uphold the Tao thought to save the world from suffering. Whenever you face trials, recite this mantra, and it will turn misfortune into fortune. I silently recited it a few times and committed it to memory. Tonight a malevolent ghost will descend. I shall bestow upon you a magical artifact. If you survive this night, all shall be well. If you do not, then so be it. The perfection of your second life will be destroyed in an instant. I take my leave. A cold wind blew through and the light in the room flickered back on bright and warm. Li Dazue, foaming at the mouth, collapsed to the ground. When he came to, he spat out black blood, his vision went dark and he fainted. Li Dazue had exhausted himself this time. The old man hurried over to support him. When the ancestral master descended, Li Baoya's spiritual power was too depleted. His cultivation level couldn't sustain it. I noticed Li Dazue was holding a thread-bound book with a porcelain blue paper cover inscribed with the words, Maoshan Secrets. I knew the ancestral master had left behind this sacred text. There was also a piece of paper on the ground with 2 lines of verdict written on it. No path to heaven, no door to earth. Trace the living water source, seek the root of calamity. Later, after the old man explained it to me, I understood the meaning of these words. It set me on a different journey in life. It was also thanks to those words that I became who I am today. Li Dazue woke from his slumber, stared blankly at the Maoshan Secrets, in his hands trembling all over, and couldn't help but say, "Is this what the ancestral master bestowed upon me? Haha, my long-cherished wish has finally come true. Li Baoya, this was given to Xiaoxia by the ancestral master. Don't you dare hog it." Li Dazue's face fell with disappointment, his eyes darting around before he said in a negotiating tone, "Then let me have a look at it. There's no time left. That thing has already found its way to us." "What?" The old man and Li Dazue turned pale as sheets, gasping in shock. "What is it?" The old man pulled out a cigarette, lit it with trembling hands, and dragged a chair over to lean against. After a long while he finally spoke, his voice quivering. "The story you read in that little book is half true, half false. What the hell do those words at the end of the second half mean?" I was referring to the line, "Never walk my path." Literary creation detached from the masses is like galloping a horse off a cliff. Ha! That second half was written by your grandfather himself. I don't understand it either. Then what really happened? At that time those beasts were just about to open their jaws wide when I valiantly erased them from the face of the earth and everyone was saved. Uncle Li, you haven't changed a bit in decades. Speak plainly. I was just trying to lighten the mood, since the atmosphere was so tense and heavy. Actually, your grandfather and Ligeta never died back then. They simply vanished. Old man, you're speaking in riddles. Were those beasts even real, or did you just make them up? The old man Li Dazue and I were deep in conversation when suddenly, thump, 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 a frantic pounding as if about to break the door down echoed through the room. "Open up." A voice like something from the depths of hell seeped through the crack in the door. Then a strange fragrance drifted in as if someone had lit ambergris incense. The scent mingled the richness of lilies with the subtlety of orchids, the potency of strong liquor with the simplicity of clear tea. The intermittent fragrance grew increasingly intense, intoxicating, and irresistible, like an addict drawing on opium or a lecher catching the scent of a woman's perfume. In my heart, I couldn't help but recite a line of poetry. "Drunk, I know not the way back." The fragrance made one feel utterly euphoric. The old man Li Dazue and I inhaled it until we were drowsy and entranced. Li Dazue, weak and unsteady, staggered toward the door to open it. My mind was still somewhat clear, but all I could do was watch helplessly as he went. The door was opened by Li Dazue, nonetheless, even tearing off the talismans. A silvery bell-like laughter drifted in. Before the laughter had even faded, a woman floated in, breathtakingly beautiful. The old man and Li Dazue stared at her greedily, unable to look away, as if even blinking was a waste of time. They stared fixedly, foolish grins spreading across their faces. Honestly, I had never seen a woman so beautiful. If not for the ancestral master's artifact working its magic, I might have long become a pile of bones beneath her skirt. I was in a daze too, remembering only a woman who drifted in slowly, carrying a heady, intoxicating fragrance. Her hair was coiled high, adorned with pearls, jade, and green hibiscus flowers. 2 luminous pearls hung from her ears. Her complexion was fairer than snow from Mount Tianshan, and her slender brows arched slightly, bearing an expression that was neither angry nor pleased. Her eyes were like twin bright moons, her nose like a hanging bell, and her lips like a small cherry. She wore a tight-fitting camisole top, revealing her snow-white midriff and wide lotus-colored trousers. A silver bracelet adorned each of her ankles, hung with several small bells that jingled with the slightest movement. Then the sound of a pipa rose like pearls falling onto a jade plate. The woman held a pipa upright against her right shoulder, its back turned to us, embellished with jewels. She grasped the neck of the pipa with her left hand, her arm appearing as smooth as a lotus root. Her right hand swept behind the instrument, fingers flowing like water, as she began to play. The music accompanied by her dance was mellifluous and graceful like a Dunhuang flying Apsara, a songstress from the Silk Road, or a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace. Truly her beauty was like rain nurturing delicate blossoms like peach and plum blossoms blooming with laughter. As the three of us listened to the pipa, our eyelids grew heavy, and we couldn't help but succumb to sleep. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of a ceremonial drum echoed forth. Though not melodious, it was incredibly invigorating, more effective than strong tea or coffee. The old master Li Dazue and I were all jolted back to reality by the drumbeats. When the old master and Li Dazue saw the woman, they couldn't help but tremble, their faces turning ashen. Cold sweat trickled down their heads. Li Dazue, that fool, was even more exaggerated. A stream of liquid appeared between his legs. Needless to say, he had pissed himself in fear. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but couldn't close it no matter how hard he tried. The old master, being seasoned though also terrified, managed to shout out, "That's a beauty snake." Exposed, the beauty snake's upper body remained that of a woman, but her lower half transformed into a serpent's body, most of it dragging on the ground, coiled in a half circle with the tip of her tail twitching. When the beauty snake saw me staring, her eyes locked onto mine. My heart nearly leaped out of my chest and my body went as stiff as wood. I couldn't move an inch, almost pissing myself in fear. At that moment, a character for suppress materialized in the air, as if in a 3D movie. When that character appeared, I felt less tense. Looking closely, I saw the character was projected from the Maoshan's secret art. Presumably, the earlier drumbeats had also emanated from that book. I mean, you no harm. Soon you will all be my honored guests. The beauty snake produced a colorful, ornate letter from her bosom. Oh my, Sister Snake, let's keep our distance. How about you just hand those few over to me? A harsh, shrewish voice came from outside the door. A gust of eerie wind followed, and a ghostly woman with bangs stood in the street, hands on her hips. The fangs protruding from her mouth were a full inch longer than the last time we'd seen her. This filthy creature had been waiting outside all along, clearly intent on my doom. A million curses flew through my mind. I had become the object of desire for a middle-aged ghost woman. Auntie Huang, dare you touch even a single hair on their heads? Then kindly step aside. Auntie Huang summoned her eerie wind and lunged forward. In the blink of an eye, the beauty snake simply tossed her head. A flash of red light streaked by. Auntie Huang San, severely wounded, had an arm torn off. She fled as black smoke, snarling viciously as she left. Xia boy, I will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Pathetic. The beauty snake licked her lips, a look of utter disdain on her face. What? The three of us chorused, staring at each other in stunned silence. This vengeful spirit had been haunting me for days, and was already powerful enough to possess a body. Yet she was defeated in an instant by the beauty snake. Just how powerful was this creature? The thought terrified me. A soon-to-be groom, and you're this scared. Have some spine, will you? The beauty snake's grim expression flickered with a hint of amusement. A red light passed over my face and I felt a piercing, bone-chilling cold. Not a bad taste. The beauty snake licked her lips, looking somewhat intoxicated. I thought to myself, when luck is against you, even demons come to mock you. I've never even held a girl's hand. Where the hell did a bride come from? A terrifying thought flashed through my mind and I stared at the beauty snake in horror. What are you thinking? The beauty snake was no fool. I wouldn't dare compete with my master. Master! We three said in unison, thinking we were done for. If a mere minion was this powerful, then if her master showed up, killing us would be no different from crushing ants. What's so surprising? Old Master Li sent you the marriage contract long ago. The old master stared blankly at the beauty snake, his face turning beet red. What marriage contract? Ah, you must have forgotten. The contract on that meteorite, didn't old man Xia tell you? A flash of red light and the colorful letter from the beauty snake's hand flew into mine. This is the marriage contract written by your elder himself. I've delivered it. You are our honored guest now. I must return to my master. We will meet again. With that, the beauty snake slithered away. It took me a moment to snap back to reality. I rushed to the door and looked out into the street, finding only pitch darkness devoid of any figure. Ah, old man Xia. When he gave me the meteorite, he did mention something. But it was so long ago I had completely forgotten. I think they used that meteorite to find you. Kid, I'm not trying to scare you, but you've already got corpse chi on you. Auntie Huang will find you again. You're joking. I refused to believe a word they said. Without even glancing at the marriage contract, I threw it into the trash can outside. I thought to myself, I'd rather be a bachelor for life than marry a demon. The old master hastily retrieved the contract side and said something that sent chills down my spine. Alas, I didn't think this was real. He handed the contract to me. Xiao Xia, there's no escaping this. Though it was started by your grandfather, it is indeed a marriage agreement he made with that thing. I couldn't believe it. My grandfather was already dead when I was born. How could he have arranged for me to marry that thing? Not only was it incomprehensible, but by common sense what grandfather would arrange a ghost marriage for his grandson. I stood there frozen. I couldn't accept it in my heart. Still I unfolded the contract to take a look. Marriage contract between the Xia and Yuchi families. Xia Ji born in the year of the snake. Yuchi Wan'er born in the year of the horse. On the 6th day of the 6th month our two families shall unite in holy matrimony. Two families joined a single pact, a bond of good fortune matched in harmony. May the peach blossoms bloom bright, fitting for home and hearth. May future generations flourish prosperous and thriving. Thus we pledge our troth inscribed upon this letter, sealing the bond of red leaves recorded in the marriage registry. This is our witness. This year is the year of the horse and the 6th day of the 6th month is about a month away. The format was exactly the same as the one on the meteorite. I read it 3 or 4 times feeling a mix of anger and amusement. Though the writing was elegant it lacked a wedding location, making it seem like a prank. Later I secretly threw the contract away behind the old master's back. But it kept returning to my bedside on its own 4 or 5 times in a row. I simply left it in the bedside drawer and ignored it. Old master, tell me about my grandfather. Your grandfather, your father, and your ancestors. They were all extraordinary people. I knew that without him telling me. My ancestors were antique dealers. In the early years of the Republic they acquired a large number of cultural relics stolen by eunuchs. After the founding of the nation my grandfather handed them over to the state and was commended for it. I've already mentioned my grandfather's deeds. As for my father, he was just an ordinary archaeologist spending his years doing fieldwork in all weather, showing nothing particularly special about him. Old master, stop beating around the bush. Spit it out. Having been through so many bizarre events together, the old master and I were like brothers in arms, so I was naturally bold in my speech. Instead of getting angry the old master chuckled and scolded me. You little rascal, why so impatient? Li Hongwei, who had been in a daze, realized he had pissed his pants and turned bright red. He went to the backyard to wash and change. Then he crouched in a corner, not saying a word. All right, let me tell you a story first. After you hear it I'll explain this marriage contract. But you've got to be strong, you hear me? Be strong. Did it have something to do with my grandfather? I thumped my chest and swore I could handle it. Only then did the old master drop his smile and speak with a grave expression. Where to begin? The old master started, then paused for a long while before saying, let's start with the little booklet. This story is a bit long and a bit terrifying. Do you have the guts to hear it? Old master, we've seen life and death together, how can we be afraid of a story? When I said we'd seen life and death, I meant the events of the past few nights. This story wasn't scary at first, but the further I listened the more my hair stood on end. If I had to hear it again I'd rather not. The old master pulled out a cigarette and I lit it for him. In a hoarse voice he said, earlier I told you that the story in the booklet was half true, half false. Actually the true part of that story I've kept buried in my heart. Just thinking about it makes my hair stand on end. If it weren't for you I would never want to relive it. I understand. Alright, let me start with the strange beasts. The latter part of the story, if I hadn't experienced it myself I wouldn't believe it was true. If I could go back to that night I would have wished the old master had never told the story. But alas, it had all already happened. The old man's expression remained heavy, and what I saw in his eyes was fear. Before long I was captivated by the story he told. Later I transcribed the old man's account into written form. To make it easier to read I continued it in the style of a small booklet he had. To clarify, Xiao Li is old master Li Hongwei and old man Xia is my grandfather. Old Li was so thin he was just a bundle of sinew, so we called him Li Kada. I didn't know much about Zhang the Bearded. 40 years ago, of the team investigating the Taklamakan meteorite incident, only 4 remained by the time they reached the desert's eye. The 4 blasted open the meteorite, releasing the beast and sparking a fierce battle. The story from the prologue. Xiao Li was pinned under the beast's foot, injured but not fatally. The beast's claw rested on Xiao Li's waist, and he had given up all hope of survival. Just as its gaping maw was about to close, and a voice cried out, "Boy, get out of the way." Hearing it was Zhang the Bearded, Xiao Li found a surge of strength and rolled aside, tumbling over 10 feet away. Damn you! Zhang the Bearded had lost part of his right arm to a bite. With his remaining arm he braced a crooked-barreled gun against his half-crouched left thigh and fired off a burst of shots. Rat-a-tat-tat. Beneath the beast's barbed hide was a patch of tender flesh, and one bullet struck it dead center. With a deep muffled roar the creature collapsed and died after a few feeble twitches. Damn it! Shove explosives down its throat. Old man Xia crawled out of the cave, and at his shout Xiao Li understood immediately. He rolled behind a dune, pulled a bundle of grenades from his pack, then rolled back to the beast. As it opened its mouth he yanked the pin and tossed the whole bundle in. Boom! 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 After several explosions the creature's head was blown to shreds. Well, that's it for this one. Old man Xia pulled out a cigarette and smoked it with a satisfied puff. Before they could catch their breath the other beasts came charging. Quick into the cave. The entrance is narrow. They can't move well in there. I'll grab the explosives. Old Zhang hauled his pack from behind the dune. The beasts were already within 10 yards. Old man Xia peered out and bellowed, Li Kada, are you ready in there? After about 10 seconds, a muffled voice came from within. Don't worry, everything's set. All right, we're coming down. Xiao Li and Old Man Xia scrambled into the cave, while Old Zhang, still dragging his pack, was just 2 or 3 steps from the entrance. 3 or 4 beasts closed in. Xiao Li was already halfway down, shouting desperately, Brother Beard, run. Zhang the Bearded's face darkened. You little fool, get down there now or I'll smack you. As he spoke, a beast lunged like a gust of wind and clamped its jaws onto Zhang's left leg. The force was so violent it knocked him to the ground, black blood seeping from the wound. Zhang the Bearded swung a mighty uppercut, his fist like a bowl aimed at the beast's jaw. The creature countered by slamming its chin down. Crack! Zhang's arm snapped, the broken bone piercing into the beast's jaw. A howl of agony made Xiao Li's face turn pale. Zhang hooked the pack with his leg, and with all his might kicked it into the cave. Xiao Li caught it in one motion. Damn your ancestors! Zhang tore open his coat with his broken hand, revealing a belt of explosives strapped to his body. With 2 unbroken fingers, he gripped the fuse. He closed his eyes and lay perfectly still. When the beasts crept near, they tore into him, and the sound of crunching bones was unmistakable. Zhang the Bearded listened intently. 1, 2, 3, 4 beasts gathered around him. He gritted his teeth and let out a fierce cry. You little brat. I'm off to see the King of Hell early. You make sure you survive. Before the words faded, there was a thunderous boom. The ground shook as Old Zhang and the beasts were consumed in a fiery blast, destroyed together. When the black smoke cleared, Zhang the Bearded was gone, leaving only scattered remains on the ground. The thick smell of gunpowder couldn't mask the stench of blood. The 3 beasts lay in a bloody mess, all dead. You bastards! My brother Beard! Xiao Li crawled out of the cave and picked up a belt buckle, Zhang's most treasured possession. Brother Beard, I'll never talk back to you again. Xiao Li clutched the buckle and wailed, kneeling on the ground. When I heard this part, tears streamed down the old man's face, and it genuinely startled me. Boy, get back in the cave. Old man Xia, hearing the commotion from below, climbed up the rope. Boy, quick. There are 2 more beasts out there. Xiao Li refused to move, so Old man Xia dragged him into the cave. The cave was dozens of meters deep and pitch black. They climbed down the wall, and the deeper they went, the larger it became. It took a long while to reach the bottom. 1 foot stepped into a pool of water, and shining a miner's lamp down, they were struck with sheer terror. The water came up to their waists, and in the pool, about the size of 1 or 2 football fields, floated several fish over 3 meters long, known scientifically as taimen. Their bellies were slashed open, intestines spilling out. Boy, hide over here. Old man Xia pulled Xiao Li behind a large rock by the shore. From the cave entrance came eerie laughter. Then 2 silhouettes hung in the air, sliding down ropes. With 2 splashes, the dark figures plunged into the water. Boy, watch this. Li Kada, how's it going? Old man Xia, are you ready on your end? All set. Boy, let's head deeper. Old man Xia is going to show his skills today. Old man Xia whistled as he walked, deliberately making sure the beasts could hear him. The 2 beasts, clearly uncomfortable in the water, struggled for a long time before crawling out and following the whistle deeper into the cave. At the sound of crackling noises, Xiao Li nearly wet himself and scrambled forward. He hadn't run far before he saw Li Kada holding a revolver, his face dark and grim. Li Kada, what are you doing? Li Kada acted as if he hadn't heard, still staring intently past Xiao Li. They're here. They've come. The pattering footsteps grew closer, nearly upon them. Li Kada, shoot. Old man Xia grabbed Xiao Li and rolled behind a stone door. A gunshot rang out and Li Kada tumbled in after them. Old man Xia flipped to his feet and slammed a switch. The stone door rumbled shut. In that instant of closure, a colossal boom echoed, shaking their chests and deafening their ears. Then, as if fire rained from above, the 2 beasts were engulfed in a sea of flames. The stone door sealed completely, though a few embers drifted through the cracks before dying out. From the gap came a man's agonized scream, sending chills down their spines. Xiao Li, Old man Xia, and Li Kada leaned against a rock wall, gasping for breath. In the glow of the miner's lamp, they stared at each other, faces pale. After a long silence, their breathing steadied. Xiao Li looked at Old man Xia in disbelief. Boy, if you've got questions, just ask. Why was there a human scream? That was a zombie wailing as it burned. What? How did 1 bullet from Old Li cause an explosion like an atom bomb? Boy, you wouldn't know this. Us archaeologists, we can read burial sites and feng shui. Based on my initial assessment, there's a cluster of tombs here. That outer tomb has a special design called the dragonfire glazed ceiling. Li Kada grinned. Let this old scoundrel teach you the tricks of the trade. The dragonfire glazed ceiling was a burial style from Emperor Xuanzong's era in the Tang dynasty. The tomb owner would add an inner ceiling, top it with a thin layer of glazed tiles, cover those with bags of Western region's fire dragon oil, Then seal it with another layer of glazed tiles and packed earth. If an intruder broke through the glazed tiles, the oil would pour down and ignite on contact with air. The tomb owner would rather destroy everything than be robbed. Based on Li Keda's years of experience, this tomb was a rectangular vertical pit, with a box-shaped wooden coffin, leading him to conclude it was a Tang Dynasty noble's tomb from Khotan. The tomb's protective wall had collapsed from water erosion, leaving the offering hall wide open. The coffin rested on a high platform, and the ceiling was a domed structure with faint blue glimmers, confirming it as a dragonfire glazed ceiling. The Book of Burial says, in feng shui, water is paramount, wind second. In modern terms, a burial site values water most, followed by wind. Water gives rise to qi, so ample water means strong qi. The pool behind the tomb bore clear signs of artificial excavation, fed by an underground channel. It worked like a U-shaped pipe, never overflowing no matter how full. The meteorite, after crossing the celestial field, struck the dragon's eye, piercing through this tomb that harbored earthly qi. The northwest wind poured in, turning a living site into a corpse-nurturing ground. Those beasts, with their vigorous blood and energy, couldn't have been born from the corpse qi of this tomb. A corpse-nurturing ground. Xiao Li's hair stood on end, cold sweat beading on his brow. He knew what a corpse-nurturing ground meant. Something unclean lurked here, and what it was no one could say. By all logic, the air in this passage shouldn't be this clear. Could there be another secret in this tomb? Drip drip. Old man Xia, when you pee, watch where you're aiming. You've splattered my face. Xiao Li wiped his face with his sleeve. You little brat, you've got a sharp tongue. Drip, drip. More foul-smelling droplets fell. Xiao Li glanced at old man Xia, who sat calmly on the ground, then at Li Keda, who was drawing and calculating on the floor with his finger, muttering like an incantation. Where's this water coming from? It's rank, sticky, and foul. Xiao Li swept his miner's lamp around. The cave was clearly a natural karst cavern filled with stalactites of all sizes. In Xinjiang, these stalactites are called mudstone. They look as if they're completely encased in mud. The cavern was as vast as a sports stadium. The three sat beneath a rock wall riddled with holes of various sizes. The ceiling was thick with bats, a dense black mass. The floor was piled with mounds of bat guano. What a waste of fine Ming sand medicine buried here instead of building socialism. Li Keda mused with a hint of self-mockery. According to the Shinnong herbal classic, bat guano, also known as tianchi droppings or Ming sand, has properties that clear heat and brighten the eyes. It said the blind could regain sight by consuming it. Modern medicine confirms it has medicinal value even for minor ailments like diarrhea. This cavern looks natural, but it's actually been carved by hand. If I'm not mistaken, there's a passage leading to an emperor's tomb. Great. I can finally denounce a feudal lord. Boy, shut your mouth and keep your wits about you, or you might not make it out. Drip. The water fell again. Xiao Li was certain it was saliva. Though they sat at different heights, none of them would be so bored as to spit on their comrades. What is that? All three said in unison, their eyes fixed on the rock wall. They wished they hadn't looked. Their scalps crawled with dread. Directly above our heads there was a gaping hole like an opening. At the boundary where the miner's lamplight met the darkness, an enormous face peered out. It was more than twice the size of an ordinary human face, covered in white fur, as if it had been dredged from a pile of flour. It had a pointed nose and a pair of blood-red beady little eyes staring intently at the three of us. Its mouth was split wide open, revealing two large front teeth. Its drool was practically forming a river, dripping down in steady streams. The creature's neck was rather short, and it had crawled out with its upper body. Its fur was black and short, glistening greasily under the light. The creature craned its head from side to side, seemingly unable to contain itself any longer. It suddenly lunged down. With the aid of our miner's lamps, we saw it clearly, a white-headed rat as large as a pig. Xiao Li had never seen such a huge rat. With a cry of "Mommy!" he scrambled backward in fright. This was underground, and it was the king here. Damn it! We've run into a Gaochang rat. I can't believe these creatures actually exist. The old man was clearly startled as well. According to the records of the Great Tang records on the western regions, the kingdom of Gaochang had a rat king. The large ones were as big as pigs, the small ones as big as rabbits, with heads as white as snow. Merchants who passed through and failed to pay homage would find their clothes gnawed at best or meet their deaths at worst. Ever since Gaochang was destroyed by the Karakhanid Khanate, these rats were thought to be extinct. Who would have thought we'd encounter one underground today? Before Xiao Li could even think, the creature leaped. It jumped a full 3 meters into the air and came crashing down towards him. The strong smell of blood on Xiao Li was a powerful lure for the rat. Shoot it, Li Geta. Oh, this little bastard. I've killed a whole pack of these in my day. Li Geta was a man of hidden talents. He crouched down, coiling his body, and pushed his left hand forward like a gust of wind, firing a shot at the giant rat. In a flash, the gun jumped to his right hand, and he fired again, striking the rat square in the head. The giant rat crashed down heavily onto Xiao Li. Black blood gushed out, its stench nauseating. Li Geta was no simple man. His real name was Li Hongwei, a master of the southern school of tomb raiding. He could read the landscape, observe feng shui, and locate dragon lairs. During the Taklamakan Desert meteorite incident, although Zhang Huzi was nominally the team leader, the real leaders were Old Xia and Li Geta. A team of over 100 people had marched into the desert, and only the 3 of them came out alive. It was unimaginable without considerable skill. Before they knew it, several more Gaochang rats had crawled out. They swarmed the dead rat, devouring it in a frenzy, tearing it to shreds, until only a pile of bones remained in an instant. Quick! Follow that hole in the wall. Old Xia, who was in his early 50s, tapped his right foot, and his body shot up like a flying ape scaling a cliff. He vaulted onto the stone hole, and with a powerful shove from his hands and feet, he flipped up onto the stone wall 7 or 8 meters high. Without delay, he threw down a rope. Even Xiao Li, a special forces soldier, was stunned by the display. Old Xia shouted, "Kid, don't just stand there. Grab your pack and follow me." Xiao Li put strength into his arms, grabbed the rope, and with 3 kicks and 2 scrambles he climbed up. Li Geta stayed behind, firing wildly at the Gaochang rats. He took a few steps back for a running start, charged at the wall, grabbed the rope with both hands, and with a carp-like flip he was up. Even Xiao Li, who had seen much, was shocked. Who the hell are these 2 old-timers? All 3 scrambled into the hole. The tunnel was only half a man's height, forcing them to crouch as they moved. The earthen walls were covered with marks from claws clearing the way. Li Geta, no outsiders now, time to show your stuff. These 3 puny whelps. I'll blow them away with 1 shot each. Bang, bang, bang. Li Geta planted his feet, twisted his upper body 180 degrees, and extended his right arm. His gun moved like a dragonfly skimming water. After 3 shots, the 3 white-headed rats were kicking their legs on the ground, done for. A cold sweat broke out on Xiao Li's back. Even the best sharpshooter on the farm couldn't match Li Geta's skill. Truly a man of hidden talents. Old Xia's background must be even more extraordinary. After walking for about 10 minutes, Old Xia shone his lamp ahead. Li Geta looks like a passage up ahead. I've been walking through rat holes this whole time, ha. Ha, 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 ha. I figured as much. The 2 chatted and laughed. No doubt those 3 or 4 time-end fish were also taken care of by the old-timers. Sure enough, within 100 paces, the earthen tunnel came to an end. The passage ahead was over 1 man's height, constructed entirely of large blue stones with an arched ceiling. Kid, follow me. Take 3 steps straight, then 4 steps diagonally left, then 3 steps straight, then 4 steps diagonally right. Alternate like this, don't make a mistake. The old man strutted with his chest out, not even looking at the ground, repeating this pattern for about 10 minutes. Xiao Li broke out in a cold sweat and stumbled his foot, half stepping out of line. Get down! Li Geta heard the sound of metal scraping against stone, and tackled Xiao Li to the ground. Sure enough, swoosh, swoosh. Several hidden arrows whizzed past right above their heads. Kid, this is a Han-style tomb. These passages have crossbow traps. I was raiding tombs like this before you were even a twinkle in your daddy's eye. Old Xia grabbed Xiao Li and continued 3 steps left, 2 steps right for another 10 minutes. A massive stone wall blocked their path. It was carved from a single piece of rock with 3 lines of text inscribed in the center. 1 line looked like Sanskrit, 1 was in Chinese, and 1 resembled Semitic script. Xiao Li was utterly confused. What does this say? Old Xia muttered something in a strange guttural language before finally speaking plainly. It says, whoever dares to disturb my tomb, may their lineage be cut off forever. Old Xia added, in today's terms it means dig up my grave, and I'll curse your entire family. Li Geta chuckled. So it is Kharosthi and Khotanese script. Looks like this is the tomb of the kingdom of Khotan. Kharosthi script, also known as Kharosthi or Gandhari script. Legend has it that Kharosthi was created by a sage from Tianzhu, India, who had the body of a man and the face of a donkey. He invented this alphabetic script written from left to right. It later spread from Tianzhu to the western regions, including Naya and Lolan, becoming the common script there. Old Xia, could the stone wall be the Vajra wall? Let's blast it with explosives. Seeing no response, Xiao Li continued. Kid, if you set off explosives, we'll all be dead. This little broken door. It's no challenge for me. Old Xia pulled a fine iron claw from his pocket and slashed it across the stone door. A crack appeared and a faint eerie light shone through. Old Xia then took a stiff wire from his pack and hooked it into the crack. He pressed both hands against the sides of the door and gave a gentle push. The massive door, weighing 1,000 catties, creaked open. Old Xia walked in with his hands behind his back, as if he were coming home. Xiao Li followed. Perhaps because they had been in the dark for so long, the sudden brightness was blinding, and they couldn't open their eyes. After a long moment he slowly opened his eyes, but then couldn't close them again, stunned by the sight before him. The tomb chamber was the size of a basketball court, 4 to 5 meters high, supported on each side by 6 stone pillars. They were made of whole jade from the Karakoram Mountains, carved with Gandharan-style reliefs of dancing girls, incredibly lifelike. Below them were piled pearls, agates, jadeite, and jade. Glowing pearls shimmered. The chamber was filled with an eerie cold and dim fluorescence. In the center of the tomb, a fluorite coffin emanated waves of blue light. The coffin was 3 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 1.5 meters high. It was crystal clear, smooth, and the interior was faintly visible. One could almost see its chilling aura with the naked eye. On each of its 4 sides were carved 4 more Gondheran-style relief murals with smooth lines and lifelike forms. Scattered around the fluorite coffin lay the naked bodies of dozens of young women around 17 or 18 years old. Their facial features were distinct, showing characteristics of the Aryan race. Their bodies were crystal clear and snow-white, as if they had just died. They were undoubtedly sacrificial maidens. So many jade-like bodies lying about made Xiao Li blush all the way to the roots of his neck. The jade supporting the tomb's ceiling rose towards the center, forming a dome shape. At the top of the dome was a 3-dimensional mural. At the center was a man in royal attire dressed similarly to ancient Indians, holding a curved sword to his neck, as if about to commit suicide. Beside him knelt a creature with a rat's head. The rat-headed creature stared blankly at a pile of dead soldiers scattered around. The war banner behind the man was broken. At the edge of the mural, a group of soldiers with Han-like faces appeared. On one banner, written in Kharosthi script, were the words, "Son of the Eastern Emperor." Beneath the banner stood a young man, handsome and jubilant, as if on the verge of a great victory. "Kid, do you understand this mural?" "No clue. If you get out of here alive, you should read more books. Stop all this nonsense." Legend has it that the prince of King Ashoka and his followers were banished in anger to the western border of Khotan. The son of the Eastern Emperor occupied the eastern border. Later the eastern and western rulers clashed, and the eastern ruler defeated the western ruler, unifying Khotan. This story depicts the defeat of the western ruler. Exactly. This tomb is almost certainly the western ruler's. But this western ruler might be a fake. Take a look at the reliefs on this coffin. On the front of the coffin, a beggar was depicted being dragged away by 2 soldiers, while a noblewoman on the city gate looked on with delight. On the back of the coffin, a beautiful woman with a snake's body was being sealed in a furnace by a figure dressed as a Taoist priest. On both ends of the coffin, a line of incantation was written in Khotanese, Kharosthi, Tocharian, Gaochang, Uyghur Chinese, and Tibetan scripts. The line in Chinese read, "Dust to dust, earth to earth, born in peace, rest in ease." Ligeta, do you know the story of the beggar? I'm afraid not. I know the history of the Central Plains like the back of my hand, but I only know a little about these border regions. That beggar was the true Western ruler. The one in this coffin is a fake. Legend has it that a woodcutter lived by the Shuba River. He was so infatuated with his wife's beauty that he stopped working. Later his wife painted a portrait of herself and made him take it to work. One day the wind blew the portrait into the hands of the Western ruler. Seeing such a beautiful woman, he seized her by force. The woman was of course deeply unhappy. She secretly sent a letter to her husband, telling him to disguise himself as a beggar and beg beneath the royal city wall. When she saw her husband arrive, she revealed a smile she hadn't shown in a long time. The king saw this and also disguised himself as a beggar to please her. But she ordered the soldiers to seize and kill the beggar king. And so the woodcutter became the king of the land. Xiao Li was astonished. He had never heard such a story. Pointing at the human-faced snake relief, he stared at old Xia, his eyes blinking rapidly, full of confusion. That is the story of the beautiful snake woman. After becoming king, the woodcutter went hunting one day. In the forest, he met a beautiful woman who claimed to be a princess. She said her kingdom had fallen, and she begged the king to marry her. The king agreed without a second thought. After the woman entered the palace, she not only killed the queen, but also demanded a pair of virgin boys and girls to eat every year. On the 3rd year, the snake demon demanded the princess who had disguised as the beggar king. The new king was more than happy to oblige. That year, a Taoist priest claiming to be a heavenly master arrived from the east. He told the king, "Your queen is a snake demon." The Taoist performed a spell before the king, and the queen transformed into a monster with a human head and a snake's body. The Taoist used his magic to seal the snake demon in a furnace, saying that after 1700 years the demon might escape, and he would return to this kingdom then. Because of his infatuation with the snake demon, the Western ruler's governance became corrupt, and he was quickly destroyed by the Eastern ruler. The princess secretly noted the Taoist's name, but later both the princess and the Taoist disappeared without a trace. Old Xia finished the tale in one breath, and Xiao Li was dumbfounded. He was even more curious about the supposed Western ruler in the stone coffin. Inside the coffin lay a male corpse dressed and appearing exactly like the one in the mural. Suddenly the entire coffin moved and a plume of black smoke rose from it. A strange, alluring fragrance emanated from beneath the coffin. A creature with a human head and a snake's body, a full zhang in length, rose up tall, poised to strike. It flicked its crimson forked tongue, its serpentine eyes gleaming with cold, fierce, killing intent. A stream of black, foul-smelling liquid shot from the snake's fangs towards Xiao Li. Xiao Li rolled aside, but the human-headed snake transformed into a black python, which bit down on Xiao Li's foot and began to swallow. Li and old Xia desperately grabbed Xiao Li's arms. Two black shadows flashed and with a crack, both Li and old Xia were struck by the snake's tail tumbling to the side. Xiao Li was in imminent danger. Wretched beast, stop. A soft feminine voice called out. The beautiful snake demon quickly gagged and spat Xiao Li out, then slunk back into the dark hole beneath the coffin. The three of them gasped for breath for a long while before they could collect themselves. They all turned to look at the coffin. The eyes of the male corpse inside suddenly snapped open. They were hollow blood-red orbs, and a sinister smile curled at the corners of its mouth. As he spoke, cold sweat beaded on the old man's brow, a testament to the bloody and brutal scene of that battle. Fearing he could bear no more, I asked him to only briefly recount what followed. According to him, the Western Lord had become a 1,000-year-old corpse fiend. Old Man Xia and Li, however, employed a strange Taoist art, and initially managed to gain the upper hand. Before long, Li was afflicted with corpse poison, and Old Man Xia was severely wounded. The corpse fiend with its Vajra-like iron body remained largely unharmed. From the sky, a mysterious woman drifted down. Clad in white silk, she seemed to be amidst mist and fog, appearing to be about 16 or 17 years old. Apart from her black hair, she was entirely white-clad, her features breathtakingly beautiful and pure as ice and snow. Her voice was soft and melodious, as if she were a celestial maiden. The woman battled the corpse fiend for several hundred rounds before she could suppress it. Using some unknown method, she resealed the fiend within the fluorite coffin. The woman saved Li and Old Man Xia. Old Man Xia produced a colored letter. The woman read it, nodded, smiled softly, and with a light leap drifted away. Xiao Li and the other two followed closely behind and finally emerged from the tomb. Strangely enough, the blood-sucking monstrous bird that had plagued the area for days had also vanished without a trace. Upon returning to the eye of the desert, Xiao Li, Old Man Xia, and Li found a letter left by the two elders stating they had important missions to attend to and had taken their leave without saying goodbye. To pass the inspection, Xiao Li had no choice but to fabricate a half-true story. His superiors dismissed it as nonsense and sealed the archives, letting the matter drop. Honestly, at the time, I had no idea what Old Man Xia had given that woman. It wasn't until I saw that colored letter again that it suddenly dawned on me. Are you talking about the marriage certificate? Exactly. That marriage certificate was personally handed to that woman by your grandfather. If not for the seal on the letter, I would never have believed it. I took out the colored letter and finally found the seal at the bottom of the back, inscribed in Yuanzhu seal script, Xia Yofeng seal. I had seen this seal many times at home and could confirm its authenticity without a doubt. So my grandfather and Li didn't die. No, they only disappeared, they didn't die. They would be nearly 100 years old by now. So this marriage contract is between me and that young woman. Perhaps so. In truth, the old man himself wasn't fully aware of the details. Another long silence followed, the three of them sitting quietly. There's still a month until the marriage contract takes effect. Let me think of a way to help you. For now it's uncertain whether you can even survive this ghost infant tribulation. Boy, you've been having a streak of bad luck lately. I can see a faint darkness looming over your career palace. I suspect some trouble is brewing at your workplace, Li Dazue said with a sinister smile, casting me a cold glance. I cursed inwardly. Why bring up the one thing I don't want to hear? I'm not even sure I'll keep my own life. I'll head home now, Xiaoxia. Call me if you need anything. The old man rose from his chair, slowly walked out the door, and didn't look back. After a series of bizarre events, I didn't dare return to my rented room. I shamelessly crashed on Li Dazue's couch for the night. The next day before dawn, Li Dazue kicked me out. Having been tormented by foul entities for several nights straight, I felt dazed and listless. I hurried back to the dormitory, washed up, grabbed my bag, and headed to work. The company was just a few minutes' walk from my place. I arrived at the company as usual, only to find a group of workers in uniforms, hauling away the desks, chairs, and computers. Curious, I asked, "Master, are you moving things out?" The worker looked me up and down and asked in confusion, "You don't know yet? Forget about work. Your company has been auctioned off. Go on home." My heart skipped a beat. I immediately called the boss, but his phone was switched off. Damn. Can my luck get any worse? First I'm haunted by those things, and now I'm unemployed. I clutched the 1,000 or so yuan I had on me, on the verge of tears. Heavens, who knows what I've been through. I returned to the dormitory and walked to my room, only to find my belongings tossed out at the door. I called the landlord, who stammered as soon as he picked up. I can't rent this place to you anymore. Please just go. I'll refund this month's rent too." Shortly after, the landlord came over, trembling, flanked by several burly tattooed men for courage. Some clutched statues of Guanyin, others of Guangong. In short, they were all shaking with fear. I really had to hand it to them. The landlord forced a smile and said, "Xiaoxia, I originally. But now there's truly no other way. I'll have your luggage shipped out and I'll cover the fare." He pulled out a wad of cash. "Here's the deposit and rent. Please just leave quickly." As the saying goes, ruining a man's livelihood is like harming his parents. I was caught between laughter and tears, unsure where to move. I gave them Zhou Ming's address. The young men, without waiting for the landlord's approval, scrambled downstairs and called a truck. They hauled my luggage away in a frenzy, dumped it all into Zhou Ming's place without asking his permission, and then fled. Damn it! Is heaven trying to destroy me? I just lost my job and now I've lost my home too. This chain of events caught me completely off guard, leaving me dejected all day. Zhou Ming came running out with a grin, helping me carry my stuff and treating me to a meal. Honestly, when you're down and out, having a brother like this makes it all worth it. Later I came to realize that this string of seemingly coincidental events was all tied to that marriage contract. I had no idea why that thing was so determined to bring me harm. I loafed around for a few days, then called the old man. Old man, I lost my job. Sigh. I was thinking of having you work with me, but I didn't know how to bring it up. What industry are you in? I'm in logistics. If you're willing, I can arrange a business manager position for you. What? You want me to be a delivery outlet manager? How should I put it? A guaranteed 20000 a month plus commissions for more business. Are you interested? Is it really that good? Why not come take a look? Stay if you like it. Oh, and by the way, make sure to study that Maoshan's secret arts when you have time. Alright, I'll come check out your company tomorrow. I'll send you the address by text. Be there at 2 p.m. sharp tomorrow. Sure enough, the old man soon sent an address. Thanks to his reminder, I recalled the Maoshan's secret arts. Honestly, if it hadn't been for the sheer number of bizarre events I'd experienced, I would never have believed the things written in such a book. I opened the Maoshan's secret arts. Beneath the porcelain blue paper, cover the yellowed title page read, Authentic Maoshan's Secret Arts. Written by Mao Gu of Zhurong, annotated and supplemented by Qingyunzi. The main text was written in neat regular script, filling over 300 to 400 pages. The first volume contained methods for subduing demons and capturing ghosts, diagrams resembling martial arts moves, and mentions of plants and animals I had never heard of before. There was much more that was utterly incomprehensible, along with bizarre instructions for using these things. The volume ended with dozens of talisman drawings. The middle volume recorded recipes for taking elixirs and refining qi. Each recipe was paired with detailed descriptions of the pills, including their origins, weights, and firing times. It also contained verses for qi cultivation diagrams, such as breathing and exhalation methods, dragon tiger body flexibility arts, and Shenhuang inner alchemy. There were even advanced techniques like invisibility and earth escape. The lower volume detailed the names and origins of various demons and monsters, along with methods to subdue them, complete with incantations and hand gestures. It also covered feng shui, physiognomy, cloud divination, and various other disciplines. The methods in this volume focused primarily on salvation and liberation, with very little mention of killing. At the end, there was an appendix with a guiding text not long, only about 300 to 400 characters. Starting from 3 or 4 in the afternoon, I read through the Maoshan's secret arts until late into the night. It wasn't until Zhou Ming came home from work that I finished a rough reading, gaining a slight understanding of the ways of yin and yang. Zhou Ming came back very late that day. When he walked in, I saw a patch of black on his forehead like swirling black mist. Honestly, if I hadn't skimmed through the Maoshan's secret arts at that moment, whether I could have saved Zhou Ming's life is anyone's guess. Zhou Ming returned in a huff, his face dark as thunderclouds. To be honest, I had never seen the half-immortal wear such an expression. I know that behind everyone's smile lies a story of hardship. Especially those who greet you with a cheerful face every day only to wail in despair behind closed doors. It turned out that Zhou Ming's girlfriend of 6 months had cheated on him. Her reason? The half-immortal was too fat. He pleaded that he could lose weight, but she retorted that it was too late. Anyone with a modicum of sense could see what was really going on. Alas, the half-immortal just couldn't wrap his head around it. Ignoring the torrential downpour outside, he bought a bottle of beer, sat by the roadside, and shielded by the heavy rain broke down in a torrent of sobs. That guy can't hold his liquor. He'd barely finished 1 bottle of beer before he vomited all over the ground around where he was sitting. Half-immortal. You look awful. What on earth is the matter? Buddy, I need some peace and quiet. Just let me be alone with my thoughts. I could naturally tell that the half-immortal was deeply troubled and miserable inside. Honestly, seeing my good brother in such a state tore at my heart. Zhou Ming's room was sparse. Just a bed and a sofa. I always crashed on the sofa for the night. That night, for some unknown reason, the room felt incredibly stuffy and hot. I opened both the door and the window, letting the wind blow through. Perhaps because it was summer, I was lightly dressed and barely covered myself. In the dead of night, a chilling gust of wind swept through, startling me awake. I was roused by a sharp cramping pain in my gut, feeling an unbearable ache in my abdomen. I knew it was a stomach upset. I scrambled to my feet and asked, "Hey man, where's the toilet paper?" "By the head of the bed. Don't use too much." "Got it." I clutched my stomach with one hand, cold sweat pouring down my face. Bending over and leaning against the wall for support, I gritted my teeth, enduring the pain, feeling like I might explode any second. In Zhou Ming's rented apartment, the shared restroom was at the far end of the hallway. Not a single light was on in the corridor. It was pitch black. I burst out the door fumbling for my phone. I couldn't even manage to turn on the flashlight, properly, having to rely on the dim glow of the screen. Gritting my teeth, I wanted to hurry but didn't dare, and moving slowly felt like I might lose control. What was normally a minute's walk felt like an eternity. I finally made it to the restroom, which had only 3 squatting stalls. It was dark as a tomb with no lights on. I chose the stall closest to the wall and started to lean in. Damn it! Can't you see someone's in here? The sudden voice startled me, and oddly the pain subsided a bit. I then felt my way to the second stall. As I leaned in, I saw the glowing ember of a cigarette, but flickering inside. I crouched and moved to the first stall, thinking, this one's bound to be empty, right? Just as I was about to lean in, some damned soul rushed past me like a gust of wind and occupied the stall. He pulled out his phone and started scrolling through web pages. A sharp cramp twisted my gut, and sweat beads the size of soybeans rolled down my forehead. Damn it! I can't hold it much longer. I cursed inwardly, pacing on the spot. Just then a flush sounded. As if on cue, all 3 occupants left their stalls simultaneously. I dashed forward, lunging into the stall closest to the wall. With a great rumble, I spent over half an hour in there. Just as I was about to stand up, I thought, damn, both my legs have gone completely numb. I knew this was trouble. Suddenly an eerie wind blew in the air around me, dropping in temperature. I was chilled to the bone and sneezed. Bang! A gust of wind slammed the restroom door shut, locking it. Using the faint light from my phone screen, I vaguely discerned a dark, shadowy thing crawling on the floor. It was just a pair of hands supporting a head, slowly inching its way towards me, using its fingers on the tiles. The sound of its fingernails scraping against the ceramic tiles sent shivers down my spine. Damn it! I've run into something unclean again. I watched as the thing crawled closer, step by step. I struggled to my feet, but my legs gave way from the numbness and I nearly collapsed. Suddenly I felt a cold sensation around my waist. I looked down and saw a pair of hands gripping my waist. It felt like an ice cube had been pressed against my body. I instinctively glanced down at my waist. The hands were deathly pale, as if they'd been soaking in water for 7 or 8 days. Meanwhile, the head was still rolling on the floor, drawing closer and closer. The sight filled me with sheer terror. The head was actually smiling at me, its lips pulled back to reveal gleaming white teeth, sharp and menacing. What kind of head was this? I could only describe it with a few words. Revolting, miserable, terrifying. Half of its face was obscured by tangled, matted hair, while the other half was pallid, deathly white. Despite the rotting flesh and maggots crawling out of it, one could tell it was a woman's head, filled with venomous hatred, her eyes blazing with a fierce, intimidating, murderous intent. Dangling from its neck was a trachea and a mass of decaying flesh. The tangled hair was matted with vomit, making me retch violently. A terrifying, eerie laugh emanated from the head. Damn it! My legs are still numb. At this critical moment, I didn't care if my legs were numb or not. I sprang to my feet and ran, the intense pins and needles sensation nearly making me pass out. Barely remembering to pull up my pants, I charged out, yanking desperately at the restroom door. Something was wrong. The door wasn't locked at all, so why couldn't I open it? It went without saying that the ghost was behind this. Am I cursed with bad luck? Why do I keep running into these bizarre incidents? I leaned against the door, gasping for breath. The hands had somehow released my waist, and were now carrying the head again, which came racing towards me at incredible speed. Just as it was about to reach me, the head flew up into the air, and landed directly on my shoulder. Its mouth began blowing air against my ear continuously. A foul stench accompanied the chilling wind, sending shivers of horror down my spine. The thing then extended its tongue, which lashed out and licked my neck. It was utterly disgusting. I gritted my teeth, summoning all my courage. I crouched down, wrapping my arms around my head, and ignoring the revulsion, grabbed a fistful of the thing's long hair. Yikes! It was slimy and slippery, incredibly unpleasant to the touch. I yanked, tearing away a chunk of scalp with hair still attached. The thing flew into a rage, baring its fangs, and lunged as if to bite me. I panicked, and to my horror I wet my pants. Damn it! I've seen my share of the world, and yet I've been scared shitless by this thing. The urine dripped onto my hands. I didn't bother wiping it off, and instead lunged forward with both hands to grab the creature. As soon as I made contact, the ghost let out a blood-curdling shriek as if it had gone mad. White smoke began pouring from its head. Damn it! How could I forget about virgin boy's urine? According to the first volume of the Maoshan's Secret Arts, virgin boy's urine is the purest yang substance, and can be used to ward off ghosts and demons. Thankfully, I was a man of great learning and high self-regard, and had never been swayed by any fangirls. It was also thanks to this very piss that I managed to escape disaster. I dipped my hands in the urine, a cold smirk spreading across my face. Fear was the last thing on my mind as I reached out and smeared it onto the ghost's head. The ghost let out a scream of agony, leapt off my shoulder and landed on the floor. The head was again supported by the two hands trembling violently. I scooped up another handful of virgin boy's urine. Now the tables were turned and I was the one bearing my claws. I lunged at the ghost. With a thud the door swung open. I chased the ghost in a frenzy, and it, finding itself cornered, dashed straight into Zhou Daming's room and vanished into his body. I knew then that this evil spirit had possessed Zhou Daming, and it was likely Zhou Daming himself who had brought it back. The slumbering Zhou Daming suddenly sat up, holding his head in both hands. In a strange, eerie voice he said, "I really like you. It's so comfortable in here." A shiver ran down my spine. This evil spirit knew I was covered in virgin boy's urine and wouldn't dare touch me. But Zhou Daming didn't have that protection, and I wasn't about to let it possess him for long. This was a guisha. The term flashed through my mind from the Maoshan's secret arts. A guisha is a wandering malevolent spirit, one who met a violent death. If this ghost seeks to harm someone, it can be subdued with nothing more than a mouthful of spit. A sudden realization dawned on me. This type of ghost is weak. All it takes is some saliva to suppress it. Saliva in plain terms is spit, also known as Eugene, the water of the Huaqi pool. It is the essence of a person's vital energy, and can counteract a ghost's malevolent aura and suppress evil. It's especially effective against ghosts with little to no cultivation. In the stories of immortals, Song Dinghua once used this very method of spitting to subdue a ghost. I gathered a large mouthful of saliva and spat it at Zhou Daming's head. With a few wet splatters I covered his face and hair. The black mist on his forehead immediately dissipated. The ghost let out a final agonizing wail, then turned into a wisp of green smoke and vanished without a trace. Clearly it wasn't destroyed. More precisely, it had escaped. If the root of the trouble isn't eliminated, there will be no peace. "Hey old man. Oh Xiaoxia, it's very late. Is something the matter?" I recounted the whole incident in detail. The old man just chuckled softly on the other end of the line. "That kind of unclean thing has no real power. Zhou Daming must have offended her. Burn some spirit money and offer a sincere apology. That should be enough. It's a piece of cake." I hung up the phone, now certain that Zhou Daming had gotten himself into trouble with something unclean. A few days ago I was kicked out by Li Dazue, but not before I had borrowed a few packs of incense and spirit money. I quickly shook Zhou Daming awake. Once he was conscious, I gave him a brief rundown of what had happened. The first thing that came out of his mouth, however, was, "Whoa! Why didn't you record that? You could have posted it online and made a fortune." Zhou Daming was truly Zhou Daming. Even with death looming, that's where his mind went. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "So where did you pick up that unclean thing?" "I don't know. I saw vomit on that thing's head. Could it be from when you were puking after drinking?" Zhou Daming scratched his head, looking utterly baffled. A moment later he slapped his forehead and let out an "oh" as it finally came back to him. He led me to the spot where he'd been drinking. Upon closer inspection, the location was saturated with a heavy Yin aura. Although there was some yang energy from the nearby road, it wasn't enough to counteract the oppressive gloom. Sure enough, there was a sign on the side of the road that read, "Caution, accident-prone area." If I had to guess, this female ghost had died in a car crash, and a gruesome one at that. Her vengeful spirit had been lingering here ever since. It was because Zhou Daming had vomited all over her that he'd attracted this unclean thing. Zhou Daming and I burned spirit money and incense. The ashes from the paper money floated up into the air and drifted away. If my guess was right, that wandering female ghost must have been absolutely starving. For the sake of a few sticks of incense, she readily forgave Zhou Daming. Let's just hope no other poor soul runs into her. We returned to the apartment, and sure enough the night passed without incident. The next morning a ringtone sounded. I looked at the caller ID. It was the old man. "I found a lead regarding your marriage contract. Get ready to leave immediately. You're coming with me to Maoshan in Zhurong. And bring Zhou Daming along. I've already booked the tickets. We leave at 9 in the morning." Before I could even say a word, the old man hung up in a hurry. Not long after, the old man called back to give a specific instruction. "Make sure you carry that Yangping Jidugong and seal with you at all times. And don't forget the Maoshan secret arts either." I acknowledged and hung up. I must admit I was looking forward to the trip to Maoshan with great anticipation. I hurriedly got up and packed my belongings. Zhou Daming, having endured a torrid love affair, decided to take this opportunity to clear his mind. We were of one accord and met up with the old master at Rongqing railway station by 8 or 9 in the morning. The train journey lasted 20 grueling hours. Bored beyond measure, I took out the Maoshan secret arts and leafed through it from time to time. To be honest, I always felt such books lacked a certain soul, and there were many passages I found perplexing. We arrived in Nanjing at a little past 5 in the morning. After exiting the station, we grabbed a simple breakfast. We took a taxi to Nanjing bus terminal and boarded a bus bound for Zhurong shortly after 6. After about an hour's drive, we finally reached Zhurong station. Locals told us there was a tourist bus that went directly to the Maoshan scenic area. We transferred to an express bus, and after another bumpy hour or more arrived at Demao town. Old Master is the master we seek, a Taoist from the Yuanfu Wan'er Temple on Maoshan. He is indeed a Taoist, but he doesn't reside at Yuanfu Wan'er Temple. He lives in Wuyun Temple. His Taoist name is Qingyunzi. The old master said with a smile, giving a thumbs up. 20 years ago, Qingyunzi was a famous figure on Maoshan. The old master had visited Maoshan once 20 years ago, but time had changed everything and the mountain looked completely different. He was utterly lost. Sir, could I trouble you to ask about someone? Do you know Master Qingyunzi? The old master greeted an old man herding cattle nearby with a cupped fist salute. Who? Qing what? Qingyunzi. Oh, nope, don't know him. They asked another young man who also said he had never heard of him. After asking 5 or 6 people in a row, all of whom claimed ignorance of this Qingyunzi. Old master, didn't you say he was famous? He was in the past. The old master refused to elaborate. My uncle is a monk at a temple on Wuyun Peak. If such a person exists, he would surely know. For the first time I felt Zhou Ming was being useful and quickly nodded in agreement. We hailed a car and drove to the vicinity of Wuyun Peak. The mountain was shrouded in mist. Despite it being midsummer, it was cooler than early winter back in Rongqing. We got out of the car and walked along the mountain path for half an hour, arriving at a low-lying area surrounded by lush tall trees. On a small south-facing slope stood a Taoist temple built of gray bricks and tiles, but it bore no name. A couplet was pasted on the main door. The first line read, "To cultivate the Tao of immortality, first cultivate the Tao of humanity." The second line read, "If the Tao of humanity is not cultivated, the path to immortality is far away." The temple, though not large, was meticulously clean, with many flowers and plants growing in the courtyard. A side room facing the yard had an unusually large window. Inside sat a neat and tidy middle-aged Taoist, holding a thread-bound book, reading it with vigorous head movements. He didn't even notice our group entering the temple. "Uncle!" Zhou Ming called out 3 or 4 times before the middle-aged Taoist put down his book. He smoothed the wrinkles on his robe, took out a wooden comb to tidy his hair, and then slowly walked out. "Oh, it's you." The Taoist was indifferent to Zhou Ming, not even glancing at us. He stood at the door of the side room and made a gesture inviting us in. We felt awkward, not knowing whether to stay or leave. As we entered the room, we saw it was spotless, with a large square table in the center adorned with wildflowers. The Taoist brought up several cups of tea, washing them repeatedly with spring water. He poured a cup for each of us and said coldly, "This is a remote mountain village with nothing to offer. Just a cup of wild tea. Please don't mind." The old master and I are easygoing people, but at that moment we felt as if we were being scrutinized. We frowned slightly, took a sip of tea, and set the cups down. Unsure whether to speak, we could only signal Zhou Ming with our eyes. Zhou Ming also wore a wry smile. "Uncle, do you know a Taoist named Qingyunzi?" "How could I not? That man is a big name on Maoshan." "Then do you know where Qingyunzi currently resides?" The Taoist's face darkened, stretching as long as a donkey's. He picked up his tea, took a loud sip, walked to the window and spat. Returning to his seat, he suddenly glared with fury. "Famous? That man is notorious. Infamous. Mentioning him dirties my mouth." With that, the Taoist turned his back and fell silent, signaling it was time for us to leave. Zhou Ming, thick-skinned, pleaded and reasoned with the Taoist at length. Finally, with a look of disgust, the Taoist scribbled an address on a piece of paper, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it out the window. We hadn't walked far when we heard a few clatters. The 3 teacups had also been thrown into the courtyard. The old master and I exchanged embarrassed glances, while Zhou Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Following the address given by the Taoist, we left Wuyun Peak and made our way to the vicinity of the National Highway. By then it was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Exhausted and unable to walk any further, we squatted by the roadside and tried to hitchhike. But as soon as drivers heard our destination, they sped off in a panic. Finally, we managed to flag down a 3-wheeled motor rickshaw driven by a man in his 50s. When we told him the address, his face drastically changed. He shook his head repeatedly and tried to make us get off. "Double the fare, will you go?" The old master hit the nail on the head. The man said, "Fine. I'll risk my life to take you there." "You're going there? You don't mean to see that bastard Zhou, do you?" "Zhou the bastard?" We were all utterly bewildered. "You don't know. That Zhou the bastard has committed heinous crimes, and is hated by everyone." No, I'm looking for Qingyunzi." "Oh, that Qingyunzi, we call him Zhou the bastard behind his back." "You don't seem like bad people. If you're going to see Zhou the bastard, beware of that jinx." I thought to myself, just how despicable is this Qingyunzi? You don't look like his accomplices either. I cursed inwardly. Accomplices? Just how much power does this Zhou the bastard have? The old master remained silent throughout the journey, his face grim. Zhou Ming joked, "Could it be that this Zhou the bastard is some pervert who peeps on women?" It's worse than that. What he does is utterly monstrous. The uncle's nostrils flared with rage and his teeth ground audibly. What is it? Kaixing Zhaga. What? Kaixing Zhaga? The old master and I exclaimed in unison as if struck by lightning. Holy shit, this Zhou the bastard. Executing him by firing squad would be too lenient. The so-called Kaixing Zhaga refers to one of the most inhuman practices that has circulated in the Chinese underworld for centuries. They would break children's limbs into grotesque shapes or sever them, maiming them into disfigurement, and then send them out onto the streets to beg. They profited by exploiting these beggars. This Zhou the bastard was originally a Taoist at Wuyun Temple. After committing his sins, the temple was smashed to pieces, and its incense offerings ceased. Now, only one Taoist remains to guard it. I finally understood the strange behavior of the middle-aged Taoist and the reason for his fury. Showing up to insult him and being chased out was the least of it. A hot-tempered man might have drawn a knife. The uncle kept calling him Zhou the bastard. In short, this Qingyunzi wasn't just a thug. He was a scumbag, the dregs of humanity. Not only did he exploit beggars, but he also extorted money from schoolchildren. He was involved in petty theft and the molestation of women and children. My face turned pale and flushed by turns as I listened. Damn. I was really curious what kind of person this Qingyunzi was. As the rickshaw neared the destination, the uncle took the money, pointed to a small alley ahead, and warned us repeatedly. That Zhou the bastard knows evil arts. Be careful. With that, he turned the rickshaw around, revving the engine loudly, and sped off with the velocity and passion of a racing car. So do we still go? I looked at the old master, feeling quite vexed. We'll see when we get there, the old master said, angrily unwilling to say more. Haha, if this guy's story were written into a novel, it would definitely explode across the internet and become the ultimate power fantasy. Zhou Ming suddenly blurted this out, leaving the old master and me speechless. Following the address, we took out our phones and started navigating. Guided by the navigation, we entered a small alley. Deep within the alley, there were 3 figures. An adult and 2 children. Hey kids, I Qingyunzi am borrowing some money from you. I'll pay you back another day. The adult spoke and the 2 schoolchildren started crying in fright, hastily pulling out the few coins they had in their pockets. The man took the money, stuffed it into his pocket, and then slapped each of the 2 schoolchildren across the face. That's all you've got? Fuck, get the hell out of here. The 2 schoolchildren ran off wailing, even losing their shoes in the process. My heart sank and I was deeply disappointed. Damn it all, could this really be Qingyunzi? I became increasingly convinced of what the rickshaw uncle had said. Stop right there. You're a grown man extorting schoolchildren. Have you no shame? I shouted loudly at Qingyunzi. Qingyunzi turned around. He was around 30 years old, with a head of yellow hair and a thuggish air. He spat on the ground and roared. Who dares to meddle in Qingyunzi's affairs? Tired of living, are you? With that, he squatted down, picked up a brick, and smashed it against his own head, drawing blood. Then he rolled on the ground, yelling, Someone's attacking me. Someone's attacking me. What the hell? The 3 of us stared in shock, thinking, could Qingyunzi really be such a coward? Beat him. The old master jumped up in fury and kicked Qingyunzi hard in the backside. Zhou Ming and I also rushed forward and gave the guy a thorough beating. Strangely, this guy seemed to have some backbone, now refusing to fight back even while being beaten. I had expected Qingyunzi, despite being a villain, to have at least some skill, but this coward before me was Qingyunzi, and it made my blood boil. I kicked him a few more times in the backside. Damn it! A piece of trash like this can make people tremble in fear. You'll kill me. Stop hitting me. When I get angry, I even scare myself. Qingyunzi yelled, clutching his head. Keep hitting. The old master, as if ignited by a blazing fire of rage, kicked him several more times, causing Qingyunzi to howl in pain. Spare me, masters. I admit defeat. Qingyunzi shouldn't have extorted those schoolchildren. Keep hitting. Spare me, masters. This is our first meeting. Surely you don't have to beat me to death, do you? It's you we're beating. Masters. No, ancestors. I beg you to spare my life. As the saying goes, leave some leeway in all dealings, so we can meet again in the future. Masters, if there's anything you need, just say the word. To be honest, reasoning with this kind of thug is useless. They only fear fists. Whoever has the harder fist they listen to. When you encounter such people, you grab them and beat them mercilessly. Then take us to your home. The yellow-haired man, looking utterly defeated, scrambled to his feet and led the way. We followed him through a maze of twists and turns for about 10 minutes until we reached a small alley. We stopped in front of a 2-story building with a courtyard. The yellow-haired man peered cautiously through the window. When he saw a figure in the courtyard, his back immediately straightened, and he put on a cocky, arrogant expression. Boss, these people don't respect you, so I brought them here. Huang Mao, you're always causing me trouble. A deep, powerful male voice cursed from inside the small building. After a long moment, the courtyard gate slowly opened. A man dressed in a water-blue Taoist robe, his face full of gloom, walked out. The three of us fixed our gazes upon the man in the Taoist robe. His face was gaunt, his frame skeletal. He bore not the slightest hint of menace. Rather, he exuded an air of warmth and amiability. Could this truly be Qingyunzi? The Taoist in turn gave us a thorough once-over, then greeted us with a beaming smile. "Gentlemen," he said with a cupped fist salute. "Could you, for the sake of my humble reputation, spare this young man? As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face." We hastened to agree. The Taoist spoke again. "I can see you are friends of the way. If you are not opposed, please honor my humble abode with your presence." Hearing this, I was about to retort, "I am but a simple, honest man. How am I a friend of your way?" But before I could speak, the old man's hand pressed me down. "Old Goose sent us." "Ah, so it was him. Is the skinny young one in the middle the one surnamed Xia?" The Taoist's eyes fixed on me, scanning me from head to toe as if he had seen a ghost, sending a chill down my spine. "Big brother, these are the ones who beat me. Hitting me is an insult to you. This yellow-haired one looks nothing like a good person daring to impersonate senior brother Qingyunzi. Alas, you do not know the whole story. It's a long tale. Alas." Qingyunzi's face was full of helplessness. He scolded the yellow-haired man harshly, then muttered to himself, "They still refuse to let me go." We three exchanged bewildered glances, utterly lost. "Tonight let me be the host. Do me the honor and stay at my humble abode. How about it?" In this desolate outskirts there wasn't even a decent inn to be found. We were more than eager to accept, nodding enthusiastically. "But if you hear any noises in the night, whatever you do, do not come downstairs." Qingyunzi led us into the courtyard where several willow trees stood. Beneath them coils of rope woven from willow branches were piled. After supper, he arranged for us to stay in a room upstairs. He repeatedly warned us no matter what sounds we heard during the night, we must not leave the room. Since 8 in the morning the previous day, we had been traveling non-stop for over 30 hours. Despite it being high summer, there wasn't a single fly or mosquito here. By 8 in the evening we were fast asleep. I don't know how long passed, but it must have been the dead of night. A burst of dog barks was followed by the sound of rapid footsteps growing closer and closer. Then a crackling noise came from downstairs. The sound woke me. Overcome with curiosity, I dressed and peered out the window for a while. I saw Qingyunzi carrying a burly man on his back, while holding a child by the hand. He moved with incredible speed, swift as the wind. He entered a room that housed a coffin. He hurled the man down harshly, then led the child behind the door. He peered around cautiously for a long time before carefully closing the door. Bloody hell, a dark night for kidnapping and mutilation. I had planned to just bury my head in the blankets, but my curiosity ultimately got the better of me. I tiptoed downstairs and peered through the crack in the door. The scene before me was utterly horrifying. I saw Qingyunzi take out a cloth bundle from the table. From it, he produced a pair of incense sticks, a censer, a stack of yellow paper, and a pouch of grains. He laid them out in a line on the coffin. He pointed his finger, and the incense and candles lit by themselves. He bowed 3 times. Then he took a jade brush from his hairbun and placed it on the coffin. He brought out a stick of cinnabar ink, grinding it meticulously, occasionally adding a blackish-red liquid. Once the ink was ready, he took up the jade brush and began drawing talismans on the yellow paper, creating a dozen or so in a row. Sweat poured down his face in streams, as if he were in a sauna. The talisman drawing was clearly draining his spiritual power. I then looked at the man on the floor. His face was deathly pale, clearly in a state of shock, still unconscious. The child by the door was in a daze, stupefied by fear, neither crying nor fussing. After finishing the talismans, Qingyunzi let his hair down from its bun, letting it hang loose like a vengeful spirit. He began to pace in the pattern of the Big Dipper, his steps halting and unsteady. In his left hand he held a sword, in his right a bell. With each ding-dong of the bell, he chanted incantations in a low mumbling tone. After a long while, Qingyunzi let out a thunderous roar. Rise! The man lying on the ground suddenly shot up straight as a mast, moving with stiff mechanical jerks. I was dumbfounded. A living person cannot stand up without bending their waist or knees. And yet I could see no ghostly aura emanating from the man. The man's eyes were utterly vacant. As Qingyunzi's sword tip moved, he went east. As it pointed west, he went west. Qingyunzi mumbled a string of incantations, then roared, "Stop!" The man stood ramrod straight, completely still. Qingyunzi then produced a medicine bottle, pried open the man's mouth, and seemed to pour some kind of potion down his throat. Next he performed the same ritual on the child, also pouring the potion into his mouth. After that he set down the bottle and pulled a butcher's cleaver from the bundle. He held the blade up to the light, examining it closely. It gave off a chilling gleam. He tapped it with his finger, producing a crisp ring. Then, cleaver in hand, he walked towards the two. Gripping the cleaver with both hands, he swung it down towards the man's arm. As the blade fell, my heart screamed, "Holy crap!" I sucked in a sharp breath and slammed my eyes shut, too terrified to watch. A loud clang rang out as if the blade had struck metal. I opened my eyes. Qingyunzi chopped down 4 or 5 more times, then laughed heartily. "This one is complete." He then picked up the cleaver and walked towards the child, swinging it at his arm. The blade fell and the child's arm was severed, thudding to the floor. Strangely enough, the child neither cried nor fussed, as if he were already dead. And at the severed arm there wasn't a single drop of blood. Qingyunzi struck 5 or 6 more times, each blow echoing with that same metallic clang. He shook his head. "This one he's ruined." Crash. Boom. 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 With a tremendous crash, the courtyard gate was shattered to pieces. A dark figure rushed in from outside, hair wild and disheveled, lips purple, tongue black, and covered in white fur a full 10 centimeters long. Veins bulged on its forehead. It wore burial clothes plastered with 7 or 8 talismans, their markings indecipherable. The creature lunged towards us. I yelped and jumped aside to dodge. With hollow, vacant eyes, it made a beeline for the coffin inside the house. The commotion had long since roused the old man Zhou Ming and the yellow-haired man. They came running to help. Seeing the scene, the old man shouted urgently, "Its body can bend, its limbs aren't stiff. That's a walking corpse." A series of booming crashes followed as the 2 doors to the room were smashed inward. The man and the child leaped out through the shattered doorframe. Needless to say, they were the ones who had broken them. Swift as the wind, they darted left and right, each grabbing one of the corpse's legs in a death grip. "Quick! Use the willow rope to lasso it!" The old man yelled frantically. I rushed to the willow tree, grabbed the rope, and fashioned it into a lasso. I threw it with perfect aim, looping it around the corpse's neck. The 4 of us, me, the old man Zhou Ming, and the yellow-haired man, pulled with all our might. But the corpse's strength was immense, easily that of a tractor. There was no way we could hold it. In a flash of inspiration, I tied the willow rope around my waist and leaned back, throwing my entire weight into it. But the thing was just too strong. It dragged all 4 of us along, though we did manage to slow its advance. "We can't hold it. Hold on just a little longer, I'm almost done." Qingyunzi slammed his hands on the coffin. From the grain pouch he took out a yellow bean and a black grain of rice. He began to chant, and a faint, chilling wind stirred. He muttered his incantations, and then, with a final utterance, he flicked the yellow bean at the man and the black rice at the child. The moment they touched the 2 bodies, they dissolved into wisps of black smoke. Seeing the situation turn against it, the corpse gave a mighty yank. The willow rope snapped in 2. I was flung violently, tumbling head over heels, my nose gushing blood and stars exploding in my vision. The man and the child immediately stood bolt upright. Their eyes flashed a sinister red, their feet, arched toes barely touching the ground. A chilling white mist seemed to rise behind them. Cold, eerie, and dreadfully ominous. "Fiend spirits have possessed them," Qingyunzi shouted. He began to chant a spell and pointed his sword at the walking corpse. The 2 figures pounced like tigers, seizing the corpse's arms and hurling it backward with tremendous force. The corpse was actually thrown through the air. We were all stunned, but to our utter astonishment, that fool Zhou Ming pulled out his phone and started snapping photos like crazy. If the filthy thing could actually appear on camera, that idiot would definitely be posting it on his social media. "Quick! Throw this bowl of black dog blood on it." So that's what the blackish-red liquid was. I rushed forward, grabbed the bowl, and hurled the contents onto the walking corpse. The corpse let out a blood-curdling shriek. Black smoke billowed from its body as the white fur was seared away, revealing rotting, festering flesh. The stench was overwhelming, the sight utterly horrifying. The corpse keeled over backwards. Holy crap! That black dog blood is that powerful. I cursed the old Taoist inwardly for not using this trick sooner. Why does black dog blood have this effect? According to the Maoshan secret arts, the jade balanced star disperses to become the rooster. The dog, however, is born from the essence of the star of conflict, making it the ultimate yang creature. According to the 5 elements theory, dog blood is the most pungent substance. Pungency is associated with the lungs, which correspond to metal. Ghosts are associated with wood. Since metal overcomes wood, they fear black dog blood. It is said that once dog blood is splashed, whether it be a walking corpse or a sorcerer's curse, it can be immediately broken. We were just beginning to feel relieved. The walking corpse sprang up violently. Its hands like iron hooks slammed into the man's chest with a resounding clang, a sound like striking metal. With a vicious tear, the corpse ripped the man in 2. Black blood gushed forth. Qingyunzi spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Ming and I were so terrified our legs turned to jelly, on the verge of blacking out. The yellow-haired man had long since fainted from fright. The old man, however, remained relatively calm. "Young Xia, your birth chart is extremely een. I can borrow your physical body for a moment." "Your granny's." Before I could finish my curse, a wave of drowsiness washed over me. My entire body felt as heavy as lead, completely immobile. Suddenly white smoke billowed around me, and I found myself floating in the air. Within the mist, a hideous, snarling, evil spirit lunged at me. I felt myself rise and I could see me, or rather my body. It moved on its own. I viciously grappled with the walking corpse, my strength seeming greater than a bull's. Damn it, this is truly sinister. I panicked, circling helplessly. I was terrified my body would be destroyed, but I couldn't get near it. I could only fret and worry. Qingyunzi wiped the blood from his mouth, leaped onto the coffin, and began pacing in the pattern of the heavenly dipper, chanting incantations. Using his sword, he manipulated me and the one-armed child. The two bodies and the walking corpse were locked in a chaotic, tangled brawl. Everywhere they rolled, tables, chairs, and potted plants in the courtyard were smashed to pieces. Old Li, what are you standing there for? Use the coffin nails to pierce its heart. Ah, how could I have forgotten that? The old man snapped back to his senses. He dashed into the room, pulled 7 coffin nails from the bundle. They glinted coldly, each a full 10 centimeters long. He grabbed a hammer and strode menacingly towards the walking corpse. Each of these 7 coffin nails was 3 inches long. 7 is the yang number, hence 7 nails. Heaven, earth, and man are the 3 powers, hence 3 inches. They were inherently objects of pure yang, and after being consecrated by Master Li of Maoshan, they were supremely effective in suppressing yin and evil. Qingyunzi was drenched in cold sweat, sitting cross-legged on the coffin, reciting incantations, not daring to relax in the slightest. He was summoning every ounce of his strength. The blade of the sword was bending, yet it straightened and curved in turn as the 2 corpses struggled with the walking corpse. The old man let out a thunderous roar. All zombies are paper tigers. With his right hand he swung a hammer, his left hand tightly gripping a coffin nail. He charged swiftly at the walking corpse, reaching its front. The corpse's mouth gaped open like a dog's, snapping wildly at the air. But held back by the 2 corpses, it could gain no advantage. If it doesn't die, my brothers will. Zhou Ming, fueled by some unknown courage, grabbed a carrying pole and struck the walking corpse hard on the head. With a crack, the pole snapped in 2. The walking corpse was clearly drawn to Zhou Ming. Taking the opportunity, the old man lunged forward, pressing the coffin nail against the corpse's chest with his left hand, swinging the hammer back with his right, and bringing it down with brutal force. A resounding clang echoed his hands. Numbed by the impact, the coffin nail completely bent. The yellow-haired man, in a fit of desperation, rolled up from the ground, leaped onto the corpse's back, locked his arms around its neck, and yanked backward with all his might. The old man discarded the coffin nail and hammer, retreated a few steps, then charged forward again, leaping and kicking the walking corpse hard. The corpse, unable to dodge, fell straight backward, nearly crushing the yellow-haired man flat. Seeing an opening, Qingyunzi did a somersault off the coffin, hooking the index and middle fingers of his left hand, and plunged them toward the corpse's eyes. Swish, swish, both hands sank into the eyes. With a crack, his fingers broke, but he wrenched out both eyeballs. Black blood sprayed, half a meter high, hissing with yin energy. The walking corpse howled in agony, violently flinging its arms, sending me and the child flying 3 or 4 meters. The yellow-haired man was kicked out of the courtyard. Zhou Ming jumped up and clung to its waist. The creature slammed its elbow down brutally, making Zhou Ming howl in pain. I was slammed into a tree, snapping a cup-thick willow in half. A wisp of black smoke rose from me and my vision went dark. Then I woke up. My body had returned. The dismembered child fared worse, broken in 2, his upper and lower half separated, black blood pooling on the ground, intestines and entrails spilling everywhere. The walking corpse, its eyes gouged out by Qingyunzi, leaked yin energy. It seemed to lose its sense of direction, clutching a large willow tree and raking deep 3 to 4 centimeter gashes into the bark with its iron hook hands, shaking leaves down in a cascade. We caught a brief respite. What the hell is this thing? An iron corpse? You kidding me? Isn't iron corpse Mei Chaofeng? Haha, interesting, here comes copper corpse Chan Xianfeng. Zhou Ming couldn't help but burst out laughing. We were all too embarrassed to look at his foolish expression. Within Maoshan Taoism, there is a sect that makes a living by walking the underworld, specializing in corpse refining and corpse herding. They dwell alone in the wilderness, seeking those with extremely yin or extremely yang birth charts to refine corpses. Dead bodies are divided into zombies and walking corpses. Walking corpses are further divided into flesh walkers, zombies, earth corpses, pottery corpses, copper corpses, iron corpses, silver armored corpses, and gold armored corpses. The most powerful of the walking corpses is named Nu Cho, the ancient corpse god. This iron corpse was killed by being scalded alive with molten iron. After death, it was buried in a large urn with filthy blood, in an extremely yin place, fed human blood daily for 81 days, and thus became an iron corpse. Qingyunzi, is there a way to break it? Yes. If it was refined from an extremely yin person, black dog blood and coffin nails can break it. The coffin nail bent and the black dog blood was ineffective, so it was refined from an extremely yang person. Exactly. For one refined from an extremely yang person, there is a method to break it in the Maoshan secret manual. Unfortunately, I only had the chance to see it once and I don't know the method. His words struck a chord with me. I actually have the Maoshan secret manual upstairs. Master, hold on for a bit. Don't worry, the Yin energy in his eyes has leaked. I can temporarily suppress it with the spirit-subduing whip. Qingyunzi pulled out a slender whip rod and lashed at the walking corpse wildly, each strike making it howl and tearing its flesh. It let out a bone-chilling sound. If this weren't the outskirts of the city, it would certainly have drawn a crowd. I ran at full speed, not daring to waste a single moment, grabbed the Maoshan's secret manual and rushed downstairs. I tossed it to Qingyunzi, who caught it with one hand. His eyes lit up immediately, and as if counting banknotes he flipped through the pages, swiftly finding the method to counter the pure yang iron corpse. Xia, do you have your heavenly master copper seal with you? Yes. According to the method in the book, this pure yang iron corpse has a white baleful breath inside its mouth that it hasn't expelled yet. I'll use my mystical power to force it out. When it opens its mouth to exhale, Xia, you shove the heavenly master copper seal in. Understood. The last breath of a dead person is the white baleful breath. The most resentful and poisonous breath in the entire body. If a living person inhales it, even if they don't drop dead on the spot, they'll become a chronic invalid. Understood. Qingyunzi formed the Supreme Mystic Heavenly Emperor hand seal, pressing his middle finger onto the iron corpse's forehead. A puff of black smoke emerged. Qingyunzi made another hand seal pointing at the spirit-subduing whip. He lashed the walking corpse over 100 more times. The corpse's face grew darker, its windpipe gurgling, as if a breath was about to burst forth. Qingyunzi roared. I'll beat it out of you yet. The spirit-subduing whip rained down. The corpse was beaten into leaping, its body riddled with bloody holes. Even its cheeks puffed up like a toad, swelling and deflating. The white baleful breath was about to expel. Qingyunzi did a flip and slammed the whip down again. Xia, the baleful breath is coming out. Get ready to stuff the seal in. Before he finished speaking, the walking corpse let out a loud fart-like sound and spewed a cloud of black smoke from its mouth, so reeking that the yellow-haired man retched. I didn't care about the stench. Pinching the top of the copper seal, I shoved it into the corpse's mouth. It worked immediately. The corpse's face twisted into an expression of utter agony, its features completely contorted, its rotten teeth black and foul, reeking of blood. A burst of flame erupted from its mouth. The walking corpse in agony threw its arms around the willow tree, splitting the entire trunk, shaking the leaves down in a flurry. Damn it, that's some serious strength. Scared me to death. I was trembling with fear, cold sweat running down my spine. The Heavenly Master Copper Seal, passed down through generations of Heavenly Masters, was brimming with spiritual power. It channeled the Heavenly Master's mystical force through the pores spreading throughout the zombie's body, igniting the karmic fire within, and burning away its Yin energy. The zombie crashed to the ground, clawing wildly, but could not get back up. Qingyunzi called for me to fetch a butcher's knife. He brought it down hard on the corpse's head, cleaving half of it off. Then, using the tip of the blade, he pried out a token from the remaining half of the skull. The moment the token was pulled out, the walking corpse instantly wilted and stopped moving. This is a corpse-driving token. So it really is them. King Fengzi stared at a pure black iron token engraved with strange patterns. What did you say? Nothing. We should burn these 3 corpses first. Delay brings trouble. We need to burn the willow tree together with the 3 corpses to prevent future calamities. Willow wood wards off evil. According to the Maoshan's secret manual, when the door god Shinta caught ghosts, he bound them with willow branches and fed them to tigers. We sawed down the willow tree that night, stacking it into a pyre. Then we threw the 3 corpses on top, doused them with gasoline, and set them ablaze. The flames shot into the sky, thick smoke billowing, the stench overwhelming. Amid the crackling fire, it seemed to carry the agonized groans of humans. The fire burned for most of the night before gradually dying out. I retrieved the Heavenly Master Copper Seal. Qingyunzi collected the 3 remains and gathered them into a bronze box. Then, using a carpenter's ink line, he snapped 5 lines across it. 3 horizontal and 2 vertical. Accompanied by incantations, a soul-suppressing fire talisman was affixed. As dawn faintly broke, we drove through the night to the outskirts. Qingyunzi used a compass to locate a slope, intending to use the yang energy to dissolve the resentment. He marked out a square area and dug a pit 3 feet 6 inches and 5/10 deep. He offered a cup of chicken blood. Then he took 3 copper coins, each from the reigns of Xuanji, Kangxi, Yongjing, Qianlong, and Jiaqing, the 5 emperor coins, and arranged them at the bottom of the pit according to the positions of the 15 principal stars of the Ziwei enclosure. He covered them with lime and finally buried them with lus. The 5 emperor coins are relatively recent, abundant in number, and easy for ordinary people to obtain. These coins carry the essence of heaven, earth, and man, plus the imperial might of the 5 emperors, so they can stabilize a house and dissolve baleful energy. According to the 5 elements theory, copper coins absorb human vitality. Xuanji belongs to water of the north, Kangxi to wood of the east, Yongjing to earth of the center, Qianlong to metal of the west, and Jiaqing to fire of the south. A complete cycle of the 3 eras and 9 movements. Thus they possess an extremely powerful ability to dispel baleful energy. By the time everything was buried, it was already early morning. Qingyunzi recited in a melodious voice, May all celestial beings rejoice in boundless blessings, and may the living and the dead be graced with mercy. This passage is from the Lingbao Du Renjing. I looked up at the sky and seemed to see 3 wisps of netherworld energy drifting up from the ground, slowly ascending into the void. Qingyunzi muttered to himself, "Heaven's punishment can be avoided, but self-inflicted calamity cannot be escaped." Dawn was breaking and we each returned to our quarters for a brief rest. Bang, bang, bang. A frantic knocking at the door followed by the yellow-haired man's urgent voice. "Xia, oldly fatty, get up. Something big has happened." Still groggy, we threw on our clothes and followed the yellow-haired man downstairs to the room with the coffins. The sight before us left us utterly stunned. The sound of violent vomiting echoed through the room. Qingyunzi, convulsed, spewing a torrent of blood before his body, went limp, collapsing entirely onto the coffin that lay in the center of the chamber. By the time the old master Zhou Ming and the yellow-haired youth rushed in, Qingyunzi was already unconscious. It was a long while before he slowly began to stir back to wakefulness. A cold sneer escaped his lips. "If it is meant to be a disaster, it cannot be avoided." He turned his gaze to me. "My Sanjiu calamity seems unavoidable now. Quickly fetch 3 oil lamps and light them in the east, west, and south corners to lock my soul in place." This was the so-called 3-star soul locking lamp. According to the Maoshan secret texts, the human body has 7 acupoints. Baihui, Jianjing, Fengshi, Zusanli, Juegu, and Tsuchi, which correspond to the 7 orifices. None of us 4 possessed any magical cultivation, so we couldn't light the 7-star lamps. However, with the innate yang energy within our bodies, we could ignite the 3 lamps corresponding to Baihui, Fengshi, and Juegu. The 3-star lamps could only temporarily stabilize his soul, buying Qingyunzi a brief reprieve. Following his instructions, I placed and lit a lamp in each of the 3 corners of the room, east, west, and south. The flames were dim, flickering unsteadily. After a short while, Qingyunzi managed to sit up cross-legged. He sat in silent meditation for a long time, then stared at me intently without speaking. He gestured that he wished to speak with me alone. The old master and the others understood and excused themselves. Qingyunzi asked me to lock the door before he finally began to speak. When a man's end is near, his words are often true. Cough, cough. "Qingyunzi, can your body hold up?" "It matters not. My Sanjiu calamity has arrived. I cast a divination for myself the day before yesterday, and I never expected it to point to this matter. It is all the will of heaven. The will of heaven. I am 49 this year, which falls directly under the 9 calamity. Alas, I had tried to defile my own name to escape this fate. But heaven sent you all here, and this disaster was destined to befall me." I was utterly baffled by his words, and a surge of anger welled up inside me. "Last night I nearly lost my life at your hands, and now you're accusing me of being the cause of your death," I thought furiously. But aloud I asked, "What is the Sanjiu calamity?" The Sanjiu calamity refers to the great tribulations a person faces at the ages of 3 and 9 after birth. If one survives them, all is well. If not, one's life hangs by a thread. The tribulations at the age of 3 can still be resolved. But when the 9 calamity strikes, it is as if the king of hell has marked your name. There is no escape. You must report to the underworld. That man and child from last night, were they human or ghost? Neither human nor ghost. They were walking corpses. You refined those 2 corpses to resist this great calamity. No. Those 2 corpses were taken from a Een walker. The man was already refined into a pot corpse and the child into an earth corpse. Last night I merely used Een spirits to inhabit their bodies to defend against that iron corpse. I see. There is one more thing I wish to ask, if I may. You want to ask about the Kai Shang Zhigu mutilating people for alchemy, don't you? Alas. It did happen, but not in the way you imagine. Those so-called beggars were either despicable human traffickers or bullies who preyed on the weak. I showed them no mercy. They deserved to suffer the greatest torments in the world. I was horrified and couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Even if what he said was true, these villains, however heinous, were not his to punish by private justice. I understand. That corpse commanding token you took from the iron corpse's head. What exactly is it? The corpse commanding token is forged by evil cults using dark arts. They implant it into a corpse's head, and with the right incantations they can control it. It is the most malevolent of spells, utterly insane. Qingyunzi was clearly agitated. I see. So there must be someone behind all this, pulling the strings. Indeed. But your cultivation is too shallow to know the truth. Qingyunzi refused to elaborate. When I pressed further, he only repeated, "It's all for your own good, boy." This left me feeling frustrated and even dejected. I had a suffocating sensation of being a pawn in someone else's game. "Boy, do you know who came to attack me last night?" I shook my head thinking, isn't that obvious? If I knew, why would I be asking you? But aloud I said, "I do not know. Please enlighten me, master." "It was my senior brother, the middle-aged Taoist from Wuyun Peak." "Yes. Do you know him? To be honest, I've only seen him once. But he seemed like an upright man. How could he be involved in refining such a filthy thing as an iron corpse? Orders from above. That organization is too terrifying. Oh, I pondered this for a long time. What kind of organization was this? It felt as though my every move was being watched. Qingyunzi, clearly exhausted, mustered his strength to ask. Young Xia, do you have the Maoshan's secret texts with you? I nodded. Qingyunzi smiled bitterly. I once annotated the Maoshan's secret texts myself. His words jogged my memory. Indeed, the title page of the book read, annotated by Qingyunzi. Then why did you say you only saw me once? Alas, that was about the latter half of the book. There are no annotations for the second half, are there? I casually flipped to the back of the book, and sure enough found no annotations. I hadn't finished annotating it when the Grandmaster took it away. I see you've only grasped the surface, not the true essence. The talisman drawing the arts of Qimenduanjia, the hand gestures. They all have their own specific methods of cultivation. As they say, true arts are not lightly passed on to outsiders. I once wrote down the Maoshan heart method in a separate volume. I now bequeath it to you. If you cultivate it diligently, you are sure to achieve greatness. With that, he pulled a thin, thread-bound booklet from his robe. I accepted it with both hands and tucked it into my bosom. Boy, I know you came about the marriage contract. This matter is strange, but your grandfather arranged it all for your benefit. You should accept the marriage. There is no need to dissolve it. One day you will understand old Xia's good intentions. I stared at him dazed and shook my head. At the time I truly didn't understand his words. The knot must be untied by the one who tied it. The root of everything lies in the 9-story corpse pagoda. I understand. I will deal with it. Boy. The organization my senior brother belongs to is extremely powerful. You must never join them. I will recommend a society to you that is strong enough to counter them. Which society? Qingyunzi used his finger to trace a character on the coffin. I followed his strokes carefully in my mind. It was the character Ming Bright. What kind of organization is this? The time is not yet ripe. Concerning the marriage contract, do not act rashly. I have already made arrangements. Someone will contact you in due course. Old Li will be the liaison. I said nothing, merely nodded. Boy, seeing how you fought with your life on the line last night, I have a gift for you. What gift? First push open this coffin. The coffin was lacquered black until it shone like a mirror reflecting one's image. The lid was incredibly heavy. I pushed with all my might, but it didn't budge an inch. I had no choice but to roll up my sleeves, grip the edge of the lid, with both hands dig my heels into the ground and strain with every ounce of strength I had. Finally a gap appeared. A cloud of white vapor rose, carrying a biting chill. Inside the coffin lay a female corpse. Her hair was thick and dark as a storm cloud, and a faint living flush seemed to move beneath her skin. She was clad in a white gauze dress and her abdomen was swollen. Clearly she was pregnant. My expression darkened at the sight. The slight fondness I had felt for Qingyunzi turned to disgust. What a sick bastard, I thought. Qingyunzi seemed to read my mind and gave a faint smile. Curious, aren't you? I nodded, thinking, isn't that obvious? Who the hell wouldn't be curious? Boy, this is called borrowing a womb to bear a child. I predict it will be born tonight. What is it? Baize. Baize is a legendary divine beast. It is said to know the names, appearances, and exorcism methods for all the ghosts and monsters in the world. Thus, from ancient times, it has been revered as a deity of exorcism and a symbol of good fortune. Especially during the medieval period, the worship of Baize was particularly grand. The book, Baize Jing Guai 2, Illustrated Classics of Baize and Spirits, was extremely popular, found in nearly every household. The book contained the names, appearances, and methods to dispel various spirits and monsters, complete with illustrations. People would consult it whenever they encountered a monster. Pictures of Baize were hung on walls or pasted on doors to ward off evil spirits. Baize, as an ancient divine beast, requires a mortal woman to carry it to term. It can only grow by absorbing the essence of ginseng lingji and other medicinal treasures. For the past 10 years I have spent a fortune and risked being hunted by the organization. I went into hiding, all to nurture it. Why? When Baize appears, a new hegemon will rise, and that organization's end will be near. I didn't fully understand and gave a wry smile, shaking my head. Alas, 10 years of toil only to end up making a wedding dress for someone else. Qingyunzi looked utterly dejected, shook his head, and fell silent. After a long pause, he let out a roar. Young Xia, listen to me carefully. You and this Baize are bound by a 3-lifetime connection. If you do not treat it well, I will not rest in peace. I was deeply moved by the gravity of his words. Tears streamed down my face as I shook my head repeatedly. Qingyunzi, you won't die. Baize is still yours. It's useless. Qingyunzi stared at the lamps in the east and west that had already gone out, shaking his head with a bitter smile. In a sense, this is my way of repaying a debt. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. As he spoke, the last remaining lamp flickered precariously. I moved to relight it, but he stopped me. Years later, when I look back on this moment, I truly understand the kind of man Qingyunzi was. But alas, he is gone, and regret is useless. His breath grew weaker, his complexion worsened, yet a faint smile touched his lips. Life and death are determined by heaven. How can one not grieve? Though his final years were spent under a defiled name, his wish had been fulfilled. The last lamp went out with a snap, and a wisp of green smoke curled upwards. Qingyunzi suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. Blood rushed up, and he vomited several mouthfuls. A white aura flew out, and he shouted, "I depart now." With that, his eyes shut, and he rode the crane west. Life and death are but a breath, a gathering and dispersing of chi. Joy and anger come and go, and in an instant we part. Once the breath ceases, the body decays, and all distinctions of beauty and ugliness vanish. Though we met by chance like floating duckweed, you were more to me than a teacher or friend. The dead are to be honored. Senior, please accept my bow. My face was streaked with tears as I knelt and kowtowed 3 times, each thud echoing heavily in the room. Qingyunzi, your time in this world was not in vain. The old master Zhou Ming and the yellow-haired youth, hearing the commotion, rushed in. They were all in tears. The yellow-haired youth wailed so piteously that he fainted from grief. We then proceeded to prepare Qingyunzi's body for burial. I returned alone to that room. Seeing the objects there, I was overwhelmed with sorrow. Unknowingly, I lay down on the coffin and fell asleep. I don't know what time it was, but the sky was completely dark. A tremendous clap of thunder shook the world, and lightning illuminated the room. I was jolted awake. Had it not been for that thunder, I might have missed a moment that comes once in 1,000 years. Though night had already fallen, the violent thunder and flashing lightning illuminated the small courtyard as if it were day. As a bolt of lightning struck down, the world flashed into brilliance for an instant. The door to the room had been broken the previous night, and hadn't been repaired yet, so cold wind and rain poured in. June weather changes in an instant. But a thunderstorm like tonight's was highly unusual. I pulled out my phone and saw it was already 11:30 p.m., and I was about to get up and head back to my room to sleep. Flap, flap, a sound like wings beating came from somewhere. I followed the noise and saw 4 or 5 humanoid black silhouettes fly in through the pouring rain, flashing past in an instant. I widened my eyes and searched around, but found no trace of anything. So I consoled myself, it must have been my imagination. Then another sound of flapping came. Those 4 or 5 humanoid black silhouettes swept past overhead. Though they moved with incredible speed, I still caught a clear glimpse of them, and goosebumps rose all over my body as I shuddered. They were paper figures, each about the size of a palm, as if crudely cut by a child, with arms and legs, and a red dot painted on each of their foreheads. They flew in from the storm, yet not a single drop of rain had soaked them. The 4 or 5 paper figures didn't lunge at me. Instead, they rustled down to the bottom of the coffin, clinging to it as if glued. With a grunt of heave-ho, they actually lifted the coffin and began to carry it toward the door. That coffin was made of gloomwood, weighing at least several thousand jin. The gloomwood was a deep green color, its grain as fine as silk brocade. Within 100 paces, there wasn't a single fly or mosquito. Gloomwood is sinister stuff. Put cooked meat inside it, and 3 years later, when you take it out, it will still smell fragrant. According to legend, in the 30th year of Kangxi, Mount Tiantai split apart, and a coffin surged forth from the sand and soil. That coffin was pointed at the front and wide at the back like a giant, all standing over 6 chi tall. The abbot of Guoqing Temple deduced that it was a gloomwood coffin and warned that if it were opened, something ominous would occur. The crowd refused to believe it and forced the coffin open. Inside lay a figure, his entire body a dark green with wood grain growing across his skin. Suddenly the man in the coffin opened his eyes, stared up at the sky, and asked, "What is this green thing up there?" Relying on their numbers and courage, the crowd answered, "It's the sky." The man was astonished. When I was alive, the sky wasn't this high. As the apocryphal texts say, 10,000 years hence the sky may be touched with a staff. This meant that 10,000 years after Pangu, the sky would be low enough to reach with a walking stick, and so they concluded that this man was a survivor from the primordial age. As the crowd helped him up, a sudden gale of white wind swept through, and when it passed, the man had turned to stone. The paper figures hoisted the gloomwood coffin onto their shoulders, and it rested there steadily. The 4 or 5 paper figures exerted themselves in unison, chanting their rhythm. Heave-ho! Heave-ho! And the coffin began to move, crawling along as slowly as a snail. I was startled, thinking, what the hell? This defies all logic. The coffin had already moved over a chi. I jumped on top of it and pressed down with all my might, but it was utterly useless. I steeled myself and cursed. Damn it, what's there to fear from a few flimsy paper figures? I leaped off the coffin and kicked one of them square on. That kick was a mistake. It stirred up a heap of trouble. With a thunderous bang, the 4 paper figures dropped the coffin and flew straight at me, flapping wildly like bats swooping in. The edges of the paper were as sharp as blades, slashing several gashes across my clothes. Damn it! I'm actually bleeding! I grabbed Qingyunzi's iron sword and slashed wildly through the air. Clang! I cleaved 1 paper figure in 2, and to my shock it sprayed blood. With a few more clangs, I cut down the remaining paper figures. They lay sprawled on the ground like dead dogs, motionless. So quick-witted, even I have to admire myself. I sheathed the iron sword and stared intently at the paper figures, fearing they might stir again. Sure enough, before long one of them crawled across the ground, found its severed half, and stuck itself back together. I hastily pulled out the Taoist master's bronze seal and pressed it down on the paper figure. A sharp cry of ouch rang out, and the figure writhed and thrashed like a living man trapped under a boulder. The Maoshan secret records once stated, "Tongue-tip blood is the purest yang essence of the human body, sufficient to suppress all in evil." I bit my tongue and a rusty iron-like taste flooded my mouth. With a "eft," I sprayed a mouthful onto each of the 4 paper figures. The paper figures ignited as if touched by fire, crackling and burning with a strange acrid stench. Ah! A scream rang out from beyond the courtyard. A shadow in a straw rain cloak flashed by and vanished into the darkness in an instant. Someone like me, who hadn't even crossed the threshold of cultivation, wouldn't dare give chase. Once the 4 paper figures had completely burned to ash, I stomped down hard and ground my heel into the pile. What a satisfying feeling. Manipulating paper figures is a relatively low-level form of sorcery. Depending on the purpose, different colored paper figures are used, divided into 4 types: red, yellow, white, and black. Red paper figures belong to yang, and are generally used for warding off evil and suppression. Yellow paper figures are more sinister. By dotting blood from the fingertip on their forehead, one can use them to curse and harm others. White paper figures are used for summoning souls. Black paper figures are used for casting goo poison. Simply write the victim's birth date and 8 characters on the back, curse it once a day, and after 21 days the cursed person will die with blood seeping from all 7 orifices. It's said that the shamans of Western Hunan still master the art of paper figures holding water. They cut thin paper into human shapes, nail them to wooden boards with small iron tacks, and after burning incense and paper offerings, they chant incantations and make hand seals, bringing the paper figures' hands together to hold a large porcelain bowl filled with nearly a gene of water. Taoist priests, spirit mediums, and even feng shui masters, many among them, are well versed in this art. Yet none use it as widely as the Baimo of the E people or the Gaolao of the Miao. Before I could even catch my breath, I heard another series of thunderous bangs. The coffin lid flew off and slammed into the wall, carving deep gouges into it and rattling dust down from the rafters above. A strange sound emanated from within the coffin. A sound of agony, as if it came from the very depths of hell. I didn't dare breathe, my eyes wide as I peered cautiously inside. The female corpse suddenly opened her eyes, a sinister smile curling at the corners of her lips. Then for a long while she writhed and twisted her face, contorting as if in unbearable torment. It was a horrifying sight, and I stood there frozen in terror. Suddenly the female corpse let out a thunderous roar, and a sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Unmistakably the scent of forget-me-nots. Then all fell into a deathly silence. That stillness filled me with a sense of dread. Hachi hachi. A rapid, peculiar breathing sound echoed from within the coffin. I looked inside and saw that the female corpse's abdomen had completely caved in. At the foot of the coffin lay a small furry ball nestled against her feet, and it was the source of the sound. A snow-white ball of fluff with a round, chubby little face, folded down ears, and enormous eyes stared blankly at me, its pink tongue lolling out long. Its head resembled a Scottish fold cat's, but its body was like a West Highland white terrier's. A fluffy snowball no bigger than a palm. I instinctively reached out to hold it, but the creature suddenly bared its teeth, startling me into a jump. A violent bolt of lightning struck directly into the room, hitting the coffin. The female corpse was jolted, and she rolled over to shield the furry ball beneath her. In an instant the thunder and lightning ceased, leaving only the deep hum of the gloom wood vibrating. Instead of black smoke, a faint ethereal glow emanated from the coffin. I gathered my courage and crept closer. The female corpse had been struck by lightning but hadn't been scorched. A smile lingered at the corners of her lips, and her entire body had become translucent like a sculpture of ice, radiating a ghostly blue light that rippled outward in arcs. Crack, crack. Several sharp sounds rang out. The female corpse shattered like dropped glass. From the inside out her entire body became covered in dense cracks that gradually widened. With a thunderous roar she burst into countless fragments, and those fragments transformed into blue butterflies. They fluttered gracefully, dancing on the air. One, two, countless more, rising together like a swarm, ascending into the night sky and vanishing into the darkness. Within moments they were gone without a trace. All that remained in the coffin was a single furry ball gazing up at the sky. The little creature stared at the departing butterflies, whimpering softly, tears welling in its eyes. A truly pitiful sight. I reached out to hold it again, and this time it didn't resist. It licked my wrist with its pink tongue, and nestled its head into my palm, letting me scoop it up. The little creature was pure white all over without a single stray hair. It curled into a ball pressing against my chest, looking utterly pitiful. I knew it was a Baize, but it was still so small, resembling a cat and a dog at once. Whenever a supernatural being is born, it must endure heavenly tribulation. When Songjie created writing, grain rained from the sky, and ghosts wailed in the night. This Baize was an ancient divine beast, perhaps the last of its kind in the world. Its birth disrupted the order of heaven and earth and defied the laws of yin and yang, so it was only natural that it would face divine retribution. That thunderbolt was heaven's punishment upon the Baize. If the female corpse hadn't shielded it and borne the blow, the creature would surely have been reduced to ashes. The female corpse, though not the creature's biological mother, was nevertheless a great mother. Understanding all of this, I stared into the sky in silence for a long while. I knew that this nameless mother would ultimately fade into oblivion. Rest assured, I will take good care of this little one. I carried the furry ball back into the house, claiming it was a Scottish fold cat entrusted to me by Qingyunzi. The old master and Zhou Ming didn't ask any questions. Soon soft snores rose and fell in the quiet of the night. That night I had a dream. I wandered aimlessly along a flower-lined path, surrounded by an endless sea of wild blue blossoms. From among the flowers, a beautiful woman approached gracefully like a long-lost friend. Baize! 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 The woman stood right before me. I could see her, but she seemed unable to see me. She was close enough to be within my line of sight, her face turned toward me. Yet no matter how I tried, I couldn't make out her features. It was as if they were pixelated. She was only 5 meters away, yet she felt so distant. I chased after her like a kite on a string, but she always drifted just ahead of me. I waved desperately at her, but she just kept her head down, picking flowers. She gathered a bouquet of forget-me-nots, deep blue blossoms exuding a faint, delicate fragrance. And then I saw her face clearly and tears flooded my eyes. She finally saw me too and simply smiled softly. Take care of Baize for me. I have to go now, far, far away. With tears streaming down my face, I nodded desperately. She smiled and the blush on her cheeks bloomed into the rosy glow of the horizon's twilight. When I woke up, my pillow was soaked through. The old master and Zhou Ming seemed to know everything, but they said not a word. Let's head back, the old master said with a smile. I nodded, though an inexplicable sense of foreboding kept surfacing in my heart. After laying Qingyunzi to rest, we took the little creature and hurried back to Rongqing. And sure enough, no sooner had we arrived in Rongqing than trouble followed right on our heels. I had just arrived in Rongqing and settled down at Zhou Ming's place when the phone rang. It was Li Dazue, punctual as always. He insisted on meeting to discuss something important. Pestered by his persistence, I asked him directly what it was. Brazenly, he asked to borrow my Maoshan secret texts to photograph, offering several Divine Thunder 5-flame talismans in exchange. According to the Maoshan secret texts, the Shenshao Sex 5 Thunder method is a supreme thunder art. Thunder is born from the chi of yin and yang. East is 3, south is 2, north is 1, west is 4, and the center is 5. Thunder operates within the central chi of heaven and earth, hence it is called the 5 Thunders. The Shenshao Thunder Talisman, also famously known as the 5 Thunder Talisman, can not only guard a home, dissolve negative energy, and ward off evil, but also suppress wandering ghosts and lonely spirits. A 5 Thunder Talisman on Mahua Lane costs at least 300 yuan, so this deal was quite favorable. I decided to visit the Zhongkue Temple on Mahua Lane that very night. It would have been better if I hadn't gone, for this trip stirred up more trouble. That night, past 9 o'clock, it started raining again. Holding an umbrella, I placed the fur ball in my backpack and made my way to Mahua Lane, to Li Dazue's home. Li Dazue's room was an absolute mess. Piles of instant noodle cups, numerous empty beer bottles, chicken bones scattered all over the floor, and half-eaten open packets of spicy strips. That Li Dazue was quite something. He whipped out his phone and started snapping pictures of the Maoshan secret texts furiously. But he didn't know I possessed the Maoshan heart method, and I certainly wasn't going to let him see that book easily. You can know a person's face but not their heart. I still had to be wary of him. At this thought, an involuntary smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. Ow! Ow! The fur ball in the backpack seemed anxious and restless, bumping its head against the bag, trembling violently. I tried to soothe it, but to no avail. Instead, it became even more agitated. Li Dazue's photographing abruptly stopped. I saw his left eyelid twitching. He spoke. Left eyelid twitches for disaster. Something filthy is at the door. He looked up at me with a wry smile, saying, I'm doomed because of you, kid. Every time I meet you, we attract something filthy. Li Dazue took a compass from the cabinet. The compass needle spun, wildly startling him. I've never seen such a ferocious, filthy thing. Damn you, Jinx, what kind of ghost have you pissed off this time? I thought to myself, how the hell am I supposed to know what this thing is? Suddenly a wave of unease surged from the depths of my heart. The compass in essence is a aim pointer. A person's aura is influenced by the cosmic aura. O harmony between man and cosmos is auspicious while discord is inauspicious. It operates by sensing the magnetic fields of the earth, mountains, and rivers, causing the needle to turn. When the natural world is in a state of yin-yang balance, the needle remains still. If yin energy becomes too dense in a place, disrupting the yin-yang balance, it corrupts the magnetic field. The denser the yin energy, the faster the compass needle spins. The most widely circulated compass nowadays is the Yang plate, where the Tang dynasty's Yang Yunsong completely allocated the 8 trigrams heavenly stems and earthly branches onto the flat surface of the compass. Outside, the rain continued to fall, and it was pitch black. On the street in front of the door, a dense fog had inexplicably risen. It was so thick you could grab it with your hand. The visibility was extremely low, and a chilling cold seeped through. Rongqing is near the sea. One could even say it's a small island. Dense fog in this kind of weather isn't particularly strange. However, a fog this thick is indeed a rare sight. Fog is divided into 2 types: natural fog and ghost fog. Natural fog slowly fills the space between heaven and earth over time. Ghost fog, however, results from a sudden surge in yin energy, instantly saturating a small area like thick smoke, accompanied by gusts of chilling wind. Li Dazue's mouth twitched. Your forehead is darkened, kid steeped in bad luck. I feel like this filthy thing is definitely here for you. I sneered coldly. A real man takes responsibility for his own actions. Li Dazue slammed his hand heavily on the table, making the chicken bones, instant noodles, and spicy strips jump into the air. He shouted at me. Do you even consider me a friend? Do you think I'm that kind of person? I shook my head. Just wait. I'll show you the power of my Shunshao house-guarding talisman. Li Dazue's mouth twitched, seemingly moved by his own words. Shut the door. With a bang, he plastered talismans all over the doors and windows, then lounged on the shabby sofa, legs crossed, admiring his masterpieces around the room. No sooner had Li Dazue spoken than a series of footsteps sounded outside, faint but distinct. Scrape, scrape. I heard the sound of fingernails clawing at the front door. Soon after, another sound came. Crunch, crunch, like a rat gnawing on wood. Barely daring to breathe, I crept to the door and peered through the crack. A small skinny figure stood there, completely naked except for a bib-like cloth covering its chest. It had 2 blood-red eyes and a mouth full of saw-like teeth. It clawed at the door, then gnawed at it with its mouth. Wood shavings fell from the door as it actually chewed a small hole through it. I was startled by the creature's appearance. But I've weathered many storms. I certainly had the courage to take a few more glances. I thought to myself, it looks familiar. The thing seemed to sense my gaze, turning a blood-red eye towards the door crack and letting out a ghastly laugh. I stumbled back 3 or 4 steps and it suddenly hit me. Isn't this a ghost infant? Damn it, it's even daring to bully us at our own doorstep. If my talismans weren't effective, it wouldn't need to break the door down at all. Li Dazue noticed my distress and rubbed it in further. You're a ghost magnet, kid. Wherever you go, ghosts clear the streets. The Xinshao Sect's house-guarding talisman was sufficient for guarding a house but lacked the power to exorcise evil. Fortunately, the talisman was holding the house together, otherwise that ghost would have turned into a gust of yin wind and slipped right in. In other words, this house-guarding talisman could block incorporeal yin evils, but it couldn't stop corporeal monsters like walking corpses. Crack. A loud explosion came from the door. The ghost infant had finally gnawed a large hole through it, and a dense wave of yin energy rushed into the house, making me shiver uncontrollably from the cold. The bright moon sheds its light, the chilly wind blows through Willow Lane. A female ghost seeks her lover. Who would love this miserable ghost bride? Accompanying the female ghost, secretly worshipping the moonlight, the bright moon sheds its light, wronged spirits wander in the wind. A terrifying child's voice sang the song, drifting in with the icy yin wind. Another burst of horrifying laughter echoed. Heh, 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 sending chills down my spine and making my hair stand on end. Amidst the bleak yin wind and thick fog, a short naked child with red eyes crawled in through the gnawed hole in the door. The ghost infant bared its fangs. None of you will escape today. All of you will die right here. Seeing this, Li Dazue shouted in alarm. This ghost infant carries immense resentment, and its teeth are incredibly sharp. If it gets a bite, you'll lose a chunk of flesh from your leg. I let out a cold smirk, thinking, screw this. I fought an iron corpse before. Am I afraid of a little brat like you? I grabbed a beer bottle from the corner of the table and roared at the ghost infant, go to hell. No matter how skilled your martial arts, a brick will take you down. I shouted loudly and charged forward without warning. I brought the bottle down hard on the ghost infant's head. The quality of beer bottles these days is truly impressive. The impact sent the ghost infant staggering backward, splitting its skull open with thick black blood gushing out. You dare bully me at my own doorstep? Seeing the crack in its skull, I pressed on with renewed vigor. I jumped up and smashed another bottle down with all my might. Bang! The beer bottle shattered. The ghost infant, stunned and bewildered, finally recovered and lunged at me, knocking me to the ground. It opened its bloody maw to bite me. I grabbed its neck, but its sharp claws raked across my arms, leaving several deep wounds. I dared not hesitate for a second. If it got a bite in, I was done for. Li Dazue grabbed another beer bottle and smashed it viciously onto the ghost infant's head. He went through 5 or 6 bottles in a row, leaving broken glass scattered all over the floor. The ghost infant, however, seemed utterly unfazed, becoming even more ferocious instead. Ah, how could I forget it's a ghost? Use the tongue-tip blood. Li Dazue slapped his forehead. His reminder snapped me back to reality. I bit the tip of my tongue and spat a mouthful of blood at the ghost infant. That ghost couldn't withstand the pure yang blood. It let out a furious roar and leaped 3 or 4 meters away. The area where the tongue-tip blood had splattered was scorched, a large chunk of its flesh burned away. Blood from the tip of the tongue is even more yang in nature than black dog blood. The next most yang is blood from the fingertips. It is said that the blood from the heart's apex is the very essence of yang. Not only can it suppress ordinary evil, but it can even subdue a Han Ba. The furball was trembling in the backpack. Strangely, the ghost infant seemed completely oblivious to its presence, as if it didn't exist. I was too preoccupied with the fight to pay much attention to the furball. The ghost infant only lunged at me. It seemed to pay little attention to Li Dazue. Enraged, the ghost infant let out a furious howl and charged at me once more. With a howl, the ghost infant leaped a full 3 meters into the air, charging straight at me. I instinctively ducked and rolled, tumbling over the broken glass shards scattered on the floor. Damn my luck! I cursed, my body soaked in blood from the numerous wounds inflicted by the glass shards. Hold on for a moment. Let me find my talismans and we'll blast that bastard. Li Dazue quickly dodged to the side and began rummaging through his belongings, searching for his divine thunder talismans. Due to the recent increase in prices, he had sold most of them, leaving only a few of his most precious ones tucked away at the bottom. At that moment my mouth was filled with blood, but I could no longer use my tongue's blood to subdue it, leaving me in a rather sorry state. The blood from the tip of the tongue is most potent in the first 3 mouthfuls of the day. With each subsequent spit, its purity diminishes. Therefore, when I spat out my 3rd mouthful of blood, the ghost infant no longer seemed afraid. It sneered coldly. As I said before, none of you will escape today. The ghost infant is a peculiar creature, as previously mentioned, formed from a dead infant in a corpse-raising ground. It is a monster that is half ghost and half zombie. It can harm both ethereal and physical entities. Although it is extremely powerful, it is ultimately a creature of yin and evil. It would yield to those with profound cultivation or exceptionally strong yang energy. My 8 characters are extremely yin, and Li Dazue, who practices fortune-telling and divination, naturally doesn't have a much better fate. You little monster! Let me show you the power of the divine thunder talisman. Li Dazue pulled out several talismans, traced a Sanqing Mudra in the air, and pointed at them. The talismans flew up, emitting a rustling sound. Sure enough, as if guided, the talisman flew straight towards the ghost infant and stuck to it like glue. As the thunder talisman attached itself, a thunderclap echoed in the air. The talisman crackled with electric energy, and a faint blue spiderweb-like net of electricity tightly bound the ghost infant. Talismans work because the Taoist priest infuses them with their divine sense. When they encounter ghosts or monsters, they can harness the power of nature. The thunder talisman in particular draws upon the power of lightning, channeling its energy to subdue spirits. In essence, a talisman is merely a conduit for energy, not a source of immense power itself. The ghost infant let out a furious roar, and the electric net tore apart like a flimsy fishing net. A puff of green smoke rose as the ghost infant writhed in agony on the ground. The talisman was indeed effective. Another talisman was thrown. And another. The ghost infant was struck by 2 talismans in succession. Although it managed to break free each time, its entire body was scorched. Green smoke hissed from its wounds as it howled in pain, which only enraged it further. Its left brow furrowed downward, its right brow slanted upward, and its cheeks puffed out, growing larger with each breath. Damn it, it's going to spit fire! I shouted, warning Li Dazue to watch out for the flames. In the blink of an eye, I dove behind a table. Li Dazue seemed to be getting into the rhythm of the fight. He pulled out another talisman and hurled it at the ghost infant. Screw this. I'll blast you to death. This 5 thunder spell is a true inherited talisman from the Divine Thunder Tianyi sect. Let's see if this kills you. Seeing the ghost infant retreat to the side, Li Dazue threw 5 or 6 more thunder talismans, filling the entire room with sparks and flashes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A torrent of black smoke and fire erupted from the ghost infant, its flames licking out nearly 30 centimeters long. Just then, a 5 thunder spell talisman was released. The talisman and the fire collided, causing a violent explosion, akin to a thunderclap, shaking the entire house. The ghost infant stumbled back 3 or 4 steps, its back against the door. Although it could breathe fire, it needed to gather yin energy to do so. If its yin energy was depleted, the flames it produced would be extremely weak. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More than a dozen talismans flew out and the ghost infant writhed on the ground in pain. Whenever a talisman touched it, it burst into flames and turned to ash. Li Dazue, caught up in the excitement, reached into his bag, and his face immediately changed. Damn! I'm out of talismans. Aren't you a disciple of the Divine Thunder sect? Quick, draw some more. Alas! Drawing talismans consumes a great deal of mystical energy. Even if I started now, it would be too late. Talismans are the very essence of a Taoist priest spirit, appearing like random scribbles. In reality, they are created by channeling mystical energy from the fingertips to the brush, infusing it into the cinnabar, and then writing each stroke with divine sense. Therefore, each talisman is extremely precious, not comparable to mere calligraphy. An ordinary Taoist priest can draw at most 3 or 4 talismans a day. Even a master of the heavenly master level can only produce about 10 talismans daily. Oh no, what are we going to do now? I'm running low on tongue blood too. I stared at Li Dazue, dumbfounded. What do we do now? Is there any other way to restrain this ghost infant? To be honest, I hadn't come today to exorcise spirits. I hadn't even brought my important tools like the Heavenly Master's copper seal. Although the Maoshan Secret Texts is a magical artifact, it's ultimately just a book. How the hell should I know? Li Dazue was clearly panicking too. This half-baked Taoist, who usually just coasted through life, naturally had no good ideas and could only stare blankly. Cough, 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 cough. The ghost infant laughed wickedly. See what other tricks you have. I told you none of you are leaving tonight. Sure enough, with a wild howl, the ghost infant sprang up like a small monkey, leaping a full 3 meters into the air, almost touching the beam of the roof. Then it plummeted down its hind legs, kicking out, sending me stumbling. I crashed hard onto the ground, my vision blurring, and my head spinning, everything going dark. I lay on the ground, unable to get up. Seeing the dire situation, Li Dazue tried to run towards the backyard. But the moment he started, the ghost infant bounced off the ground and kicked him squarely in the back with its 2 hind legs. With a cry of pain, Li Dazue was also knocked down, his face turning purple from the agony. He too couldn't get up. It's over. My eyes were filled with bitterness, helplessness, and unwillingness. My life had just begun. I didn't want it to end so abruptly. Both Li Dazue and I were in utter despair. There was no sound from outside, and the rain was falling even harder. The ghost infant lunged at me first, and my vision blurred. Despair. A flash of white light streaked by, and a fluffy white creature charged directly at the ghost infant. It opened its mouth and bit the ghost infant's rear. Unsurprisingly, it was immediately swatted away by the ghost infant. But the ghost infant stared at it in terror, retreating several steps until its back hit the door. It was Baize, now known as Maowan. It was knocked away, but it pounced again. Knocked away again, it pounced once more. This cycle repeated several times. Doggy. The ghost infant looked at it like a mischievous child eyeing a beloved toy. There was a destructive impulse in its eyes, but also a hint of affection. Maowan cowered in the corner, panting heavily. It was injured too. He. Maybe I'll spare the little doggy's life. I cursed inwardly. Damn, a dog is better than us. I could read the fury in Maowan's soft pink eyes. The air around us seemed to freeze. It was as if it was saying, I won't let you hurt my master. I felt immense gratitude towards Maowan. Maowan leaped again, charging at the ghost infant, panting heavily. And of course it was sent flying once more. Both Li Dazue and I felt ashamed. Sometimes humans truly are inferior to dogs. Of course Li Dazue still thought it was just a dog. Overwhelmed by this inexplicable anxiety, I went completely mad. Ignoring my blood-soaked body, I grabbed a beer bottle and charged at the ghost infant. The ghost infant, completely taken by surprise that I had gotten up, was momentarily stunned. I smashed the bottle hard against its body, shattering the glass and sending shards flying across its face. Li Dazue also jumped up, wrapping his arms around the ghost infant in a tight bear hug, making it squeal. With a furious roar, Li Dazue managed to wrestle it to the ground. Stab its soul. The sole of the foot is a convergence point for various meridians, serving as a central hub for chi and blood. For this kind of corpse monster with an iron head and bronze bones, only by piercing the soul and releasing the evil energy can its power be weakened. I grabbed the broken beer bottle and aimed it at the ghost infant's soul, stabbing in a full inch deep. Black blood gushed out. The ghost infant let out a heart-wrenching scream, its clawed hands frantically tearing at Li Dazue's back. His back was lacerated, skin and flesh turned outward, his mouth contorted in pain. The ghost infant's left brow began to furrow again, its right brow slanting. Its little cheeks started puffing in and out. I knew it was about to breathe fire again. I quickly grabbed Li Dazue, rolled aside, and kicked over the table to block the black flames. A large hole was burned right through the tabletop, and my hair and eyebrows were singed. This fire contains corpse poison. Remember to drink a bowl of sticky rice porridge every day for 3 days to flush it out, and you'll be fine. You still think you'll see the morning sun? The ghost infant sneered coldly, no longer in a hurry. It wanted to play with us like a cat with a mouse, not finishing us off in one bite. Because it was more fun this way. Invoke the gods to possess me. If not for Li Dazue's shout of reminder, we would surely have died at the hands of the ghost infant that night. All right, I said to Li Dazue, flashing him a thumbs-up gesture. I'm going to borrow your body to summon a spirit and take that bastard down. I glared at him and roared. Damn you, last time you summoned a spirit you used your own body. Li Dazue chuckled. This spirit is too fierce, my 8 characters can't withstand it. With that, he didn't care whether I agreed or not. A ghost infant is a being of pure evil and malevolence, so I naturally couldn't fight it head-on. But to capture it, after much deliberation, the only option was to summon someone else to deal with it. Summoning a spirit is quite similar to a shamanic dance. Modern medicine explains spirit summoning as a self-identity delusion experienced by shamans after ingesting excessive anesthetic drugs. However, in reality, spirit summoning has a basis in Taoist theory similar to the principle of talismans as an energy medium. It's simply a method of using a human body, making a pact with the gods through incantations, and borrowing their energy and divine sense to vanquish ghosts and monsters. In this celestial cycle, there are 360 orthodox spirits and 100 beast spirits. Orthodox spirits are people who have cultivated for many years. Beast spirits, on the other hand, are formed through animal cultivation, such as the 5 great immortals: fox, yellow, white, willow, and gray. The pantheon is quite diverse, including both orthodox and evil spirits. If you summon an evil spirit, even though it might resolve your immediate problem, the saying holds true. Summoning a spirit is easy, but sending it away is hard. It won't leave without swindling you severely. If you happen to summon an orthodox spirit, it's uncertain whether it will help you. Even if it does, whether it can withstand the ghost infant is unknown. There are many intricacies and various superstitious rules involved. Therefore, major sects typically summon their own founding patriarch. The patriarch protects his disciples, but his aid isn't unconditional. He can only be summoned once or twice a year. The ghost infant before us is clearly a malevolent evil spirit, so we must summon something even more powerful to subdue it. However, if one's Taoist cultivation isn't high enough, they can't dictate which spirit descends upon them. All this is a long story, but only a few seconds passed. This time Li Dazue's method of summoning was vastly different. He stepped in a strange gait like a goose waddling forward, circling me 3 times, chanting, Lin Bing Do Zhejian Lai Zai Qian, and forming the 9-character mantra hand seals. Then he switched to the U-step, chanting loudly, Heaven is spiritual, earth is spiritual. Bestow blessings. The saintly lord of town protection leaves the palace to display his might. Ancestral master's Dharma chariot descends to manifest. Urgent as the law. The so-called U-step, also known as Bugong Tattoo, is said to mimic the hobbled gait of Yu the Great, who became lame after years of flood control efforts. This gait is performed on a ritual diagram, following Taoist melodies, contemplating the 9 heavens. By stepping according to the positions of stars and constellations, and the patterns of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, one can soar through the heavens and petition the celestial realm. As soon as the summoning incantation ended, Li Dazue shouted a command. Manifest your power before the altar. Then I saw a puff of white mist rise, and a dark shadow suddenly appeared out of thin air. Its gait was extremely shifty, hunched, and stooped, less than 5 feet tall, disheveled and filthy, with a mournful face. It was yawning, continuously radiating an aura of death and decay. When the white smoke cleared, I felt myself floating. I saw my body become incredibly shabby and repulsive even to myself. The god of misfortune. Li Dazue's face fell, and I was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The god of misfortune, also known as the Broomstar, is the loner among the 36 celestial deities, shunned by people and gods alike. In short, he's the embodiment of bad luck. Not only that, even fierce demons like the drought fiend would avoid him at all costs. Good grief, as soon as the god of misfortune appeared, the ghost infant's expression changed drastically, as if sensing an immense threat. The god of misfortune, unhurried, walked up to the ghost infant. Slowly, he extended his fist, then opened it. A burst of gray-purple light erupted. The ghost infant, upon contact with the light, began to crumble from the neck down like shattering ice, crashing to the ground in a heap of glowing fragments. Then came a piercing, blood-curdling scream that made one's hair stand on end. The god of misfortune was indeed sharp, domineering, and terrifying. The ghost infant shot me a vicious glare, then using its hands as feet scurried away through the doorway, and vanished in an instant. Chase it! Li Dazue was clearly impatient and shouted at the god of misfortune. Bad luck! Unexpectedly, these words came from the mouth of the god of misfortune himself. Li Dazue was stunned for a moment. Ha 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 ha! He laughed so hard he couldn't straighten up, his mouth nearly twisted out of shape. As the saying goes, summoning a spirit is easy, sending it away is hard. Which perfectly describes a lazy god like the god of misfortune. Since he's only summoned once every few hundred years, he won't leave without taking full advantage of the opportunity to enrich himself. The god of misfortune mumbled a few things to Li Dazue, whose face turned ashen. Then the god of misfortune spoke to him amiably, and Li Dazue nodded repeatedly with a bitter smile. After that my vision went black and I fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up, it was already the next morning. I was lying on Li Dazue's sofa. He was nowhere to be found. I stood up. My whole body felt numb and tingly, and I was unsteady on my feet. Recalling the events of the previous night, a wave of unease washed over me. The furball was also injured last night, its body covered in blood. I opened my backpack to check on it, and surprisingly its wounds had completely healed. I put on my backpack, called Li Dazue, but his phone was off. I left a message on WeChat saying I was heading back. Just as I stepped out the door, a truck sped past, splashing the accumulated water from the night, before all over me, soaking my pants completely. I cursed inwardly. Damn it, can't you watch where you're driving? But this was just the beginning of my bad luck. I found a street stall and had some breakfast. Perhaps the food wasn't clean. No sooner had I eaten than a wave of intense pain hit my stomach. I threw down 10 yuan, not even waiting for the change, and dashed for the public restroom. Public restrooms are scarce in Rongqing. Some of them are still pit latrines from the 1970s and 80s. Not only do they stink to high heaven, but there's also a risk of falling in. There have been news reports of people falling into toilets. The old city renovation plan only covers the folk custom street up to the Zhongming temple. As for Shingun Street, behind the temple, it's like an abandoned stepchild ignored by everyone. I hurriedly found the nearest public restroom. Rushing in, I didn't notice the warning sign on the door. I took 2 steps at a time and entered. The floor of this restroom was made of wood with just a hole dug in the middle. I stepped on it and heard a crack like something breaking. I didn't have time to worry about that. I heard more cracking sounds. Damn it! My feet slipped and I was in trouble. The wooden boards cracked completely and I fell through with a crash. Such bad luck. Fortunately, I managed to grab the door frame, but I lost one of my shoes. I quickly scrambled back up and ran out in a panic. It was only then that I noticed the warning sign. Danger, do not use. Use at your own risk. Luckily no one saw me. I ran to the outdoor faucet and washed myself repeatedly. I had lost one shoe, so I bought a pair of flip-flops nearby. But it didn't end there. Strange things kept happening. I was indeed possessed by the god of misfortune, absolutely cursed with bad luck. Actually, I was supposed to be looking for Zhou Ming. I hadn't even been out for half an hour when I encountered one disaster after another. I got on the bus, but before it had traveled 2 stops, an old lady staged a fake accident to extort the driver. I wasn't mistaken. The old lady threw herself onto the bus and claimed her leg was broken, demanding money from the driver. The driver asked everyone to get off, so he could deal with it himself. It had nothing to do with me, but as soon as I got off the bus and went over to see what was happening, the old lady grabbed me and claimed I was her son, trying to get me to help her with her scam. It took a lot of talking to finally get away. I stumbled my way to Zhou Ming's house, but he had already left for work, so I wandered around a nearby park. I noticed the grass rustling and shaking. Out of professional habit, I gave it a hard kick. Ouch! Something bit my foot. Holy crap! A snake! I'm terrified of snakes. The moment it bit me, my vision went dark, and I passed out completely unconscious. A snake with a triangular head and mottled patterns bit my foot and slithered away. When I woke up, I was already in the hospital. A park security guard had helped get me there. They also contacted Zhou Ming and the old master through my frequent contacts. They rushed to the hospital and only relaxed after seeing that I had been given the antivenom. During the routine checkup, the doctor scolded me. How did you let yourself get this badly injured? Were you waiting until you were at death's door? My wounds from fighting the ghost infant last night were indeed severe, with my skin and flesh torn open. The old master looked grim and went outside for a smoke. He was yelled at by a passing nurse and went to the stairwell, head hung low. Zhou Ming, seeing I was awake, was almost in tears. Our business isn't done yet, buddy, you can't go down now. I looked at Zhou Ming, feeling an indescribable warmth. Shortly after, the old master returned with someone. It was Lu Jianguo. Lu Jianguo put the fruit aside, his face dark and heavy, as if something was about to happen. The old master and Zhou Ming also sat down. I recounted the previous night's events in detail. Lu Jianguo was silent for a long time before he spoke. Xiao Xia, in my opinion, we must cut the roots when weeding. Yeah, too bad that ghost infant got away. We don't know where to find it now. In my view, this ghost infant is not simple. Someone must have cast a blood goo on you. Blood goo. No matter where it hides, I will find it and avenge you. A sinister look flashed across Lu Jianguo's dark face, vanishing in an instant. Honestly, this time I owe my life to Lu Jianguo's appearance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have escaped the ghost infant's deadly clutches. Xia, someone is out to get you. The ghost child is merely a tool wielded by them. Looking at Lu Jianguo's earnest expression, I felt he had no reason to deceive me. In this regard, I seemed to harbor an inexplicable trust in him. I nodded and asked Lu Jianguo why he was so knowledgeable about ghosts and spirits. He gave me a rough explanation. My great-grandfather's ancestor was Master Yang of the Tang dynasty, who passed down the secret formula of heaven. Thus I have some understanding of feng shui and locating burial sites. He then briefly recounted the story of Master Yang. Master Yang, named E-styled Yunsong, was known as Yang the Poverty Rescuer. Legend has it that during Emperor Ming of Tang's reign, he discovered a towering mountain in Wenxi Hadong with a majestic terrain and lush vegetation indicating deep and fertile soil. He deduced that this place boasted vigorous dragon energy. Surprisingly, a tomb had already been carved into the dragon's eye. He concluded that a master must have done this. Through secret inquiries, he found the tomb's locator Qiu Yanhan, who had authored the Ode to Heavenly Secrets and the Jade Letter Classic. They became instant friends and secretly passed these two books to Master Yang. To prevent the secrets from leaking, Master Yang dissolved the texts in a medicinal solution and wrote them on white cloth, naming it the Secret Formula of Heaven. The characters were only visible when illuminated by a rhino horn lamp. It was said that whenever he needed to survey feng shui and dragon veins, Master Yang would light an iron lamp, align it with the Big Dipper, consult the Secret Formula of Heaven, and peruse the geographic charts to determine auspicious locations. If an evil person was buried in a prime feng shui spot, Master Yang would wield his whip of mountain driving at night to drive away their fortune. Because he frequently aided the poor, he was called Yang the Poverty Rescuer. Books like The Secret Formula of Heaven, Jade Letter Classic, Bronze Letter Classic, Seal of Principle and Qi, Refined Analysis of Aura, Sands Dispelling Classic, True Secrets of Tingling, Star Sands Rhapsody, True Geography, Geographical Corrections, and Essential Geography readings were worn out from Lu Jianguo's constant study. The ghost infant was indeed buried in a corpse-nurturing ground, but the body was tampered with. Lu Jianguo said thoughtfully. Seeing my confused look, he explained it to me. In geographical terms, a corpse-nurturing ground is soil with extremely imbalanced pH levels, unsuitable for organic growth, thus free of insects and bacteria. A body buried there would not decompose even after a century. Muscles and hair would remain intact. Some data even indicated that hair and nails could continue to grow in such grounds. For instance, the dead cow belly cave could produce purple hair, the dog skull cave, white hair, broken face Wensu, could produce unyielding bones, and Carp Ridge Sand Cave could produce ambulating corpses. The Maoshan secret art states, Xian brings the dragon E with Mao direction, the river has Chou Gen water, Si Sun departs. The point violates the 8 evil yellow springs. This is akin to a sandbar in a river, where silt accumulates after floods recede. Yin energy is like that silt, piling up over time and transforming the area into a corpse-nurturing ground. This ghost infant was buried in such a ground for at most a year or two. How could it be so fierce? This is a calamity corpse created by burying 10 generations of remains together in the same ground to nurture a ghost infant. The Secret Formula of Heaven calls this the Yin Sha Calamity Corpse. No wonder they used an infant to refine it, or otherwise 10 generations would take at least 500 years. Correct. During the Yellow Emperor's battle with Qi Yu, adult calamity corpses were seen. But for the last 500 years, all Yin Sha calamity corpses have been ghost infants. According to the Star Sands Rhapsody, the Yin Sha calamity corpse is a sorcery from Qi Yu's era, where the remains of a person's first 9 lives are arranged in a formation to nourish the 10th. This allows the corpse to absorb earthly Sha energy, 100-fold. Each year of burial equals 100 years of accumulated Yin energy. Each Yanggong day is a minor tribulation, and each death anniversary is a major one. After 10 years, it would break through the ground, bringing great calamity. Luckily, that person was impatient, or you'd have been done for Xia. So I might not survive this year's Yanggong day. The so-called Yanggong day falls on the 28th of each lunar month. Legend has it that Yanggong had 13 sons, all immensely wealthy. He proudly boasted, "Even if I lost one son a month, they'd keep me company until the new year." The Jade Emperor, enraged by his arrogance, made one son die each month. That year happened to have a leap month totaling 13 months, and all his sons perished before the new year. Hence the 28th of each month is called Yanggong Day, an inauspicious day. Perhaps, if we can find the corpse-nurturing ground and destroy the Yin Sha calamity corpse, you can survive this tribulation. Uncle Lu, tell me what to do. I'll follow your instructions. I was utterly convinced by Lu Jianguo's profound feng shui theories, even though much of it was over my head. Lu Jianguo patted my shoulder, advising me to rest and recover before searching for the corpse-nurturing ground. About 3 days later, I was discharged from the hospital, my injuries mostly healed. I called Lu Jianguo and he answered but remained silent. After a long pause, I finally said, "Uncle Lu, how about we meet for dinner tonight and talk?" He readily agreed and mentioned he had a gift for me. Uncle Lu was a straightforward man, not very skilled in social graces, which I understood. That night, I didn't invite anyone else. I planned to take Uncle Lu to a nicer restaurant, but he declined, saying he wasn't used to it, and dragged me to a street food stall instead, claiming he knew the place and preferred it. I knew he was trying to save me money. After all, I'd been unemployed for over 10 days, and was still owed a month's wages. Ever since losing my job, misfortune had been piling up. Luckily, I had some savings to last a few months. At the food stall, Uncle Lu finally relaxed. I ordered some barbecue boiled fish and a few bottles of ice-cold beer. As we ate heartily, Lu Jianguo's words began to flow. During the meal I once again asked in detail about the Insha Calamity Corpse. Uncle Lu said we must first find the ghost infant's burial site, then destroy its physical form to eradicate it completely. A ghost infant has both a soul and a body. After being nourished by 10 corpses, its body becomes a vessel. No matter how severely its soul or body is damaged, it can recover by returning to the 10 corpse formation. Unless the body is destroyed, even if the ghost infant's soul is scattered, it will gradually reform over time and materialize again. No wonder the ghost infant remained so bold even after losing half its body to the god of misfortune. Truly, one must destroy the enemy physically to eliminate them spiritually. The ghost infant hasn't fully matured yet, so its range is limited roughly 20 kilometers. Beyond that, its power would be greatly diminished. My rented apartment was about 10 kilometers from Mahua Lane. Lu Jianguo and I pulled out our phones and checked the map. We roughly outlined a circle. The core of that circle was around the Poets Bay area, on the outskirts where a tall mountain called Helmet Peak stood, offering a panoramic view of Rongqing. Rongqing belongs to the Sun Dragon among the 3 great dragon veins. It leans against the mountains and faces the sea, bordering a plain with protective hills on both sides and facing peaks welcoming it. In feng shui terms, left azure dragon, right white tiger, front vermilion bird, rear black tortoise. With the added island of the water mouth star, its feng shui is exceptionally auspicious. Its main dragon vein passes through the Gulu district, with the true dragon crossing the gorge. Passing Mailin Temple and the governor's office, it forms the dragon's head. The residual energy then extends south and east, forming a secondary acupoint, which is the dragon's pearl. However, Poets Bay, located under the dragon's claws of Rongqing, has extremely malevolent feng shui. Situated on the shady side of Helmet Peak, it was originally known as Dead Man's Bay. It perpetually faces away from the sun, with dense fog rising. The azure dragon sand is short, while the white tiger sand is long, causing Insha to accumulate year-round, marking it as an extremely inauspicious place. Consequently, several development attempts there have all failed. We chatted at the food stall until 3 or 4 in the morning before heading back for a brief rest. As we left, Uncle Lu packed up the leftover chicken bones. I assumed he had a dog at home and didn't ask further. The next day before dawn, Lu Jianguo invited me to Helmet Peak. The mountain was shrouded in cold, swirling mist, so I had to put on an extra jacket. I wore my coat and he carried a bundle on his back. Standing at the highest point of Helmet Peak, the entirety of Poets Gully lay sprawled before us. Look at this terrain. Poets Gully arcs around here and Catfish Creek flows straight into the middle of that arc. A row of locust trees on the bank seals off the entire curve. Is this the legendary floating corpse ground? I asked, eyes wide in awe. I recalled the Maoshan's secret arts mentioning floating corpse ground, also known as Yin Sun. It's quite easy to understand. It's like a bend in a river that tends to trap floating debris, or like a pocket that only takes in Yin Sha energy but never lets it out. To put it more vividly, it's like pumping air into a bicycle tire. Once it goes in, it gets blocked by the valve and can't escape at all. Yes, Xia, you're right. Lu Jianguo nodded with satisfaction. Our Sanyuan astrology school does call this terrain a floating corpse ground. Sanyuan astrology school. Heh, in today's world there are the 10 great schools of divination. My great-grandfather told me to memorize them. Lu Jianguo, as if caught making a mistake, quickly explained the 10 great schools to me. The so-called 10 great schools refer to the 10 major feng shui sects of today. They are the Orthodox 5-element school, based on the 5 elements essentials. The Folk Sanha school, based on the extinction of the barbarians classic. The Lai Gong Sanha school, based on the Chui Guan Pian. The Wandering Year 8 Mansion School, based on the Complete Guide to Yang Dwellings. The Dragon Gate 8 Mansion School, based on the Qian Kuan Guobao. The Golden Lock School, based on the Golden Lock and Jade Pass. The Qi Men Feng Shui School, based on the Qi Men Dun Jia. The Lu Run Feng Shui School, based on the Book of Burials. The Luo Shu Flying Star School, based on Shen Kong. And the Sanyuan Astrology School, based on the Secret Formula of Heaven. That's about it. Eliminating this ghost infant will be my gift to you. As we prepared to confront the corpse, nurturing ground fear outweighed my curiosity. To be honest, this wasn't my first time climbing Cap Helmet Mountain, but previously I had come for leisure. Today, however, I surveyed the area through the eyes of a feng shui master, observing every detail with particular care. I had actually visited that corpse nurturing ground before. The scenery there was surprisingly pleasant, with dense gloomy trees covering about 30 mu of land, yet curiously, there was no source of water to be found. There wasn't even a puddle the size of a palm, let alone a large pond. Although it was called a corpse nurturing ground, there wasn't a single grave mound to be found. It was a place of gradual yin. To distinguish between the two types of gradual grounds, one can rely on sunlight. Each day the yang energy peaks at noon, rises from dawn to morning, while yin energy gradually accumulates from afternoon to midnight. A simple method of differentiation is based on the duration of sunlight exposure. Grounds that receive sunlight before noon are considered yang gradual, while those that receive sunlight after noon are yin gradual. Public cemeteries are never built on anything but Yongradual land. Burying the dead in Ingradual land can turn even a soul without resentment into a zombie, let alone one with immense grudges. If evil practitioners were determined to cultivate sinister beings, how could they overlook such a prime location? However, this place was a natural blessing for the Three Harmonies School of the Streets. But that's a story for later. Uncle Lu, we've found the corpse nurturing ground, but the ghost infant's grave will be hard to locate. No matter, I have a way to find it. It was just past 5 in the morning and the sky was barely light. Lu Jianguo walked to a large rock, spread out his bundle on the ground, placed 7 iron lamps, took out an iron scissors, and cut a human figure from a piece of yellow paper. Lu Jianguo shouted and pointed at the paper figure's brow. The paper figure floated up and drifted toward the corpse nurturing ground. Let's go. We'll head over now. The paper figure led us through the corpse nurturing ground, weaving around trees, not missing any spot with dense foliage or raised mounds. After about 3 hours, the paper figure circled a large tree 3 times to the left, then 3 times to the right, and then dropped to the ground with a soft thud. Despite Lu Jianguo's incantations, it refused to rise again. It's under this tree. This paper figure of mine has a name. It's called the Soul Guide. The Soul Guide is a Taoist technique from Maoshan. This kind of paper figure can discern yin energy and track down the place with the heaviest yin within a 1-kilometer radius. After saying this, Lu Jianguo walked around the tree, picked up a handful of soil, and sniffed it. His brow furrowed, indicating that things were not looking good. Lu Jianguo was a composed man, as I had come to know through our interactions. Even someone with his extremely yang-aligned birth chart showed signs of distress which spoke volumes about the severity of the situation. This should be the place. Lu Jianguo pointed at the tree, seemingly testing me, and said with a smile, "What's different about this tree?" I circled the tree 3 times clockwise and 3 times counterclockwise, but found nothing unusual. Suddenly a realization dawned on me, and I quickly said, "Could this be a large locust tree grown from a funeral staff?" "No. Guess again." I examined the tree more closely and noticed its peculiarity. Ordinary trees thrive on the sunny side, but this one was the opposite. Typically, locust tree branches point upward, but this one's branches drooped downward. Moreover, on the back of every leaf there were 2 rings of reddish hue resembling countless eyes. This was unsettling. It felt like countless eyes were staring at me. "Uncle Lu, is it those red leaves?" Lu Jianguo nodded. "These are called ghost eyes. Whenever a tree is used for corpse refinement, the backs of its leaves turn red. Ordinary people plant trees like boxwood on graves, which are lush and leafy, but never willow or locust trees, which are considered inauspicious. According to the Maoshan secret records, once ghost eyes appear on a tree, on a grave, it indicates that the corpse underground has undergone a mutation. The tree has absorbed excessive yin and malevolent energy, which, unable to dissipate, settles on the backs of leaves, turning them blood red. To draw an analogy, if you place a flower in colored water, it gradually absorbs the color, changing the hue of its petals. Willow trees attract yin and absorb large amounts of malevolent and yin energy from the air, channeling it underground, thereby greatly enhancing the power of ghostly entities. Whenever one encounters such a tree, it's best to stay far away. But now we couldn't avoid it. We had to dig it up, cut it down. Give it a try. Lu Jianguo smiled and pulled out a razor-sharp dagger from his bundle. I took the dagger and struck the tree, but with a crack sparks flew, and the tree didn't even have a scratch on its bark. I looked at Lu Jianguo in confusion. Ghost eye trees have dense foliage and extensive roots. Due to absorbing excessive yin and malevolent energy, they are filled with yin, making them impervious to blades and axes. The only solution is to burn them with yang fire. Yang fire refers to wood fire, which is fire produced by friction on wood. Stone fire, which is yin, such as flames from lighters or matches that rely on minerals, is ineffective against such trees. Don't rush. Starting from this tree, walk 81 steps in each of the 8 directions. I did as he said, walking 81 steps from the tree in all 8 directions. Indeed, I discovered that in each of the 8 directions there was a locust tree, and every one of them had ghost eyes on the backs of its leaves. Now that we've found them, we'll act at dusk when yin is rising. In gradual time is afternoon. Lu Jianguo took out a red rope dyed with black dog blood from his bundle, tied it around the locust tree, and gave me several more to tie around the other 8 trees. These red ropes can temporarily suppress the ghost infant, but they'll lose their effect after 7 hours. Alright, let's head back first and we'll return when we're prepared. Tonight it'll just be the 2 of us. You go get gasoline and shovels. We'll meet around 4 in the afternoon at the yin gradual time. We split up. I bought 2 entrenching tools, and then carried a can to buy gasoline, but the gas station attendant flatly refused to sell it to me. With no other choice, I paid a motorcycle taxi driver 10 yuan to fill half a bottle, then siphon the fuel out with a straw. By the time I finished, it was around 2 o'clock. I hurriedly hailed a cab and arrived at the spot, got off, and walked to the locust tree just at 4:30. Lu Jianguo was already waiting under the tree. "Burn it. Hold on." Lu Jianguo waved his hand, took out a packet of pink ash, and 2 black-boned chicken eggs, cracked them and mixed them with the ash. We each ate one, and he chanted, "My body is now concealed." I repeated the incantation. Indeed, I felt waves of energy emanating from my body. This technique was called the generating soul hiding method, recorded in the Secret Book of Heavenly Secrets. It involved drying a red toad on the first day of the first lunar month and grinding it into ash. The toad can conceal yang energy, while black-boned chicken eggs generate yin. Once yang is concealed, yin naturally emanates, making one appear invisible to ghosts and demons. Start the fire. Lu Jianguo took out a small bow from his bundle. The string was wrapped around a wooden stick, which was placed against a dry branch. He pulled the bow back and forth, and in a short while flames leaped up. I poured gasoline on the 9 large trees, then brought the yang fire to them. The flames blazed up, but surprisingly the flames were no more than 3 or 4 inches long, and produced not a wisp of black smoke. After about half an hour, with a loud crash, all 9 locust trees collapsed simultaneously. "Uncle Lu, how should we dig? A fence needs 3 posts. We'll remove the posts first." "Xia, did you bring your heavenly master copper seal?" "Don't worry, Uncle Lu, I carry it with me. I also brought the Divine Thunder 5-bolt talisman. Ever since that strange incident at Li Dazue's house, I wouldn't dare leave without the copper seal." "Good. We'll dig separately. When you find a corpse, press the seal on it, and it will surely burn it to ashes." We each went our separate ways. I took my entrenching tool and started digging at the base of the tree. After about 20 minutes, I heard a clang. I unearthed an iron plate with incomprehensible talismans on it. After digging for another 10 minutes, I uncovered an iron urn. Opening it, I found an infant corpse, pitch black and stiff as iron. Following Uncle Lu's instructions, I pressed the Heavenly Master Copper Seal firmly onto it. The iron corpse immediately ignited like charcoal burning red hot, and within moments turned to cinders. It took about 3 hours until 7:30 in the evening. I had unearthed 4 infant arrays: iron, green mulberry, wood-colored glazed stone, and glass. Uncle Lu uncovered 4 more pottery, obsidian chicken eggs, and human bones. These were known as iron, mulberry, glazed pottery, obsidian, egg, and bone. The 8 evil artifacts of malevolent entities. It's about time. We'll dig again at 9. Why 9 o'clock? Yang gradual times 9 diminishes yin gradual times 9 gives rise to yang. In other words, the 9th hour of each gradual period marks a dividing line. During this time, the aura of ghosts and demons weakens. Soon it was 9 o'clock. We dug together for about 20 minutes. With a clang, the pickaxe struck something, jarring my hand. We had unearthed an iron bagua mirror with its 8 trigrams aligned with the 8 infant arrays. As for the yin-yang fish symbol at the center, that was common knowledge, so we didn't give it much thought. Then we unearthed a large urn and broke it open. Inside sat a woman in her early 20s, her abdomen partially eaten away. I was stunned by the sight. Despite her ghastly appearance, I would never forget her face. Wasn't that Tang Lily? Tang Lily was the blood vessel. My heart nearly leaped out of my chest. I let out a nearly hoarse cry, staggered back several steps, and half collapsed onto the ground. According to the Maoshan's secret records, a blood vessel is a vessel for nurturing a demonic infant, requiring a woman with a yin-leaning birth chart before the age of 20. She is fed with fresh blood daily until the infant opens its eyes. Then the woman is turned into a blood vessel, and the ghost infant is placed inside. After 3 years, a demonic infant is refined. At this thought, I furrowed my brow and suddenly slapped my thigh in a moment of clarity. "Ah!" Lu Jianguo and I cried out in unison. It turned out that Tang Lily was not dead. The hanging was merely an illusion. In reality, she had been made into a blood goo. This was truly cruel and horrifying. Something was deeply wrong. A formation that took over a decade to set up should not have been targeting a mere 24-year-old like me. I simply couldn't fathom it. I misjudged it. This thing is not a Yin Sha corpse, but a Yin Mo Xia Sha. Yin Mo Xia Sha. The world is fundamentally divided into Yin and Yang. Humans belong to Yang while ghosts belong to Yin. Gazing at this blood goo, I could faintly discern a ghost infant grinning malevolently within. Although the ghost infant is a type of ghost and belongs to Yin, by absorbing the essence of the blood goo, it becomes not just Yin but Yin upon Yin. When these 2 Yins merge into one, it forms what is known as Lao Yin, Supreme Yin. Patriarch Bodhi once said, "Lao Yin cannot nurture life." This refers precisely to the Yin Mo Xia Sha. Lao Yin is also called Tai Yin, signifying an entity where both of its inherent attributes are Yin. Yin represents death. When death is compounded upon death, it's bound to be extremely ominous. What alarmed me most was that the blood goo was crafted from a living person, and the Jiang corpse resulted from multiple miscarriages. Both are entities brimming with immense resentment. Even a ghost without resentment is terrifying enough. A ghost formed from resentment upon resentment is simply too dreadful to contemplate. Such a being can no longer be considered a mere Yin spirit. It has become a Yin Mo Xia Sha, far more fearsome than a Yin Sha Jiang Shi. It takes the 20 infant Sha formation to refine just one such, Xia Ji. At least 20 young women and 200 infants must have fallen victim to this atrocity. What sheer wickedness! Uncle Lu, what should we do? We need to use yang fire and willow trees to burn it. If we can incinerate the blood goo, all will be well. All right. Lu Jianguo and I chopped down several willow trees, arranged the branches, and loaded the blood goo onto the pyre. By the time we finished, it was approximately 8:50 p.m. Lu Jianguo checked his watch, then used a fire bow to ignite the yang fire. The moment the stopwatch hit 9 o'clock, he roared, "Burn!" But the fire wouldn't catch properly. The flames were only a centimeter or two high, emitting a faint blue glow, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. Quick used the divine thunder talisman. Though I didn't know the proper incantation, I bit my finger, smeared a drop of blood on the talisman, and hurled it into the fire. The moment the talisman entered the flames, the dying fire suddenly roared to life, leaping up over 10 feet high in a blaze of scorching crimson. Strangely, the blood goo remained completely unscathed. Not only was its body not scorched, but even its hair wasn't singed. This was utterly bizarre. The yang fire could easily incinerate even the weapon-proof ghost eye tree. How could it not even singe a finger of the blood goo? If this isn't seeing a ghost, what is? No doubt that thing has interfered. The ghost infant. I habitually referred to the Mo Xia Ji as the ghost infant, a habit I couldn't easily break. Lu Jianguo naturally understood what I meant, and didn't ask for clarification. Exactly. He refuses to take the easy way out. Lu Jianguo was clearly furious. A menacing glare erupted from his usually honest face, looking utterly terrifying, and even I shuddered involuntarily. Lu Jianguo grabbed his entrenching shovel, and charged forward with quick steps. Just as he reached the blood goo, he swung the shovel and brought it down hard. Half of the blood goo's head was cleaved off, and it crashed to the ground with a loud thud. A surge of energy erupted from the severed neck, freezing the surrounding air, and making me shiver uncontrollably. Moments later, a fleshy ball rolled out from the neck cavity, stopping after bouncing a few meters away. The fleshy ball was pitch black, as if coated in a thick layer of wax. Through this waxy shell I could see an infant curled up within. A chilling wind blew, and the thick wax began to crack with a series of sharp snaps. Countless fissures spread across its surface. Then, with a thunderous explosion, the wax ball burst apart. A ghost infant tumbled out, its body sprouting red fur as it hit the air. Honestly, this scene was far too horrifying. It made me question the very foundations of science. Immediately, a foul stench permeated the air, enough to make one retch. Quick, use the divine thunder talisman to cover your nose and mouth. Lu Jianguo shouted. He then produced a bamboo leaf to cover his own face, as it could also block the corpse chi. The terrible odor lingered for about 3 or 4 minutes before gradually dissipating. It turned out that when the ghost infant's true body made contact with the air, oxidation occurred, causing its internal organs to rapidly decompose and emit the nauseating smell. Damn it, this wicked thing even tried to deceive me, claiming it was killed by an old driver. Ghost's words are 3 parts truth, 3 parts lies. Would you dare to believe all of it? I'll strike it with my shovel and make sure it's damned for all eternity. Lu Jianguo raised his iron shovel, bit his fingertip, and let his blood drip onto the blade. His pure yang body, combined with his pure yang blood, was incredibly potent against evil spirits. His strike carried the profound power of Maoshan Taoism. He raised the shovel high above his head, ready to bring it down. But as the shovel descended, it stopped abruptly mid-air. The ghost infant had reached out and caught the shovel with both hands. White smoke sizzled where its hands touched the iron, scorching a patch of the red fur on its palms. The ghost infant shoved the shovel aside, then, mimicking a little monkey, it leaped up, did a somersault in the air, and landed on its feet, facing us, head bowed, hands bracing against the ground. It then did something that astonished us. It dropped to its knees with a thud, and began kowtowing frantically, its head hitting the ground with loud, desperate thumps. My 2 ancestors' vengeance has its rightful target. This little one failed to recognize your eminence, and dared to scheme against the heavenly master. Please spare me. From now on we'll leave each other alone. Damn! Lu Jianguo and I were completely dumbfounded. This ghost infant's intelligence was higher than the average ghost, but we never expected it to be this high. Actually kneeling and begging for mercy. What is this supposed to be? For a moment I was at a loss. Since we've already dug up your grave, do you think this grudge can be settled? Don't push me too far. If I get angry, you, a heavenly master incarnate and a San Yuan Zhenren, might not necessarily be my match. Hearing its words, I couldn't help but feel uneasy. But then again, who knows if a single word of this ghost's rambling is true? Lu Jianguo sneered coldly, tossed a yellow talisman into the air, and without a word swung his entrenching shovel through it. The talisman ignited instantly. Quickly, turn both palms inward and upright, then raise your index fingers straight up and wrap your middle fingers around them. Form the Great Vajra will Mudra to support me. I followed Uncle Lu's instructions, forming the Great Vajra will Mudra and pointing it at the ghost infant. The ghost infant tried to escape using Earth Escape, but as it leaped it slammed hard into the ground, its technique completely failing. It stamped its feet in frustration. Hold it off for a while. Using a locust tree as his starting point, Lu Jianguo drew a large circle on the ground spanning about 7 or 8 steps in diameter. He then pulled out white lime from his bundle and drew a pentagram-like pattern. He produced iron oil lamps, placing 3 pairs at the vertices and the final one in the very center of the pentagram. He pointed at the air and the flames of the 7 lamps shot up high. The 7-star 5 elements formation. The ghost infant's face changed drastically, turning from white to red, then from red to purple, and finally from purple to black. Collapsed to the ground in despair. After a long moment, the ghost infant let out a furious roar. Even if I have to shatter my soul, I'll fight to the end. With that, it leaped up a full 3 or 4 meters into the air, lunging at me like a monkey. You're asking for it. Lu Jianguo whipped out his talisman whip and lashed out fiercely. It was like a flash of lightning, and the creature was sent stumbling back. The ghost infant jumped up again. Lu Jianguo cracked the whip at its head, sending sparks flying. The ghost infant clutched its head and rolled on the ground. Lu Jianguo whipped again, and the whip coiled around the ghost infant, hurling it into the center of the 7-star 5 elements formation. The ghost infant let out a despairing roar as the formation glowed red, and all 7 lamps connected with beams of light. The ghost infant stopped moving entirely, resigning itself to Lu Jianguo's lashes. Lu Jianguo struck it over 10 times each lash, leaving a bloody mark. The ghost infant shrank from the size of a watermelon to a mango, then from a mango to an apple, and finally from an apple to a plum. Uncle Lu, what kind of whip is that? Let's deal with this ghost infant first. Just as Lu Jianguo's whip was about to fall again, the ghost infant raised its hand. The bushes rustled and a fierce gust of wind howled, knocking us both back several steps. A foreboding sense of dread washed over us. As the whip was about to descend, the ghost infant sat cross-legged with extraordinary composure, tracing strange symbols in the air with both hands. Moments later, a surge of energy rushed upward, forcing Lu Jianguo and me to stagger back 3 or 4 steps. By then darkness had fully fallen. The trees rustled and several shadowy figures burst forth. As they drew closer, I could see they were wild dogs. Their eyes were bloodshot, their fur bristling as if stricken with rabies. Their bodies moved with an eerie mechanical stiffness, utterly devoid of life. They lunged straight at me. Lu Jianguo and I had no time for fear. One swing of the shovel cleaved off a head, and 2 of the wild dogs collapsed instantly, emitting a foul stench before decomposing into piles of bleached bones. Corpse hounds. Lu Jianguo sneered coldly. Corpse hounds, simply put, were low-tier walking corpses, also known as beast zombies. Evil practitioners would feed cats or dogs food, laced with goo worms, transforming them into beast zombies within 3 to 5 days. These cat or dog zombies had extremely low intelligence, capable only of basic actions like biting and clawing. Look, a crowd of figures is emerging from the woods over there. I shouted. Lu Jianguo followed my pointing finger, and saw a group of people staggering and swaying like drunkards, half running toward us. Walking corpses. Lu Jianguo broke into a sweat, clearly terrified. Fighting them head-on won't work. Their intelligence is low, but there are too many of them. They could tear us apart in no time. Uncle Lu, what should we do? Form the Great Vajrasil and guard me while I deal with them. The horde of walking corpses was clad in tattered rags, cloth strips dangling from their bodies. All were disheveled with hollow eyes, howling incomprehensibly as their arms flailed mechanically in the air. It was almost exactly like a scene from The Walking Dead. My legs turned to jelly at the sight and my whole body trembled. According to the Maoshan secret records, when the living absorb corpse qi and go untreated, they become walking corpses. When the dead are infected by epidemic qi and are not cremated, they become flesh-eaters. In modern terms, a living person contaminated by corpse qi will turn into a walking corpse if not treated with sticky rice. A corpse contaminated by corpse venom that is not cremated becomes a flesh-eater. Normally, walking corpses appear alone. For hundreds to appear at once like this was extremely rare. According to the Maoshan secret records, if a formation is set up in a corpse-nurturing ground, the dead can rise as walking corpses. In other words, someone had tampered with this corpse-nurturing ground. This patch of extreme inland had long been the preferred dumping ground for murder victims in Rongqing. Over the decades, the number of missing persons accumulated here numbered in the hundreds. The faster walking corpses were nearly upon us. I swung my iron shovel, having affixed a Shenshao 5 Thunder talisman to its handle, and whirled it with a fierce whoosh. Perhaps because of the Heavenly Master's bronze seal in my pack, the walking corpses dared not approach too closely, hesitating as they weighed whether to advance. Several had already been felled by my shovel. Hold on a little longer. I'm almost done. No problem. Emboldened by my fierce momentum, I grew overconfident. I swung wildly at the horde of walking corpses. Perhaps I used too much force. With a crack, the shovel snapped in two. A cat zombie pounced and sank its teeth into my shoulder. I grabbed it with both hands and hurled it around, violently smashing it into a pulp. That ferocity instantly cowed the crowd of walking corpses behind. Uncle Lu, are you done yet? Uncle Lu kept appearing and vanishing around the locust tree. He had located 6 key junctures around him, and inserted 2 chicken bones into the pulse eye of each joint. 6 pulse eyes in total with 12 chicken bones planted. It suddenly dawned on me why Uncle Lu had packed up the chicken bones from the food stall. He walked to the locust tree, measured out a small circle with his foot, and drove a chicken skull into the pulse eye where the yin energy was strongest. Done! With Uncle Lu's shout, the walking corpses collapsed to the ground all at once, as immobile as stones. I wanted to rush over and kick them repeatedly. The yin energy that had been feeding the walking corpses, cat zombies and dog zombies, was completely sealed off by the chicken bones. With the yin energy circulation cut off, their bodies were suddenly starved of supply, and their faint vestiges of intelligence could no longer find their corpse shells. It was like gouging out a normal person's eyes. Sudden blindness causing chaotic movements. A wisp of corpse soul deprived of power would dissipate into nothing before long. The walking corpses in the corpse-nurturing ground naturally ceased to move. This was the 7-star nail soul formation of Maoshan Taoism. Once the 7 gates of a location were sealed, any wandering spirits or wild ghosts, no matter how formidable, would be trapped in place, unable to move an inch. Those with lesser power would perish on the spot and revert to their original form. The ghost infant was utterly deflated. All the walking corpses it had summoned through Insha energy had been completely neutralized by our 7-star nail soul formation. The ghost infant sagged like a deflated ball, dejected and crestfallen, sitting motionless in place. It allowed the formation's flames to scorch it, wisps of green smoke rising from its body. Alas! I was blinded by greed, coveting a spirit-yang body. Enough! Annihilation of the soul is liberation too. The ghost infant let out a sigh utterly incongruous with its apparent age. After a long moment it let out another laugh. Xia Ji, do you think your future is any brighter than mine? The crimson flames of the 7-star 5-point formation surged once more, crackling and hissing. The ghost infant's entire body erupted in dark green flames that leaped over a meter high. Amid a blood-curdling scream of agony, the ghost infant was reduced to a pile of ashes. Young Xia, your days are numbered too. Then silence fell. Uncle Lu, was that the 7-star nail soul formation you just used? Indeed, that was the 7-star nail soul formation. It turned out that the previous night, when Lu Jianguo was atop Maokawei Mountain, the planet Venus had still hung in the sky. Corresponding to Venus, he had mapped out in his mind the 7 pulsei gates of the corpse-nurturing ground: Yunken Gate, Shangzhong Gate, Zichen Gate, Shangyang Gate, Tianyang Gate, Yusu Gate, and Taiyu Gate, each corresponding to the 7 stars of the Big Dipper: Tanlong, Juman, Lutsuan, Wunsu, Lianjin, Wutsu, and Pujuan. Every place in the world contains countless pulsei 7 gates of varying sizes. So how does one locate the positions of the 7 gates? According to the Tianmi canon, one must observe the position of Venus in the sky, and conduct on-site surveys to determine the number of steps, establishing a method of step calculation. These values, Yunken Gate, Shangzhong Gate, Zichen Gate, Shangyang Gate, Tianyang Gate, Yusu Gate, and Taiyu Gate, are collectively called the 7 responses. Multiplying the step counts of the 7 responses by the orbital degrees yields the actual positions of the 7 gates. The Maoshan Secret Records documents 72 measurement methods. The Tianmi canon alone lists 78 methods for star divination gate measuring. After removing 38 duplicates, 72 distinct methods remain. Xiaoxia, I've opened up the chi channels of this corpse-nurturing ground. In 3 years' time, it will become a gradually yang-transforming land. Before then, help me bury a piece of mystic stone beneath that locust tree. Sure. No problem. I walked to the locust tree. By then, the ghost infant had completely burned away, leaving a single dark green bead in the ashes. It was still steaming with heat. This mystic stone would be nothing more than an unremarkable chunk of rock on Shingun Street. A stone nobody would even bother to pick up off the road. Had I not seen the strange talismanic markings on the back of the mystic stone, and had I not happened to possess one myself, I would never have known it was a meteorite. This type of meteorite had the ability to absorb resentment. Buried in a corpse-nurturing ground over time, it could dissolve the malevolent energy and release wandering spirits from suffering. Bury it about 3 chi 6 cun and 5 fin deep. Whatever you do, don't mark the spot. I disobeyed Lu Jianguo's instruction, secretly dropping a seed on the stone, hoping to dig it up in 3 years. Had it not been for that presumptuous act, the bloody storm 3 years later would never have been stirred up. But that's a story for another time. That bead is yours. Lu Jianguo smiled, brushed aside the ashes, and picked up the bead. It was about the size of a thumb, smooth as congealed fat, dark green and translucent. I took the bead and felt a bone-chilling cold. This thing is called a gongye bead. My great-grandfather said it was a treasure, but even I don't know what it's actually for. I took the bead, couldn't make heads or tails of it, and casually tossed it into my backpack without giving it much thought. Thanks to your efforts, Uncle Lu, for helping me through this tribulation. Heh! Xiaoxia, you and I are fated to cross paths. No need for such formality. Uncle Lu, the vengeful spirits and malevolent energy won't settle easily. Should we perform a release ceremony? Good idea. Chant the rebirth mantra with me 3 times. 3 recitations and no ghost will fail to be reborn. Namo Amitba Yathathagataya Tadayatha Amritad Bhavamrita Siddhampave Amrita Vikranta Gamin Gugna Kurtikare Svaha. The low melodious chant resounded, and I seemed to see wisps of wandering souls in the sky waving farewell. By the time we finished handling the corpse nurturing ground, it was already 3 or 4 in the morning. I was utterly exhausted. Fearing someone might disturb me during the work, I had switched my phone to silent. Now pulling it out for a closer look, I found 30 or 40 missed calls. All from Li Dazue. I called back, but every attempt was met with a busy tone. Lu Jianguo and I found a nearby hotel and crashed for the night. At dawn, half awake, my phone rang again. I answered it groggily. Li Dazue's voice came through the line. Hey. Xiao Xia, come save me. I'm in Baize village. Before he could finish, the phone seemed to be slammed down violently, and then there was only silence. My intuition told me that something had happened to Li Dazue, and it was no trivial matter. I shared this with Lu Jianguo, who was equally alarmed and urged me to call the old master right away. I quickly pulled out my phone and dialed the old master. Old Master Li Dazue has run into serious trouble in Baize village. On the other end of the line, the old master's smile clearly froze. After a long pause, he said, "Come over here. We'll make preparations and set out at once." I went home first to pick up Mao Tuan and packed a simple backpack. Following the address the old master had given me, I arrived at his residence. A modest farmhouse courtyard with an inner yard tucked behind the front one. Lu Jianguo seemed quite familiar with the place. The front yard was simply furnished, adorned with many revolutionary propaganda posters. Lu Jianguo and I made our way to the backyard, which was a stark contrast to the front. Filled with mysterious symbols and an array of jars and bottles. The old master smiled and asked, "The ghost infant. Jianguo took care of it for you, didn't he?" I nodded, wondering why he could still muster a smile. The old master produced a gourd and flicked his finger against its opening. A wisp of green smoke emerged and the female ghost Ali knelt on the ground. Seeing this familiar face startled me. Ali quickly waved her hands. "I won't harm you. Where is my master?" Lu Jianguo recounted the events at the corpse nurturing ground in detail. Upon hearing that her physical body had been destroyed, the female ghost burst into wails of grief. When she heard that the ghost infant had been reduced to ashes, she began to howl and wail piteously. The sound of her ghostly cries was like a knife scraping across glass. Shrill, piercing, and utterly mournful. Even in broad daylight, it made my hair stand on end. I told my master not to trust that Taoist's words, not to covet the spirit young body. Now look what has happened. He's been scattered to the winds. I hastily asked, "What is the spirit young body?" "I don't know." I pressed the female ghost further about the spirit young body. But she only said it could restore a soul to a physical form. Beyond that, she knew nothing. When I questioned her further, she shook her head like a rattledrum. I looked at the old master and Lu Jianguo, hoping for some useful information, but they both remained silent. "Who is that Taoist?" "I don't know. I only saw him once and I didn't even catch a glimpse of his face." When I asked again, she fell silent and wept, her crying grating on our nerves. The old master quickly sealed the female ghost Ali back into the gourd. He affixed a Sanqing deliverance talisman upon it, returned it to its place on the cabinet, and quietly recited an incantation. The old master took out a cigarette, lit it himself, and said slowly, "Can you handle Li Dazue's matter on your own?" I was taken aback at first, then shook my head. The old master's expression shifted slightly. "I'm old. I can't look after you forever." His words seemed to carry a deeper meaning. I thought to myself, damn, who the hell needs you to look after me? But aloud I said, "Master, is Li Dazue's situation really that sinister?" A flicker of satisfaction crossed the old master's face, then his expression darkened. "Extremely sinister. Xiao Xia, you still have a long road ahead. I'll have Jianguo accompany you one more time." Lu Jianguo quickly nodded. "Li Dazue's trouble is also connected to you." "Connected to me?" The old master fell silent. I looked at Lu Jianguo, who nodded. After the incident at the corpse nurturing ground, I had complete trust in him. If he nodded, I wouldn't press further. I don't have many friends, but Li Dazue was one of them. Just days ago, he had fought alongside me against the ghost infant. I'm not one to forget a debt of gratitude. The old master handed Lu Jianguo a bundle, and pulled him into a side room for a lengthy private conversation. By the time they emerged, it was nearly 7 or 8 o'clock. Lu Jianguo and I stepped out to the front of the courtyard. A high chassis pickup truck was parked at the gate, its cargo bed completely concealed under a canvas tarp. Lu Jianguo gestured for me to get in. He was an experienced driver, handling the vehicle with practiced ease. The truck drove out of Rongqing and headed toward the outskirts. Only then did I ask, puzzled, "What kind of place is Baize village?" "Shengfan territory." My face turned pale at those words. Among the ethnic minorities, those who had assimilated deeply into Han culture were commonly called Shufan. Conversely, those who had virtually no contact with Han people were called Shengfan. The Shengfan lived in remote high mountain areas almost completely cut off from the outside world. They not only drove away Han people but also refused to engage with the Shufan. The villages where the Shengfan lived were primitive, steeped in numerous customs and traditions. After the founding of the nation, although the Shengfan had some contact with the outside world, their geographic isolation meant little had truly changed. The Shengfan of Baize worshipped the Great Belly King, believing that all things in nature, mountains, rivers, and everything else, possessed spirits. In every Shengfan village there was a temple dedicated to the Great Belly King, and the temple keeper was locally known as the Gaolao. For all ceremonies, weddings, funerals, and celebrations, the Gaolao was invited to preside. The Gaolao of each village wielded immense authority, and was also the most learned person in the community. They practiced Nuo rituals and witchcraft. Every village had its unique cursed water. If anyone fell victim to it, they would inevitably suffer vomiting and diarrhea within 3 to 5 days, leading to death. If a Han person or Shufan entered Shengfan territory, they would be expelled. If they refused to leave after 3 expulsions, the Gaolao would pray to the Great Belly King. If the thrown moon blocks fell in the Yin position, the person would be burned alive, a practice the locals called spirit sacrifice. If the blocks landed in the Yang position, the person would be thrown into the river, left to fate, a practice known locally as the Belly King's verdict. Did that fool Li Dazue offend the Gaolao? I heard he saved a falling cave woman, which offended the cave god, and it caused many young men in Baize village to die. The Gaolao believes he's a demon sent to cause chaos and plans to conduct a spirit sacrifice on the 15th day of the 5th lunar month. The 15th of the 5th month. Today is the 10th. About 2 months ago, strange things started happening in that village. It began with a mother and her 3 daughters dying within a single day, their deaths gruesome. After that, 5 or 6 more young men, all in their prime, lost their lives. That's sinister. Lu Jianguo and I talked throughout the journey, forming a vague impression of the village. Baize village was nestled within the Rongshan Mountains north of Rongqing, roughly 100 kilometers away. As the truck entered the Rongshan Mountains, the road became rugged and uneven. The dirt path was only about 1.5 meters wide, winding and twisting as it snaked up the mountain. No wonder the old master had chosen a high chassis truck. A journey that normally took 2.5 hours stretched into most of the day here. Bouncing along the rough road, Mao Tuan poked its head out of the backpack, then promptly went back to its deep slumber inside. Since its injury, it had only been awake for about 3 hours a day. Its wounds had mostly healed, and it had even grown a bit larger. We set out at around 8 or 9 in the morning, and didn't reach Outer Baize village until 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Although Outer Baize village was also inhabited by Fan people, they were all Shufan. We pulled the truck over to the side of the road and carefully surveyed the village. Stilted houses were everywhere, clustered in dense patches, rising and falling in a staggered arrangement. The men wore headbands of red and white cloth about 2 fingers wide. They donned checkered, collarless linen shirts, mostly sleeveless, revealing dark muscular arms, and black short skirts below. Their bare legs were either shod in liberation shoes or straw sandals. The women differed from the men only by a single pheasant feather tucked into their hair. The passers-by spoke the Fan language with only the occasional burst of Han speech. We didn't pay them much mind, but they stared at us intently, looking us up and down, as if we were strange creatures that had wandered in. Before long, a group of Fan people surrounded an old man of about 80 and walked toward us. He wore a Zhongshan suit with hair and eyebrows completely white. Speaking in heavily accented Mandarin, he asked us, "Lowlanders, what business do you have in our mountain village?" I guess this old man must be the local Gaolao. Not knowing the proper local form of address, I said, "Sir, we're headed to Baize village." Upon hearing this, the Gaolao's hair and eyebrows seemed to stand on end, his face turning from white to black. A group of young men behind him let out jeers. "Lowlanders, do you truly intend to go to the Shengfan's Baize village?" "That's right. My friend has been captured by Baize village, accused of offending the cave god. You absolutely must not go. Even the young men of our Outer Baize village dare not venture there. The Gaolao over there is formidable and extremely xenophobic." Several of our young men went to Baize village, and upon their return they started vomiting and having diarrhea. Within days they were dead. "I must go to Baize village over there. Sir, do you have any way to help?" "You can't go. Your friend is as good as dead. I heard the other day that the Gaolao over there had a thin, middle-aged man's spirit sacrificed as an offering to appease the cave god. As the saying goes, for a brother I'd take a knife to the ribs. I can't just stand by and let him die." "Good lad, I see your sense of honor. I'll personally escort you to the village entrance myself. When you get there, look for a middle-aged man wearing a tiger skin vest. He is the Gaolao of Baize village. And be extremely careful of his cursed water." Lu Jianguo and I were of course deeply grateful. Beyond Outer Baize village the path became even narrower, impassable for the truck. We would have to proceed on foot. We gathered our luggage and followed the old man to a riverbank. His face pale, he pointed to a village with smoke rising in the distance. "Young man, over there is Baize village. It's been extremely cursed lately. 7 or 8 young men have died in a row. With that, the old man turned and hurried away without looking back. The bridge was a single log over 10 meters long, spanning the river between the two banks. The river water was as clear as glass, with schools of fish frolicking beneath the surface. On the opposite bank, the village was shrouded in lush dense forest, picturesque and serene. Yet we had no heart for admiring the scenery. With trepidation weighing on our hearts, we stepped onto the single log bridge leading to Baize village. As we reached the middle, a thunderous shout rang out, startling Lu Jianguo and me so badly, we nearly tumbled into the river. From the thicket not far beyond the single-plank bridge, a disheveled old woman emerged, shouting at us in a barbarian tongue we could not comprehend. Growing frantic, she gestured toward the direction of Baize village, waving her hands in a forbidding manner, as if urging us to stay away. We dismissed her as a madwoman and paid her no heed. Seeing my determination to enter the village, the old woman could only shake her head in resignation. As I passed by her, a casual glance revealed her face, and I could not help but draw a sharp breath. What a face it was! A forehead cracked like parched earth, eyes bloodshot and hollow yet glinting with a hint of cunning. A prominent nose and an unusually elongated chin. Indeed, her face bore an uncanny resemblance to a fox. We had walked some 40 or 50 meters when we turned back to look. She had vanished without a trace. The surrounding trees were exceptionally dense. Perhaps she had slipped into the foliage. We thought little of it. Ahead, the dirt path gradually gave way to flagstones. In the distance, a village gate appeared, fashioned entirely from timber, bearing the characters Baize Village in Han script. The road was nearly deserted. On the distant terraced fields of the high mountains, a few men in straw rain capes guided oxen plowing the land. A serene pastoral tableau. As Lu Jianguo and I entered the village, several elderly women and children sitting by the roadside recoiled in terror at the sight of us, fleeing while shouting. A young man carrying a hoe approached us, stammering in Mandarin. "Which village are you from?" He looked us over and added, "Oh, you're from downstream." The barbarian tribes typically dwell in the upper reaches of rivers, and thus they habitually refer to Han people as downstream folk. Upon learning our purpose, the young man's expression shifted. He lowered his voice and said, "I've worked outside before, and I know there are both good and bad among downstream folk. You must leave, and quickly. If the Gaolao finds out, you're done for." Before finishing his words, his face turned ashen with panic, and he hurried away in great strides. We ignored his warning and pressed deeper into the village. Most of the structures were bamboo dwellings. Doors, tiles, walls, and fences all woven from the resilient stalks. The villagers' attire differed little from that of outer Baize village, save for the flowers both men and women wore in their hair. We arrived at a grand temple where a crowd had gathered. A cordon had been set up before the temple. 3 or 4 police officers stood or crouched around a corpse shrouded in white cloth. One officer produced a camera, lifted the cloth, and photographed the body, while another took notes. We joined the onlookers. When the officer lifted the white cloth, the crowd recoiled 3 steps and scattered to vomit. Lu Jianguo and I pushed forward for a look, and instantly regretted it, cursing inwardly, "Damn!" Our stomachs churned violently, and we retched uncontrollably. The corpse was a horrifying sight. The skin had been flayed from head to toe, leaving not a shred, with raw pink flesh curling outward. The abdomen had been split open, intestines and organs spilling out. In the left chest gaped a dark hollow where the heart had been torn out. The body was curled into a fetal position, with the bones of the hands and feet shattered, their marrow sucked dry. A death of unspeakable brutality. The 3 officers also retched violently, except for the gray-haired one, whose expression remained unflinching. He fixed his gaze on us and declared to the others, "This is a case of vicious, perverted serial murder. Let's submit the materials to our superiors and conduct further investigation." The old officer patted the shoulder of a middle-aged man in tiger-skin clothing and spoke to him rapidly in an unfamiliar tongue. Then he smiled at me and led the others away. Lu Jianguo murmured, "That old officer has sharp eyes. He saw through our identity at a glance. He's a man of the establishment, so he can't explain things through ghosts and spirits, which is why he left. He intends to pass the hot potato to us." As the old officer walked past us, he nodded at Lu Jianguo with a faint smile, saying nothing. The middle-aged man in tiger-skin clothing was the Gaolao the old man from outer Baize village had mentioned. Seeing him approach, I tensed up, fearing expulsion, but Lu Jianguo signaled for me to stay calm. The Gaolao's face was weathered and rough, suggesting he was in his 40s or 50s. He extended a pair of calloused hands and clasped ours firmly. Hands worn by years of labor, coarse yet solid and powerful. "Comrade Lao Qin has introduced you. Welcome, welcome." The Gaolao spoke fluent Mandarin. Lao Qin must have been the old police officer. That old fox was indeed cunning, smoothly passing this bizarre affair on to us. I quickly asked, "It seems something has happened in the village." "Alas, don't even mention it." The Gaolao sighed, his eyes reddening as if on the verge of tears. "Young man, my Abujia's only remaining descendant, has gone to see the great Belly King. Counting him, that makes 10. Lu Jianguo's face registered shock. 10 already. Once this thing has claimed that many lives it will grow formidable. Then it will be difficult to deal with. Uncle Lu, what will it become? For instance, an ordinary ghost that takes 10 lives absorbs 10 strands of resentment and transforms into a vengeful spirit. Through Lu Jianguo's analogy, I grasped the gravity of the situation, and my hairs stood on end. His words also sent a tremor of fear through the Gaolao. He barked orders in his native tongue to several villagers who hurried away with worried expressions. The Gaolao arranged for us to stay at his home, and the night passed without incident. Thanks to Lao Qin's introduction, the Gaolao and the villagers treated us with far greater warmth and hospitality. The next day, the Gaolao plied us with fine wine and dishes, feasting us all day long. Lu Jianguo and I grew embarrassed by such generosity. We harbored concerns about poisoned wine, but the Gaolao seemed to read our minds. He tasted every dish before we did. These barbarian folk were indeed simple and honest. Though we couldn't understand their dialect, everyone came forward to toast us. After a round of drinks, Lu Jianguo and I were thoroughly inebriated. Later that night, once we had sobered up, the Gaolao led us to a small structure built of tightly sealed wooden planks guarded closely by a group of villagers. The Gaolao opened the door, revealing a kerosene lamp within. A thin man with a slicked-back hairstyle lay sprawled in deep slumber, drooling from the corner of his mouth. We looked closer. Wasn't that Li Dazue? The Gaolao shook him awake and bellowed, "Demon, you sleep quite soundly, don't you?" Li Dazue stirred groggily, and upon seeing us his face lit up with joy. He sprang to his feet and cried, "You've finally come." Tears began to well in his eyes. The Gaolao scolded him. "Look at you sniveling like a coward. What's there to cry about? These two masters are here to deal with you." We exchanged bewildered glances, utterly taken aback. Though we possessed some skill in the arcane arts, we were hardly masters. And while Li Dazue was certainly a self-serving opportunist, he was no demon. "Gaolao, this man is no demon. He's our friend." The Gaolao's face darkened, and he stared at us intently. "So you're demons too?" I waved my hands frantically. "There must be a misunderstanding here." "There's no misunderstanding. Ever since this demon saved a fallen cave girl, 7 or 8 of our village's young men have died in succession. Tell me, isn't he a demon? But this accursed thing doesn't harm people without cause. I suspect something in your village has offended it. To resolve this, we must get to the root of it. At the very least, we need to identify what's behind this. It must be the cave god's wrath. This demon saved the fallen cave girl, enraging the cave god, who then claimed 7 or 8 of our young men. I thought to myself, even if you're right, the culprit is the cave god. But aloud I said, even if the cave god's wrath claimed these young men, how does that implicate Li Dazue? You downstream folk are the root of all evil. No wonder our ancestors refused to have dealings with you. Is the fallen cave girl still in the village? That source of calamity. We wouldn't dare keep her here. We've already sent someone to abandon her in a cave. I scarcely knew whether to laugh or cry at this. Though we believed in ghosts and spirits, consigning a living woman to death was unthinkable in modern society. If you want to save this demon, you must root out whatever has been killing our young men. Otherwise, on the 15th of May, the sacrificial rite will proceed. I calculated the date. Today was the 11th. We had only 4 days. We returned to the Gaolao's home and turned in for the night. In the middle of the night, someone tapped on our window. A stammering male voice asked, "Masters, are you asleep?" The voice sounded familiar. Wasn't it the young man with the hoe from earlier? Not yet. "Masters, could you come out for a talk?" Lu Jianguo and I slipped out quietly. We followed a shadowy figure through a maze of winding paths until we reached a bamboo grove. "Masters, my aunt has something she wishes to discuss with you in private." A gaunt, deeply wrinkled old woman stood there. In the moonlight I recognized her. It was the fox-faced old woman from earlier that day. The old woman spoke at length in her native dialect, with the stammering youth translating. "My aunt says she overheard you mentioning the fallen cave girl. That girl is her granddaughter?" This piqued my interest. To save Li Dazue, we would indeed have to investigate the fallen cave girl. Through the stammering youth, I learned the old woman's story. She couldn't bear to see her granddaughter die such a cruel death, and having heard we'd mentioned the fallen cave girl, she sought us out in the dead of night to beg us to save her. We hurried after the old woman through the night to the cave. A journey that would nearly cost us our lives. The stuttering man was called Agan, and the fox-faced old woman was his grandaunt. It was past 9 o'clock in the evening, when the grandaunt insisted on taking us to the karst cave that offended the cave god. I returned to the room and grabbed only a bag before coming out. Following the grandaunt along the mountain path, we walked for about an hour and a half before stopping before a hillside lush with vegetation. The moonlight was dim, and the hillside was covered with bamboo and weeds. Guided by the grandaunt, we spotted a dark gap, hidden among the grass, barely discernible. We leaned in, cautiously peering into the gap. It was pitch black inside, with a chilling draft seeping up. "Go on down." A hard shove sent me tumbling forward. With a soft thud, I plunged into the hole, rolling several somersaults before hitting the bottom. I barely regained my senses when a loud crash echoed, and Lu Jianguo landed beside me face first into the dirt. Fortunately, the soil at the bottom was soft. We suffered only minor scrapes and were otherwise unharmed. The eerie cackle echoed from the cave entrance above. Damn! I think someone kicked me. Uncle Lu, that grand aunt is definitely trouble. Quiet. Look, something's glowing. With Lu Jianguo's warning, I too noticed a faint light. The backpack lying nearby was emanating a soft green light growing steadily brighter like a 25-watt bulb. I pulled out the source of the glow. It was my Gongya pearl, shining in the darkness. Is this a night pearl? I wondered. Night pearls contain fluorescent minerals. The darker the surroundings, the brighter they shine. Still, I hadn't expected it to be this luminous. In ancient tombs, besides burning everlasting lamps, night pearls were placed to ensure perpetual light. Legend has it that only the shells of giant clams from the South Sea could mask their brilliance. But my Gongya pearl was far more extraordinary than that. A deep beastly growl echoed through the cave. I raised the pearl high and peered towards the source of the sound. In the corner crouched a woman, and beside her was a Yunnan black-backed dog covered in wounds, baring its teeth at us. Good heavens! A python the size of an arm torn clean in two. Lu Jianguo exclaimed. I also spotted the python severed into several pieces on the ground as thick as a thigh. The black dog, wounded all over, had sticky black blood dripping from its mouth. Clearly it had taken down the python. This dog is fiercely loyal to its master. Watch out, Uncle Lu. It's about to attack us. Jump. Grab the vines. We leaped up, seized the roots hanging from above, and swung ourselves clear of the ground. Despite its injuries, the black dog lunged forward with a low growl. A flash of white light, and the beast, ignoring its master, yelped and fled with its tail between its legs. It turned out the furry ball had awakened. That palm-sized creature had managed to scare off a Yunnan black-backed dog. Then it hopped back into the backpack and fell fast asleep. Lu Jianguo was stunned. Even I was taken aback by this turn of events, gaining a newfound respect for the little creature. Could that woman be a Luo Dong Nu? I don't know. Lu Jianguo pulled a compass from his pack, its needle spinning wildly. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and my own anxiety spiked. A bone-chilling cold seeped in, and mist began to rise. This was wrong. The eerie cackle echoed again. Through the thick fog, a gaunt figure emerged. The moment our eyes met, a shiver ran down my spine. Grand, and how did you get down here? I asked, immediately feeling foolish. Sorcerer, look closely. Who am I really? The grand aunt reached up, grabbed her tangled hair, and with a sharp tug pulled it downwards. Her entire skin peeled away, revealing a face that was half human, half fox. Fox spirit. Do you remember Aunt Huang-san? Aunt Huang-san was a vengeful spirit who had once possessed me. Later, a serpent demon tore off her arm, but she didn't die. A chill ran through my entire body at the thought. Could this fox spirit be seeking revenge? Damn. It's payback time, and I'm the target. You caused Aunt Huang-san's death. I will avenge my sister. Fox spirit, listen. It was the serpent demon that killed her, not me. Of course I had to deny any involvement. Silence. I already spared you once today. What's to stop me from taking your life now? I thought spared me by trying to kill me at the village entrance this morning. But I said, then by all means try. Xia, no need for words. Just strike it down with a talisman. Heh, I was going to let you off, but since you're so arrogant, you've sealed your doom. The fox spirit pointed at Lu Jianguo with a cold sneer. Come, that young infused body is mine. The fox spirit's face flickered between human and fox features. Its hands morphed from human form to claws. With a howl it lunged like lightning, slashing my clothes into ribbons and drawing blood. The assault was so swift I didn't even register the movement. The fox spirit sneered, eyeing us like a predator sizing up its prey. I instinctively reached for my backpack. Damn! I forgot my talismans and artifacts. Uncle Lu, do you have any? Lu Jianguo shook his head. We were powerless. Brute force was useless against such a creature. With a roar, the fox spirit dropped to all fours and sprang, its fangs gleaming. It arced through the air. This was it. Desperate, we hurled roots and stones at its head. Useless. It snapped the roots to splinters and crunched the stones to dust. A kick from its hind legs sent me crashing against the cave wall. I crumpled to the ground, unable to rise. Lu Jianguo, despite his pure yang constitution, had no advantage against such a creature. He was being backed into a corner, pushed against the cave entrance with no way to fight back. Today you die. Beaten and helpless, I closed my eyes, bracing for the end. Ow! A sickening thud. The sound of a body slamming against the rock was violent, shaking the entire cave. I opened my eyes to see the fox spirit lying on the ground, gasping for air. Its bones were broken, black blood oozed from its mouth, and it lay motionless. A flash of white light darted back into the backpack. It was the furry ball who had saved me. Is this a Baize? Lu Jianguo's eyes widened in amazement. I nodded and briefly recounted how I had come to possess it. I had no intention of deceiving him, not after all we'd been through. Incredible. It took down a fox spirit with a century of cultivation in one blow. Alas! The fox spirit let out a long sigh from the ground. My reputation ruined. To die at the claws of a Baize. I accept my fate. Boy, that thing in Baize village is ferocious. I advise you to give up while you can. Its voice was shrill and grating, sending shivers down my spine. A low growl came from the backpack. Pfft. A foul smoky fart erupted. We clamped our hands over our noses as the fox spirit seized the opportunity to scurry away. Now only Lu Jianguo, myself, and the crouching woman remained. She wore a pink cloth band in her hair adorned with a camellia, and her thick jet-black hair cascaded over her shoulders, covering her upper body as she leaned on her knees. She wore a black embroidered skirt, black leg wraps below the knees, and black embroidered cloth shoes. She had been crouching there motionless since we arrived. Uncle Lu, is she dead? No, she has 7 parts yin energy and 3 parts yang. She's still alive. So she must be a Luo Dong Nu. Hey Uncle Lu, do you know what that is? Through Lu Jianguo's explanation I began to understand. The people here believe in animism. Every natural object has a guardian spirit. This cave, for instance, is protected by a cave god. When the cave god sets its sights on a woman, it steals 2 of her 3 souls and 3 of her 7 spirits. She falls into a deep, unawakenable slumber. If the Gao Lao finds out the woman is abandoned in a cave to starve, most women chosen by the cave god are doomed. Sigh, Uncle Lu, these beliefs are deadly. These so-called cave gods are just mountain spirits. Since this woman is a Luo Dong Nu, her soul has been taken. I nodded and approached the woman with Lu Jianguo. We laid her flat on her back on the ground. Only then could we see her face clearly. She was a delicate beauty around 17 or 18 with fair skin and fine exquisite features. If we hadn't been close, we might have thought her dead. But her chest still rose and fell gently. Lu Jianguo touched her forehead with the back of his hand. She was burning with fever. He pried open her eyelids, revealing bloodshot rolling eyes. He opened her mouth and saw a yellowed tongue. A frown creased his brow. Indeed, 1 soul and 1 spirit are missing. Of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, only 1 of each was missing, or the rest were intact. In our line of work, a person is composed of yin and yang, with 3 souls yin and 7 spirits yang. Balance is key to health. With 1 soul and 1 spirit gone, the yin and yang are thrown into imbalance. They clash, causing high fever and alternating chills. Uncle Lu, according to the Maoshan secret texts, this soul and spirit can be recalled. Right? Recalling the soul, I'll leave that to you. I could see Lu Jianguo was serious, not joking. I figured it was time to step up, so I nodded firmly. If not for this soul summoning, I would never have discovered the terrifying potential of my own constitution. Unfamiliar with the cavern's depths, we resolved to postpone our next move until dawn. I pulled out my phone, but there was no signal. It was only 11 o'clock and daylight was still hours away. I turned to Lu Jianguo with a few questions. Uncle Lu, why do you seem to know so much? Ha! It's nothing, I only know a sesame seed's worth, and your questions just happen to be in that seed. Lu Jianguo wore a look of simple honesty, scratching his head, with a hint of embarrassment. Truth be told, this man was certainly not as simple as he appeared. On the surface he was just a laborer, but behind that facade who knows what mountain deity he might be. I inquired further about soul summoning, as the text of the Maoshan secret arts was quite archaic, and being self-taught I had many riddles I couldn't unravel. Uncle Lu answered each of my questions in turn. I began to grasp the general principles of soul summoning. A person is born with 3 souls and 7 spirits which stabilize at age 12. Unless demonic arts or gu sorcery are used, they cannot be stolen. Upon death, the 3 souls and 7 spirits merge into a ghost after 7 days. If the soul is lost, the spirit governs the body, turning the person into a malevolent force oblivious to kin. If the spirit is lost, the soul governs the body, making the person a lingering shade, retaining but a sliver of consciousness. If both are lost, the least harm is madness or idiocy, the worst is death. Some ignorant physicians dismiss the existence of ghosts, causing patients to miss their chance, and ultimately scatter their souls to the winds, through gu sorcery or by being seized by a fierce ghost. Body possession, where one's form is occupied and the soul is imprisoned, often confined and controlled. A master or Taoist priest must then use ritual implements to guide the souls back to their rightful place. If someone is frightened in the wild, causing their souls to flee in panic, these fleeing souls are called lost souls. The common method to summon them is to have a close relative stand on a rooftop or at the village entrance. Holding the person's garment in the left hand and beckoning with the right, they cry out, "So-and-so, return your soul." Summoning these 2 types of souls is on the whole not overly difficult. But if you're dealing with powerful mountain spirits or water demons, and you wish to reclaim a soul from them, a transaction is usually required. For the easily satisfied, offerings of incense, flowers, candles, or sacrificial animals suffice. But for those with greater appetites, a human life must be traded. We chatted, idly emboldened by the knowledge that the furball was guarding us. Before we knew it, we drifted off to sleep. When I awoke, the sky was fully bright and a beam of sunlight streamed in through a crack. With the light, we could finally see the entire cavern clearly. The cave wasn't large, roughly the size of a basketball court. The walls were rock with vegetation hanging from above, reaching a height of 5 or 6 meters at most. At the top was an opening with tree roots and vines dangling down. A smaller pitch-black tunnel led deeper into the earth. With time against us, we had no intention of taking that risk. Lu Jianguo and I surveyed the exit. It wouldn't be too difficult to leave. Xia, you go up first. Grab a vine and pull the girl up. I nodded, looking at the 5 or 6 meter high cliff. I grabbed a vine and scrambled up with a few kicks and pushes. The vine was anchored to a tree trunk. I hopped onto the ledge and swung the vine down to Lu Jianguo. Lu Jianguo lifted the woman and secured her with the vine. He steadied her from below while I, panting heavily, hauled her up to the ledge. Lu Jianguo then scurried up like a monkey. Uncle Lu, are we going to summon this girl's soul? It won't be easy. Look at her in the sunlight, damn. The soul's been gone for at least 7 days. Standard soul summoning won't work. Then what do we do? Lu Jianguo spoke slowly. Deceive the ghost. I was startled, then it dawned on me. Such methods have been used throughout history. For extending life, it's called prayer and supplication. For walking the underworld to mask yang energy, it's called shadow veiling. By the same principle, when used to trick ghosts into releasing a soul, it's called soul redemption. In simple terms, the woman's soul had clearly been captured by a ghost, and for quite some time. As the saying goes, new ghosts are heavy, old ghosts are light. The longer the soul is absent, the fainter it becomes, and the harder it is to summon back. Deceiving the ghost involves using Taoist formations to create the illusion of a trade. Paper effigies are fashioned as sacrificial souls and offered to the captor ghost in exchange for the imprisoned soul. Once the soul return spells are used to conceal the person's aura. After 3 days, the ghost is considered fooled. We first hid the woman and administered red toad powder, a substance that masks yang energy in corpse-raising grounds. This temporarily suppressed her yang aura, making her less appealing to mountain spirits, and we left the furball to guard her. With everything prepared, Lu Jianguo and I followed our memory down the mountain and into the village. We asked old Gao about Agen's whereabouts, and he led us to him. Agen was still sound asleep. We roused him, but he remained groggy. Agen, why did you and the fox spirit deceive us last night? What? I never left the house all night. Agen's parents, after hearing old Gao's translation, swore on their chests, saying in the local dialect, "The boy came back from the fields and went straight to bed." Then what about your great-aunt? My great-aunt died over a decade ago. There's no great-aunt here. Old Gao also came forward to testify, saying he had personally prepared her body for burial. At that, my suspicion was confirmed. The whole affair was a deception orchestrated by the fox spirit itself. Old Gao, I need to speak with Agen alone. Would you mind giving us some privacy? I said to old Gao, whose expression turned odd, and he left reluctantly. I pulled Agen aside to a secluded spot and whispered, "Do you know about the cave-fallen woman?" Agen's face changed dramatically at the question. After a long silence, his eyes filled with grief. Lian Mei. She was dealt a bitter hand. I immediately guessed the gist of it. Agen and Lian Mei were lovers. Agen, Lian Mei can still be saved. Do you dare to come with me to find her? Agen's eyes lit up and he looked around furtively. If I can save Lian Mei, I'd give my own life. I don't need your life. Can you get a rooster, a few stacks of talisman paper, and a handful of grains? Agen nodded, eagerly looking at me with confusion. After dinner, follow me into the mountains to save Lian Mei. Agen nodded emphatically. Time slipped by like a breath and dusk arrived. Agen joined us and we quietly made our way into the woods. He saw Lian Mei fell to his knees and clung to her, sobbing uncontrollably. Agen, now is not the time for tears. Tie the rooster's beak and feet with red string and hold it tight. Agen wiped his tears and did as I instructed. I walked around Lian Mei's body, scattering grains to form a circle. I found a flat spot and lit incense and candles. Taking out yellow paper, I cut out 2 human shapes. I had Agen prick Lian Mei's middle finger and dab the blood onto the paper figures' foreheads. I asked Agen, "Do you know Lian Mei's birth date and time?" He nodded and wrote it on the paper figures. I then took up a yellow talisman and began drawing incantations, each stroke accompanied by a silent chant. The talisman read, "By the decree of the ancestral masters, summon the soul of name birth date to return to the body." After much preparation, the sky darkened. The sun dipped below the horizon and a chill wind began to blow. I was about to begin the ritual according to the Maoshan's secret arts. At that moment, Lu Jianguo taught me a technique to open the celestial eye. I had once possessed a yin-yang eye, but the sight of ghosts was too terrifying, so I had Li Dazue seal it. That fellow could only seal, not open. It was my first time presiding over a summoning. With Lu Jianguo's guidance, I fumbled through the ritual proceedings. Before Lian Mei, I planted 81 yellow paper command flags arranged in a dragon formation. Front, back, left, and right. The azure dragon belongs to wood. Through it, I absorbed the mountain forest chi to quickly conceal the living body and evade the ghost sight. Then I bit my fingertip and let the blood drip onto the heart of the paper figure. I began to tread the U-step chanting incantations. I picked up a wooden sword hastily carved from a peach branch and formed hand seals. I pierced the talisman with the sword and shouted rise. The two paper figures flew up darting like arrows deep into the forest. Lu Jianguo watched stunned and couldn't help but exclaim, "What talent!" Before long the paper figures returned on a gust of eerie wind, trailing a white mist behind them. Two figures, one black, one white, drifted through the woods like translucent phantoms. It was only later that I learned only Lu Jianguo and I could see Lian Mei's soul. The air grew thick and icy cold. A chill ran down my spine. Ajen's pant legs were soaked. The paper figure returned to me and I thrust a bamboo nail into it with force. Swoosh! The black spirit shot back into Lian Mei's body like lightning. I raised the bamboo nail to strike the other paper figure, but it wouldn't pierce. The white soul seemed to be held back by something unable to break free. Release the rooster. A rooster is a creature of pure yang. A rooster is a yang battle machine. As the saying goes, the rooster crows and ghosts wail. The rooster flaps its wings and ghosts tumble. When the rooster cries out, ghosts flee. The fierce ghost was pulling Lian Mei's soul, ready to devour it. The situation was dire. Ajen couldn't see Lian Mei's soul, but he could see the fierce ghost. He was clearly petrified. I shouted at him again. Damn it, Ajen. What are you waiting for? Release the rooster. Fearing that Agen hadn't understood, I added, hurry up, and untie the red string from the rooster. Agen was completely stunned, standing there motionless like a wooden puppet. Having been through several eerie incidents, I could handle it. But Agen couldn't. The situation was tense and I had to shout at him. Agen! Damn you, Lian Mei is in trouble. Agen, a simple and honest farmer, had never seen such a scene and was scared out of his wits. Only then did he snap back to reality, jolted awake. Panic clouded his judgment. His hands trembled as he untied the string on the rooster's feet. But he fumbled and turned the slip knot on its beak into a dead knot. He gasped for air, his whole body shaking, and let the rooster fly away. Its beak was tied shut so it couldn't crow. The shadow behind the white soul was clearly startled by the rooster lunging at it. It loosened its grip. Seizing the opportunity, I grabbed the bamboo nail and drove it in with all my might. The white soul zipped back like lightning and Lian Mei's body stirred slightly. Damn it! Agen covered Lian Mei's eyes with the autumn leaf. At the mention of Lian Mei, Agen perked up. He quickly pulled a yellow leaf from his bosom and placed it over Lian Mei's eyes. The autumn leaf wasn't anything special, just an ordinary leaf. It was chosen from the first batch of leaves to fall on the day of Liqiu, specifically one weighing exactly 3 qian and 3 fun. Hence the name, autumn leaf. As the ancients said, one leaf falls and one knows autumn has arrived. Autumn corresponds to metal carrying immense killing intent. Trees, sensing the earth's energy, shed their leaves to avoid the corrosive killing aura, and thus evade the insect spirits. This is why the ancient text says, a single leaf before the eye blocks the view of Mount Tai. If you cover a person's eyes with an autumn leaf, their soul can be completely concealed. After 3 days, even ghosts and gods can be deceived. The dark shadow, realizing the soul had vanished, grew visibly frantic. It let out a piercing, venomous shriek from its mouth and lunged directly at me. Its fingernails shot out over 10 centimeters, black and gleaming with a metallic sheen. What the hell? Why do all these filthy things come for me? I stumbled back a few steps, but I was no match for its speed. Lu Jianguo, seeing this, whipped out his mountain-chasing whip and lashed the vengeful spirit twice. Crack, crack. The whip struck it and wisps of white smoke rose from the wounds. The spirit staggered back a few steps. In the faint moonlight, I finally got a clear look at the thing. Its hair was disheveled, half its nose was sliced off, and a gaping gash split its upper lip. Its face was deathly pale, devoid of any life. Bloodshot eyes burned with deep resentment, and its tongue lolled out obscenely long. Draped over its body were several bloody human skins, a truly horrifying sight. This is the human skin blood coat. Could this be the jealous wife ghost? This thing is vicious. Lu Jianguo frowned, his face darkening. My mountain-chasing whip hasn't tasted blood in years. According to the secret records of Maoshan, the jealous wife ghost was a woman consumed by jealousy in life. Abandoned by her husband, she died in a fit of rage and resentment. After death, she transformed into a vengeful spirit harboring a particular hatred for men. Any young man who falls under her seductive spell would have his entire skin flayed off to be sewn into a garment for her to wear. When she has claimed her 10th life, she gains the ability to walk in daylight. When she has claimed her 100th life, even talismans and holy water hold no power over her. Xia, light the lamps. I responded hastily, pulling 7 iron lamps from my backpack. I chanted an incantation and pointed my finger. All 7 lamps ignited with a whoosh. Lu Jianguo wielded the mountain-chasing whip, pacing in the ritualistic steps of the Big Dipper. He held the whip in his right hand, and extended his left hand in a sword finger gesture, pressing it against the whip's tip. This technique was called wielding the whip as a sword, achievable only by those who have reached the realm where even plucked flowers or leaves can serve as lethal weapons. I watched in awe. His aura was as imposing as Mount Tai itself. The aura clearly intimidated the jealous wife ghost. She retreated, and the eerie wind began to subside, the chill in the mountain forest noticeably lifting. Lu Jianguo broke into a swift, shuffling run. The hillside was strewn with weeds and jagged rocks, yet he traversed it as if it were flat ground. Charging up to the ghost, he crouched, slightly leaped into the air, and thrust the whip at her. A visible crackle of electric light sparked along the whip's length. The jealous wife ghost was sent flying, wreathed in pale blue electricity, her entire form writhing and convulsing. Several of the human-skin bloodcoats she wore fell away. In response to the whip's strikes, the 7 iron lamps flared up with a whoosh, their flames leaping 3 feet high. With each rise and fall of the whip, the lamps flickered in tandem. Aegon was frozen in terror. The rooster, startled by the flickering lights, perched rigidly on his head, too scared to move a muscle. "Aegon, you absolute moron! Untie the rooster's beak!" Seeing that Aegon seemed to have lost his soul, I hurled my peachwood sword at him. The heavy impact jolted him back to his senses, and he tore the red string from the rooster's beak with brute force. Cock-a-doodle-doo! The rooster's crow pierced the air. The jealous wife ghost shrieked and curled into a ball. The rooster fluttered aggressively towards her, clawing at her like it was scratching for worms. The ghost let out a piercing cry. Lu Jianguo's whip came down like a relentless storm, beating the jealous wife ghost back to her true form. Ghosts typically appear in their most horrific death state. But when their soul is about to dissipate, they revert to their ordinary living appearance, and some of their former intelligence returns. Arya. Aegon, seeing the ghost's original face, wasn't so scared anymore. "Aegon Ge, I don't want to be obliterated." "Humph. Even if I were willing to spare you, do you think the owners of these dozen or so skins would be so forgiving?" "Master, they weren't killed by me. I am innocent. These dresses, they're so beautiful. Give them back to me." "You mean these?" Lu Jianguo held up several human skin bloodcoats with his whip. The jealous wife ghost shrieked, shaking her head vehemently. It turned out that a ghost's illusion only works on those deeply obsessed, a kind of delusion. Any outsider would see the thing's true form. Presumably a more powerful ghost had transformed the human skin bloodcoats into beautiful dresses, deceiving this jealous wife ghost into thinking they were new clothes. "Stop your lies. You, a jealous wife ghost clad in human skin bloodcoats, deserve to die. I'm telling you, I didn't kill them. Enough. Face your obliteration." Lu Jianguo's face was grim. He chanted an incantation, formed a hand seal, spat a spray of tongue blood onto the whip, and brought it down with brutal force. "Humph. I'll become a vengeful ghost and never forgive you." The jealous wife ghost let out a final miserable shriek, dissolved into a wisp of black smoke, and vanished without a trace. Afterwards, we recited the rebirth mantra together. Even though she was a fierce ghost, the grievances of this world still needed to be resolved. We had finally called back Lianmei's soul, but it would take 3 days to fully deceive the spirits. So we took turns carrying Lianmei home. She lived with her elderly mother in a remote mountain hollow. Their home was barren but spotlessly clean. Aegon explained the situation, and the old mother, tears streaming down her face, repeatedly thanked us in her local dialect. We warned them that the autumn leaf absolutely must not be removed for 3 days, and they nodded in agreement. After resting for a night, it was already the 12th of May. We were anxious, for the day of the spirit sacrifice was drawing near, and this eerie case still had no clear leads. We found Aegon and asked him about Arya's story. It had all started 6 months ago. After working in the city for a while, Arya returned to Baize village. She stayed cooped up at home all day, wearing a dress and giggling at herself in the mirror, refusing to go out no matter who called her. Arya and her sister Dia were siblings. Dia was plain-looking and short, but Arya was exceptionally beautiful. One of the prettiest girls in Baize village. 3 months later, their mother was diagnosed with a terminal illness and planned to marry both sisters off in a hurry. Arya threw a massive tantrum, and it was as if she had become a completely different person. Suddenly a nun appeared in the village claiming that Dia was a human mummy, whose bones could be ground into cinnabar powder. Ingesting it could prolong one's life. This was kept a secret from Arya's family. Soon after, suitors for Dia came in an endless stream. Arya also constantly urged her mother, even offering her own jewelry and savings from working in the city as Dia's dowry. Eventually Dia was married off in a grand ceremony. But not long after, news came that she had hanged herself. Whether she truly hung herself is debatable, but it was said that Dia died a horrible death. According to insiders, her end was gruesome, and her body was never even found. Her mother fell ill and died shortly after. Arya, however, seemed as cheerful as ever, spending her days trying on different dresses in front of the mirror. Then Arya disappeared too. Afterwards, rumors spread of a fox spirit in the mountains that seduced young men. 6 or 7 young men from Baize village had already been found dead in the back mountain, their skin flayed and their organs eaten. After hearing the story, we felt great sympathy for Daya, and were furious at Arya's foolishness. Of course we knew Arya hadn't gone mad. She had died and become a vengeful ghost. A ghost that seduces young men, flays their skin, and eats their organs is unforgivable and deserves to die. After listening to Aegon's story, Lu Jianguo frowned deeply, and said, "No, Arya is not the real culprit. According to the records of the Maoshan secret arts, the jealous woman ghost was a resentful wife in life, abandoned by her husband and transformed into a fierce ghost after death, her lingering resentment refusing to dissipate. From the depth of Arya's resentment, it could be deduced that she had died at least 3 months ago. Moreover, Arya's ability to freely switch between her ethereal and physical forms indicated she was a misfortune ghost, for newly deceased ghosts appear only in ethereal form, and only after cultivating certain powers can they manifest physically like the ghost infant. As for who trapped Lian Mei's soul, we would have to wait until she awakened to ask her. In any case, it was certain that the true culprit behind the scenes in Baize village was an extremely cunning jealous woman ghost, one who stayed hidden and killed without a trace. Arya is now a zombie ghost," Lu Jianguo said with certainty. "If the jealous woman ghost zombie ghost is this fierce, then we're in real trouble." Lu Jianguo rose to his feet, turning his back to gaze into the depths of the mountains. He appeared composed, but what I saw in his eyes was fear. Ancient legends say that those devoured by tigers become zombie ghosts after death, luring people to the tiger to be eaten, serving as its accomplice. In truth, this explanation of zombie ghosts can be understood through the psychological concept of Stockholm Syndrome. The victim Arya's wrongful spirit was steeped in excessive obsession. Only by leveraging the power of the jealous woman ghost to persecute those weaker than herself could she satisfy her twisted psyche. Over time, her hatred towards the jealous woman ghost transformed into admiration, ultimately turning her into a zombie ghost. Arya was a Stockholm Syndrome sufferer in the ghost realm. Now that the zombie ghost has been captured, the jealous woman ghost will surely go into hiding for a while. Is there any way to find the jealous woman ghost? No rush. In a moment we'll all go check out Arya's place. When a ghost seeks to harm someone, it usually targets its first victim. Arya's home was at the edge of the village, beneath the bamboo grove, a rammed earth and timber structure of ancient style. It had been vacant for 2 months, and a thick layer of dust covered everything inside. Lao Gao led us into Arya's room, which was simply furnished with an old-fashioned floral bed. On the wooden planks of the bed, countless characters for hatred were carved. On a rickety table sat Arya's photograph, identical to the one we saw last night. On the back of the photo, a line of crooked pencil scrawl read, "Let me go." The handwriting rushed, even missing a stroke in one character. What exactly had filled Arya with such resentment? And what did she mean by writing, "Let me go," on the back of the photo? These questions echoed endlessly in my mind, leaving me utterly perplexed. After seeing Arya's house, we said nothing and left with Lao Gao. "This is troublesome now, Xiaoxia. What did you make of it?" "I can't be certain, but I feel that the thing in Baize village came here with Arya. Right, that's about it. In the very month Arya disappeared, 3 or 4 young men in Baize village had died. And since we've already determined Arya became a zombie ghost, we can be even more certain that the thing came for her. Moreover, that thing only targets young men, flaying off their entire skin. As for the sudden deaths of Daya and Arya's mother, we had no leads for now. Lao Gao, I don't have a major lead, but I've been thinking carefully. Arya was the beauty of Baize village. The jealous woman ghost used her in a honey trap to lure young men. After claiming 10 lives, its power grew immensely. One Arya was clearly no longer enough, so it needed to recruit another beauty like Lian Mei to serve as its zombie ghost to lure more young men for it. Once it kills 100 people, it will become a drought demon ghost. Then the entire village will be doomed. Lao Gao, who worked in the business of the supernatural himself, turned pale at Lu Jianguo's words, trembling all over with fear. "Masters, is there a way to save us?" "There is, but I'm not sure about Baize village." Lao Gao spat on the ground. "In Baize village my word is law. Masters, just speak." Seeing Lao Gao's decisiveness, Lu Jianguo lowered his voice and laid out the plan. Lao Gao's face first clouded with worry, then soon brightened with a smile as he nodded and left, murmuring, "Certainly, certainly." I was stunned, straining my ears, but only catching fragments like "young men" and "spirit sacrifice." I thought to myself, damn, what kind of scheme is Uncle Lu cooking up now, keeping even me in the dark? That day Lu Jianguo and I returned to Lao Gao's place, spending our time either wandering around or eating and drinking. From the 13th to the 15th of May, we passed the days in such idleness. During that time Lu Jianguo vanished once but quickly returned, and I didn't think much of it. As for Lao Gao, he came home late every night for 3 consecutive days. Soon the 15th of May arrived, and the eastern sky began to pale with dawn. Lu Jianguo still made no move and my patience was wearing thin. Fearful for Li Dazue's fate in the spirit sacrifice, I repeatedly crept over to the wooden cabin. But 3 or 4 burly men stood guard outside, leaving me no chance to get close. Finally, as the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness descended, I slipped toward the cabin during the guard's shift change. Inside the cabin was packed with people. No sooner had I neared the cabin than a kick sent me tumbling into the crowd, utterly bewildered. After what felt like an eternity, the 20 or 30 of us young men, hands bound front and back like criminals, were marched by 7 or 8 knife-wielding men from the cabin to the great temple. The temple front blazed with torches, their light overpowering the moonlight. We were herded onto a platform in the temple's courtyard, already crowded with people. Lao Gao and Uncle Lu were whispering to each other inside the temple. I was about to speak when a heavy blow from a carrying pole struck my head, followed by a rag stuffed into my mouth. Helpless, I studied the great temple by the torchlight. The temple was a towering timber structure with soaring eaves and intricate brackets, its main hall supported by 6 massive pillars. The capitals of these pillars were carved with images of Panhu, while their bases were embedded in stone pedestals, shaped like gaping-mouthed toads. At the center of the hall sat 3 divine statues, toads with yellow-green and black backs, their bellies bulging prominently. Their mouths were split wide open as if laughing. Needless to say, these were the statues of the Big Belly God. In the local dialect, the Big Belly God meant the moon god, a concept not unlike the Han Chinese tradition of likening the moon to a golden toad. Legend had it that over 300 years ago, the aboriginal chieftain Dedu led his people in successfully repelling Li Zicheng's invading army. After his death, he was deified and worshipped by his tribe. During the Qing dynasty, a sweeping campaign demolished unorthodox shrines and local temples, and the Big Belly God Temple was not spared. By the Jiaqing era, as the dynasty's power waned, such local temples began to be rebuilt. As the centuries passed, locals mistook the Big Belly God for the legendary golden toad spirit and erected a new temple. Following the 5 elements correspondences of land, mountains, waterways, and marshes, they enshrined 3 toad idols, yellow, green, and black. Every full moon night on the 15th of the month, sacrifices were offered according to traditional custom. Baize village was one of the few villages that worshipped the Big Belly God, presenting offerings of livestock on each monthly 15th. If someone offended the mountain spirit or cave spirit, Lao Gao would consult the Big Belly God to determine whether that person should be sacrificed. If the Big Belly God granted permission, Lao Gao would make arrangements for a spirit sacrifice on the 15th of the current or following month, and the condemned person would have no choice but to resign themselves to fate. In truth, the spirit sacrifice ritual was quite simple. First, the victim was driven onto the platform of the Big Belly God Temple, then the ropes were untied. Afterward, Lao Gao would perform the Nua opera, The Belly King Explores the Underworld, on the stage. As Lao Gao chanted incantations, the shamans would each force the victims to drink a cup of cursed water, plunging them into a dazed state. The assembled villagers would then bow together, performing 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations before the victims. The bronze drums were struck 3 times each and the crowd retreated backwards out of the temple. As for the burning by fire, that was entirely a rumor spread by outsiders. If the Big Belly God descended upon the temple and claimed the victim, a gash would appear on the platform. Such a gash was not made by any blade, for its cut was smoother than a knife's edge, making it easy to recognize. Bound as I was with nothing to do, I recalled this and carefully scanned the perimeter of the platform. Counting in my mind, I estimated there were roughly 84 or 85 such gashes. Before long, the sound of a conch shell echoed across the stage, snapping me back to reality. Listening to the mournful wail of the conch, I craned my neck toward the statue of the Big Belly God. Lao Gao wore a ferocious ghost mask and a tiger-skin robe. In his left hand he held a palm leaf fan, and in his right a bronze bell that rang with every shake. Lao Gao chanted in the aboriginal tongue, gesticulating, as if riding a horse and cracking a whip. The bronze drums struck 4 times, and the villagers below hastily knelt, shouting monosyllabic sounds akin to good. His chanting and singing continued for roughly half an hour. At last the bronze drums each sounded 4 times. A shaman brought up more than 20 cups of water, and Lao Gao produced a yellow talisman, burned it to ash, pinched a pinch of the soot, and flicked it into each cup. Needless to say, that was the cursed water. Now I saw it clearly. The so-called cursed water was nothing more than a sleeping draft. The series of incantations and dances were mere performance, and even the burning of the yellow talisman was nothing but a trick. Though my cultivation was shallow, having been in this field for over half a month, I understood basic principles. It was simply a sedative slipped into the water to make people lose consciousness after drinking. Several villagers came forward and forcibly pried open our mouths, forcing each of us to drink a cup. My vision darkened and my consciousness began to fade. The bronze drums so close at hand sounded many times, yet each beat seemed to drift down from the heavens above. At some point I slipped into unconsciousness. I awoke to a cold wind blowing over me and an eerie stillness surrounded me. Under the bright moonlight I saw not a single soul around the platform. It was then that it struck me, since I had neared the wooden cabin, I had not seen Li Dazue at all. First the cabin was packed, second we were rushed to the temple in such haste that I had overlooked the very one who mattered. I cursed inwardly, damn it. How did I end up as the living sacrifice? The big belly god temple was deathly still, and thinking of the jealous woman ghost Lu Jianguo had mentioned, my heart churned with complex emotions. Damn! Could Lu Jianguo have sold me out? The thought sent chills down my spine. But then I reconsidered. He's definitely not that kind of man. All sorts of sinister thoughts swirled through my mind. I scrambled off the altar and sprinted toward the main gate. Damn! The doors locked from the outside. Now I was truly done for. The great hall fell into an unnerving silence. Then, cackle cackle cackle, a strange laugh echoed from the direction of the big belly god statue, and a horrifying scene unfolded. What on earth was that sound? I pricked up my ears to listen closely. The laughter rang out again, and I finally pinpointed its source. It was the great belly god. In this godforsaken place, such a terrifying thing actually existed. The laughter echoed once more, clear and distinct. It was piercing shrill. Not a sound a human throat could produce. I rubbed my eyes, scrutinizing the statue of the great belly god. The one in the center actually moved its mouth, splitting ear to ear, emitting a ghastly cackle from within. The great belly god then climbed to its feet, standing upright like a man. It resembled a living, breathing fat man, his cheeks puffing in and out like two inflated balloons. Damn! This is insane. I'm about to be fed to frogs. I rubbed my eyes again, and everything returned to normal. The laughter was gone, and the great belly god was motionless. After a brief silence, a crisp, pleasant voice rang out. What a handsome brother, what are you thinking about here? Holy shit! It nearly scared the life out of me. Seeing no reaction from me, the voice spoke again. Brother, I'm lost in the night. Could you help me? The voice was now right behind me. I turned to look, and there stood a girl of about 17 or 18 with a slender figure and a beautiful face, but her head was kept lowered. I looked her up and down. She didn't seem like a ghost, but rather oddly familiar. I racked my brain trying to place the strange feeling. It was a sense of déjà vu. I thought to myself, I mustn't panic now. Panic will drain my yang energy, and then I'm truly done for. So I pretended to be calm and asked, how can I help you? The girl smiled, patted my shoulder, and said softly, brother, may I sit and chat with you? I thought, let's see what tales you can spin. And nodded my head. She indeed sat down, giggling softly. A strange fragrant scent emanated from her, something I couldn't quite place. Seeing that I wasn't afraid of her, she nestled closer to my side. I noticed she wore tight-fitting clothes and trousers that accentuated every curve of her figure, and on her feet were a pair of red embroidered shoes. She slipped off her embroidered shoes, revealing a pair of small jade-white feet, all the while giggling. I stared blankly at the red embroidered shoes, and the story of a pair of embroidered shoes involuntarily came to mind. Cold sweat trickled down my spine. The girl said with a beaming smile, brother, why are you sitting alone in the temple? I cursed inwardly. How the hell should I know? But I couldn't show it, so I replied nonchalantly, oh. The girl continued, brother, I feel so cold. Could I lean my head on your shoulder? Without waiting for my answer, she leaned against me. Her hands and feet began to wander, touching me all over. Her hands were icy cold, as if just pulled from a frozen lake. Suddenly her hands slipped inside my clothes. The chill jolted me, and I sprang to my feet. You think I didn't want to run? The door was locked. Where was I supposed to go? Besides, my entire body felt as if something was pressing down on me, and I could barely stand. Not to mention I was completely unarmed. My only defense, the Taoist copper seal and meteorite fragments, were back home. How dare I make a move? Look at me, I won't bite. I instinctively murmured, oh, and looked up. She who had kept her head down now raised it. Her face was exquisite, with delicate features, slender eyebrows, large eyes, a high-bridged nose, and glistening petite lips. Even after years in the city, I rarely saw such a beautiful woman. She could easily be a model for plastic surgery ads. Lian Mei. I thought, this is too unreal, it must be an illusion. Could it be that thing taking Lian Mei's form to harm me? A chill ran down my spine. Brother, am I pretty? I'm lost, could you take me home? The woman said with a sobbing voice. Please, good brother, I beg you. A sense of dread welled up inside me. Could this be a Chang ghost? According to the secret manual of Maoshan, when a person is startled or gripped by intense fear, the taste of their flesh turns sour. That's why demons, before devouring humans, transform into beautiful women or handsome men to lure them. At that thought I shuddered. What kind of creature was hidden beneath this beautiful skin? Humans are often terrified of the unknown. Knowing one's death date can be accepted with equanimity, but this kind of unknown dread only breeds unease and anxiety. Come on, good brother, I'm begging you. The woman's voice was syrupy sweet. Though I was just an ordinary man, after experiencing this series of terrifying events, I wasn't as afraid as I used to be. I casually replied, all right. The woman was clearly delighted, perhaps thinking her moment had come. She clung tightly to me, one hand tracing circles on my back. I was completely numb at that point, unable to even stand. Suddenly a gust of cold wind blew from behind, piercingly cold. Then I heard a few clanking sounds like a sword being drawn from its sheath. Several hard metal strips scraped across my back, cutting into my skin. "Let go. If you dare touch him again, I'll beat you until your soul scatters." That voice was all too familiar. It was Lu Jianguo. He kicked open the temple door and rushed in. The creature was clearly startled, standing aside with a strange grin, as if it feared Lu Jianguo. Without a word, Lu Jianguo grabbed my arm and started running at full speed. His grip was like a pair of iron pincers, and I yelped in pain. We hadn't run far when I heard several long howls from the great belly god temple, followed by the sounds of fighting, shouting, and bronze drums. As if a fierce battle had broken out. Lu Jianguo didn't let go, dragging me up the back mountain, sprinting along the winding path for over 10 minutes. I was almost out of breath, on the verge of vomiting bile, until we finally stopped on a hillside. His hand was still firmly gripping mine. I gasped for air for a long time before I recovered. Dazed, I asked, "Uncle Lu, what was that thing?" Lu Jianguo gave a lecherous grin and chuckled. "Maybe it's a woman who eloped." I asked again, "Uncle Lu, why would a woman elope to a temple in the middle of the night?" Lu Jianguo casually picked a blade of grass, stuck it between his teeth, and said boorishly, "Maybe she's a slut." "Uncle Lu, where are you taking me on this back mountain?" "To a safe place, of course. Don't worry, rest a while first. We're almost there. Just follow me." Lu Jianguo, fearing I didn't believe him, continued to explain. Then he squatted down, took off his shoes, and started picking at his feet. Something was wrong. This Lu Jianguo was very wrong. The Uncle Lu I knew was always steady and honest. Though his clothes were simple, he never had this hooligan air about him. I was shocked. This was definitely not the Uncle Lu I knew. Demons could mimic appearance and voice perfectly, but they couldn't mimic personality. If I just probed him with words, I could uncover the truth. So I asked, "That chick was pretty hot, even hotter than the madam of Rongqing's floral beauty salon?" "Yeah, really hot, really hot." I was instantly certain, this thing was definitely not the Uncle Lu I knew. I had never been to the floral beauty salon with Uncle Lu, and I couldn't afford it anyway. Whether Uncle Lu had been there himself, I didn't know. But we had definitely never gone together, that was for sure. Damn. I'm in big trouble. Lu Jianguo gripped me tightly, and I had no strength to resist. I was probably going to die here without even knowing what he really was. According to the secret manual of Maoshan, demons fear their reflection. This meant demons are afraid of mirrors because a mirror reveals their true form. I patted my pocket and rejoiced. After all that running, my phone was still there. Heaven was on my side. I pulled out my phone, intending to use its black screen like a mirror to reflect Lu Jianguo. But the moment I took out my phone, I heard that thing cackling. Lu Jianguo turned his head and laughed maniacally. "You want to see who I really am, don't you?" Ga ga ga. Another burst of terrifying laughter followed. I froze, then suddenly realized. Wasn't that Hu Xiaohua, the fox spirit that Baize had injured a few days ago? Damn! Of all the people to run into, it had to be him. And worse, I was completely unarmed, not even a single yellow talisman. "Hey, I've got tongue blood, what's there to fear?" I bit my tongue hard and spat the blood at him. The fox spirit pulled out a handkerchief, wiped his face, and let out a sinister chuckle. "Damn, what's going on here?" I later learned that living beings are naturally immune to tongue blood, especially a fox spirit with centuries of cultivation. Hu Xiaohua laughed wildly, looking at me like he was admiring a meal. "The spirit young body is finally mine. Gah, eating 80 sacrificial youths isn't worth as much as you." "Spirit young body, what does that have to do with me?" I asked, confused. "You're about to die, boy. Don't you want to know what the spirit young body is?" Hu Xiaohua stared at me intently like a starving ghost eyeing a feast or a thief eyeing cash. His gaze made my skin crawl. "No, and I don't want to know. Since you've asked so sincerely, I'll graciously tell you." Hu Xiaohua ignored me completely and continued on his own. Speechless, I was utterly speechless. This fox immortal was way too narcissistic. The spirit young body, in plain terms, meant being a bachelor for 3 lifetimes. In the past 3 lives, the person was either a monk or a Taoist or else a feng shui master suffering from the 5 misfortunes and 3 deficiencies. As I mentioned before, I've already completed 2 lifetimes. My past life was a formidable Taoist, but I killed too many ghosts, which meant I lacked sufficient earthly virtue. Though the title isn't very prestigious, the content sounds quite imposing, so I can barely accept it. But this 3-lifetime bachelor thing was just too tragic. Who the hell would want such a title? Screw your spirit young body. I didn't get any benefits from it, and now I'm being targeted by these damn spirits. Come to think of it, I'm still a bachelor now. Damn it, don't tell me I'm going to make it 4 lifetimes. Spirit young body. So what? You brat, the spirit young body is something others can only dream of. It's a natural physique for cultivation, with a surge of righteous energy within you. Gah. If I eat you, I can gain over 1,000 years of cultivation. Damn. That fox immortal's explanation was too outrageous. I felt like I'd been screwed over by some third-rate web novel. It was indescribably disgusting. What was the difference between this and eat what you want to strengthen? If you ate a pig's head, would you grow a pig's head? This was complete bullshit, but I didn't dare say it out loud. So can you die with peace of mind now? If your flesh turns sour, it'll diminish my cultivation. The fox immortal wiped his mouth, looking impatient. Seeing this, I panicked and waved my hand, saying, "Wait, I have something to say. How did you discern that I possess the spirit yang body?" I posed this question with great seriousness, though in the eyes of the fox immortal, it was utterly superfluous. "I don't know. Our kind of spirits can sense it innately, just as a newborn instinctively knows to suckle. Who can say why? This question is far too redundant." The fox immortal let out a bone-chilling laughter. Hehehe. I retreated 3 steps in succession. A living creature that has become a demon not only possesses human intellect but also wields power far more terrifying than in entities like zombies or vengeful ghosts. Many of the techniques in the Maoshan secret arts were only effective against entities like ghosts and specters. They were utterly useless against a fox immortal. Forget it. I hardened my heart, gritted my teeth, and hefting a large rock hurled it viciously at the fox immortal. Naturally, it was dodged with effortless grace. Seizing the moment when the fox immortal loosened its grip, I leapt backward several steps, putting over 10 meters between us. I landed heavily on the ground, splitting my skull open, blood spilling across the earth. I grabbed a stick at random and, driven by desperation, I swung it aloft, leaped to my feet, and charged at the fox immortal. The stick struck true, actually hitting the fox immortal. Yet as the stick descended, it felt as though it had struck cotton. All my fierce strength dissipated into nothing. The fox immortal shifted its body forward and cried, "Away with you!" I felt a tremendous force transmitted through the stick, surging up my arm and flooding my entire body. With a whoosh, I was sent flying 3 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise. Heh, 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 heh. Another bout of hair-raising laughter echoed forth. The fox immortal's visage seemed to contort into a vicious snarl as it hissed, "Give me your life." At that moment, fear was the only emotion left within me. Yet waiting for death was an impossibility. With no other options remaining, I had to fight for my life. Summoning courage from some unknown source, I grabbed a wooden stick and charged forward with reckless abandon. Damn your ancestors for 18 generations. I cursed inwardly and I lunged. Alas, I was but a mere mortal of flesh and blood. What use was courage alone? How could I possibly contend with a creature like the fox immortal? Instead, I was struck by a heavy blow. In an instant, my stomach churned violently, and I felt my body weightlessly hurtle backward. A cloying sweetness rose in my throat, and a thick metallic tang of blood flooded my mouth. Opening my mouth, I sprayed out a mouthful of black blood. My consciousness blurred, my eyelids grew heavy, and though I struggled, I could not keep them open. "Watch out!" A strange shout momentarily dragged me back to reality. I saw a flash of white light streak past, striking the fox immortal, who stumbled backward. A fierce glint flashed in its eyes as it grew enraged. It transformed into a massive gray-furred fox. The fur along its spine stood on end, its lips peeled back to reveal a full set of bared fangs. Like a cat pouncing on a chick, it lunged at the small palm-sized ball of white light. With a mighty leap, it slammed a paw down squarely onto the white mass. Yowl! The fox immortal let out a pained cry, its paw clamped firmly in the white mass's jaws. I forced my eyes open, scarcely believing the scene before me. In moments, the white mass began to inflate like a balloon being filled with air, swelling until it was the size of a bull, quickly gaining a physical advantage. The white mass pinned the fox immortal firmly beneath its paws, opened its cavernous maw, and swallowed the fox's head in a single gulp. The entire process took mere seconds, and the fox immortal had become the white mass's prey. Then just as quickly, the white mass deflated like a punctured ball, shrinking back to palm size. Panting softly with an endearingly naive expression, it lolled out its pink tongue, trotted over to my side, and fell asleep with a soft huff. Wasn't this Fluffy Ball? With Fluffy Ball by my side, I completely let down my guard and blacked out. When I came to, I was already at Old Gao's home. Lu Jianguo, Old Gao, and Li Dazue were seated around, all bearing wounds and bruises. Li Dazue had a tuft of hair singed off, looking like he had a half-shaved head. I wanted to laugh at the sight, but laughing made my entire body ache. I had to force myself to hold it in, not daring to look at Li Dazue again. "Thankfully you're all right. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to answer to the old master." My head was wrapped in thick bandages, and I lay in bed, my whole body racked with pain. The slightest movement triggered a violent coughing fit. I looked at Lu Jianguo's familiar face, a flicker of fear passing through me, and I instinctively asked, "The fox immortal? This lad must have slept himself silly." Old Gao roared with laughter. "You've been asleep for 3 days and 3 nights. 3 days and nights. That long? Indeed. You were severely injured and tainted with corpse qi. If not for Zhang Yang using his inner energy to purge the corpse poison from your body, your fate would have been uncertain." "Oh." I was slow to react, asking foolishly, Wasn't it just a fox immortal? How did I end up poisoned by corpse chi? Xiao Xia, have you forgotten the female ghost in the Baize temple? Oh! Upon waking I was struck by a splitting headache, my mind utterly foggy. It was only then that realization dawned. Yes, what exactly was going on? I had been completely kept in the dark. What about that female ghost? This kid, probably used to being single, daring to even have thoughts about a jealous ghost. Li Dazue chuckled, teasing me from the sidelines. If it weren't for this fellow coming to Baize village, I wouldn't have encountered a string of bizarre events. At this point I couldn't be bothered with him. She's already been captured. Lu Jianguo stated it casually, yet his tone was utterly commanding. After hearing this, a barrage of questions flew out of me like rapid-fire cannonballs aimed at Lu Jianguo. Questions such as what strategy had been discussed with old Gao that day, what exactly the female ghost was, and how she had been subdued. The only thing I didn't ask about was who Zhengyang was, because at that time I had no knowledge of his existence. Lu Jianguo listened to my torrent of questions with remarkable composure, as if he had anticipated them all. He pulled out 3 cigarettes, lit one for old Gao and Li Dazue, and began puffing away himself. It seemed he was deliberating his words, and only after smoking 3 or 4 cigarettes did he finally speak. Xiao Xia, don't blame your uncle. I had my reasons. Lu Jianguo put down his cigarette and stood up before slowly beginning his explanation. After his explanation, I couldn't help but admire Lu Jianguo's meticulousness, yet his true identity became even more enigmatic. It turned out this entire scheme was what they called luring the tiger from its mountain lair. On the very first day they entered Baize village, Lu Jianguo had heard about this spirit sacrifice and found it highly suspicious. Only evil deities would accept such a cruel form of worship. Such spirits were typically mountain sprites or water goblins in disguise, certainly not righteous gods. According to the Tianmiju, demons could rapidly cultivate their powers by devouring young men with abundant primordial yang, thereby strengthening their own abilities. This spirit sacrifice was the despicable practice of a villain demanding tribute from villagers in exchange for safety. Lu Jianguo had made several brief disappearances in Baize village, surveying its mountain topography. Though the feng shui wasn't exceptionally malevolent, the 2 dragon veins running before and behind the village converged abruptly at their midpoint. At this confluence a gap had formed. The very cavern we had fallen into, which sat atop a triangular plot of land, a place that harbored danger and malice. Fortunately, a cascading waterfall flowed out from the narrow opening, carrying away the malevolent energy, preventing the area from harboring too many demons. On the 13th day of the 5th lunar month, Lu Jianguo along with old Gao went to the divine cave to set up the 7-star soul nailing formation, this time using raw chicken bones for greater potency. His aim was to seal the earth's energy and force the jealous ghost to show herself sooner. From the time the formation was set to the waning of the yin energy, it would take approximately 3 days. After old Gao assisted Lu Jianguo in setting up the formation, he began to stir up the young men of Baize village, deliberately arranging for them to wait in the small wooden hut to lure me in. Sure enough, by the 15th of the month I could no longer resist and was pushed into the wooden hut. That was when the scene in the temple unfolded. Uncle Lu, after you and the others retreated onto the sacrificial platform, how was it that only I was left by the middle of the night? That was to throw off any prying eyes. What? I was momentarily baffled, staring blankly at Lu Jianguo. The jealous ghost had already been weakened by my 7-star soul nailing formation, and her enslaved spirits had been scattered to the winds. To gather enough spiritual yang to resist the formation, she had no choice but to risk acting herself. Oh! So gathering over 20 young men was merely to deceive the jealous ghost into believing there was an abundance of spiritual yang energy emanating from multiple individuals. Exactly right. The sacrificial platform in the Baize temple was made with a special material. It was paved entirely with pure land bricks. These bricks were made from soil dug from the 9th layer of a pit. In geological terms, this is essentially the soil from the bedrock layer. Because it formed earliest and had the least exposure, the soil was exceptionally pure. Bricks made from this soil required extremely high temperatures to fire. Hence their surfaces were smooth with a metallic sheen. These bricks acted like mirrors, reflecting the surrounding chi into the sky. Spiritual beings could then observe the spiritual yang energy through this aerial reflection, as if they were physically present. I see. But why was I the only one left in the end? You fool, did you really think we'd let them go to their deaths? Your spiritual yang alone surpasses all of theirs combined. Li Dazue said boisterously. I was fuming, not bothering to look at him. Dazue is right. You are different from them. However, they weren't idle that night either. So the fox immortal was also part of your plan. No, I calculated everything, but I completely forgot about that creature. Huh. That fox immortal was guilty of heinous crimes. I heard she devoured over 80 young men. Upon hearing this, old Gao burst into tears, slapping himself hard across the face several times. Alas, we were bewitched. There is no such thing as a cave god in this world. We let the demon exploit our folly. I deserve this. You certainly do. This fox immortal had centuries of cultivation. However, considering that she never got to consume the spirit sacrifice, on your watch I shall spare your life. Remember, you must stay connected with the outside world, lest you be deceived by demons again. Old Gao nodded, profusely vowing to tear down the Baize temple. We quickly dissuaded him, for the temple itself was truly unrelated to the cave god. Alas, that fox immortal was my miscalculation. I never expected it to be so bold. The 9 Yang soul-sealing formation did not require exactly 9 men, any multiple of 9 would suffice. 9 being the ultimate number represents the pinnacle of Yang. The formation required no fewer than 9 men, though 9 roosters could serve as the bare minimum, as human Yang energy was far superior. In essence, the formation was arranged according to the 9 palaces grid. This maximized the Yang energy to seal the soul. That night 27 young men were used, roughly equivalent to triple the power of the standard 9 Yang formation. Combined with the 7-star soul-nailing formation, it could maximally weaken the Yin energy of the jealous woman ghost. What is Yang naturally has its counterpart in Yin, and thus the 9 Yang soul-sealing formation was only effective against Yin entities. Against the living it was useless. This was the unexpected turn of events Lu Jianguo had mentioned. I deliberately left a gap in the formation, waiting for the jealous woman ghost to enter. As soon as the ghost entered the temple, I spotted the fox spirit hiding outside the door. To avoid alarming her, I didn't activate the 9 Yang soul-sealing formation immediately. What? Weren't you afraid the ghost would devour me? You wouldn't have died instantly. The ghost could see the spirit sacrifice, and so could the fox spirit. She coveted your spirit Yang body, and would never let the jealous woman ghost harm you. How can you be so sure? What if the ghost had attacked? Xiao Xia, rest assured. I had resolved that if the ghost dared to make a move, I would risk my own life to protect you. I was deeply moved by Lu Jianguo's words. Given his character, he would absolutely follow through. Besides, I was safe and sound now. Fortunately, I had a backup plan. I invited Zhengyang over. That kid has impressive skills. Hearing the name Zhengyang, I was utterly baffled. Who is Zhengyang? Zhengyang is of significant origin. He's Qingyunzi's disciple sent to find Old Master Li. But somehow Old Master Li managed to trick him into coming to Baize village. That old swindler. Li Dazue chuckled wickedly. Although I was curious about Zhengyang's background, this wasn't the time to discuss him. Let's focus on the jealous woman ghost. Li Dazue interjected again. Right, you know the fox spirit situation best. I cursed inwardly. Damn it, you have the nerve to bring that up. But aloud I said, yes, let's talk about the jealous woman ghost. Indeed, the fox spirit couldn't contain herself, transformed into my likeness, ran and dragged you out, and bolted towards the back mountain. I found it both infuriating and amusing. So I had Zhengyang follow you. Zhengyang must not be much of a runner, I said sourly, as it had taken him quite a while to catch up on the hillside. That kid is someone like Zhao Ritian or Yi Liangshan daring to do anything. 1 word, arrogant. 2 words, insolent. His legwork is formidable. If he heard you say that you'd be dead meat. Li Dazue interjected. Fortunately he went to Gao's place and brought Mao Wan along. Otherwise I think you'd have been in grave danger. Once you were 3 or 4 li away, I signaled the young men to form the 9 Yang soul-sealing formation, trapping the jealous woman ghost in the temple. That thing was ferocious. If I didn't have some tricks up my sleeve, you'd be looking at a corpse right now. Li Dazue interjected again. Damn, I even had to use my family's secret technique to subdue it. Throughout history, across all ages, resentful women were common, widows even more so, and those who died with deep grudges were as numerous as the stars. But the jealous woman ghost was rare. Though not the most vicious ghost, far inferior to the Hanba or the succubus, its formation conditions were extremely stringent. 1 in 10,000 corpses. Once afflicted by a jealous woman ghost, at the very least families would be ruined, at worst entire villages would be wiped out, leaving no survivors. Arya's family had already been destroyed, and recently 7 or 8 young men in Baize village had died. If left unchecked, within 3 to 5 years Baize village would be razed to the ground, becoming a desolate ruin. After I ran far away, Lu Jianguo used the triple-strength 9 Yang soul-sealing formation to completely encircle the Baize temple. Unexpectedly, the jealous woman ghost remained fearless. Xiao Xia, you didn't see that thing. The moment I laid eyes on its ghastly form, my hair stood on end. It scared me to death. Li Dazue chimed in unexpectedly. If Brother Lu hadn't foreseen this, and had the 27 young men blindfolded, our formation would have failed. But the jealous woman ghost looked rather beautiful, not at all that terrifying. Xiao Xia, that face was painted on by her. Dazue, and I saw her true form from outside the door, and our hair stood on end. That fiend had a pale, ghastly face with eyebrows, nose, and eyes painted on with rouge. Then why couldn't I see it? I thought, damn it, I was right in front of the ghost. How could I have been mistaken? Humph. Now it's my turn to show off my knowledge. That's a soul-confusing spell. In scientific terms, the ghost controls brainwaves to manipulate thoughts, inducing hallucinations. I couldn't help but laugh. Damn. Li Dazue, that fortune-telling charlatan, is suddenly spouting science. Getting impatient, I asked, Uncle Lu, so how did you manage to subdue that jealous woman ghost? It turned out that the jealous woman ghost had always worn a resentful expression in life, and her face gradually became hideous. Thus, in the dead of night, she would always stare into a mirror using rouge and human skin to paint a beautiful face. What she showed me was Lianmei's appearance painted on human skin. But what she showed Lu Jianguo was her true face. Naturally, they were startled. The jealous woman ghost's true face was utterly terrifying. Her pallid visage was riddled with holes gnawed by insects, and ants like a dough ball that had been blasted by a shotgun covered in scattered pellets. Anyone with trypophobia would have their scalp crawl at the sight of that face. Unperturbed, the jealous woman ghost extended her arms, and her fingernails instantly grew over a dozen centimeters long. It seemed she was about to pounce. Lu Jianguo grabbed his peach with sword. Li Dazue clutched his yellow talisman, and old Gao donned the Dabii King mask wielding an oxtail, and holding a jar ready for battle. The jealous woman ghost's hands trembled violently like a sieve. Buzz, buzz, buzz. What was that sound? It wasn't a bird nor a beast nor an insect. It was as loud as an airplane taking off and landing. Lu Jianguo exclaimed urgently, "It's corpse beetles." Before he finished speaking, a dense dark swarm of insects flew out from the ghost's sleeves. In a moment, the entire jealous woman ghost dissolved into a swarm of countless flying insects breaking apart from a single entity. The dark mass dove headfirst onto the people inside and outside the temple. Everyone frantically swatted at the insects, but it was like trying to cover both ends. They drove off one wave only for another to come as inescapable as a sandstorm. Several young men were bitten, rolling on the ground in agony. Old Gao released the honey trap. All right. Old Gao smashed the jar in his hand and began chanting a spell. Soon he fanned the oxtail over the jar's opening. Boom, boom, boom. From the broken jar flew a dense swarm of headless bees which, as if guided by a navigation system, charged straight at the swarm of corpse beetles. The moment a bee struck a beetle, the beetle fell to the ground dead. In no time, a large number of them perished, turning into black smoke upon hitting the ground. After a moment, as if receiving a signal, the corpse beetles fled with a whoosh from the people and their surroundings, and reformed into the jealous woman ghost. The ghost then flew up, opening its gaping maw, hovering in the air, and swallowed the bees in a few gulps. It landed back before the statue, licking its lips as if it wanted more. With a few whooshes, the jealous woman ghost flew out of the temple on a gust of wind, only to be blocked by a brilliant light. She extended her sharp claws, grabbed a young man from the formation, and an electric current shot through his body. The ghost was knocked back a step, but still held on to the young man. Lu Jianguo thought with alarm. There's a breach in the Nine-Yang Soul Sealing formation. The jealous woman ghost dragged the young man back and threw him down before the statue. Everyone felt a chill rise from the depths of their hearts, and the hairs on their bodies stood on end. Suddenly the ghost raised its right palm and struck the young man with its left. With a cry, he vomited black blood and died. As the young man fell backward, the ghost had already moved behind him and struck him in the back. Her form shifted, the wind howled, and she delivered 8 more palm strikes, each faster and more ferocious than the last. With the 9th palm, the jealous woman ghost leaped into the air, flipped upside down, and drove her left hand's fingers sharp as blades into the top of the young man's skull with a sickening crunch. Then with her right hand she lifted the entire young man up. The young man hung suspended in the air, as the ghost's left fingernails scraped noisily from the Baize acupoint on his crown down his spine to the coccyx. Wherever the nails passed, skin and flesh curled back and black blood gushed out. From the coccyx she traced down to the Weilu acupoint. Then, throwing the man to the ground, her hands split from the Weilu point, one going down each leg from the inner thigh to the ankle. The ghost stood up, flipped the man over, and dragged her nails from his shoulder blades down both arms to his wrists. With a piercing shriek, the jealous woman ghost plunged her hands under the skin of his back, and with a mighty pull ripped off his entire skin in one piece. The young man's raw pink body rolled off the platform, his intestines and organs visible through the flesh. Everyone was stunned, utterly horrified. They were too shocked to even vomit, frozen in place. The ghost grabbed the human skin and licked it, frenziedly savoring the residual blood. She examined it under the moonlight like an artist admiring a masterpiece. After a moment, her red, resentful eyes fixed on Lu Jianguo, and she let out a ghastly laugh. The jealous ghost cast a resentful glance at Lu Jianguo before lunging forward, only to land before the corpse of the young man. She then tore open the dead man's chest and abdomen, pulling out his organs one by one, examining each under the moonlight before casting them aside. Finally, she pulled out the heart and stuffed it into her mouth. She then sat on the ground, her back to the others, facing the moon, as she steadied her breathing and began to practice breathing exercises. Her body rose and fell rhythmically, and a faint, eerie glow began to emanate from her. The jealous ghost's rank is about to ascend, Lu Jianguo exclaimed in alarm. It turned out that the young man the jealous ghost had devoured was the 10th victim. With her spiritual power boosted the malevolent energy that had been suppressed by the combined forces of the 7-star soul-nailing array, and the 9-yang soul-sealing array, was now greatly restored. This is getting troublesome. While that thing is regulating its breath, let's join forces and take it down. The jealous ghost heard the wind rustling behind her, and whirled around, revealing her bloody, gaping maw. She let out a piercing shriek and abruptly twisted her body, lunging at Gao Lao. Gao Lao, a seasoned veteran among the uncultured folk, saw the ghost's ferocious charge, and swung his oxtail whip down with all his might. The jealous ghost heard the whistling of the whip and sidestepped it with ease. Gao Lao withdrew his whip and lashed out again, but the ghost's sharp claws extended along the whip's path, reaching out with lightning speed. Her 5 fingers clawed at his back, tearing away a large chunk of flesh. Lu Jianguo pushed off with his left foot and leaped forward. But the jealous ghost had already abandoned Gao Lao, drifting over like the wind. Her claws latched onto his shoulders, sinking in like 10 steel nails, piercing his flesh. Startled, Lu Jianguo kicked out with his right foot, aiming for the creature's abdomen. The jealous ghost chopped down with her right palm, and with a crack Lu Jianguo's foot nearly broke. He rolled on the ground, sprang up, and jumped behind the statue of the deity. Unable to see Lu Jianguo, the jealous ghost's form flickered as her claws shot toward Li Dazue. Li Dazue hastily chanted an incantation, and the yellow talisman in his hand ignited with a sizzling sound. He hurled it at the ghost. Crackle, crackle. A plume of black smoke rose. The jealous ghost's body went numb. Damn it! I grabbed the wrong talisman. This is a plague-warding charm. A plague-warding charm was of course meant to dispel illness and had no effect on a jealous ghost. Li Dazue was so terrified that cold sweat poured down his body, and he gasped sharply. Outside the temple, the 26 young men heard the sounds of fighting, tore off their blindfolds, and fled in sheer terror. Abandoning the 9-yang soul-sealing array entirely, they scattered and ran for their lives. Seeing the 9-yang soul-sealing array collapse on its own, the jealous ghost smiled coldly. Her malevolent aura surged, and her arm suddenly stretched out, her claws reaching for the top of Li Dazue's head. He dodged just in time, ducking down, but a tuft of his hair was ripped away. What a ferocious fiend! At that moment, Lu Jianguo emerged from behind the statue, and hurled 7 lit iron lamps, which landed around the jealous ghost in the formation of the Big Dipper. He jumped to the front of the statue and snatched up the mountain-whipping whip from the ground. The jealous ghost was utterly unafraid, her claws like steel hooks. Li Dazue, a man of mere talk and no real skill, was no match for her. After only a few exchanges, the jealous ghost seized his left arm. Li Dazue howled in agony, then pulled a handful of sticky rice from his pocket and hurled it at her. Though sticky rice was not the most powerful of instruments, it was not to be underestimated. It was like flinging red-hot coals at a person. The jealous ghost's grip loosened slightly, and Li Dazue yanked his arm free with all his strength, tearing his entire sleeve, and a chunk of flesh from his arm in the process, barely managing to escape. Li Dazue leaped back, seeing 5 deep bloody gashes on his arm. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. Even with 3 people besieging the jealous ghost, they were still at a disadvantage. Lu Jianguo shouted urgently, "Blind its eyes!" Li Dazue snatched an iron spear from the hands of the pot-bellied deity statue, and used it to hold back the jealous ghost's left hand. Gao Lao smashed the jar in the left deity statue's hand, releasing a ghost infant. Following Gao Lao's gestures, the ghost infant lunged at the jealous ghost's right hand, biting ferociously. Li Dazue bellowed, "I can't hold on much longer, brother Lu, stab its eyes." Lu Jianguo bit his fingertips, smeared the blood onto the iron spear, and drew a talisman to suppress evil. He chanted an incantation, and the entire spear became wreathed in crackling arcs of lightning like an electric dragon. He thrust the spear violently at the jealous ghost. With her left hand holding back Li Dazue, and her right hand flinging off the ghost infant, she had no hand free. She leaped into the air and kicked out a foot which suddenly stretched several inches longer to intercept the spear. The spear met the foot, sparks flying with a resounding clang. The jealous ghost's body emitted wisps of green smoke as she staggered backward, vomiting black blood. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 flashes of white light streaked by. The jealous ghost let out a blood-curdling scream as 2 poison darts struck her eyes. Her head snapped back. Her eyes were blinded and darkness descended upon her. Enraged and desperate, she brought both palms down upon the central pot-bellied deity statue. With a thunderous bang, the statue was shattered clean in 2. From outside the door a voice roared, "Jealous ghost, your time of death has come." Everyone turned to see a young Taoist priest standing at the entrance. He wore a gray-white robe, his hair tied in a topknot, his face gaunt and refined. On his back hung an ancient weathered sword. It was the Taoist who had thrown the darts. Drawing his ancient sword, he vaulted through the air and landed directly before the jealous ghost. Struck by the darts infused with mystical power, the jealous ghost's energy gushed from her eyes like a fountain, her malevolent aura rapidly diminishing, her strength greatly reduced. Somehow the jealous ghost managed to find 2 round stones and shoved them into her eye sockets, plugging the flow of energy. With a fierce shriek, she pulled a piece of human skin from her robes and began scribbling on it with her fingernails. She pressed it onto her face, and in an instant her visage transformed into something utterly horrifying. Her fangs extended 3 or 4 meters outward, a truly terrifying sight. The crowd was cowed by her menacing aura, and they all took several steps back. The Taoist drew his ancient sword and thrust it at the jealous ghost. With a wretched howl she leaped into the air, her entire body radiating a faint red glow as her malevolent aura surged violently. The Taoist employed a technique called Wandering Dragon Plays with the pearl, each strike, aimed at the jealous ghost's vital points. Lu Jianguo also sprang forward wielding the mountain-whipping whip in a frenzy of sweeping coiling attacks aimed at her lower body. As expected, the jealous ghost was distracted. With a thud, Li Hongwei landed a blow on her back with his sword. She whirled around her right hand, clawing at him. With a sharp crack from her arm joint, the jealous ghost's arm suddenly extended several inches. A sharp claw came swiping down, and her 5 fingers were about to plunge into his skull. Seeing the dire situation, the Taoist hurled another dart, slicing off one of the jealous ghost's fingers. With a shriek of pain, the fiend snatched her hand back. Suddenly a strange wind kicked up and thick clouds obscured half the moon. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper faintly shimmered into view. Tianshu, Tianchuan, Tianji, Tianshu, and Yuhing, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang. They slowly shifted their positions. The flames of the 7 iron lamps on the ground roared upward, tongues of fire leaping high. Lu Jianguo was overjoyed. Heaven is aiding us. Everyone get back. Let me handle him alone. The Taoist moved with the grace and agility of a soaring swallow. He leaped into the air with a ferocity that would put an Olympic pole vault champion to shame, diving down from above with his sword aimed directly at the jealous ghost. The fluidity and coherence of his movements, the sheer force of his presence was simply cool to the extreme, absolutely mind-blowing, even more awe-inspiring than Long Outyen's mighty tiger body quake. The jealous ghost hastily raised both hands to clamp down on the long sword, but the force of the strike drove her to her knees. She howled in agony, and then, to everyone's astonishment, she began kowtowing frantically on the ground. The group exchanged bewildered glances, utterly speechless. You must not be spared. Xingyang, this is not the time to kill her. Better to seal her into the gourd. Since Uncle Lu has spoken, so be it. Xingyang unfastened a purple gourd from his belt, held it in his hand with the mouth facing downward, and commanded the jealous ghost, seal. The jealous ghost transformed into a wisp of black smoke and was sucked into the gourd with a whoosh. Xingyang capped the gourd, pasted a yellow talisman over the opening, and reattached it to his belt. Xingyang, has Xia Ji been harmed by the fox spirit? Here. Xingyang pointed toward me outside the door. He had hidden me in a patch of grass, covering me with several knowing autumn leaves, which was why the jealous ghost had not noticed me. And that was roughly the story of the jealous ghost. I listened, utterly stunned. What a ferocious fiend. Looking at the battered Lu Jianguo and the others, I couldn't help but feel tears welling up inside. And when I looked at Li Hongwei, I could no longer bring myself to laugh. I was about to ask more questions when the door was pushed open. A young Taoist priest, an ancient sword strapped to his back, walked in. Needless to say, this was Xingyang. I later learned that Xingyang's secular surname was Su, and his Taoist name was Zhengyangzi. However, due to his relatively low seniority, everyone simply called him Zhengyang. On the day Qingyunzi ascended to immortality, Zhengyang was cultivating at Mount Wudong. Qingyunzi persuaded him over the phone to come down from the mountain and help me resolve my troublesome marriage arrangement. He had originally planned to head straight to his destination, but he was tricked by that old swindler, Old Master Li, and lured to Baize village, a godforsaken place in the middle of nowhere, under the pretense that there was a monumental matter requiring Xingyang to uphold justice. Xingyang fell for it, arriving in haste, and on that very night, he encountered all these bizarre events. I sized him up from head to toe, and my first impression of him was that he was aloof. I felt a hint of fear toward this man, knowing he was not someone easy to get along with. I assumed all Taoist priests were not the approachable type. After entering, Xingyang made himself at home, pulled out a reclining chair, flicked open his robe, and sat down upon it. He said to me, "Fortunately, your corpse aura isn't heavy. Uncle Lu and I have been worried about you for days." His tone suggested he wasn't as aloof as I had imagined. I then asked him a barrage of questions about the jealous ghost. As expected, Xingyang's face darkened, his brow furrowing slightly. I racked my brains trying to guess what he might say, but his next words caught me completely off guard. "You ask too many questions. Why don't I just release the jealous ghost and let you ask it yourself?" Just thinking about that experience at the Great Belly Temple made my scalp tingle, and I sucked at my teeth in discomfort, my brows furrowed deeply. Honestly, I wasn't scared of the jealous woman ghost at first, but after hearing their stories, just the mention of her made my skin crawl. I have a phobia of clusters, and thinking about her form sent goosebumps all over my body. If that thing were to appear suddenly, it would scare someone to death. Hearing Xingyang say this, I felt a sense of unease creep into my heart. Li Hongwei was indeed a shrewd character. His eyes rolled around for a moment before he guessed what I was thinking. He patted me on the shoulder and gave a lewd grin. Don't worry. Don't worry. The jealous woman ghost now looks like a beautiful young lady. You'll be more than satisfied when you see her. Her appearance is the genuine article. Really? Really? Xingyang has beaten her into submission. If you want to see her in any form, just ask Xingyang to make her show it to you. Is Xingyang that powerful? Of course. Even the three of us together are no match for him. Look at that precious sword of his. It's a relic from the Warring States period, dredged up from the Chentang River. It's cut down blood zombies and chopped up corpse monsters. Li Dazue walked up to Xingyang, and without a word drew the sword. As it left its sheath, a radiant glow blossomed forth like a lotus emerging from water. Elegant and clear. The carvings on the hilt were as profound as constellations. The blade and handle seemed to be forged as one flowing like clear water over a pond, calm and unhurried. The edge itself stood like a sheer cliff, towering and majestic. I was stunned, my entire body trembling in disbelief. Li Dazue handed me the sword. I straightened my body and took it with both hands. It weighed about 10 or more jin. The moment my hand touched the blade, I snatched it back as if I had touched ice. I thought to myself, what a sword. I closed my eyes in deep thought, racking my brain, and then it hit me. I asked aloud, could this be the Ferrying sword? You've got a good eye, kid. This is one of the precious swords forged by Oyezi in the spring and autumn period. Legend has it that when Oyezi forged this sword, he used copper from Qijin Mountain, tin from the Rui River, and charcoal from Wui Mountain, pouring his heart and soul into it for 10 years before it was complete. On the day it was finished, he quenched it in the waters of Zhanshan Lake. When the sword was drawn from the water, the clear sky instantly turned to thunder and lightning, and a torrential rain fell for over half a month. After completing the sword, Oyezi died from exhaustion of heart and mind. Xuezhu, a renowned sword appraiser of the Qin state, had only given a faint smile when shown King Gojian of Yu's Haocao, and Juk swords, unimpressed by them. Later Gojian presented the Ferrying sword. As soon as it was drawn, Xuezhu was so startled he fell to the ground. It took him a long while to sit up, and then he kowtowed fiercely before the sword, trembling with awe as if he were in the presence of a supreme treasure. The Huainanzi records, the Ferrying sword can sever dragon boats in water, and cut through rhinoceros armor on land. Afterwards, through the chaos of war, the sword sank into the Chentang River and was lost to history. When Ferrying appears, all demons and monsters vanish. To even lay eyes on the Ferrying sword would make a lifetime worth living. And the master of such a sword is certainly no ordinary man. I was overjoyed. If I could latch onto such an incredible figure, why not? Xingyang, hearing Li Dazue's wild exaggerations, looked a bit embarrassed but refused to argue. Without another word, he took out his purple gourd and pulled off the lid. A wisp of red smoke emerged and a woman knelt on the ground. When the woman lifted her head, my trypophobia immediately kicked in. My scalp went numb and goosebumps erupted all over my body. Seeing this, Xingyang let out a sharp shout. The woman pulled a human skin from her robes and draped it over her face. Xingyang then said, "You can look now." I looked at the woman again, and she still had Lianmei's appearance, so I wasn't as frightened. However, her eyes were already blind, and those two hollow dark sockets staring at me were even more blood-curdling. "Wretch, kneel down now." The jealous woman ghost didn't dare make a sound and obediently knelt. Damn, she's this obedient. I thought to myself, it was unbelievable. Who knows how Xingyang had disciplined this ghost to strip her of even the basic dignity of a specter. If you have questions, ask quickly. Xingyang took the sword back from my hands and sheathed it. Then, crossing his arms, he stood off to the side with an air of arrogance. "You peel off human skin just to wear it as a mask?" I asked the jealous woman ghost, emboldened by Xingyang's cocky demeanor, as if Fish Liang had given me courage. "Spare me, master. It wasn't my fault. They all deserved to die. I couldn't resist ridding the world of such scum. I killed these degenerates and left them skinless, that's all." Lu Jianguo, Li Dazue, and I were utterly stunned, our mouths hanging wide open, wondering if we'd heard correctly. What the hell? What kind of logic is that? Am I living in another world? Come to think of it, we really do live in different worlds. I'm human, she's a ghost. Truly separated by the veil of life and death. Wretch, you think you can just erase 12 lives with your silver tongue? If you don't confess all your crimes today, I'll scatter your 3 souls and 7 spirits, and make sure you never reincarnate. Xingyang roared in anger. The jealous woman ghost shuddered violently, and like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube, spilled everything that had happened to her. The truth was exactly as we had guessed. The jealous woman ghost had followed Arya to Baize village. After killing Arya's family, she vented all her resentment on the young men of the village. Once a vengeful spirit kills, it can no longer be reincarnated. To grow stronger and resist the underworld messengers, it must kill again, creating a vicious cycle of murder. In life, the jealous woman ghost was named Huang Yinger, a somewhat famous actress in Rongqing who had won the runner-up title of Miss Rongqing. Her husband was a wealthy merchant, and the two fell in love at first sight during an outing. However, her husband had a history of abusing his first wife. Friends and relatives strongly opposed their relationship. After marriage, life seemed blissful, and they soon had a daughter. After the wedding, Huang Ying'er retired from the entertainment industry, content to be a devoted wife and mother. But her husband's vile nature remained unchanged. Using the excuse that she had given birth to a daughter, he sought pleasure outside. When he came home, he would beat and berate his wife. Unable to endure the domestic violence any longer, Huang Ying'er filed for divorce, and was ultimately cast out with nothing but the clothes on her back. Despite being penniless, her striking beauty allowed her to quickly attract a single university teacher, and they were soon married. Unexpectedly, this teacher turned out to be the same caliber as her previous husband, and domestic violence soon became rampant. This time Huang Ying'er acted decisively, leaving of her own accord with nothing. For a long time afterward, Huang Ying'er dared not touch matters of the heart. Though haggard, her beauty remained. She made a comeback in the entertainment industry and gained considerable fame. During this time, she was won over by a young makeup artist in his 20s, who courted her for 3 years. Feeling she had found a pillar of support, she resolved to settle down and live a good life. Amidst the clamor of public opinion, she married this insignificant nobody. To her shock, shortly after the wedding, this seemingly honest man had taken up with Arya, a girl with neither beauty nor even a primary school education. What's more, Arya threw sulfuric acid in her face, disfiguring her for life. Her husband stood by and watched motionless. Huang Ying'er was utterly devastated. With her face ruined, what was the point of living? So in a fit of despair, she snatched a child off the street and jumped into the river, drowning them both. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Huang Ying'er's life was like the lyrics of that song. You carry her perfume. It's a sin my nose committed. I shouldn't have smelled her beauty, wiped it all dry, and slept with you. She felt she was nothing but a worthless woman. So she committed suicide with immense resentment, dragging another down with her before she died. She was not just one who died unnaturally, but a ghost of violent death. The moment she dragged her victim down with her, her lifetime of resentment sealed her fate. She could never be reborn. She was destined to wander the desolate wilds, eventually transforming into the jealous woman ghost. After death, her lingering soul refused to disperse. First, she used a makeup brush to stab the makeup artist husband to death, and peeled off his entire face. Then she tracked down the teacher husband's home, scaring his entire family to death, and captured his mistress's soul, tormenting her endlessly. Before long, her malevolence grew even stronger. She found the wealthy merchant husband and burned him and his mistress alive in a great fire. On the night the makeup artist husband died, Arya escaped. Tracking Arya's trail to Baize village, she decided that killing her outright was too merciful, so she devised a scheme. She made up excuses and gave Arya a dress made of human skin. The love of beauty is especially strong in young girls, and Arya was easily swayed by her honeyed words. Arya lost her mind, staying home all day, giggling at her reflection in the mirror. Later, Arya's mother fell terminally ill and planned to marry off both Daya and Arya. In a panic, Arya fled into the mountains, where she encountered the jealous woman ghost. The jealous woman ghost suggested she disguise herself as a nun and tell everyone that Daya was a human candle that could be ground into cinnabar powder. She also persuaded Daya to marry, soon eliminating the threat to Arya once and for all. An agreement was struck. The jealous woman ghost easily disposed of Daya for Arya, and then came to Arya's home every night to claim her life. Arya's mother died of fright. But even though Arya was dead, she wasn't completely obliterated by the jealous woman ghost. This seemingly ordinary statement seemed off somehow. At the very least, it defied common sense. Hearing this, doubt crept into my heart. I straightened up and asked the jealous woman ghost directly. Since Arya had no more use to you, why didn't you just kill her? Lu Jianguo and Li Hongwei and the others all turned their gazes toward the jealous ghost, as if they too found the question quite reasonable, all waiting for her response. You'd better confess everything or be prepared to be obliterated. Zheng Yang also roared. The jealous ghost trembled violently, her body shaking like a sieve, quivering uncontrollably. Arya still had her uses. If you hadn't destroyed her, I would have kept her. It turned out the jealous ghost kept the corpse ghost because she had appeared on the fox spirit's territory, tarnishing the fox spirit's image, which led the surrounding mountain spirits and wild beasts to accuse Hu Xiaohua of violating the rules of the demon realm. Thus Hu Xiaohua was constantly plotting to ambush the jealous ghost, but their powers were evenly matched and victory remained elusive. The so-called rules of the demon realm were in essence an agreement established between demons and cultivators. This agreement, in common parlance, is catch the thief with the goods. Simply put, if a human did not offend a demon, but the demon captured and devoured the human without cause, it violated the agreement and would face divine retribution. If a human provoked a demon's taboo or stole a demon's possessions, the human would need to offer a sacrifice. Once the sacrifice was accepted, the debt between the two parties would be considered settled. The jealous ghost's arrival at Baize village completely shattered the rules of the demon realm, naturally making her an outcast in Hu Xiaohua's eyes. Yet it was Hu Xiaohua, driven by greed to devour me, who first broke the agreement. For a demon like that, Baize showed no mercy. With the corpse ghost's aid, the jealous ghost gained an extra edge which was far more satisfying than simply destroying Arya. Moreover, enslaving a former rival in love was far more gratifying than tearing her to pieces. Reducing someone who once humiliated you to the dust was an immensely satisfying and exhilarating affair. After Arya had seduced roughly 7 or 8 young men, the nearby villagers grew suspicious. It had already been half a month since her last successful hunt. The jealous ghost then ordered Arya to abduct Li Hongwei. Just as they were about to tear away her 3 souls and 7 spirits, Li Hongwei suddenly appeared and rescued her. However, 1 soul and 1 spirit remained unrecovered, and instead Gao Lao falsely accused Li Hongwei of angering the cave god. With only 1 soul and 1 spirit in her possession, the jealous ghost couldn't transform Li Hongwei into a sentient corpse ghost, so Arya had to risk another attempt. After Arya was eliminated by us, Li Hongwei's soul was also summoned back. Now without a corpse ghost, the jealous ghost, wary of Hu Xiaohua's ambush, dared not leave her mountain recklessly. I reside in the malevolent vein, absorbing its baleful energy. But for some reason the baleful energy has weakened these past few days, causing me unbearable agony. Had it not, I wouldn't have dared to act so rashly. Lu Jianguo sneered coldly, and casually explained the 7-star soul-nailing array to the jealous ghost. Due to the sudden depletion of baleful energy, on the 15th of May the jealous ghost saw the spiritual yang radiating from the sacrificial altar. Unable to resist the temptation, she planned a risky move to go on a killing spree and boost her baleful energy, only to be captured by Zhang Yang. After hearing Huang Yinger's story, I felt an indescribable emotion well up inside me. As the saying goes, flies don't attack a seamless egg. Though the jealous ghost was a victim herself, was it merely coincidence that all 3 of her husbands strayed shortly after marriage? Had she reflected on her own flaws in time, perhaps her fate would have been different. Even if the jealous ghost were more wronged than Doi, she had no right to take human lives. The sins on her hands were numerous, no less than 30 lives. No wonder the baleful energy in the temple that day was so overwhelming. As for the young men she had victimized, though they were momentarily blinded by lust, they didn't deserve death. Their tragic, untimely demise serves as a warning to the world. Lust is a sword hanging over one's head. Then why did you peel off the complete human skin? They were so shameless, just leering at Arya with lustful eyes. Why should I keep their faces and skins? Their hearts were clouded by lust, so what use did they have for hearts? I thought to myself, damn, this ghost actually makes a twisted kind of sense. No wonder she's from the entertainment industry. But aloud I said, killing the soul, wounding all conscience. Truly heinous. What are we waiting for with such an evil ghost? Unexpectedly Lu Jianguo's anger flared even hotter than mine, his face turning green with rage. Obliterate her. Xingyang, however, showed a trace of compassion and said with a hint of pity, what happened in life shouldn't concern the dead. Whoever you were, death is like a lamp going out. Your hands are stained with dozens of lives. If we don't execute you, heaven's justice would be violated. But if we spare you, you'll suffer immense agony. Do you understand? The jealous ghost prostrated herself 3 times, tears streaming down her face, and choked out. Had the Taoist master not enlightened me in time, I would have sunk into an abyss of endless sin far worse than mere annihilation. Please, master, do what must be done. I listened to the jealous ghost's words and thought, damn it, I can't see any enlightenment from Xingyang at all. And you're about to be obliterated, yet you speak so calmly. I let my mind wander aimlessly. She deserves to die. Xiaoxia, it's my turn for a science lesson again. These kinds of ghosts have grown too powerful and can't return. If they don't become stronger, they'll be captured by the underworld messengers. So they have to stop killing, because killing means constantly violating the heavenly laws. Using Ragnar Nurk's theory, this is called a vicious cycle. So the only way is to destroy it. The theory Li Hongwei mentioned, Ragnar Nurk's theory, is actually the vicious cycle of poverty, proposed by Ragnar Nurk in his 1953 book, Problems of Capital Formation in Underdeveloped Countries. Zhang Yang had already sealed the jealous ghost into his purple gourd, promising that it would soon be obliterated. Li Hongwei's incessant chatter was starting to get on my nerves. It was then that I suddenly slapped my thigh in realization. As the saying goes, you've walked so far that you've forgotten your original destination. I snapped back to reality and fired off questions like a machine gun. Li Hongwei, you bastard. What exactly did you come to Baize village for? If it weren't for your phone call, would we have come to this godforsaken place? It was for you, you little rascal. You think I'd be suffering here otherwise? For me? Damn it, you're just being a cunning opportunist. Screw your ancestors. Are you planning to kick me aside now that I'm no longer useful? What? I looked at Li Hongwei in confusion, racking my brains but coming up empty. He shrugged and made a face that said, come and get me. Don't play dumb, kid. That day you were plagued by a jinx, and I recited the exorcism incantation 3 times. But that jinx just wouldn't leave. You know what he told me? What? That bastard actually begged me. He said no one had invited him to possess them for over 100 years. No business for a century, but one job lasts a century. He asked me to get a treasure from Baize village or he wouldn't leave. I asked him what treasure. That bastard said that 1800 years ago, he was set up by Hu Xiaohua, which caused him to be posthumously ranked #1 on the list of jinxes after his death. He wanted me to steal Hu Xiaohua's inner core, to avenge him. Hu Xiaohua's inner core. According to the Maoshan's secret records, animals that have become spirits through cultivation and gathering herbs use their bodies as a furnace. Through continuous practice they manifest their inner spirit. Once the inner spirit manifests, primordial qi is produced and finally they obtain primordial essence. After another 100 years of cultivation, the primordial essence condenses into an inner core, which gathers the essence of the demon. Exactly. That bastard said Hu Xiaohua lives in the banyan tree cave in Baize village. Every full moon night she reveals her true form, bows to the moon, and then spits out her inner core. The core floats under the moonlight, absorbing the moon's essence. At that moment Hu Xiaohua lets her guard down completely. That's my chance to seize the inner core. And what happens if you don't give the jinx the inner core? What kind of being is a jinx? They're the type to choke on cold water and meet ghosts even in a Taoist robe. They're the kind of entity where misfortune strikes from above, while you're sitting safely at home. Not only do people avoid them like the plague, but even demons and monsters turn pale and flee at the sight of them. According to the Maoshan secret records, there are 36 jinxes in the world, all of whom were notable figures in history, with the comet Lady Madame Ma as their chief deity. For instance, the jinx we summoned last time to fight the ghost infant was a famously renowned figure in history, Panfeng. Back then, when the 18 feudal lords besieged Dongzhou, someone recommended Panfeng to Han Fu, the governor of Jizhou. During the great battle at Hulao Pass, Han Fu boasted, "I have the mighty general Panfeng who can slay Hua Xiong." This led to Panfeng's beheading, and after his death, he became one of the 36 jinxes. Those afflicted by a jinx will find their misfortune creeping in, with the wind in the night moistening things in silence. I was stunned upon hearing this. I was a first-hand witness to the bad luck of a jinx. Just a fraction of that residual bad luck had me hospitalized for 3 days and 3 nights. If I were truly targeted by a jinx, I'd be unlucky not just for this life but probably for 10 lifetimes. I might even end up on the Guinness World Records as the #1 unlucky bastard. At the thought of this I broke out in a cold sweat. Li Dazue claimed he had a way to get rid of this god-awful deity. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand tall. After all, there's the ancient example of Han Xian enduring the crawl between someone's legs. And in modern times, the national football team losing repeatedly but never giving up. For a top-tier loser like me, what was there to fear? Even kneeling and kowtowing, calling him grandpa, would be better than being possessed by a jinx. Now the key problem was that Hu Xiaohua had been devoured by Mao Tuan. Devoured? Damn it! This is the worst luck ever. At the thought I gasped. Then I asked timidly, Hu Xiaohua has been eaten, so could the inner core still be there? You really are jinxed, kid. This time not even the Heavenly King can save you. No problem. It's only been a few days since it was swallowed. We can still force the inner core out. Zheng Yang said seriously. It was only later that I learned that Zheng Yang was also wary of the jinx, and had resorted to this drastic measure. According to Zheng Yang's method, one could simply stick a hand down Mao Tuan's throat, and poke around to make it cough up the inner core. Though brutal, the method had some logic to it. Stimulating the throat can induce a nervous reflex causing vomiting. Everyone turned to look at Mao Tuan. Half of its head was already poking out of the sack, and it seemed to understand Zheng Yang's words, trembling all over. Oh! Mao Tuan let out a chilling howl. I had witnessed the little furball's ferocity that night. Despite its adorable palm-sized appearance, the mere thought of snatching food from its jaws sent a chill down my spine and broke me into a cold sweat. Zheng Yang, of course, knew the furball's true nature. After speaking, he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep in his chair. Lu Jianguo's face turned green, and he remained silent. Only Li Dazue was chuckling foolishly. You bunch of idiots, watch and learn. Li Dazue strode over to the furball, grabbed it by the scruff of its neck, and hoisted it into the air. The furball trembled violently, its tiny eyes darting around frantically as tears welled up. It panted heavily, gasping for air. Li Dazue rolled up his sleeves, shoved his hand into the furball's mouth, and began to probe its throat. We exchanged glances, our faces pale with dread, our hearts pounding against our ribs. The furball retched a few times, then coughed violently. Sure enough, a purple pearl came tumbling out of its mouth. Seeing the pearl dislodged, Li Dazue quickly caught it with his hand. Holy shit! He's still alive after that! The three of us exclaimed in unison, staring at Li Dazue in disbelief. Li Dazue paid us no mind. He pinched the fox immortal's inner pearl between his fingers and examined it closely against the window light. Casually he tossed the furball aside onto the ground. Yelp! A sharp dog-like cry pierced the air. The three of us drew in a sharp breath, our heads snapping in unison towards Li Dazue. The furball had clamped its small but fearsome jaws onto Li Dazue's thigh, its 4 little claws clinging tightly to his leg. No matter how Li Dazue thrashed and shook, he couldn't dislodge it, howling in agony. The furball held onto Li Dazue's leg for a solid half an hour. Only after our earnest pleas and persuasion did it finally loosen its grip slightly. I seized the opportunity to yank the furball off and stuff it into my backpack. Its fierce glare nearly stopped my heart. Li Dazue collapsed onto the ground, clutching his leg and whimpering. His face was green as he cursed the furball relentlessly. It wasn't until a while later that he finally realized what had happened. His gaze swept over us and his anger flared up instantly. Indeed, we had been looking at him like he was a complete fool. Lu Jianguo took the fox inner pearl from Li Dazue's hand and examined it closely. The inner pearl resembled a freshly picked purple grape, emanating a dense chilling aura and casting a faint eerie glow. Within the translucent orb, a fox's spirit seemed to be trapped, writhing like smoke. After staring at it for a long time, Lu Jianguo suddenly shuddered. As if struck by a realization, he hastily handed the pearl back to Li Dazue. Later, Li Dazue gave the fox inner pearl to the god of misfortune. A mere 0.001 second contact with it was enough to plague him with bad luck for an entire day. Fortunately, we eventually managed to shake off the god of misfortune. The matter in Baize village was finally resolved. Lianmei also woke up and her account matched what the jealous ghost had said. Agen was endlessly grateful to us. The village elder threw another grand feast, wining and dining us for 3 days straight before we finally left Baize village. When we reached Baize village, the villagers young and old stared at us as if we were ghosts. Our car was parked at the entrance of Baize village. The village elder there had thoughtfully arranged for people to guard it in shifts. Upon our return, they solemnly returned the keys to us. The people here were simple and honest. We expressed our heartfelt thanks repeatedly. Lu Jianguo took the wheel and Li Dazue rode shotgun. I sat in the back right next to Zhang Yang. He remained silent throughout the journey, only ceaselessly wiping his Purian sword with a piece of white cloth. Honestly, as a history enthusiast like myself, I never imagined I'd get a chance to see a sword from the pre-Qin era. I had once seen the Kangxi Emperor's personal willow leaf saber in a museum, and I was already in awe. Much of my knowledge about ancient swords and sabers comes from Tao Hongjing's records of ancient and modern swords. Some experts believe that the Gojian sword is the legendary Purian sword, and now this legendary masterpiece was being wiped clean by a young Taoist. I couldn't believe it. It felt like a dream. Oyezi only forged 8 swords in his lifetime. For the king of Yue, he forged 5 famous swords, Zhanlu Juk Shengxie Yuchang and Purian. For the king of Chu, he forged 3 more, Qixing Longyuan Tai and Gongbu. The Zhanlu sword served as Shui Rengui's weapon in the Tang dynasty, and by the Song dynasty it belonged to Yu Fei. After Yu Fei and his son were killed, the Zhanlu sword's whereabouts became unknown. The Juk sword was once the personal sword of Qin Shi Huang, who used it to behead Jing Ke. After the fall of the Qin dynasty, Juk disappeared without a trace. Shangxie, a dagger, was buried in the tomb of the king of Wu's youngest daughter. Yuchang, also a dagger, was hidden inside a fish by Zhuanzhu to assassinate King Liao of Wu, and its whereabouts were lost afterward. The Qixing Longyuan sword was Wu Zishu's sword, reappeared during the Three Kingdoms period, and was given to Li Yuan in the Tang dynasty, renamed as the Longquan sword. Gongbu and Tai were national treasures of the Chu kingdom, later acquired by Qin Shi Huang, and buried with him in his mausoleum. Any one of these appearing in the world would be a national treasure of immense renown, wouldn't it? As for the Purian sword, it was sunk into the Qiantang River and vanished from history. Now to see it in Xingyang's hands. How could I not be astonished? Chinese swordmaking reached its zenith in the Han dynasty, while blademaking peaked in the Tang dynasty. After those 2 golden eras, the craftsmanship of forging swords and blades steadily declined. Zhang Yang noticed my greedy gaze. Seeing my eyes glued to his sword, he was taken aback for a moment, then asked me, "Do you know anything about swords?" I have to hand it to Xiao Xia's theoretical knowledge. Li Dazue turned around, flashing a wide grin. His tone was always so sarcastic that it felt like swallowing a fly. Utterly unpleasant. Since we're talking about swords, why don't I start with the structure of a sword? I gathered my thoughts, planning to begin from the basics. Zhang Yang remained indifferent, merely nodding slightly. Ancient swords were short and pointed, primarily designed for thrusting. Hence, the sword's form is elongated and based on its characteristics. It can be divided into 10 parts: the blade, tip, spine, face, and groove, also known as the blood groove, a channel running through most of the blade. When thrusting, blood flows down the groove to prevent the blade from contracting or expanding. The tang is the unsharpened section of the blade before the guard, often inscribed with engravings. The tongue refers to the part of the blade covered by the handle. The guard handle and pommel refer to the end of the sword. The handle is fitted onto the pommel, and in later eras tassels were added to it. Prehistoric humans crafted long swords by grinding hard stones, but they were prone to breaking. Later they used easily obtainable copper tin alloys to cast swords. However, the Shenyuan sword and Minghong blade, forged by the Yellow Emperor, as well as the Dayu sword and Shachi sword from the Xia dynasty, were all made from special materials found in meteorites. The Dingguang sword cast in the Shang dynasty was as long as 2 qi. The Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods saw a proliferation of master swordsmiths, such as O Yeziganjiang and Mo Yi. Sword-making technology reached its peak during the Han dynasty. Emperor Wu of Han's Bafu sword and Emperor Guangwu's Shoba sword are prime examples. The Three Kingdoms period marked the tail end of the sword-casting golden age with notable examples like Chao Pai's Feijing swords, Sun Quan's 6 swords, and Liu Bei's 8 shu swords. After that, sword-casting techniques declined with occasional famous swords emerging, such as Jin dynasty Su Jingyang's Wanren, the Tang dynasty's Huajing sword and Jileabin, and Song Taizong's Lulu sword, which was the final masterpiece. By the Yuan dynasty and beyond, much of the ancient sword-casting technology was lost. As for blades, they began to flourish with the appearance of the Han dynasty's ring pommel sabers. The Tang dynasty's Tang saber and Mo saber, forged with 100 refined steel, were the pinnacle of blade making. The Song dynasty used a saber with a 3 qi blade and a 1 qi handle known as the horse beheading saber. In the Yuan dynasty, learning from Arab techniques, they forged the Mongol curved saber, which once became the most widely circulated blade in East Asia. By the Ming dynasty, the low status of forgers led to the loss of many forging techniques, with only the brief glory of the Qi family army saber. The willow leaf saber of the early Qing dynasty briefly reached a forging peak. However, after the Jiaqing era, the most widely used blade was the oxtail saber, a crudely made weapon with extremely poor lethality. It's rather ironic that nowadays it's this inferior oxtail saber that floods television screens, and is portrayed as the mainstream ancient weapon, making one can't help but chuckle. After I roughly outlined the history of Chinese swords and blades across the dynasties, Xinjiang's eyes lit up. He nodded in approval, then shifted the conversation and asked me, "Would you like a suitable weapon for yourself?" Those words struck a chord deep within me. I shuddered, thinking, holy shit, I've dreamed of having one. Isn't that obvious? A weapon like the Purian sword isn't just impressive in design. Its inscriptions are incredibly cool too. For example, Zhao divides the shadow, the wild goose falls and forgets to return. Or, ancient sharp weapon Wuchu Zhanlu Gran Xiaolong, famed throughout the divine capital, can pacify the distant, can soothe the submissive. And, the heart is unchanging, the blade is 100-fold. And so on. Truly, when the heaven's sword does not appear, who dares to compete? If I could get my hands on one, I'd be so impressive. Zhengyang saw me lost in thought, not responding to him, so he asked again. Do you want a suitable weapon? Absolutely. I've dreamed of it. Then do you have the guts to come with me into an ancient tomb? With your knowledge of ancient Chinese swords and blades, I guarantee you'll love that sword. I knew my own limits well. Tomb raiding was something I'd only ever read about in novels. When it came to theoretical knowledge, I wasn't trying to brag, but I was no worse than an average grave robber. However, tomb raiding was a deadly affair. Run into a zombie or a blood corpse, and you'd be in deep trouble. Now I was being asked to risk my life to actually do it. Honestly, I chickened out instantly. How could I agree so readily? Zhengyang seemed to read my mind. Are you scared? How could I be scared? How could I lose face in front of a new friend? Then I thought, with a friend as formidable as him, what did I have to worry about? The car bumped along the long winding road. Zhengyang leaned back, closing his eyes to rest, and said nothing more. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly spoke in a mysterious tone, leaving me utterly bewildered. That weapon was always meant to be yours. Our vehicle had been on the road since early morning, and by the time we returned to Old Master Li's residence in Rongqing, it was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon. The bumpy journey had worn everyone out. Li Dazue took a cab back to Mahua Street. Since Zhengyang and I had no fixed abode, we stayed temporarily at the old master's place, and Lu Jianguo settled in as well. I glanced at the furball. The little creature was sulking and refused to leave my backpack no matter what. I simply left it at the old master's house and set out a few pieces of beef for it to eat. Exhausted as I was, I collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Around 7 or 8 in the evening, when darkness had fully set in, I was roused by a knock at the door. From outside came Zhengyang's voice, as unhurried as ever. Kid, don't you go forgetting what we agreed upon. Zhengyang was at most around 30, yet he too called me kid, which rankled me inwardly. But knowing I'd need this rascal's help down the road, I scowled and gave a grudging assent. Oh, I'm getting up now, I replied nonchalantly, then spent a good 10+ minutes washing up, dressing, and folding my bedding. Zhengyang was clearly growing impatient, nearly at the point of breaking the door down, though his tongue remained clean, never uttering a single curse word. Hurry up. Miss this window and you'll have to wait another whole year. Hearing that, I grabbed a backpack and hurried out of the room. Truth be told, I knew my own limits. About to go tomb raiding, I was genuinely terrified, so I stalled as long as I could. Do you know how to drive? Zhengyang asked. I nodded and said, yes. Good. Then drive Old Master Li's Jinbei. We're pressed for time. I gave an, oh, settled into the driver's seat with Zhengyang in the passenger seat beside me. After a quick word to the old master, we headed out. To Gold Rooster Mountain. My heart gave an involuntary shudder, a chill creeping up from the soles of my feet. Gold Rooster Mountain is a branch of the Bailing mountain range in Rongqing. The local gazetteer records, in the time of Qin Shi Huang, a sorcerer, said, "This mountain bears the auspicious sign of a golden rooster." Hence the name Gold Rooster Mountain. The entire mountain is shaped like a rooster, densely forested, and dotted with many historical sites. 22 ancient tombs have been excavated here, 2 from the Han Dynasty, 18 from the southern dynasties, and 2 from the 5 dynasties. By all logic, a small area yielding so many tombs should have no more ancient burials left. But recently rumors of hauntings have made the place nearly deserted of visitors. Mulling this over, I muttered inwardly. Was this fellow Zhengyang bringing me here to sightsee? Though Gold Rooster Mountain lies within the city limits and has been developed into a park, it had fallen into disrepair in recent years with few tourists around. I drove straight into the park without anyone stopping us, parking behind a grove of peach trees. Zhengyang had me help break off peach branches. About 80 or 90 in total. Following him, we arrived at a pond on Gold Rooster Mountain. The pond was encircled by trees, and to the west a large stone was faintly visible on the ground with a beast crouching atop it surrounded by overgrown mugwort. By then it was fully dark and not a single visitor was in sight. Zhengyang climbed onto the rockery behind the pond, and produced a luopan seemingly surveying the feng shui of the dragon vein. He kept shaking his head. Beneath Gold Rooster Mountain lies a water vein. At the water's outlet there should be dense peaks interlocking like canine teeth, flocks of cranes gathering, winding, and curving for dozens of li each step, looking back and refusing to depart. Only that would be great fortune. Unfortunately, though mountains exist here, they don't interlock like dog's teeth. To revitalize this place, one would need to build a rainbow bridge, linking the peaks together, only then forming a watermouth barrier and becoming a site of great fortune. The fellow surveyed the feng shui, a while longer, his brow slightly furrowed, as if puzzled. This place has a Bonghong vein. With companion mountains and shared waters, it's hard to trace the vein. Yet traces remain upon the stone, and nobility shall be born from this place. But sensing the earth's energy here, it feels fiercely malevolent. I hadn't read much of such books, so his words went largely over my head at the time. Still, I vaguely recalled the explanation in the Maoshan secret compendium regarding the malevolent qi generated by a Bonghong vein. Just 4 characters: great defiance of righteousness. I shared this record with Zhengyang, and he suddenly had a revelation and began explaining it to me. Though a Bonghong vein is an auspicious burial site, if the person interred within was executed, or was a heinous criminal, the auspicious site becomes a cursed one instead, and the tomb will produce great calamities. But Zhengyang added that the tomb's malevolent aura seemed to be suppressed by something. I asked him curiously, "Aren't you quite familiar with this tomb? Otherwise, how would you dare claim there's a suitable weapon for me inside?" Zhengyang said with some embarrassment, "The art is not passed to outsiders. Though I have a good grasp of this tomb, certain variables have exceeded my expectations." Zhengyang pulled some yellow flags from his bag, their banners cut from triangular yellow paper and affixed to bamboo sticks. He sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed in meditation, chanting incantations under his breath. Then the yellow flags in his hand flew out on their own with a rustling sound, planting themselves in the ground and enclosing a square area. I tried to pull one out, but it was as if it had taken root. Zhengyang wore a look of disdain. "So the descendant of old Xia doesn't even understand this. Are you a Mo Jin Xiao Wei or a Fa Qiu Zhong Lang Jiang?" I had read a few tomb-robbing novels, so I knew a bit about these grave-robbing schools and brought them up to question Zhengyang. Though of course this could only fool outsiders. Zhengyang grew even more contemptuous. How could our Maoshan sect use the methods of common grave diggers? Ancient tombs all follow feng shui and earth veins. Our Maoshan sect doesn't even need to survey feng shui. Sensing the yin qi is sufficient. So the area marked by the yellow flags is the tomb chamber. Indeed, in classical Chinese, ran could mean yes, or it could mean something less definitive. Similar to how one might reply "oh or alright" nowadays. What a pretentious way to answer. "Zhengyang, did you bring all your gear?" I was of course referring to professional tomb raiding tools like the luoyang shovel, entrenching tool, and miner's lamp. Zhengyang saw through my thoughts at a glance and grew even more scornful. "You plan to dig your own way in?" "Well, yeah. How else do we get into the tomb chamber?" Sigh. Old Xia must be turning in his grave. Raiding this tomb requires digging yourself. What's wrong with you? How else do we enter the chamber? Use earth escape magic. Of course we enter through the tomb's ceiling. Even entering through the ceiling, we still need the luoyang shovel to locate the chamber, then use the entrenching tool to clear the earth above it, right? By standard procedure, one should first use the luoyang shovel to take soil samples, judging the approximate extent of the tomb chamber from the earth brought up, and determining the burial depth from the depth of the probe holes. A skilled tomb robber could make precise judgments about the tomb's layout based on the soil or the sensation of the shovel touching the chamber. Only then would they mark out the area for digging the entrance shaft. Sigh. Good heavens. Kid, go look inside that marked square and see if something's off. I walked over to the area enclosed by the yellow flags, parted the undergrowth and searched carefully. And sure enough, I spotted something significant. At the very center of the square lay a white stone carved with a Xia beast. It crouched upon a stone base, its 4 limbs hanging limply downward, just covering the 4 holes of the base. I stepped closer and saw that only a small portion of the stone was above ground. The bulk of it buried in earth. I estimated the white stone weighed at least 300 or 400 jin. This, I figured, must be the tomb's ceiling. This stone is too heavy. There's no way the 2 of us can haul it up. Sigh. Have you read yourself into a daze? Can't you use the vehicle to pull it? The road from the plum grove to the pond was wide enough to drive the vehicle up. It finally dawned on me. I quickly drove the car over, pulled a rope from the back seat, tied it around the Xia beast, started the engine, floored the accelerator, and gave a hard yank. With a loud bang, the stone was ripped upward. A dark hole gaped open in the ground, and a surge of yin qi shot straight into the sky, chilling the surrounding air by several degrees. Kid, do you know what's special about this stone? Never mind. Clearly you don't. Let me enlighten you. Seeing my bewildered expression, Zhengyang gave a rundown of the white stone and the tomb's structural design. This type of tomb dome belonged to the 4-corner archentry style, which first appeared in the late Eastern Han and early Three Kingdoms period, primarily distributed in the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River. Its emergence reinforced the 4 corners, previously the weakest points of the tomb structure, making them sturdy. The increased span and height of the chamber meant the tomb was no longer a permanently sealed burial pit, but could be repeatedly opened and closed, which suited the era's prevailing custom of joint burials. Yet this burial style abruptly vanished after the Eastern Jin dynasty. The white stone at the center was anciently called the heaven-securing pass, known in modern archaeological terminology as the capstone. During the Eastern Han dynasty, tombs typically featured a wooden outer coffin encasing the inner coffin. High-ranking officials used pine wood, while nobles and royalty used the huangchong tiku. The so-called huangchong got its name because the wood used for the tiku was cypress stripped of bark, their pale yellow color giving rise to the term. The 4-corner archentry style required no outer coffin, replacing the wooden tiku with stacked blue bricks. Historically, only the Eastern Wu region during the Three Kingdoms period favored this dome tomb style. So you're saying this tomb is from Eastern Wu of the Three Kingdoms? Zhengyang remained as placid as ever, not a trace of expression on his face. I was about to climb from the ceiling into the tomb chamber when Zhengyang hastily grabbed hold of me. He produced a yellow talisman, chanted an incantation, and the talisman burst into flames with a crackle. He then tossed the talisman into the tomb chamber. A flickering firelight surged forth before dying out after a moment. Because the chamber had been sealed for so long, oxygen was depleted. Entering rashly could cause asphyxiation or poisoning. When common grave diggers lit candles inside tombs, the principle was the same as the Maoshan talisman technique. By observing how the fire consumed oxygen, one could gauge whether the air inside was breathable. All clear. Zhengyang lowered ropes from the dome, and we slid down into the main chamber. I switched on my miner's lamp and swept it around. The water inside had risen past knee level, biting cold. I cast the beam of my lamp in all directions, and saw that the entire ceiling was constructed of blue bricks. Starting from the midpoint of the 4 walls, bases, the bricks angled upward from both ends, forming inverted V-shaped surfaces that converged into a square pyramid at the top. The opening at the very center was the heaven-securing pass we had just torn open. The 4 wall foundations were also built entirely of stacked blue bricks. I took a few steps from the wall foundation toward the center of the chamber when something snagged at my feet. I gave a hard tug, only to find a force gripping my foot tightly. I shone the lamp down into the water, and what I saw nearly stopped my heart. Cold sweat burst from every pore, trickling down my spine. There, a pitch-black hand was clutching my ankle. I had just entered the tomb chamber, feeling fortunate that this grave-robbing venture was so easy. No need to probe the soil for signs of a burial, nor to slave away digging earth. I drove right in, beaming with delight. Before I could even snatch a single trinket, a hand grabbed hold of my ankle. That startled you. It's merely a sacrificial victim, a corpse. Zhengyang looked over with a hint of exasperation. I shone my miner's lamp closely, and sure enough saw a headless corpse with its hand snagged on my trouser cuff. A false alarm indeed. Human sacrifices, also known as ritual immolation, were prevalent in the pre-Qin era, typically using prisoners of war or slaves. According to archaeological records, over 5,000 individuals were buried alive or slain as sacrifices in the dozen or so grand tombs excavated within the royal cemetery at Inshu Anyang. Some were decapitated or had their hands and feet sawn off, and many bore shackles. During the spring and autumn period, clay figurines gradually replaced human sacrifices, yet large-scale immolations still occurred after the Han dynasty. In the Three Kingdoms era, when Chan Wu of Eastern Wu fell in battle, Sun Quan ordered his beloved concubine to be buried alive with him. Throughout 5,000 years of history, this practice persisted until Emperor Yingzong of the Ming dynasty abolished it, officially ending the era of ritual immolation, barring a few isolated resurgences. Why has this stone coffin been disturbed again? Xingyang was perplexed. I quickly looked toward the center of the chamber where a stone sarcophagus hung, suspended, its head facing south and foot north. It was held aloft by 9 thick iron chains bound tightly around the entire coffin. These chains extended from 8 directions, anchored to the dragon-locking stones embedded in the chamber walls. The thickest chain descended from the dome above, suspending the entire coffin. Strange, where has that iron pillar gone? Xingyang remarked, abruptly staring at the dragon-locking stone atop the sarcophagus. I had no idea what he was talking about, and intended to approach the coffin for a closer look. Its style was crude and rugged, the carving rough and unrefined. It consisted of 2 parts, the body and the lid, carved from a single monolithic block of stone. The 9 iron chains were originally secured by 9 massive locks. The large bronze lock securing the top chain was exquisitely archaic in design, catching my eye immediately. It was a classic Han Dynasty 3-spring lock, its structure reminiscent of those seen in period dramas. The lock resembled a Baize beast with its 4 hooves gathered together, and a spear-like bolt passed through the openings of the hooves as the locking bar. At the beast's tail was the keyhole containing 3 spring blades, shaped like toothed daggers, openable only with a specially crafted key. It couldn't be smashed open. Such locks remained in use until around the 1950s. Boy, can you discern the secret behind this coffin's placement? Xingyang questioned me after a single glance. This coffin hangs head south, foot north. What secret could there be? Facing north. Do you know what that signifies? His words triggered a sudden realization. In ancient times, the south was revered as the seat of honor. Conversely, the north was not only unhonorable but symbolized defeat. Just as the ancients spoke of Baize routed defeat and Songhuang Beigu, fleeing in panic northward, both denoted failure. A spark of insight struck me, and I said, could the master of this tomb be a prisoner of war? Exactly. Not only is this coffin home to a defeated general, but one who has undergone corpse transformation. Xingyang, how can you tell he underwent such a change? This iron chain is the classic 9-child soul-locking chain, a corpse-binding art recorded in the Taiping Zhenjing. It's only employed to suppress a corpse radiating immense resentment. Is this also called the iron chain bronze corpse technique? I rifled through my memory of the Maoshan secret compendium, recalling a chapter dedicated to iron chain arrays. Any corpse fiend requiring such an array was of an exceptionally high grade. The chains themselves were no ordinary iron. They were forged by smelting iron or over peachwood charcoal fire, then immediately infusing the molten metal with the 3-tip blood of a virgin boy. Blood from the nose tip, fingertip, and tongue tip, while a Ma Jun bellows blasted air to fan the flames before casting it into molds and hammering it thousands of times. After each forging, the chains were quenched in black dog blood, giving the iron a subtle purple undertone. The stone coffin was suspended by the 9 iron chains to keep it from touching the earth's vital energy, while the hanging chains connected to the iron pillar above, channeling heavenly thunder tribulation, and conducting electric current to seal in the coffin's resentment, ensuring the entity within would never find release. One can only imagine the malevolent curse placed upon the tomb's occupant. Should this 9-child soul-locking chain ever break for an ordinary grave robber, it would spell certain death. In his time, the Taoist Yu Ji of the Taiping sect commanded immense prestige in the eastern Wu region. Legends claim he slew 11 or 12 drought demons, 76 non-calcified corpses, and countless vengeful spirits and fierce ghosts. To suppress the soul of Su Gong, the governor of Wu Commandery, he specially devised the 9-child interlocking lock. I briefly recounted the contents of the Maoshan secret compendium to Xingyang. Indeed, you are the descendant of old man Xia. For some reason, Xingyang's approval made me uneasy. The seam of the stone coffin wasn't tightly sealed, revealing a distinct gap. Traces of deliberate prying were evident. Beneath the coffin, I also spotted marks of hacking. Upon closer inspection, 3 of the iron chains were of inferior quality, far cruder than the other 6. Likely replacements added later. Given this state, the tomb was robbed long ago. Xingyang, let's leave. Hold on, the weapon must still be here. Take a good look at those locks. I stared intently at the coffin, and indeed spotted 3 additional locks. The first was a Tang Dynasty shrimptail silver lock, the second a Song Dynasty square-bodied lock. These locks had distinctive features, so I recognized them at a glance. When I saw the final lock, I nearly doubled over laughing. It was a common Earth brand padlock. Ha ha ha, damn it all, which hick hung that up there? I burst out laughing. Xingyang's face remained utterly expressionless as he said flatly, that Earth brand lock. I hung it there myself. I was completely stunned, my intuition screaming, impossible. Xingyang, since when did you develop such a sense of humor? Xingyang didn't reply. He simply drew his pure abyss sword and slashed at the lock. A flash of white light and the lock fell into the water. The blade severed the iron chain without making a single sound. My heart was utterly shaken, formidable. was the only word that could describe this sword. Several more flashes of white light and Zhang Yang sliced through several chains in succession. The blade cutting through iron as if it were nothing. The coffin crashed down into the accumulated water with a thunderous boom, splashing water all over me, and making the entire tomb chamber tremble. Zhang Yang, have you lost your mind? Such a suspended coffin must never touch the ground. If it does, death follows. Boy, if you want a decent weapon, keep your mouth shut. A flash of white light and Zhang Yang sheathed his sword. He leaped into the air, sweeping a kick across the coffin lid. With a resounding bang, the lid split open with a massive gap. That stone lid weighed at least 300 or 400 jin. One can only imagine the sheer force behind Zhang Yang's kick. His legs were practically forged iron. As the lid opened, a wisp of eerie green light drifted out from the gap like a swarm of fireflies, rapidly spreading to fill the entire tomb chamber. Summoning my courage, I peered inside the coffin. Within lay a headless corpse clad in chainmail with a sword driven straight through the chest mirror, leaving a deep dent. A testament to the immense penetrating power of that blade. The corpse's hands were clenched tightly around the sword's blade, the edge embedded deep into the flesh. I watched, my heart pounding with dread. How ruthless. Boy, that sword has found its rightful owner. My eyes locked onto that sword, and my entire body jolted as if struck by lightning. An electric current seemed to surge from my eyes through every fiber of my being. My breathing grew heavier, my hands trembling. Yes, I stared unblinkingly at that sword. I nearly choked out the words, trembling with each syllable. Qing Ming sword. I gazed at the Qing Ming sword with pure avarice. Its blade bore intricate patterns like 100 dragons coiling in splendor, and the edge emitted a radiance both humble and restrained. A light tinged with blue amidst the darkness, like a streak of cyan fish gliding through the deep azure sea. My whole body trembled. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine I would come to possess the Qing Ming sword. Back in the day, Emperor Sun Quan had forged 6 swords from refined steel: White Rainbow, Purple Lightning, Evil Bane, Shooting Star, 100 Li, and Qing Ming. On the blade of the Qing Ming sword, inscriptions were carved in suspended coin seal script: Qing Qing Ming Ming, ghosts and gods feast upon this offering. I leaned toward the coffin, reaching out to draw the sword, and in that instant the blade erupted with an eerie, unnatural glow. A voice whispered in my ear, "You've come." It was a deep, low male voice. "Careful." Zhang Yang's shout jolted me back to my senses. I had leaned half my body into the coffin, my hand resting on a copper nail inside, on the verge of yanking it free. This thing is sinister. It's only been 30 years, yet it's already mastered the soul-bewitching art. I was still in a daze. What is the soul-bewitching art? My voice sounded like a machine's, utterly devoid of emotion. Zhang Yang frowned slightly and gave a gentle pat on my shoulder. I snapped back to reality and examined the area around the coffin. Several copper nails had been driven in, peculiar ones seemingly hammered in multiple times. A fragment of sky-blue porcelain also remained inside the coffin. I stared at the coffin for a moment before Zhang Yang spoke again. "Boy, you're fine now. Your mind was briefly under its control, but I've summoned it back." "No way. That thing is that sinister. With me here, what do you have to fear? Go take a look at that tombstone embedded in the wall over there." I walked to the base of the southern wall of the chamber. A square tombstone was set into it. A funerary epitaph. Its inscription was written in a script that was neither fully clerical nor fully regular. The gist of it told the story of Sui Chun, a man from Dongye in Quiji Commandery, who had once rebelled against Sun Quan. Lu Dai was ordered to march south, and he subjugated Sui Chun, appointing him as a general, after which Sui Chun helped quell the rebellions of Li Huan and Lu He. The epitaph was written in a condescending tone throughout, repeatedly condemning Sui Chun as fickle and deserving of death. Could this be the tomb of Sui Chun, the man of Eastern Wu from the Three Kingdoms? Zhang Yang nodded and pointed to several murals on the eastern wall, signaling for me to go take a look. I walked over to the eastern wall, raised my searchlight, and carefully examined the paintings. The first mural depicted a general, his face twisted in agony, commanding his troops to attack an army clad in identical armor, all under the watchful eye of a man who looked like a eunuch. Continuing along the murals, I saw the same general presenting 2 severed heads to a majestic, heavily armored commander as a tribute. The subsequent scenes showed fragments of his life, all steeped in oppression and suffering. In the final mural, the general appeared to be in court, his official cap removed, hands bound behind his back, being dragged away. Clearly this general had been stripped of his rank for some crime. Judging by the scene in the coffin, he had certainly been beheaded. Otherwise, how else could one explain the headless corpse? Just as I finished examining the murals, I noticed something unsettling about the tomb walls. I squinted and looked closely, and besides the shadows of Zhang Yang and myself, there was a third blurry shadow. There were only the 2 of us in the tomb. So where did the third shadow come from? I was on the verge of tears and hastily asked Zhang Yang, "Whose shadow is that?" It is common knowledge that ghosts cast no shadows. I could be certain that this was no ghost. Looking closer at the shadow, I saw it was blurry with a grotesquely large head. It made a mocking face at me, resembling a shadow puppet, its eyes and mouth hollowed out. A chill ran down my spine and I couldn't help but shout, "A ghost! Kid, that's just a shadow fiend, a low-level ghost that hasn't amounted to anything. Why fear it? Oh, it's just that. You scared me." According to the Maoshan's secret arts, when a person with immense resentment dies, their shadow does not disperse or break. It detaches from the body and cultivates on its own. Over time, it becomes a fiend. It survives by hiding in tree shades, thickets, or dark rooms, scaring people to steal a breath of their yang energy. It is a harmless ghost. A shadow fiend lacks the courage to scare a cultivator of significant skill. If a ghost doesn't reveal itself, humans cannot see it. Even with yin-yang eyes, you might not see it. Besides, my heavenly eyes level is too low. In this waterlogged tomb, it faces severe interference. This kind of ghost is too low level, any cultivator would find it hard not to see it. What's all the fuss about? Xingyang, seeming to notice my confusion, casually explained. It was a false alarm. I'm a man of the world, how could I fear such a low-level ghost? I walked to the northern tomb wall. Apart from the central corridor, the remaining blue bricks were carved with many murals, though none of great value. The brick carvings covered a wide range of subjects, including hunting, banquets, music, acrobatics, weapons, houses, clothing, landscapes, clouds, and trees, fish, and crabs, all exquisitely rendered. There were auspicious divine birds like the phoenix and qilin. They also depicted many stories of ancient figures, such as the palace banquet, Jia hanging his sword, Bailey, she meeting his former wife, Bo Yu grieving for his parents' youths, playing with sticks, aristocratic life, and Emperor Wu's life. As I was intently studying the brick carvings, another shadow appeared on the wall. Its neck and above were missing, yet its frame was extremely imposing. It seemed to be sitting somewhere, twisting its body. I thought, another shadow fiend. I didn't pay it much mind and stayed put, continuing to examine the carvings. What is that thing? With a sudden roar, Xingyang lunged forward, spun around, and drew his prawn whisker sword. A headless shadow about 1.7 meters tall was cast upon the wall, having appeared right behind me. A cold shiver ran down my back. I dared not turn around but carefully studied the shadow, my heart sinking. Not good. Could this be a corpse mutation? The creature reached out to grab my neck. Get down! I yelped, ducking hastily. Xingyang, however, was not polite. He swung his sword horizontally, striking the creature's neck root with a loud clang. The sword hit as if against solid rock, sparking a shower of sparks. The creature seemed unfazed, its large iron clamp-like hands continuing to reach for me. Damn it, Xingyang. You opened the coffin and let out some ghostly abomination. Serves you right if you get strangled. I finally turned my head sharply to look. The headless corpse in the coffin was twisting its arms, one of which had a deep gash. With a crack from its joints, the hands stretched an extra inch, lunging directly for my neck. I heard the wind howling past my ears as it was about to reach me. My vision went black. A burst of finger wind grazed the tip of my nose, and with a splash I was drenched in water. I opened my eyes and saw it was heaven sent. The headless corpse's feet were bound by iron chains. It lunged forward and the chains snapped taut, yanking it back and throwing it to the ground. It didn't completely fall, however, but was propped up by the Qingming sword. This thing's killing intent is much stronger. The prawn whisker sword is a treasure of Maoshan, capable of cutting through metal and jade as if they were mud. Its killing intent far surpasses ordinary blades. Why can't it penetrate this thing even a fraction of an inch? Xingyang rarely used the Chunjun sword, usually opting for the 5-inch-long prawn whisker sword. Though not an ancient divine weapon, it was incredibly sharp, able to cleave through 50 stacked copper coins in one swing. A fine sword returning to its rightful owner. Kid, why not use this corpse king to test its edge and taste blood? This is a corpse king. That remark reminded me. I had seen records of the corpse king in the Maoshan secret arts. The so-called corpse king is a secret technique unique to Zhongming Mountain. The corpse king was no ordinary person in life. After death, it was fed the corpse refining pill of Zhongming Mountain, transforming it into a corpse king. A corpse king's body is as hard as iron, much like a martial artist who has mastered the iron shirt or golden bell techniques. I plan to interpret the murals and cross-reference them with historical records to roughly piece together the origins of this headless corpse, and thus find its fatal weak point. Back in the Three Kingdoms period, after Sun Quan of Eastern Wu declared himself Emperor, Sui Chun, a man from Dongye in Quiji Commandery, killed the magistrate of Hoguan. Proclaiming himself the Eternal General, he allied with Li Huan and Lu He from Quiji, and their power quickly spread across Quiji and Jianan. Sun Quan was alarmed and swiftly dispatched the great general Lu Dai to lead troops to Hoguan. Sui Chun feigned surrender and was enfeoffed as a marquis by Lu Dai. Under the supervision of a court official, he led his army to quell the forces of Li Huan and Lu He, bringing Quiji and Jianan under control. It's not hard to imagine that Sui Chun was ostracized at court, falling into deep depression. Soon after, his feigned surrender was exposed, and he was beheaded by Sun Quan's order. His body was then suppressed by disciples of the Way of Supreme Peace using the 9-child soul-locking chains, condemning him to eternal damnation. As for when he was fed the corpse pill and refined into a corpse king, my experience is insufficient to tell. What is certain is that this corpse king has undergone multiple corpse mutations. The first time was during the Western Jin dynasty. When I was under the soul confusion spell, I inadvertently touched the copper nails. According to the Maoshan secret arts, I could determine they were Su Jingyang's soul nailing nails. Judging from the signs of struggle, the Qingming sword was also thrust in at that time. The sword soul nail formation composed of the Qingming sword and the soul nailing nails is the signature technique of Master Su Jingyang. Judging from the gaps in the coffin, the sword soul nail formation had been applied at least 3 times. For the second mutation based on the prawn-tail silver lock, I could deduce it occurred during the Tang dynasty. During this bout, Sui Chun had likely just been refined into a corpse king. The corpse king's arm bore a cut that reached the bone. Examining the blade wound on the corpse, I could tell it was caused by a Tang saber. Peering into the gap on the corpse king's arm, the bone fracture was clean, and even without any jagged edges. This is definitely the mark of a Tang saber. Later blades, when striking bone, were more like smashing than cutting, leaving rough and splintered edges. For the third mutation based on the square lock, I could infer it happened during the Song dynasty. This time tomb robbers entered the chamber attempting to pull out the Qingming sword. This conclusion was drawn based on the porcelain shard found inside the coffin. The Song people favored simplicity, and the sky blue color was a hallmark of that era, confirming it was brought in by tomb robbers. Strangely, the corpse king was quickly subdued, and the soul nailing nails were hammered in anew. The fourth time, needless to say, occurred within the last 40 years, likely the work of the Maoshan sect. They entered just before the soul nailing nails were about to lose their power. Perhaps due to the limitations of the time and the social campaign against feudal superstition, they had to make do with replacing the 3 iron chains. The crafting method of these chains was exactly the same as described in the Maoshan secret arts. The Maoshan sect also replaced the rusted iron pillars to delay the corpse mutation. Later, perhaps during park renovations, the iron pillars were removed, and the tomb was fortunately not discovered. With this I had a rough outline and my thoughts became clearer. The headless corpse king rattled its chains, loudly pulling me back to the present. I glanced at the corpse king. This creature clearly had no intelligence. It was merely attracted by my spiritual yang body. In all the previous mutations, the only thing that had never been touched was the Qingming sword plunged into its heart. Could the fatal weak point be there? Because the sword was lodged in its heart, past sorcerers overlooked this detail, and continued to use the soul-nailing nails to suppress it. The thought made me shudder. I thought, well, might as well try a dead horse as if it were alive. I watched for an opening. When the corpse king spread its arms, I dashed forward in one stride, grabbed the sword hilt with both hands, planted a foot on its chest, and pulled with all my might. The corpse king wasn't about to let me pull the sword out. Its iron clamp hands slammed down violently. I steeled myself, refusing to let go, enduring the blows. A heavy blow struck my ribs with a crack. I felt them break. It then swung for my shoulder. I gritted my teeth, let out a long shout, and threw myself backward. Pull! Using the force of the creature's own strike, I finally managed to pull out the Qingming sword, which seemed to have taken root. The sudden release sent me crashing to the ground. The accumulated water cushioned the fall, but I still saw stars. The corpse king remained standing, black gas hissing from its chest like a chimney from a chemical plant reeking of a foul odor. I knew its killing intent was being released. Good lad. You actually broke the corpse king. Now use the Qingming sword to cleave it. Hearing Zhengyang's roar, I quickly raised the Qingming sword and slashed at the corpse king. Several flashes of blue light passed, and the corpse was split in 2, collapsing with a thunderous crash. A spray of black blood burst from the corpse king's body, while the sword blade gleamed brilliantly. Zhengyang and I lifted the corpse king back into the coffin and replaced the lid. I was about to enter the corridor. Zhengyang stopped me, saying, "We are not tomb raiders. We have the sword and now we leave." He took a peachwood branch from his bag and stuck it into the stone coffin as easily as if it were tofu. He placed 81 of them, forming a 4 symbols and Big Dipper pattern, resembling the lacquer box with the Big Dipper design from Marquis E of Zheng's tomb. Later I asked Zhengyang and learned it was the Deliverance Life Array. Once the killing intent of the corpse king is broken and the 9-child soul locking chains are removed after a period of time, the soul can depart from the body and gain a chance at reincarnation. We climbed out of the tomb and expended great effort to refill the heaven-suppressing gate. Years later, the park was renovated again. Just as Zhengyang had said, they built plank roads, and a rainbow bridge created an artificial waterfall, and expanded the pond, completely burying the ancient tomb beneath it. The waterfall is flowing water which accelerates the dissipation of yin energy. After the renovation, the park regained its former bustle. But that is a story for later. We returned to Old Master Li's house at 3 or 4 in the morning. After soaking in glutinous rice water and changing clothes, my mind was racing with questions. How did Zhengyang know about the tomb? Why didn't the Maoshan sect destroy the corpse king back then? And why hadn't the Qingming sword been stolen? And what connection did this sword have to me? Why did he say it was returning to its rightful owner? That night I spent the entire time tossing and turning in a whirlwind of restless thoughts. When I finally woke, the sky was already bright with morning light. Burdened with a belly full of questions, I sought out Zheng Yang and peppered him with a barrage of inquiries. Zheng Yang was blunt, replying simply, "I know nothing at all." I then sought guidance from the old master, but that sly old fox just smiled and said, "Cut your coat according to your cloth. Wait until you've grown a bigger appetite before we discuss this." I then went to ask Lu Jianguo, who shook his head repeatedly, claiming he was completely in the dark. I sensed they were hiding something from me, but I didn't feel comfortable pressing the matter. Regardless, although this tomb raiding expedition wasn't the best experience, I finally had a weapon of my own. Though the Qingming sword was a notch below the Quanjuan, it could still be considered a national treasure. I'd read many novels where the Qingming sword was a coveted prize, and I was overjoyed to have it resting safely in my arms. The sword in those TV shows looked like a cheap online purchase with shoddy special effects. How could that be called a treasure? Zheng Yang found a scabbard for me from somewhere. Its appearance was rather plain, seemingly stitched from rhino hide and adorned with a few jewels. When I tried it, the sword slid perfectly into the sheath. Seeing no reason to decline, I thanked him, took the scabbard gladly, and headed back to my room with a grin. I stayed there for several days. Checking the date, it was already May 23rd. And my wallet was growing thinner by the day. The 3 days in the hospital alone had cost me half my savings, and the trips to Maoshan and Baize village had eaten away at the rest. With my funds nearly depleted, I was at my wit's end. But June 6th loomed ominously close, and with such a short window, finding a job was out of the question. A single penny can confound even a hero. At this rate, I'd starve to death for sure. My father had gone abroad for an academic visit and wouldn't be back for nearly a year. Besides, I was already a working man. I couldn't very well ask my family for money. And as for the marriage arrangement, mentioning it to him would surely earn me a torrent of scolding. Old Master Li saw my dejected expression and hit the nail on the head, asking with a chuckle, "Xia, I'd wager you're short on cash, aren't you?" I nodded, but I couldn't very well ask an old man for money either. Today is May 23rd. There's still over 10 days until June 6th. The person Qingyunzi mentioned won't be able to get here anytime soon. How about this? You do a favor for me, and you'll have half a year's wages in your pocket. What do you say? My heart leaped with joy, but then a thought struck me. Damn. Such high pay. It's not drug trafficking, is it? I hesitated, and the old master had already read my mind. He smiled and said, "It's just driving and delivering a package." My heart skipped a beat. Could it really be smuggling drugs? No. You've got some cultivation under your belt by now. Help me escort a Shishin home. Shishin originally referred to portraits such as the Plum Blossom Shishin Manual from the Song Dynasty, and it also meant likenesses. In ancient times, having one's portrait painted was no easy feat, and portraits were prepared for the ancestral hall after death. Thus Shishin gradually came to specifically mean a portrait of the deceased, and later by extension the deceased themselves. So, escorting a Shishin home meant transporting a corpse. The state advocated cremation, and privately moving a body was against the law. But with my wallet dwindling and such a good opportunity presented, I had no choice but to take the risk. No wonder I'd always thought the old man didn't seem entirely upstanding. He preached atheism, yet here he was in this line of work. I kept staring at the old master until he grew uneasy. He handed me a key, saying we'd set out tonight, and gave me an address. But circumstances were stronger than I was. When under someone's roof, one must bow one's head. The bolder the man, the greater the yield. There's still time before June 6th. If you're going to the eye of the desert, you need to steel your nerves and earn some money along the way. The old master patted me with a beaming smile, and I could only shake my head in resignation. Night soon fell. At around 11 o'clock, the old master gave me the address to pick up the Shishin. When I saw the van was a jinbei, my brow furrowed. It felt like every vehicle I drove ended up being a hearse. The man accompanying me on this trip seemed familiar. It was Qingyunzi's lackey, Huang Mao. Since Qingyunzi's passing, Huang Mao had decided to strike out on his own, and had come to Rongqing to start fresh. Out of respect for their old acquaintance, the master had Huang Mao drive. Perhaps Huang Mao had an affinity with Shishin, for over time he'd actually grown to love this line of work. This time we were heading to a villa district. The deceased was an entrepreneur surnamed Dong with properties across the nation. According to Huang Mao, the old man had passed away from home, and on his deathbed, he'd been fixated on returning to his roots, and insisted on a traditional burial. Such matters naturally couldn't be publicized. The old master soon caught wind of it, and assured the family, patting his chest, that he'd deliver the body safely to its destination. Soon the car entered Rongshan Villa District, and we brought it to a stop. Huang Mao and I went inside, where old man Dong was already sealed in a coffin. A temporary one, not too heavy. Huang Mao and I were treated like servants, barked at by the family. I could only shake my head helplessly. The customer is king after all. We hoisted the coffin, tossed it into the back of the jinbei, and I drove off. Once Huang Mao drove out of the villa district, He started cursing up a storm, berating Old Man Dong's entire lineage back to his ancestors. At least no family members were following us. With a car like this, only a damn fool of a family member would dare ride along. My apologies to you both. A hoarse, deep voice suddenly spoke. Huang Mao, did you hear something? No. Then it must be my ears ringing. With Huang Mao saying that, I brushed it off. Our destination Hukou village was about 200 li from Rongqing, roughly 5 hours drive. I naturally avoided the highway, sticking to winding pitch-black provincial roads. Not a single pedestrian was in sight, and the villages outside the window flashed by as faint specks of light. Deep in the night we drove down a desolate stretch of road, and both Huang Mao and I felt our skin crawl. That fool Huang Mao started belting out from the driver's seat. Love must grow stronger through setbacks. Love must be persistent. Every single person must see it clear. If you want love, don't fear the pain. He actually sang himself to tears. Just as he was singing, we saw ahead a woman with long hair standing by the roadside. Her hair covered her face, she wore white clothes, and was covered in grime, waving at us. That idiot Huang Mao actually steered the car toward her. As we drew closer, the headlights fell on her. I saw she had a shadow and no trace of energy about her, so I could be certain she was a living person. Still, I couldn't make out her features, as her face was completely hidden. Her figure was quite pleasing though, and from within the strands of hair I could vaguely see her grinning widely. Once Huang Mao brought the car to a stop, the woman made herself at home, yanking open the door, and slipping into the back seat. She just laughed to herself, muttering, how fun, how fun. Little sister, where are you headed? Huang Mao, seeing how forward this woman was, figured it might be a stroke of luck. He climbed from the driver's seat into the back and told me to drive. I wasn't about to make a fool of myself, so I simply took the driver's seat and got the car moving. The moment Huang Mao settled in, I floored the gas pedal, and the car shot forward violently. Late at night, with the road wide open, not speeding would be a crime against heaven itself. I launched the car over several bumps, sending Huang Mao and the woman bouncing around. They both yelped in surprise. Drive steady, will you? You're gonna rattle me to death. Huang Mao shouted at me, then turned to the girl. He pulled out an apple from somewhere, wiped it on his sleeve, and handed it to her with a grin. Little sister, where are you off to? The crematorium. What a coincidence. We're headed there too, Huang Mao said with a laugh. At that moment I faintly heard that same aged voice say, hey, I'm not going to any crematorium. I chalked it up to my ears ringing again and paid it no mind. And what's a little sister like you doing at the crematorium? That fool Huang Mao really had no idea how to talk to people. I couldn't believe he'd use such a pickup line. I thought to myself, for heaven's sake, don't ever admit you know me in public. I live there, the woman said slowly. She seemed to take a particular liking to me, taking the apple from Huang Mao and offering it to me with a charming smile. Big brother, want an apple? Huang Mao's face turned green, glaring at me fiercely. I saw it was his apple, stashed in this jinbei, all shriveled and dirty, and quickly said, I don't care for apples. The woman withdrew her hand. Oh, then I'll eat it. I loved apples when I was alive. I froze at those words, thinking, damn it, am I cursed to attract ghosts? Even Ghost Infant and Ali had energy about them, as did the jealous woman ghost. But this one, I couldn't sense a shred of it. Just how powerful is this thing? The more I thought, the more unnerved I became. I formed a hand seal with one hand, chanted a mantra under my breath, and swept my finger across my brow, opening my celestial eye. I stared hard at the woman in the rearview mirror, yet still saw nothing unusual. Bloody hell, talk about rotten luck. I run into a ghost this fierce just from driving a car. At that thought I slammed on the brakes. When I glanced in the mirror again, both the ghost and Huang Mao had vanished. That's it. I'm using the Qingming sword to slay the specter. I looked in the rearview mirror again, and there were Huang Mao and the woman, blood streaming from their heads, both on the verge of tears. The woman said, when you braked just now, the apple got knocked under the seat. Brother Huang Mao and I were both reaching for it and banged our heads. I really loved apples before I had my child, you know. Bloody hell. Little sister, you need to speak more clearly. You'll scare someone to death. Psycho. The girl asked us to stop at the entrance to a village, where an old man stood waiting with a lantern by the roadside. After she got out, they walked off together. Her voice drifted faintly back through the window. Dad, hurry up. I think those two drivers are nuts. I told them I was going to Hukankang, and they said they were heading to the crematorium anyway. Well, I'll be damned, false alarm. I sped the car up and continued on. I'd heard such ghost stories before. I'd figured she was either a ghost or a loony who'd escaped from the asylum. Who knew we'd end up being the ones who looked insane? It's all your fault for being such a lecher. Huang Mao grumbled. Good heavens, what does this have to do with me? I couldn't be bothered to argue with the likes of him. Young man, do drive faster. Don't miss my auspicious hour. That aged voice came again, and this time both Huang Mao and I heard it clearly. There was no one else in the car but us. Unless the voice came from inside the coffin. With that realization we both shouted in unison, "A ghost!" The master of the joyous spirit had instructed that it be delivered by 6:30 the next morning, as their auspicious hour for receiving the spirit was at 7. Besides, no one else would know anything about such auspicious timing. Indeed, both Huang Mao and I had heard an aged voice. I harbored no fear towards this newly departed spirit. Firstly, I carried the Heavenly Master's bronze seal, and the azure firmament sword, and secondly, I was something of a seasoned hand in these matters. According to the secret records of Maoshan, a spirit that hasn't met a violent end typically doesn't harm people. Such a spirit exists in an ethereal state, and if it chooses to manifest, it can be both seen and heard. After the 20 days of eerie events I had endured, I felt no fear towards this new spirit. Huang Mao, however, was scared nearly out of his wits. I stopped the car, climbed into the back seat, lit 3 sticks of incense, and knocked on the coffin, asking, "Elder, may I trouble you to be merciful? You're frightening people. If you agree, knock on the coffin 4 times. Thump, 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 thump." For knocks echoed from within the coffin, and I knew the elder had agreed. Back in the driver's seat, I offered Huang Mao a few words of comfort. After that, the journey proceeded without any further anomalies, and we encountered neither the neurotic lady nor any wandering spirits. We arrived smoothly at Hookah Village, a full half-hour ahead of schedule. As we drove up to Old Man Dong's villa, a figure suddenly burst from the security booth barking, "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Stop. Can't you see the visitor registration sign?" The man rattled the aluminum sign, bearing the words, "Visitor registration," as he spoke. My apologies," I said with an embarrassed smile. Sitting in the driver's seat, the sign was in a blind spot, so I genuinely hadn't seen it. "The sign's that big and you can't see it. What are your eyes for?" The man sneered arrogantly. "What are you standing there for? Get over here and register. Do you know what kind of place this is, just barging in here?" I was quite annoyed. Registering was fine, but there was no need for such harsh words. If I weren't here to deliver the joyous spirit, I wouldn't have come at all. Truly, it's easier to deal with the king of hell than a petty demon. Seeing me hesitate, the guard bellowed, "What are you gawking at? Get over here and register." Huang Mao, with his low emotional and intellectual intelligence, immediately lost his temper and moved to charge forward. "Damn it. I'm a big shot in Damao Town. Who the hell do you think you are to yell at me?" "Yell at you? What are you going to do about it? Rules are rules. Get over here and register properly. I'm here to deliver the joyous spirit," I said, getting straight to the point, not wanting to waste time with this fellow. Joyous spirit. 6 gods. That cheap perfume. Our cleaners wouldn't even use it. The guard looked at me with disdain. The guard thought to himself, "I've seen this trick 1,000 times. Every day at least 8 or 10 people try to sneak in using the delivery excuse." It wasn't that the guard was overly bold without reason. Those who came and went from the Dong residence were wealthy merchants or high-ranking officials' children. Never had they seen such a shabby character try to enter through the front gate in a beat-up old van. He didn't look like a deliverman. He looked more like a laborer demanding unpaid wages. If the guard didn't stop this type, who would he stop? If you want to protest, go to the government building. If you want to jump, go jump off the Oriental Pearl Tower. The guard was getting impatient. "I've seen plenty of your kind. No entry pass, no entry." We tried calling the Dong household, but their phones were all switched off and no one answered. "Bro, why are we scared of him? Let's just show him the entry pass, missus. Dong gave us." Even Huang Mao knew that reasoning was useless. "You want the pass, huh?" I was deeply irritated. As I took out the pass, I concealed a thin needle between my fingers. As I handed it over, I pricked the guard's shinmen point on his wrist. The guard took the pass, frowning, clearly looking for fault. He scrutinized it from every angle, but with the black words on white paper and the prominent red official seal, he couldn't find a single flaw. "Ah, so you really are here for a delivery. So will you let us through? You still have to register." The guard was fuming, humiliated in front of these 2 disreputable-looking characters. He sputtered in anger, "I've seen plenty of deliverymen. No matter who you are, everyone must register here." The guard thought, "Screw you. If I can't handle others, I can certainly handle you." I shook my head, smiling wryly, thinking, "Don't push me. If I get going, even I'm afraid of myself. Today, even if the Jade Emperor himself came down, you'd still have to register." I was deeply displeased, and if I was displeased, I wasn't going to let him be happy either. I drove the car out of the villa area, took out some yellow paper from my bag, tore it into a human shape, and inserted a silver needle into the Meichong acupoint near the paper figure's hairline. I formed the 5 thunder hand seal with my fingers, chanted "Ha! Hit!" and stamped my foot on the ground. Then I drove the car back to the villa's main gate, where the guard was looking around, quite pleased with himself. Seeing my car return, he grabbed an electric baton, clearly ready for a fight. I thought, "You've made things difficult for me, so today, I'll make you lose face completely." I formed another hand seal and tugged at the paper figure's arms. When I pulled its left arm, the guard's left arm moved. I flicked the paper figure's head, and the guard punched himself in the face. I manipulated the paper figure's hands, making the guard peel off his own clothes one piece at a time. Before long, he was standing there stark naked. "What the hell are you doing standing there instead of manning the gate?" A voice roared from behind. "Brother-in-law, I think I'm possessed. Save me." "You idiot. You're not just possessed, you're possessed by lust. You've disgraced me completely." The middle-aged man was clearly furious. He took off his jacket and threw it at the naked guard. Huang Mao was howling with laughter. Seeing that the point had been made, I ended the spell. The guard regained control of his body, hastily put on the jacket, his face flushed red to the roots of his hair. I parked the car outside the villa and checked my watch. It was only 6:15. The place was eerily quiet, not a soul in sight. It was strange. They said they wanted to receive the old man's spirit back home, yet no one was here. I thought, rich families and their rules. Might as well take a nap. I was sleeping soundly in the car, when I was jolted awake by a violent pounding on the window. Over 20 security guards wielding batons charged over aggressively. Without a word, they tried to drag me out of the car. "Stay still. Don't move. I knew you were up to no good. My baton doesn't know who you are." Huang Mao was also startled awake and shouted, "We're here to deliver Boss Dong's joyous spirit." "Pa, our Boss Dong is alive and well. What joyous spirit are you talking about?" Indeed, the guards were unaware that old Master Dong had passed away. In cases of traditional burial, the body is quietly interred first and a cremation certificate is purchased later to avoid prying eyes. So naturally the guards weren't privy to this information. The dead are to be respected. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you like. I stared at this ridiculous man, remembering his embarrassing stunt from earlier, and couldn't help but chuckle. "You're still laughing, boy. Seems you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. You dare to act tough here? I'll show you what it means to be taught a lesson." The guard squared his shoulders, raised his baton, and swung it down at me. Smack! Ouch! Before the baton could connect, I pivoted on my left foot, swung my right leg up, and kicked him squarely in the stomach. He flew back 3 or 4 meters, landing on the ground, clutching his belly, and writhing in pain, howling like a stuck pig. My temper had completely boiled over. I couldn't take it anymore. In all my life, I had never encountered such unreasonable, stubborn people. This was more troublesome than the jealous ghost or the ghost baby. But no matter how arrogant this guard was, just a man. I had fought an iron corpse and even beheaded a corpse general. With my current skills, dealing with this guard was more than manageable. Surround him. Don't let him get away. A middle-aged man, the guard's brother-in-law, hopped around shouting. He thought, "Damn it. You dare to start a fight on my turf. You're way too green. Boy, open your damn eyes and see where you are. This isn't a place for you to cause trouble. Huang Mao, let's go," I said furiously. Seeing that it was already 6:30, and the people who were supposed to receive the spirit were nowhere to be found, I angrily jumped into the car. As for these bastards, I had 100 ways to destroy them if I wanted to. Seeing our car starting, the group of 20 or 30 guards swarmed around us, looking like they wanted to eat us alive. I shouted, "Huang Mao, you drive. I swear on my surname Xia, they'll be begging us to come back before this is over." Huang Mao angrily took the wheel and floored the accelerator. But the villa's main gate had been closed and we couldn't get out. I grabbed my azure firmament sword, my eyes blazing with fury. I looked at the crowd and sneered, cursing, "You're just dogs using your master's authority. I plan to use a little trick to teach this mob a lesson. This kid is too arrogant. Too arrogant." Seeing me armed with the sword, the crowd kept their distance, hopping around and yelling, but none daring to come closer. In feng shui, buildings are considered yang dwellings while graves are yin dwellings. Old Man Dong's villa was a classic example of a true dragon's lair. A location that maximally absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, benefiting its inhabitants. The hallmark of such a location is soil with a taiji halo. The feng shui of the entire house is as harmonious as a yin-yang fish. My current position was precisely at the black eye of the taiji. I just needed to set up a maze formation confusion array within the black eye. This would make the entire group feel as though they were trapped in a labyrinth. I unceremoniously set up the array. Energy was instantly released and a white mist rose around us. The 20 or 30 security guards stumbled around, as if blind, bumping into each other or bear hugging one another, completely lost. I only wanted to teach them a lesson, so the array's effect would last about 10 minutes. That was more than enough time to open the villa gate and drive a good distance away. We hadn't driven far when my phone rang. I answered it casually. A voice on the other end sounded like it was on the verge of tears. "Hey, big brother. No, ancestor. I beg you, please come back." It was the voice of the guard's brother-in-law. I gave a cold smile. "Fine. Come and beg me," crying. The Dong family's plan to receive the joyful spirit at 7 o'clock remained unchanged. However, due to some incidents during the night, people only began to arrive after 6:30. Huang Jianxiang, the steward of the Dong household, drove to the Dong villa early in the morning. Seeing the villa's gate wide open and the guard station empty, he grew irritated. As he approached the villa, he saw a group of security guards fumbling around as if blind, and his anger flared. He let out a thunderous roar. "You bastards! What the hell are you all doing?" This loud shout jolted the 20 or 30 security guards out of their stupor. They looked at each other in bewilderment, and upon seeing the steward they were scared out of their wits. The middle-aged man named Li Jian, the head of the security team, rushed over in a panic, and said to Huang Jianxiang, "Steward Huang, we've encountered a ghost." "Nonsense! How could you meet a ghost in broad daylight? Just now an arrogant kid in a Jinbei van stood at the guard station, and a white mist rose around us. It was like we were trapped in a maze. If you hadn't come along and shouted, we'd still be lost in that fog." Li Jian thought to himself, "Heh, who else am I supposed to blame this on if not that bastard? Take me to the spot where that kid stood." Li Jian pointed at the door of the guard station, too afraid to go near it. Huang Jianxiang shot him a glance, walked over to the station, crouched down, and examined the ground closely. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Not good! We've encountered a master!" Huang Jianxiang saw that the formation was made of raw fish bones arranged in a six-pointed star shape, with a confusion spell drawn inside the circle. He was startled, thinking, "Isn't this a bewitching spell?" Thankfully the master showed mercy. He had already guessed most of the situation, so he turned to Li Jian and asked, "Around 6:30 this morning, did a guy with bleached hair come to make a delivery?" Huang Jianxiang naturally couldn't mention the joyful spirit openly. The cremation certificate could only be processed at 7 o'clock, and only then could the funeral procession proceed openly, so he had to refer to it as a delivery. Hearing this, Li Jian thought the steward already knew about the incident, and tried to take credit. "Oh, you've heard about that too, steward?" "Yes, something like that happened, but I saw through his trick at a glance. He pretended to make a delivery, but he was actually there to sabotage the Dong family's feng shui. If you delay the Dong family's auspicious timing, you'd better pray for your own skin. It's 6:35 now. If you don't catch up with that kid in the van before 7, you're out." Li Jian stood there scratching his head, in a daze, not fully comprehending what had just happened. A little after 6:40, over 30 luxury cars filed into the villa grounds. Around 100 people, young and old, arrived. None of them wore red. Their faces were haggard, and several close relatives even had tear-streaked faces. Seeing this, even a fool like Li Jian understood what was going on. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I really couldn't recognize a true master. So they really were here for the joyful spirit." Flustered, he whipped out his master's phone, got my number from him, and hastily called me. Li Jian got the address, grabbed the security guard, hopped on an electric bike, and sped over in a frantic hurry. I was there to deliver the joyful spirit, and if the time came I would have sent it back even if no one came after me. At this moment I was waiting by the roadside, certain they would come chasing after me. "Brother-in-law, are we going to beat that kid up?" "Beat my ass. If I'm going down, you're not going to have it easy either." Li Jian and the security guard saw me, and ran over, trembling on the verge of tears. "Ji, great master, please come back with us quickly." I did rush out in time to stop them. It was all these idiots causing trouble. The security guard was dumbfounded by the sudden change in attitude, completely terrified. I thought to myself, "You were the one jumping around back there, and now you're trying to wash your hands of it." I gave a cold smile and said nothing, thinking, "I've got all the time in the world. Let's see how long you can keep this act up." Li Jian, sweating profusely, walked behind the security guard, kicked him to the ground, and then fell to his knees with a thud. He then began to wail loudly, tears and snot streaming down his face. "I have an 80-year-old mother at home, a 3-year-old child, and 30 years of mortgage left. My whole family depends on me. Please, great master, be magnanimous and spare this humble one." He then turned to the security guard and yelled, "You idiot, kneel down." The security guard, scared out of his mind, started kowtowing frantically, blood streaming down his forehead. "Get in the car. Let's go. I only wanted to teach him a lesson, not to make things difficult for him." Li Jian wiped the sweat from his brow, his tears instantly turning into a smile. He wiped his nose and hopped onto the back of the security guard's electric bike, leading the way. The car returned to the Dong residence at 6:58. As we drove into the entrance of Hookah village, we saw a long procession of cars. The village entrance was lined with wreaths all made of fresh flowers. Dozens of filial descendants, draped in coarse mourning cloth, lined up in order according to the 5 degrees of mourning. When they saw my car arrive at the residence, the 2 rows of people knelt down and wailed loudly, prostrating themselves on the ground. From the village entrance to the Dong residence, everything was draped in white, with a dense crowd of people lining both sides. It was strange. This morning I hadn't seen a single soul, and in just over 20 minutes a huge crowd had appeared. I drove into the Dong residence and saw a dozen men in uniforms carrying a coffin into the mourning hall. Huang Jianxiang brought out a thick stack of cash. I counted roughly over 100,000. Whatever the rest of the matters here were none of my concern. I drove the car out of the village. Having been up all night, Huang Mao and I were exhausted. We found a big tree parked underneath and fell into a deep sleep. At some point I was awakened by a commotion. 3 or 4 dozen luxury cars sped out of the village with over 100 people rushing out in a panic. Some even lost their shoes in the scramble and didn't bother to pick them up. Seeing this, my heart skipped a beat. Could something have gone wrong? Sure enough, I saw Li Jian again along with that security guard, running towards me in a panic. His face was pale green with fear and he stammered, "Gee, great master, something terrible has happened. The old master has come back to life." I chuckled upon hearing this. That's a rare and wonderful thing. What's there to panic about? No, it's not like that. He's turned into a corpse demon. Great master, you must come and see. Hearing this, I was alarmed. A corpse demon? I was deeply puzzled. The old master had a blessed appearance. I examined the body myself. He died of natural causes with no resentment. Why would he turn into a corpse demon? But aloud I said, "All right, let's go take a look." Huang Mao, upon hearing about the corpse demon, absolutely refused to go back, saying he'd stay to watch the car. I took my Qingming sword and the Heavenly Master's bronze seal, and rode back on the security guard's electric bike. Along the way, many panicked people were still rushing out, their faces pale with fear. When we reached the courtyard, the entire Dong family, young and old, were kneeling on the ground, kowtowing frantically. Several had fainted from fear. Only a woman in her mid-20s stared intently at the old master, saying, "Grandfather, what is it that you can't let go of?" The security guard told me the woman's name was Dong Tong, the granddaughter the old master cherished like a pearl in his palm. I stood before the morning hall scrutinizing old man Dong. He was clutching a live chicken, gnawing on its feathers, and all blood smeared all over his mouth. His eyes seemed to be clouded by a red mist. I felt this wasn't the real old man Dong. Something must have possessed his body. I formed a hand seal, recited the incantation, and activated my celestial eye. I wish I hadn't. The sight left me utterly stunned. That wasn't old man Dong at all. Sitting in the morning hall was a gaunt, dark-skinned man with a livid face. Half his head was crushed, and a steel rebar pierced through his body, entering from the shoulder and exiting through the lower abdomen. He was gripping the raw chicken with both hands, devouring it, occasionally letting out eerie laughter. "This isn't your old master." "Ah!" Hearing this, the crowd scattered in a panic. Only a few close relatives, the steward, and several security guards like Li Jian remained trembling as they huddled outside the door. I pulled out the Heavenly Master's bronze seal, drew my Qingming sword, and pointed it at the possessed old man Dong, shouting, "What spirit dares to intrude here? State your name. A debt must be repaid, or a life must be paid for." A sharp male voice emanated from old man Dong's body, startling everyone. Dong Yitong jumped up, a look of disbelief on her face. "If you've come to collect a debt, then you should seek out the one who owes it." Old man Dong had a good reputation in Rongqing, and had done much charity work in his lifetime. A benevolent father often raises prodigal sons. It must be one of old man Dong's unfilial descendants who had committed some wrong. That's why I dared to speak this way to a wronged spirit. "Ha ha ha, boy, I advise you to mind your own business." Old man Dong's gaze was vacant yet carried an indescribable ferocity. "I've suffered so much, yet they live so freely. Get lost right now, or I'll scatter your soul to the winds." I shouted at old man Dong. "Today I'll show you what I'm capable of." As he spoke, old man Dong suddenly lunged at me, his hands clamping tightly around my neck. The strength in his hands was astonishing, like iron clamps. Within just a second or two my face turned purple, my tongue lolled out, and I couldn't utter a single word. "Damn it! What are you idiots waiting for? Get him!" Huang Jianxiang shouted at the security guards nearby. They snapped out of their daze, trembling all over. 7 or 8 burly men grabbed him, some by the head, some by the legs. But they couldn't pry old man Dong's hands off me. Unexpectedly, Dong Tong joined the security guards. She reached out and tickled old man Dong's armpit. His body shuddered and his grip loosened slightly. Seizing the opportunity, I slipped out and jumped aside. When a ghost possesses a body, it retains some of the deceased's habits. Old man Dong must have been ticklish in life. That little girl Dong Yitong certainly had guts. This thoroughly enraged old man Dong. He flailed his claws, wildly smashing tables and stools in the morning hall to pieces. An eerie cackle echoed through the hall. Suddenly, white fur sprouted all over his body. Long gleaming fangs protruded from his mouth, casting a ghastly pale light. His 10 fingers curled into hooks raised before his chest. He stared at me, intently poised to lunge. The vast world is divided into humans, demons, ghosts, animals, plants, and so forth. As for whether gods exist, there is currently no evidence, for according to records, gods are merely powerful ghosts. Practitioners of Xinjiang's trade rank ghosts into tiers based on their baleful aura. Cultivators, guided by the color and intensity of a ghost's malevolent energy, classify it into one of 20 levels. For instance, specters like soul confusion and phantom shadows belong to the first tier. A vengeful spirit like Ali ranks around the 2nd or 3rd tier. A ghost infant reaches the 5th tier at most. And a formidable jealous woman ghost descends to the 7th tier. Based on the green light emanating from this evil ghost, I roughly classified it as a 4th-tier entity. Given my current strength, subduing it would likely be a considerable challenge. Since a direct confrontation was not viable, I would have to resort to cunning. This was also the most powerful evil ghost I had ever faced alone. In truth, the fault lay with me. The Dong residence occupied a dragon's lair true ground, composed of both yin and yang soil types. This location remarkably formed a taiji shape, thus possessing exceptional feng shui. It must have been guided by a master with azure dragon and white tiger spirits guarding it. Such a 4th or 5th-tier evil ghost would absolutely never have been able to enter. Earlier, while disciplining a security guard, I had set up a soul confusion array within the taiji's black fish, I summoning summon energy. This completely disrupted the balance of the dragon's lair true ground, allowing ghosts and monsters to sneak into the Dong residence, seeking an opportunity to possess someone. After careful thought, I understood the principle. My current strength was insufficient to fully wield the Qingming sword. Yet using only the Heavenly Master's bronze talisman would fail to restrain an evil ghost of this rank. Only by utilizing this dragon's lair true ground and leveraging external forces could I hope to completely seal the ghost and secure a chance of victory. Boss, come here. The yellow-haired man had slipped over unnoticed, poking half his head through the door and calling me furtively. His call, however, drew the full attention of Old Man Dong, who charged at him with heavy thuds. In the blink of an eye, Dong Tong rushed forward faster than anyone, desperately grabbing hold of Old Man Dong. The old man's left arm bulged with veins, his hand twisting into a hawk's talon, ready to strike. The crowd covered their eyes, but the clawing left hand was suddenly caught by the right hand, as if the two were engaged in a fierce arm wrestle. Old Man Dong's left face regained a gentle look while his right face was terrifyingly ferocious. Half his face was pale, the other half livid. Using my spiritual eye, I saw Old Man Dong wrestling with the evil ghost, clearly on the verge of losing. I bellowed, "The old master is here." The crowd opened their eyes and stared at the old master. That half-familiar face brought several close relatives to their knees, murmuring, "The old master couldn't bear to leave his little girl. Even in death, he's saving her." A weary ancient voice emanated from Old Man Dong's body. "Young man, I can hold on for a while longer." I realized Old Man Dong had been following us all along. But as a newly deceased ghost, how could he possibly withstand that evil spirit? He wouldn't have dared to act recklessly if his granddaughter's life weren't in danger. Time was short, so I shouted, "Yellow Hair, take a few security guards and set up the 9 Yang soul locking array. Hold on for a bit." I then addressed the crowd. "Where is the Yang exposed ground? It's the place that is scorched by the blazing sun from morning till night." A security guard volunteered and began leading me towards the Yang exposed ground. Surprisingly, Yellow Hair didn't flinch, nodding in agreement. Anyone daring enough to deliver a spirit-sending offering must know some Taoist arts, especially as Qingyunzi's disciple. Yellow Hair indeed selected 8 security guards and together with himself formed the 9 Yang soul locking array, a formation remarkably effective against vengeful spirits. "Damn it! Old Master Dong is also a ghost!" Yellow Hair yelled. Old Man Dong let out a piercing shriek and roared, "This old man isn't afraid." Cold sweat poured down his right cheek as he trembled uncontrollably. The left side of his face, however, involuntarily twitched upwards. I understood the old master was risking total annihilation to buy me time. I dared not linger. Arriving at the Yang exposed ground, I pulled out a yellow banner inscribed with the character for fire. This was the dragon-seeking banner I had painstakingly learned from Zheng Yang through countless pleas. The yellow banner drifted down like a dandelion seed, landing beneath a King Kong fir. The King Kong fir, named for its trunk as sturdy as red bronze, thrives in sunlight and shuns shade. Its seedlings even require intense artificial light to grow. Its appearance resembles the bronze complexion of the 18 bronze men of Vajra. Due to its hard sword-like leaves, it is called the King Kong fir. It is a plant of extreme yang energy, capable of stabilizing the surrounding aura, warding off disasters and evil, and protecting the household. Its triangular sharp-edged leaves are exceedingly tough, and can dissolve petty conflicts and ward off slander. This made things much easier. I took out 7 raw chicken bones, and following the pattern of the Big Dipper planted each one, while chanting an incantation. It took a full 3 to 4 minutes to plant the final bone, leaving me drenched in sweat. This was a simplified 7-star soul nailing array. If planted in a mass grave or corpse-nurturing ground, it could greatly dissipate baleful energy. Conversely, if planted in auspicious ground or dragon veins, it could maximize the summoning of yang energy. Although the simplified 7-star soul nailing array was less potent, it was more than sufficient for this true dragon's lair ground. The moment I planted the last chicken bone, the sunlight seemed to blaze with newfound intensity. I rushed back to the villa with the security guard. Old Man Dong's soul had already begun to fade, and Dong Yitong had been pulled away by the security personnel. Yellow Hair and the others were barely holding their own with the 9 Yang soul locking array. However, with the 7-star soul nailing array complete, the 9 Yang soul locking array instantly surged with triple its previous power. Worried about Old Man Dong's soul dispersing, I called for the 9-yang soul locking array to be lifted and turned to Dong Yitong. Miss Dong, take off your skirt. The crowd was bewildered. Dong Yitong looked at me, blushing to the roots of her neck. Pervert. I roared back, stop wasting time. If you don't want to see old Master Dong's soul scattered to the winds, keep dawdling. Dong Yitong seemed to understand instantly. Several servants pulled a tablecloth to shield her as she slipped off her skirt and tossed it over her face, burning red. I opened the skirt's waistband and shouted, Old Master Dong, get in. Leave the rest to me. Old Man Dong was momentarily stunned, then decisively dove inside. I tied the skirt shut and tossed it back to Yitong. Dong Tong clutched it as if it were a precious treasure. I shouted again, Yellow Hair, the 9-yang soul locking array. Yellow Hair and the security guards immediately reformed the formation. Caw, caw, caw. Looks like you're forcing me to get serious. The voice rasped from Old Man Dong's mouth, once more his entire face now a sickly green. With a series of sharp cracks, every joint in Old Man Dong's body popped. His arms and legs elongated abruptly, and with a rasping sound his fingernails shot out to 7 or 8 centimeters, black, glossy, and gleaming with a metallic sheen. His face contorted into a visage of green skin and protruding fangs. His burial shroud tore apart, revealing a pitch-black body. A steel rebar pierced through his shoulder, exiting from his lower abdomen. This was a fierce ghost. The old master's body crumpled to the side. Several people in the morning hall fainted from sheer terror. This was a wronged ghost. According to the Maoshan's secret records, a wronged ghost is a type of evil spirit that can appear even in daylight. It is typically formed from the resentment of those who died unnaturally, whether by suicide or accident. After death, such a ghost's lifespan is not exhausted, so it cannot be reincarnated, and must endure the agony of its death daily. Yellow Hair and several security guards had wet trousers clinging to the doorframe as they held the formation, too terrified to approach. I thought, the 9-yang soul locking array is still active. What the hell do I have to fear? Indeed, the array weakened the fierce ghost, reducing its power to roughly only 2.5 tiers. I seized the Qingming sword. The evil ghost also wrenched the steel rebar from its body, swinging it with a menacing whir. My Qingming sword moved with light, swift grace, and upon clashing with the rebar, cleanly sliced off a section. The ghost's strength was immense. A blow against the wall left a crater. It was clear the evil ghost was aiming for lethal strikes. Holding a sword seal with my left hand, and keeping my right arm level, I waited for it to swing the rebar back, exposing its chest. Then, with a flicker of my sword, I thrust and slashed the shimmering green light before the ghost's eyes. Stunned by my sudden flurry, the ghost's rebar strikes became as frantic as a rainstorm. Seeing its formation completely disrupted, I dropped my left knee, swung my right arm with all my might, and with a swift whistling thrust, drove the sword deep into its chest. After all, it was the Qingming sword. The blade pierced straight through the evil ghost's chest. Impaled, its baleful aura diminished drastically, and the steel rebar clattered to the ground. It seemed the fiend was completely subdued. I produced the Heavenly Master's bronze seal, and hurled it at the ghost's head. With the Qingming sword, the Heavenly Master's bronze seal, and the 9-yang soul locking array, the evil ghost's head drooped like a withered flower. Under our interrogation, we learned the story of this evil ghost's past life. In life, the ghost was named Tang Ben. He lived with his elderly grandmother, whom he cruelly forced to pawn her jewelry to fund his gluttonous feasts. Lazy and shiftless, he remained a bachelor into his 40s, living in a destitute home, surviving by mooching off others. He was a notorious troublemaker in Hoku village. When Old Man Dong returned to his hometown and saw his pitiful state, he arranged for him to work as a construction worker in Rongqing. But the man constantly caused trouble. Old Man Dong, choosing not to argue, gave him a sum of money and told him to leave. Unexpectedly, this scoundrel saw an opportunity to extort him. Once Tang Ben climbed onto the construction site and unfurled a banner demanding unpaid wages, hoping to squeeze out another payout. But he slipped, falling from the high building. A steel rebar pierced through his lower abdomen and out his shoulder. He was dead before he even reached the hospital. With a kind heart, Old Man Dong compensated the grandmother handsomely. By all rights, the matter should have ended there. But Tang Ben, believing his death was unjust, harbored deep resentment. Transformed into a vengeful ghost, he tormented Old Man Dong daily. The shock and fear made Old Man Dong ill, and he eventually passed away. Tang Ben's ghost followed our car back to Hoku village, intent on ruining Old Man Dong's entire family. After hearing the story, I shook my head, repeatedly rage boiling within me. Everyone present cursed Tang Ben without exception. I deliberately had Black Dog blood soak a palm rope and, following the Maoshan secret records, tied a heavenly dipper knot to bind the wronged ghost. Afterwards, I dissolved the 9-yang soul locking array and pulled out the 7-star soul nailing array. I then released Old Man Dong. Having heard the wronged ghost's tale from within the skirt, he shook his head in silence. Dong Tong rushed to embrace her grandfather, but his soul was incorporeal, impossible to hold. She stood aside, gazing at him, tears streaming down her face. For such a shameless ghost there was naturally no sympathy to be had. I raised the Heavenly Master's bronze seal, brandished the Qingming sword, chanted incantations, and stomped the celestial paces. I pulled out 4 or 5 divine thunder 5 talismans from my backpack and roared, "Begone!" preparing to blast his soul into oblivion. "Taoist master, please show mercy." A person broke through the security guard's blockade, stumbling and rushing in. A white-haired old woman stumbled in through the door, rushed to grasp my hand, and fell to her knees before me, her face streaked with tears as she choked out, "Master, please show mercy. Let this old woman take his place in being obliterated from existence." Seeing this, I knew at once she was Tang Ben's grandmother. I hurriedly helped her up and shook my head, saying, "If I release him, he will continue to bring harm to others, and then it will be more than just his soul being scattered." The old woman was stunned for a moment, then continued to plead, "Master, is there no way to avoid obliterating his soul? I'll give you anything you want." I glanced at Old Master Dong. Old Master Dong spoke up. "His soul being scattered will only tarnish my own merits. Young man, please be lenient." Since Old Master Dong had interceded, I decided to do him a favor. I said to the old woman, "If you want your grandson to be reborn into the cycle of reincarnation, you must do exactly as I say." The old woman tried to kneel again, but I stopped her in time. She nodded her head frantically. "I will collect your grandson's soul, and you must bury it in his grave. Recite the rebirth mantra 3 times daily. After 3 years, if the malevolent energy dissipates, he may transcend and be reborn. Do you understand?" I sealed Nyo Ben's soul into a bottle and handed it to the old woman. She expressed her gratitude profusely, almost kowtowing in thanks before leaving with trembling steps. Everyone present watched her go, filled with profound sorrow. With the old master's affairs entirely settled, I rose to take my leave. The Dong family insisted on pressing over 100,000 yuan into my hands as a token of their gratitude. Unable to decline, I accepted it. Li Jian asked for my phone number, saying he'd be in touch. I handed him my card and drove off. On the road back, Huang Mao seemed especially elated. Once we reached Rongqing, he insisted on treating me to a meal, declaring that we were now sworn brothers. Huang Mao had a good heart. After all, more friends mean more paths. We returned to Rongqing around 7 or 8 in the evening, and I recounted the day's events to the old master. The old master said with a sly grin, "Of the 150,000 from this morning, give 50,000 to the coffers and split the rest with Huang Mao. The money from this afternoon's exorcism is all yours." I cursed inwardly. This old fox is so shrewd, nothing escapes his eyes. I took out the money and handed 50,000 to the old master. I then split the remaining 100,000, giving 50,000 to Huang Mao. From the 150,000 for the exorcism, I gave Huang Mao 20,000 as he had contributed to setting up the formation. Huang Mao took the money, beaming with joy. That night, Li Dazue also arrived. Before long, a jeep drove into the courtyard, its headlights blazing, horn blaring insistently. A burly bald man in his 30s, muscular and tall, wearing sunglasses, jumped out of the vehicle. He laughed goofily and gave Li Dazue a big bear hug. I watched as he and Li Dazue chatted animatedly in a corner. These two apart were fine, but together they exuded an air of roguish mischief. This bald man clearly wasn't someone to be trifled with either. After whispering and laughing for a long time with the bald man nearly doubled over in laughter, they finally approached me to introduce him. The bald man was named Chi Chong, known by all as Bald Chong. He was a veteran of the special forces, had genuinely worked the tomb raiding trade, and had connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world. I don't know why Li Dazue felt the need to sing my praises so extravagantly, practically worshipping me. He claimed my family had been professional archaeologists for 3 generations, knowing everything there was to know across 5,000 years of history. Li Dazue also mentioned that Bald Chong possessed a Heavenly Master bronze seal identical to mine. I just nodded, storing this information away. I humbly denied the praises. But when Bald Chong heard I also had a Heavenly Master bronze seal, he gripped my hand tightly, trembling with excitement. He said with a grin that his ancestors had studied under Li Bai, and he was particularly skilled in feng shui and dragon vein tracking. He had served in the armed police gold unit responsible for prospecting gold mines, and had handled many bizarre incidents. When it came to tomb raiding, I had to admit I lacked practical experience. My knowledge of dragon vein location was merely theoretical. Bald Chong, believing I was truly formidable, saw my words as mere modesty. He gave me a thumbs up and praised, "The descendant of old Xia is certainly not simple." Li Bai, who styled himself Baize, was a legendary figure. Legend has it that when Li Bai completed his famous work, Qingyunzi, the white ape messenger of the southern emperor, immediately took it. 100 years later, it was passed to Lu Bowen, who used it to assist Zhu Yuanzhang in founding the Ming dynasty. Another legend says that the ancestral grave of Dr. Sun Yat-sen was also selected by Li Bai. It is also said that cities like Hong Kong, Guangzhou, and Yingde were all chosen by him for their sites. After his self-introduction, Bald Chong headed straight into the courtyard to catch up with the old master. Not long after, he went to Zhengyang's room, seeming to know him well too. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, a phone call came. I answered to hear Li Zhen's voice. Hello, Master. Completely baffled, I couldn't place the name. Who is this? Li Zhen. A sudden realization dawned on me. Oh, it's you. What can I do for you? I heard you're planning a trip to the Eye of the Desert in Xinjiang. Yeah, how did you know? That's not for you to ask. Just wait at old Master Li's place. My young lady will arrive this afternoon. 3 or 4 hours later, a luxury Maserati pulled into the courtyard. A stunningly beautiful woman in her early 20s stepped out. Her long hair was tied up, and despite the summer heat she wore a tight-fitting outfit that accentuated her figure. She looked quite formidable. She was exceptionally beautiful, a rare beauty indeed. However, she gave off an air of being unapproachable. A gun was holstered at her waist, a sword was slung across her back, and she walked towards me with a confident stride and high heels. Looking closer, I realized she was Dong Tong, completely transformed from the dress she wore yesterday. She flicked her hair and pointed at me with a cold smirk. Don't you recognize me? I quickly nodded. Miss Dong. Let's go. From now on I've got your back. Bald Chong, Li Dazue, and Huang Mao were all left utterly bewildered by the scene. I'll cover all the expenses for this operation. I was stunned by her declaration, momentarily speechless. I thought to myself, bold. Impressive. Li Dazue, grinning from ear to ear, ushered Dong Tong into the main hall. The old master also came downstairs. These two, upon hearing that the funding was secured, were all honeyed words, calling her Miss Dong this and Miss Dong that. During our conversation I learned that the Dong family also possessed a heavenly master bronze seal. Their ancestors were also in the feng shui business, but by old Master Dong's generation the family's knowledge was nearly lost, with only a single secret manual passed down privately. Dong Tong had been trained in martial arts since childhood, and was an exceptional marksman. If it hadn't been for her grandfather's body being possessed, she would have dared to shoot at the vengeful spirit. I thought to myself, no wonder she was so bold that day. Miss Dong, this operation is very dangerous. Perhaps you should sit this one out. What? Are you looking down on me? No. It's just that we'll be deep in the desert, and you're a delicate young lady. Before I could finish, 2 gunshots rang out. We saw 2 sparrows fall from a great distance. Huang Mao sped off on his motorcycle and retrieved the birds, shouting, "Incredible shooting. I've only ever seen that in war movies." Upon closer inspection we saw that each sparrow had a wing grazed, and the 2 shots had hit both birds in the exact same spot. Hitting a moving bird is already remarkable. But hitting 2 birds in flight, taking off at the same time in the same precise location within a second or two, is a feat of marksmanship rarely seen in this world. Impressive. Amazing. Baddest. I'll cover all the costs. Miss Dong, we couldn't possibly. How about we split it? No need. I'm not going there for pleasure. I'll be honest with you all. This was my grandfather's last wish. My great-grandfather had a son who was given away to another family, known as Li Geta. He went missing in the desert in 1968. Before he passed, my grandfather always held onto this wish, wanting us descendants to go and look for him. Even finding his remains would have brought him peace. Yesterday, as my grandfather's spirit was departing, he mentioned this request once more. Honestly, after hearing her story, I was quite moved. Thinking about it, the name Li Geta sounded so familiar. Could he be the same Li Geta from old Master Li's stories? The time and place fit perfectly. I suspected it was very likely. But since she didn't bring it up again, we didn't ask, simply burying our questions. I'll pay for everything, but you'll all follow my lead on the route for this trip. All right, no problem. The old master and Li Dazue agreed immediately. I found this utterly exasperating. These 2 old foxes, just because someone else is footing the bill they agree without even asking about the route. But they were helping me out of goodwill. I certainly couldn't afford the expenses myself. Not to mention this corpse transport job had been extremely lucrative for me, earning me a year's salary in one go. We planned to depart on May 27th, taking 2 vehicles. Since we needed to bring a lot of equipment and supplies, taking the train was out of the question. If we took the train, we'd probably be detained before we even got to the station, ending up behind bars. Our plan was to travel from Gansu along the ancient Silk Road into Xinjiang, passing through Hami, then to Ruoqiang and Chemo, reaching the ancient cities of Karaчин and Sipil in the Taklamakan Desert, before finally arriving at our destination, the so-called Eye of God in Lopner, which we called the Eye of the Desert. With ample funds, we gave a list to Dong Tong. It included waterproof mining lamps, threaded steel pipes, archaeological shovel heads, multi-purpose knives, folding shovels, short-handled hammers, bandages, nylon ropes, a basic medical kit, and more. These items alone cost over 10,000 yuan. Ai Xingyang and Dong Tong each carried a fine sword, which made Li Dazue's eyes widen with envy. Li Dazue and Bald Chong only had fine steel blades, no other weapons. Bald Chong, with his connections, managed to acquire several firearms. These included an AK-47 with a 7.62mm caliber Type 81 rifles, Type 85 sniper rifles, and Type 54 7.62mm pistols, as well as detonators and various liquid explosives. The The team for this operation consisted of me, Li Dazue, Bald Chongdong Tong Xingyang, and a few others. The old master, due to his age and fear of stirring up painful memories, chose not to come. Lu Jianguo had family matters to attend to, and couldn't join us on this expedition either. But I did bring Baize with me. As the departure time drew nearer, my heart was filled with anxiety and unease. Early the next morning, around 6 or 7 Dong Tong had the purchase supplies delivered by vehicle. I saw 7 or 8 large and small bags. This did not even include each person's individual luggage. Due to time constraints, we advanced our departure plan by a day, intending to reserve time for rest. I brought Mao Tuan along and casually packed a large backpack containing the Maoshan Secrets, the Maoshan Secrets mental method, the meteor investigation, my grandfather's journal, the Shenshao 5 thunder talismans, the Celestial Master's bronze seal, the black dog rope, a stack of yellow talisman paper cinnabar, a compass, and a writing brush. Plus a few changes of clothes. I changed into camouflage military attire, put on light hiking boots, fully equipped, and the backpack was not even large. Li Dazue carried a mountaineering pack while Zhang Yang held a bundle, resembling an ancient cloth-wrapped parcel, extremely light. Guang Tuqiang also had little luggage. Dong Tong changed into loose sportswear and hiking boots, and she alone brought over 10 bags of varying sizes. I laughed at the sight. Miss Dong bringing so much stuff. Do you think this is a vacation? Don't you all have my back? Dong Tong said with disdain. I thought to myself, damn, are we going to be treated like beasts of burden? Miss Dong, there are no roads in the desert. Isn't this just making trouble for yourself? Then should we just throw it all away? Xia, if each of us takes 1 or 2 it won't be heavy. Besides, there are camels in the desert. Li Dazue, fearing Dong Tong might lose her temper, quickly intervened to smooth things over. See, problem solved. Dong Tong smiled, slightly covering her mouth as she said, I'm just teasing you. These are my belongings in Rongqing, and I plan to have Li Jian take them back to Hukou village. My face turned green upon hearing this. So this girl was toying with me. Never judge a book by its cover. Dong Tong picked out a backpack from the pile and said, Time waits for no one. We depart at 8. We'll take turns driving, and we're expected to rest for a day in Minfeng County after 3 days. You ride in my car. Dong Tong pointed at me. Anyway, I didn't have a car, so whose car I rode in didn't matter. We originally planned to take 2 cars, but Dong Tong insisted on driving herself, so we split into 3 vehicles. I was in one car with Dong Tong and Mao Tuan. Zhang Yang and Li Dazue were in another. Guang Tuqiang drove his own car. Later, Guang Tuqiang stored his car midway and hopped into Li Dazue's vehicle. Our car drove day and night with 2 people taking turns to rest, and we finally reached Minfeng County after 3 days and 3 nights. It was already morning when we arrived. Minfeng County has a total population of 340,000, not a very large place. We casually found a hotel to stay at which was far more basic than those inland. We rested in 3 rooms, Zhang Yang and I in one, Li Dazue and Guang Tuqiang in another, and Dong Tong had her own room. A journey of over 4,000 kilometers traveling day and night for 3 days truly took a toll on our stamina. As soon as we checked in, we crashed into a deep sleep. We were too exhausted to even bother with lunch. When we woke up, it was already 7 or 8 in the evening. We went to the Grand Bazaar for dinner, returned to the hotel, and the group headed straight to Dong Tong's room. We sat in a circle on woolen blankets, each with a cup of butter tea beside us and half a baked naan. Our destination this time is the 9-story corpse tower, not the eye of the desert. Therefore, after surveying Naya and Lulan, along the way we'll take a detour to Spire ancient city to search for the Tsula Kingdom ruins. My heart skipped a beat. How did she know about the 9-story corpse tower? What a formidable woman. She cannot be underestimated. So we're not going to the eye of the desert. Li Dazue, the fool, seemed to know nothing. Dong Tong shot him a glare and said sternly, We'll discuss that later. Don't rush. When I studied in England, I found a file sealed in 1992 in the Stein Vault at the British Museum, which contained records about Li Geta. The British Museum in London houses a Stein Vault. After the Dunhuang treasure Stein took arrived in England, the manuscripts were deposited in the India office of the British Library, while the silk paintings and textiles were stored in the Stein Vault at the British Museum. The Stein Vault, this mysterious repository, is renowned, yet few have explored it. The vault is open only to scholars of the Silk Road. Even social elites, including former British Prime Minister Tony Blair and Prince Charles, must stop at its door. The Dong family is truly extraordinary. I believe everyone present except Mao Tuan thought the same. According to the records, after Li Geta left the western main tomb of the Eye of the Desert, he and an old man named Xia Yufang went into hiding near the Naya ancient city, and their traces vanished after that. In this file, there are marks of Soviet spies bribing local herders. After the Soviet Union collapsed, the file came into the possession of the British Museum, and because it was related to Central Asian exploration, it was stored in this vault. Xia Ji, I heard that Xia Yufang is your grandfather. That's correct, isn't it? I nodded. There was nothing to deny. As the descendant of old Xia, you must be familiar with Central Asian history. Since we have some time, why don't you tell us the story of Stein? Stein was a plunderer of Western region relics and a renowned archaeologist. I had delved into this period of history at some point, so I knew about it. What does it have to do with our mission? I countered. Cut the chatter. In Stein's notes I found records of Yuchi Wan'er. You'll definitely be interested. Yuchi Wan'er was the name on the marriage contract. I was startled, thinking, she's up to no good. And mused, the old man probably told her and she's just trying to intimidate me. Stein's notes are widely available in the market. But do you have photocopies of the manuscripts? To be honest, I had only read a few ebooks on my computer. Photocopies of manuscripts were far beyond my reach, and besides, as someone who can't read English, I wouldn't understand them anyway. So I didn't want to argue further. Fine. Regarding Stein, I only know what I've learned from Stein's Chinese expedition notes. I'll give a brief introduction. And so I gave a concise account following Stein's 4 expeditions. In 1889, British Lieutenant Bauer, while pursuing the desert bandit Dad, discovered in the ruins of an ancient city, in Xinjiang, a Sanskrit manuscript written in Brahmi script, primarily covering sorcery and related content. This manuscript drew Stein's attention and spurred his expedition to Xinjiang. In 1901, Stein conducted large-scale excavations around the old course of the Naya River, recovering about 660 artifacts, most of which were Kharosthi and Chinese wooden slips. Subsequently, he also excavated the Andrew site, recovering about 100 artifacts, and discovered the Rawak Stupa site, which yielded a wealth of artistic relics. The Naya ancient city is actually the Jingzhou ancient city, one of the 36 kingdoms of the western regions. With only over 30,000 people, it's called the Pompeii of the East, and holds immense archaeological value. I emphasized this point. Alas, the Jingzhou ancient tomb was already looted by Hubei. There's nothing left for us to rob. Li Dazue sighed. That was indeed true. My father had met Hubei once, and that chubby Wang Kaishan bragged endlessly about the Jingzhou ancient city. My father even used it as a bedtime story to lull us to sleep. My father worked in archaeology, and he said that with just 30,000 subjects the Jingzhou kingdom couldn't possibly have built such a magnificent mausoleum. In 1906, Stein embarked on his second Central Asian expedition, which lasted 2 years. Stein's team reached the Lop Desert, and began surveying the Lulan ruins, recovering over 500 precious artifacts. The following year Stein arrived in Dunhuang, and for a pittance swindled a large number of sutras and treasures from the Taoist caretaker Wang Yuanlu. Alas, that Wang Yuanlu deserves 1,000 cuts. The treasures in the Stein vault. Were they really bought for such a pittance? Li Dazue sucked his teeth as if his heart had been stabbed. Exactly. Wang Yuanlu was somewhat understandable. At the time Dunhuang was in extreme disrepair, and he went around begging for alms to fund its restoration. When the library cave was discovered, he immediately reported it to the local authorities, but they didn't take it seriously. It wasn't until after Stein bought the scrolls that Wang had the money to repair the Buddhist niches. Only later did the government send people to take away the remaining scrolls. We can't entirely blame Wang Yuanlu. The nation was weak and the people were ignorant. It was a tragedy of the times. I sighed and shook my head. In 1913, Stein began his third expedition, which lasted 3 years. He revisited Naya, the Lulan ruins, and Dunhuang, once again carting off a vast number of artifacts. In a fit of madness, he stripped the exquisite murals he had been unable to take during his second expedition, removing 11 panels and completely destroying the walls. Fortunately, his fourth expedition was halted by the nationalist government in time, so the damage was limited. I heard that Zhang Daqian also stripped murals in Dunhuang back then. How different was that from what Stein did? Li Dazue couldn't resist being glib again. I ignored him, thinking, damn, the pot calling the kettle black. And aren't we here to rob tombs? How much more righteous are we than they were? Looking at Stein's multiple expedition routes, the places he went were all in the ancient kingdom of Khotan, right? Jingyang had remained silent all along but finally spoke up. Dong Tong smiled and nodded in agreement. The Taoist is right. Naya and Andir near Minfeng are the last places where Li Geta and his group were seen. Their footprints once spread across Shampula, Karadun, Yatkan, Dandan, Oilik, Axpur, Mazartag, Old Damagu, and Marjalek. I smiled skeptically. They were nothing but enemies of the people back then. How could they have attracted the attention of Soviet spies? I still can't figure that out. You doubt this file? That only shows how shallow your understanding of Old Xia and Li Geta truly is. Forget it, I doubt you know anything at all. Dong Tong sneered coldly. Honestly, ever since I met Old Master Li, strange events had been happening non-stop. I really didn't dare to revisit the journal my grandfather left behind. What kind of person my grandfather truly was? That question weighed heavily on my mind again. Only later did I learn that everyone, including Guang, Tukiang, Li Dazue, and Dong Tong, was risking their lives to help me solely because of the name Old Xia. My grandfather. From fragments of conversation I gathered how formidable Old Xia was. He was a highly respected figure in Jingyang's sect. Dong Tong then displayed the aura of a domineering female CEO, and said to us bluntly, let's get this straight, I decide the route. Now let me announce the route plan. Dong Tong saw that no one spoke and continued. First we head to the ancient poplar forest in Errol City. Errol City was 700 kilometers from Minfeng County, requiring a long detour. We had no idea what Dong Tong was up to, but the moment we heard the ancient poplar forest in Errol City, cold sweat broke out all over us. All of us were so startled that we nearly collapsed to the ground. This so-called poplar forest is a veiled reference to the 9-tiered corpse tower. Anyone with even a passing interest in paranormal events knows the peril of such a place. It wasn't built by an ordinary master but crafted by a grandmaster of feng shui. Let me first introduce a publicly known 9-tiered corpse tower in the archaeological community. Years ago, 2 farmers gathering firewood in the desert stumbled upon a 2-story high sand dune covered with coffins stretching for miles in every direction. The platform was constructed from interwoven poplar logs. The tomb was surrounded by bleached bones and poplar wood coffins, all of which were bottomless and lidless. Adults were buried together with females placed atop males. There were also numerous child burials totaling over 3,000 corpses. Because grave robbers inadvertently damaged the tomb's internal structure, and the Darim River dried up prematurely, the malevolent energy was released early, preventing any harm, which is why the authorities allowed it to be opened. But our destination was the Black Desert in Errol City. This 9-tiered corpse tower, which strikes fear into the hearts of insiders, was one of the most sinister tombs built during the era when sorcery flourished in the kingdom of Yutian. The Maoshan Secrets contains extensive records of Yutian's 9-tiered corpse towers. In short, this tomb formation evolved from the immortal slang array used by King Wu to overthrow the Shang dynasty, then modified with local witchcraft into an extremely malevolent burial site. Such tombs contain at least 3,000 bodies, sometimes tens of thousands. Within the industry, referring to the circle of Taoist cultivators, there is a legend. By the Tang dynasty, most of the 36 kingdoms of the western regions had vanished, their cities buried under shifting sands, their inhabitants disappearing without a trace. It's highly possible they were turned into 9-tiered corpse towers. For instance, the ancient city of Naya had 30 to 40,000 residents who vanished overnight. The city of Tsula with 70 to 80,000 people also disappeared in a single night. A 9-tiered corpse tower uses the malevolent energy of over 10,000 people who died violently to nourish a single corpse at the apex, cultivating it into an extraordinarily terrifying entity. The drought demon is already the most fearsome ghost in our circles, yet that thing could crush one like an ant. This tomb was less a burial site and more a mass grave. A common pit would be nothing but a fledgling before it. Its malevolent energy was several times stronger than even the most potent corpse-nurturing grounds. The most vicious, jealous ghost I've ever encountered wouldn't even amount to a snack for it. When I first read the Maoshan Secrets, I knew of such tombs, but I never imagined I'd one day have to go to one. So the old man had deceived me twice back then. What they visited wasn't the Western Lord's tomb at all. It was the 9-tiered corpse tower. Otherwise, my legendary grandfather shouldn't have suffered losses to mere exotic beasts. No doubt. Old man Li had tricked me again. Kid, why are you such a coward? Old Xia flattened an entire 9-tiered corpse tower on his own back in the day. It caused a stir throughout the industry. How can you call yourself his descendant? What? My archaeologist grandfather was that formidable Bald Strong who told you to say that? When old man Li hears of this, you're in for it. Li Dazue glared at Bald Strong and moved to cover his mouth. Bald Strong broke into a cold sweat. Kid, forget everything I just said. I was furious inside, cursing. Half-truths lead to a funeral pyre. Now I finally understood what the 3 Mao sovereign meant by a path to certain death. He wasn't referring to the minor tribulation of the ghost infant. He meant the great calamity of the 9-tiered corpse tower. The shadow over my heart grew even heavier. After all, wasn't the patriarch saying, "No road to heaven, no gate to earth"? Exactly describing this 9-tiered corpse tower, neither high enough to reach the sky nor low enough to touch the ground. We set off as planned. We were supposed to find a guide named Lyman, but the old coot shook his head like a rattledrum the moment he heard we were heading to the poplar forest, refusing to go no matter what. He just sold us a map for over 3,000 yuan. Dong Tong and the others bought several camels, loaded up the map, and we headed for the Black Desert. We arrived at a small oasis as the sky began to darken. Around 9 p.m. Beijing time. In Xinjiang during June it usually doesn't get dark until 10. The oasis was only the size of 2 football fields with a crescent-shaped pond. Oddly, there were signs of habitation, yet not a single person in sight. This area wasn't truly deep desert. Every 20 or 30 li there was a lake or oasis. Along the way we often encountered migrating herders and caravans, and reclamation convoys passed by regularly. We found a hut built of poplar, we'd settled in, cooked a simple dinner, and lit a campfire. With nothing to do at night, we sat around the flames, familiar enough with each other by now. I asked, "Miss Dong, why did we detour from Minfeng County to Errol City before entering the poplar forest?" Dong Tong smiled. "Someone's tailing us. I need to throw them off, so they can't figure out our destination." I took it as a joke and didn't think much of it at the time, but after lying down I mulled over her words. The more I thought, the more something felt wrong. Take the ghost infant that appeared first. Who would set up such an elaborate trap at Poets Bay just to deal with me? Back then I was so weak a few security guards could have taken me down. Why go through all that trouble? And why did Lu Jianguo happen to live right above my rented room? At Damao Town I clearly saw a Taoist figure during the paperman coffin procession. Targeting someone like me with all this seemed utterly unnecessary. Then suddenly I trembled. A thought so shocking it stunned even myself surfaced in my mind. Could they be targeting the Xia family and the old man instead? The thought filled me with even greater dread. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. That night the moonlight was pale and cold and it grew chilly. I strapped on my Qingming sword and took a solitary walk through the oasis. At its far edge I spotted a vast expanse of hami melons in the desert. There are hundreds of varieties of hami melons, and ripening at this time wasn't unusual. But such a massive field was a first for a southerner like me. This reminded me of some historical anecdotes about hami melons. During the Jiaqing era of the Qing dynasty, a Hanlin Academy editor named Hong Liangji, who recklessly criticized state affairs, was exiled to Ili. After 100 days he was pardoned. On his return east he passed through Hami and bought many melons. In his poem, From Hami to Kushipu, he wrote, 2 carts and a horse laden with finery. The rear carriage piled high with Dunhuang melons. 10 days in the Gobi starving for food, fortunate to encounter the melon season. He wrote, Dunhuang melons. An apparent slip that was no mistake at all. Hami melons had been tribute items for over a century by then. A scholar as erudite as him could not have been unaware of that. The Book of Han records, Duanhuang, anciently called Guazu, produces sweet melons. The largest ones are so big a fox can crawl entirely inside without its head or tail showing. According to the extensive records of the Taiping era, Consort Yin of Emperor Ming of Han dreamed of eating a melon and found it delicious. Coincidentally, Dunhuang presented a rare melon named Qianglong at that very time. And Qianglong sounds remarkably similar to Kuhong, what Uyghur people call sweet melons today. The so-called Dunhuang melon is in fact the Hami melon. I looked around, not a soul in sight, and thought, these might be wild Hami melons. What harm is there in picking one? So I crouched low, picked a yellowish-green melon, and turned to leave. Stop right there. The Nazagan costs a lot of money, Yasi. Nazagan is a Hami melon variety meaning iced sugar melon. A hoarse voice rang out. I turned to look at the old man. Instinctively I checked his feet. He had a shadow. It's a professional habit of mine. The old man was dressed as a Uyghur elder with a snow-white beard, standing in the melon field holding a ketman. Ketman means hoe. So I smiled and asked, how much? Money? No need. I want you to stay and watch the melon field. I figured he was joking and turned to leave. Boy, my melons are sweet enough to cloy. You'd eat yourself sick watching over them, Yasi. No. I don't want the melon anymore. That's not for you to decide. A strange cackling laughter erupted. I spun around. The old man wasn't smiling, but the sound unmistakably came from his mouth. A chill ran down my spine. Had I run into another unclean thing? I couldn't be that unlucky. Young man, the Dunhuang melons are free. Just stay and keep an old man company, how about it? As he spoke he picked a melon and split it open. Out came several fans which he waved about. Dunhuang melon was a term from 200 years ago. How did this old man know it? Could he be 2 or 3 centuries old? The more I thought, the more terrified I became. Could this be a mountain spirit? A mountain spirit isn't a ghost, but its resentment runs deep. At least 10 levels of malevolent energy. I was no match for it. Even Zhengyang might only manage a draw against it. When you encounter something like this, running is futile. I recalled a tale from the Maoshan Secrets. Legend has it that Shishir, the great beauty of the Yu Kingdom, once went to wash silk at the foot of Mount Jiluo. Returning late at night, she was seized by a mountain spirit on the way. The spirit wanted her to marry him, but she refused. The spirit had countless pomegranates. Those pomegranates could understand human speech, and each seed could transform into anything. He used them to amuse Shishir. She told him, if you can count all your pomegranate seeds, I'll yield to you. So the mountain spirit counted the seeds over and over, terrified of making a mistake. Meanwhile, Shishir turned one seed into a fine horse and slipped away. I used to laugh it off. Pomegranates only arrived in China during the Han Dynasty, so how could Shishir of the spring and autumn period know them? But now thinking back, maybe the story holds some truth. As the ancients said, famous figures are like archery targets. All tales are attributed to them. The Shishir we know is merely a layered construction of later generations. Uncertain whether he was a mountain spirit, I decided to follow the story's approach and asked the old man, can you count all your Dunhuang melons? If you can, I'll stay. Very well, Yaxi. I'll count them now. Wait for me. I watched him bury his head in counting and thought, who the hell would wait for you? I'm getting out of here. I tossed the melon aside and bolted. As I dashed into the poplar hut, a dark figure leaped down from the roof. I drew my Qingming sword ready to strike. In that instant the shadow lunged at me. Fast. Incredibly fast. Unbelievably fast. Before my Qingming sword could even leave its sheath, a flash of black light streaked past, and it was already upon me. I swung my left palm with all my might, aiming at the creature's face. It struck out with a red fork, but I twisted away like a startled swan, parrying with my sword and cleaving the fork in two. A spray of black blood splattered across my face, reeking of filth. The creature, seemingly enraged by the pain, straightened itself like an iron pillar and came crashing down with the weight of a collapsing mountain. I couldn't withstand the blow and was hurled backward. It twisted its body, coiling around me, and a bone-chilling cold seeped into my very marrow. I struggled to breathe, my face turning purple. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. A mountain spirit at the 10th level of evil aura would use spells, but its physical attacks would be weak. But this thing relied purely on physical attacks. Despite its incredible speed, there wasn't a trace of spiritual energy. What in the world had caught up to me? The creature lunged, and now it held me tightly, breathing its foul breath upon me. A face as large as a washbasin, eyes like glowing bulbs, a gaping maw split ear to ear, and two fangs gleaming with a cold white light. Its body was thick and coarse, clearly that of a giant python. My heart sank. Caught by a giant python. This was the end. It opened its massive maw, and a cloud of black mist mixed with saliva blasted onto my face. The nauseating stench made it impossible for me to breathe. My face swelled and turned purple. I desperately clawed at the python, but my struggles grew weaker. My vision blurred, and I was about to black out. Crack. It sank its fangs into my outstretched arm. In that instant my entire arm went numb, and a searing pain shot through my body like an electric current. I let out a roar of despair, a sound of utter hopelessness I had never known. A flash of white light, swift as lightning, slammed into the python, making it shudder. The white light flashed again and struck once more. The python, clearly hurt, released me and reared up, its body straight as a pillar. Whack. A howl of pain. The python whipped its long tail, sending the white light flying 5 or 6 meters away. It was a ball of fur. That incredibly fast streak of light, I could finally see it clearly. Seizing the opportunity, I leaped to my feet. The furball was trembling in the corner, too weak to fight such a monster. Even though it was a Baize, it was far too young. Seeing its fragile state, I was consumed by a burning rage. Just as the famous actor Zhang Bao said, this rage ignited a fire within my heart, and I felt my chest was about to explode. A terrifying power surged from the depths of my being. I raised my Qingming sword and struck the creature. My mind was a blank, my consciousness a blur. I swung the Qingming sword, my chest completely exposed. This reckless head-on attack seemed to startle the creature into a daze. My body felt imbued with boundless strength. My sword moved like a shooting star, fell like rain, and flashed like lightning. The creature was beaten back with no chance to retaliate. It opened its mouth to roar, but no sound came out, and it kept retreating. I felt a dark aura enveloping me, as if my body was draining the surrounding yang energy. The air suddenly turned frigid, almost freezing. A wave of searing heat spread through my body, and the Qingming sword emitted a faint, eerie glow. My blade seemed divinely guided. Cutting into the creature was like slicing through tofu or chopping into a cabbage. My sweat mingled with the creature's black blood as it fell, its form utterly unrecognizable. After what felt like an eternity, a figure leaped from behind and grabbed my waist, shouting, "Stop it. It's already pulp, what are you still hacking at?" I continued to swing my sword wildly at the creature for another 7 or 8 minutes. They stared at me, utterly stunned by my frenzy. It took a while for me to calm down. My arms were numb and I collapsed to the ground. Had some strange power erupted from within me when I lost my mind? I suspected it was some spell from the Maoshan secrets I had learned unconsciously taking effect, so I didn't think much of it at the time. But this power was incredibly potent, and I had no idea what its side effects might be. I looked back at the creature. It was now a pulp of flesh and black blood. I vomited violently. Only then did I realize how insane I had been. Li Dazue and Guang Tuqiang grabbed my limbs and carefully massaged me. After their kneading, my body gradually returned to normal and the swelling pain subsided. "Kid, you've got the spirit of old Xia." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Li Dazue gave Guang Tuqiang a sharp tug. Guang Tuqiang quickly asked, "Hey, you feeling better now?" Not far away, Zhengyang crouched on the ground, using his shrimp whisker sword to poke at some chunks of flesh. "Come take a look. What exactly did you kill? Isn't it a mountain spirit?" "I thought it was the spirit's original form." Zhengyang shook his head. "No. I've never seen a mountain spirit shaped like a snake." "A snake demon?" Li Dazue and I exclaimed in unison. A snake must undergo a long process to become a demon. If a snake lives for 100 years, a horn will grow on its head. After another 100 years, it develops human facial features. After 300 more, it gains a human upper body. And after 500 years, it can fully transform into a human. Only then can a snake demon begin to harm people. Xingyang shook his head, puzzled. Clearly it's similar to a snake demon, but it's definitely not one. If I'm not mistaken, it's a Xia Ji. Xia Ji. I found the Maoshan secrets in my backpack, and there it was. Xia Ji, red eyes, black body, serpentine form. This thing is sinister. It's neither animal nor plant, but a relative of the white bone lady. It's a monster formed from the spinal columns of many people fused together, absorbing the world's evil aura. It takes the form of a snake, which easily misleads cultivators. Xingyang said slowly. This thing is extremely rare. Without human intervention, it's almost impossible for it to form naturally. The Xia Ji originates from the human race. A cultivator would arrange human spines in a single-line serpent formation, and feed them with the blood of the living. It takes at least 300 years, sometimes thousands, to mature. To cultivate it in just a few years, there's only one way to refine it in a mass grave pit. Once it matures, it can shapeshift into human form, lure people into quicksand, and devour them whole. Xingyang's analysis made everything clear. I briefly told them about the old man selling hami melons I encountered behind the oasis, and led them to the sand dune. Under the moonlight I looked out and was stunned. There was no melon patch here. Just a vast expanse of quicksand. The quicksand was littered with skulls, thousands of them. We gasped, cold sweat trickling down our backs. The hami melons I saw were nothing but a field of skulls. That old man. Wasn't he the Xia Ji? Zhang also drew a sharp breath, his eyes twitching. This is a Xia Piao field of death. It means we've entered the influence zone of the 9-layered corpse tower. Xia Piao. According to the Maoshan secrets, a Piao is formed when the Earth's vain aura reverses, driving away all yang energy, leaving only yin energy, which stagnates and accumulates. Within a 10-kilometer radius, no living being survives. Villages turn to ruins. Similarly, a Xia Piao is a Piao in the desert. I'm certain these people in the quicksand died a violent death overnight. Gruesome. Li Dazue's eyes widened. So can we say that the people in this Xia Piao died to create the Xia Ji? Dong Tong, who had been silent for a while, hit the nail on the head. You could say that. So someone deliberately created this Xia Piao to cultivate the Xia Ji. Not necessarily. You could also say the Xia Piao is just a component of the 9-layered corpse tower. The Xia Ji is merely a guardian of this Xia Piao. After Xingyang's explanation, I finally understood why during the day within 20 kilometers of this oasis, I couldn't see a single person or even a bird. Since this Xia Piao is part of the 9-layered corpse tower, if we release the deathly aura, could we reduce the tower's evil energy? I thought for a moment and asked. This principle is akin to opening the windows of a sealed room to let the stale air out. The deathly aura is like a spring constantly welling up from underground. If we drain it completely, the evil energy should weaken. I once read a story in my grandfather's journal. There was a remote mountain village nestled among green mountains, and clear waters, a place of exceptional beauty. But the village's population never grew. Since 300 people settled there 3 centuries ago, every time a child was born, an elder would die. Thus the population remained around 300. Some said the village was cursed, others blamed the feng shui. Someone invited Li Geta to investigate. After surveying the land, he found the feng shui was not only flawless but exceptional. A cow hair land perfect for nurturing descendants. As for the curse, his compass detected no trace of evil aura. After over 10 days of fieldwork, he learned the truth from an old villager. The village's ancestral graves were located before a river. The river should have nourished the yin and yang and warded off evil. But unfortunately, after the graves were set, the descendants built a kiln mound on the riverbank, completely blocking the yin aura. External yang energy couldn't enter and the yin aura from the graves couldn't escape. When a new life was born, the yang energy would be disturbed, requiring a death to replenish the yin. This was a relatively mild form of Piao Di, causing minimal harm, yet its effects were still this terrifying. The 5 of us exchanged glances, and for once our decision was unanimous. Let's dig it up, we all said in unison. Before making a move following the heavenly secret art imparted by Lu Jianguo, I carefully circled the sand dune, conducting a meticulous observation. The Taklamakan Desert is a geomagnetic induction field on Earth. With abundant sunlight and the celestial movements of the sun and moon, it creates a core resonance with the Earth's magnetic field. Particularly the Xiaohatun complex near Lopner is essentially a magnetic core. The 5 elements of feng shui, dragon, acupoint, sandwater, and orientation, are known as the 5 geographic secrets to practitioners. The dragon, commonly called the dragon vein, refers to the rises and falls in the terrain's course, hence the name. Therefore, seeking the dragon vein is of utmost importance for the feng shui of both dwellings and graves. Feng shui arts speak of 9 forms and 5 postures of the dragon, all distinguished by the different patterns of mountain ridges. The Earth's veins are also said to have 3 major dragons, the North, Central, and South dragons, all originating from the Kunlun Mountains. This desert belongs to the Central Dragon, which passes through the Tianshan Mountains, crosses Hami, enters directly through the Yumen Pass, reaches the Chilean Mountains in Gansu, and its branches connect to the Taihang Mountains extending along the Yangtze River to the sea. By conventional reasoning, a sinister tomb shouldn't exist on this dragon vein. Yet reality clearly indicates that one does. A feng shui treasure spot can easily become a place of great evil. In fact, in the eyes of a top-tier feng shui master, arranging a sinister tomb on a dragon vein is a simple task. For instance, the famous dragonfly touching water technique involves inverting a coffin that should be laid horizontally. After 3 years it becomes an extremely ominous tomb, causing the descendants of the deceased to wither away completely. Some acupoints take over a century or even a millennium to reveal their sinister nature. This is what's called broken face onsu, producing an unmelting bone. The sinister tomb beneath the shifting sands before us is most likely a case of broken face onsu. The so-called broken face onsu is a term in feng shui. Onsu is one of the stars of the Big Dipper. It is auspicious if located in a dragon-hiding land. However, if cinnabar is mixed into this type of tomb, and with the precise accuracy of 1/10,000th of a degree of the precession of the equinoxes, over time the position shifts from onsu to the Pajun star, turning great fortune into great misfortune. This is the so-called broken face onsu. It can be deduced that the tomb owner was deceived before their death, believing it was an auspicious site at the time. But with the passage of time, it is now certain to be a tomb of great evil. Having found the theoretical basis, the next step is to determine the tomb structure. According to the sinister pattern of broken face onsu, this is definitely an ancient tomb. This type of tomb structure, apart from the sacrificial hall, has only a single passageway. The mound of earth behind the shifting sands before us resembles a millstone. The quicksand pit in this oasis was caused by the backfilling of extracted earth. A premonition strikes me: this tomb was oriented towards the west when it was sealed, and its current orientation should be 37 degrees west of north. I took out the Yanggong compass and, following the needle's indication, located the position 37 degrees west of north. Indeed, the sky above that area corresponded to the Pajun star position. If my guess is correct, the entrance to the tomb passage should be found. I found the entrance to the tomb passage, I exclaimed excitedly to the others. As they followed my pointing finger, their faces turned pale with fright. Buddy, that quicksand is treacherous. It's likely impassable. We must risk death to survive. Let's take the gamble. To be honest, if a person falls into quicksand, it's like falling into a specially made paste that gets thicker the more it's stirred. The more you struggle, the deeper you sink, and the more firmly you're held. At that point, trying to pull someone out is futile. Even if a limb were torn off, escape would still be impossible. Moreover, this sand dune is haunted by many restless spirits and vengeful ghosts. To cross the quicksand, one must use a tool similar to a rice seedling sled or a ski. A person sits on the sled and propels themselves with their feet moving as fast as the wind. A ski is much simpler. You just need to bind a wooden board to your feet and use 2 poles to propel yourself forward. We unanimously decided on using skis. We went into the oasis, cut down several trees, made the skis, and brought along tools like iron shovels. Zhang Yang was the first to step onto the yellow sand, gliding across like a swallow skimming the ground, reaching the mound in a few swift whooshes. Following him were Dong Tong Li Dazue and Guang Tuqiang. I was the last one. The moment I stepped onto the quicksand, the surrounding temperature plummeted to a terrifying degree. Especially around me, it became so cold that my breath formed visible white mist. A white fog rose before my eyes, obscuring both the moonlight and the sand dunes opposite. My scalp tingled instantly. I knew that hidden within the fog around me, pairs of eyes were watching me. My calves were trembling, and worse, they began to cramp. My hands shook as I glided into the quicksand zone. I don't know why Li Dazue could see me through the thick fog, but he yelled out, "Don't be nervous, don't be nervous." Soon after he shouted again, "It's just sliding across some quicksand, and you're this excited. What a pathetic loser." I was furious. I was scared, not excited. As I slid across the quicksand, a hand suddenly shot out from the sand. It had no flesh at all, emitting a pale light from its bony fingers, clawing wildly at the ground. Damn it! The other 4 crossed without any trouble. Am I just a magnet for disaster? I intended to go around it, but the hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed my foot firmly. What the hell? I swung my sand staff, chanting the golden light mantra, and struck the hand with all my might. The hand emitted a golden flash and shattered into pieces. I thought to myself, after all, I have some cultivation. Why would I fear a low-level ghost like this? Just as I was feeling smug, the sight before me made me freeze in shock, a scene I will never forget for the rest of my life. Countless skeletal hands emerged from the quicksand, densely packed and overlapping each other, leaving no room to even place a foot. I was so frightened that I let out a scream. From the other side, I heard Zhengyang's voice, "Kid, are you alright?" I couldn't even bother to answer him. Soon after, Li Dazue's voice came again. "Haha. Young Master Xia is so scared he's having a fit." Hearing this, I cursed loudly. Damn it all. Are these ghosts specifically targeting me? I drew my Qingming sword and, like a female driver who mistakenly hits the accelerator in a crowd, I viciously slashed at those ghastly white hands. Their fingers were cleanly severed and the ground became littered with bones so thick you could scoop them up by the handful. The sword light flashed again and countless arms were severed at once. Kid, have you lost your mind? Zhengyang was the first to notice something was wrong with me. He flew to my side as lightly as a dragonfly skimming water. He grabbed me, and with a single light touch on the sand dune leaped to the other side. I only heard a rush of wind in my ears, and before I knew it we were at the base of the dune. There's something seriously wrong with you, kid. I'm telling you over here, don't go getting yourself into trouble. Li Dazue said somewhat angrily. We all crossed easily. What's your problem, kid? Do I even need to say it? He's attracted some filthy thing. Dong Tong chuckled. See, classmate Xia, didn't I tell you that you wouldn't make it? Hey, look at this. What is this thing? Zhengyang seemed to intentionally break the awkward situation. We all followed his pointing finger. Our faces turned white simultaneously. There emerging from the quicksand was a stone stele with Chinese characters inscribed on it. When the mystic stele emerges, the 9 extremes are complete. When the quicksand settles, the city of wind and dust appears. The calligraphy was extremely neat, resembling the style of the Han Dynasty's Zhongqian, steely, powerful and vigorous. Combined with the stele's ancient, weathered appearance, it couldn't be a modern forgery. This stele is definitely from before the Western Jin Dynasty. Zhengyang's brow twitched slightly. 9 extremes. Could this be the legendary 9 extremes sinister tomb? If so, this is going to be very difficult. I had thought the 9-layered corpse tower was just an array formed by 9 tombs. I didn't expect this guy to be so extreme, using the 9 extreme sinister tomb as the basis for the formation. The so-called 9 extreme sinister tomb consists of the central point extending to the 8 extreme directions. It uses the 9-layered corpse tower as the center, surrounded by 8 sinister tombs. These 8 sinister tombs are interconnected by underground water veins, allowing the malevolent energy between them to be transmitted through the earth and water dragon veins to the 9-layered corpse tower, providing it with an inexhaustible supply of power. Hearing Zhengyang's explanation, our scalps tingled. Should we dig this tomb or not? If we dig, there are definitely things like unmelting bones, or even worse, creatures like Han Ba. If we don't dig, my deadline is fast approaching. While we hesitated, Dong Tong decisively spoke up. Is this all the ambition you have? We dig. This kind of 9 extreme sinister tomb is arranged according to the 8 trigrams connecting the 9-layered corpse tower. For example, the position of the sinister tomb is at the Kan position. Kan in the 8 trigrams is formed by 2 broken lines above and below. This tomb is highly likely to be a quicksand tomb. The sealed mound symbolizes the upper Kan, and the quicksand symbolizes the lower Kan. I wouldn't have known this myself. If I hadn't recently become familiar with the Maoshan secrets and my grandfather's work logs, I definitely wouldn't have known that a tomb at the Kan position is almost certainly a quicksand tomb. There are only 2 ways to deal with a quicksand tomb. The first is a large-scale archaeological excavation, removing the quicksand from the top. Obviously, for such a large operation we don't have enough time. The second method is to build walls to hold back the sand crawling, and digging while constructing the wall simultaneously. Although this method is time-consuming and laborious, it can reach the bottom of the tomb. Soon this plan was also ruled out. Even if we had enough time, where would we find this much timber? Speaking of quicksand tombs, I couldn't help but recall a folk legend. The burial chamber is completely filled with fine sand, and before filling, the sand is heated in a fire. The outer coffin chamber is filled with a large amount of fine sand, and then earth is compacted to reinforce the 4 walls. The heated sand is dry and highly fluid. Once a thief's tunnel breaks into the burial chamber, the surrounding sand will flow into the tunnel like water, and it's rare for any tomb robber to survive. Years ago, a gang of tomb robbers dug into the Chu tomb at Gua village, Shaanxi, Hunan province. The one in the lead broke through the wall and entered the tomb passage. After discovering the burial goods, he couldn't wait to pick up the bronze vessel in front of him to examine it. But unexpectedly, the moment he gently touched the bronze vessel, fine sand suddenly rained down from the top of the burial chamber, followed by piles of large stones. Seeing this, the robbers tried to flee, but the cascading stones blocked the tunnel exit again. These massive stones with edges as sharp as blades were unworked, and each one was capable of killing a person. All the tomb robbers were buried alive. This tomb, over 2,000 years, was raided by tomb robbers at least 17 times, yet it remained undamaged. A flash of inspiration struck me, and I suddenly remembered the Maoshan secrets. According to the records in the Maoshan secrets, there is another method for dealing with this kind of quicksand tomb. Speaking of the method recorded in the Maoshan secret compendium, it is called the kestrel tumble technique. This technique reminded me of the story of Wang Engshi and Lu Gongfu. Back then, someone told Wang Engshi that if the waters of Liangshan Marsh were drained, tens of thousands of acres of fertile farmland would be gained. Upon hearing this, Wang Engshi began to worry, and went to ask the historian Lu Gongfu how to dispose of all that water. Lu Gongfu teased Wang Engshi, saying, "That's easy. Just dig a pit beside it as large as the marsh, and you can channel the water into it." What do you think, sir? It became a well-known joke at the time. I thought of this story because we truly needed to dig a pit beside the tomb to drain away all the quicksand. The quicksand flowing from the tomb chamber into other tunnels resembled the kestrel's tumbling motion in Peking opera, hence the name. My decision to use the kestrel tumble technique was also well-founded. Because this tomb was situated in the desert, its terrain was slightly higher than its surroundings. If I could bore a channel through the quicksand layer, the sand would surge out through it, and in less than a moment all the quicksand within the tomb would be completely drained. We connected the threaded steel pipes and attached the auger head. I stamped a few marks on the ground with my foot to indicate where to start digging. Bal Chong first secured the auger head, then used a short-handled hammer to begin driving it down. I kept one hand on the pipe, feeling the conditions below. When we had hammered in 13 sections, I felt the bottom of the probe loosen, and I said, "Got it." We pulled the auger up section by section. When the last piece came out with a clump of soil, Bal Chong removed the head and brought it over to show us. Li Dazue and I turned pale simultaneously, and even Zheng Yang let out a gasp. The sand was mixed with a large amount of cinnabar. The cinnabar and sand combined looked like congealed blood clots. Finding cinnabar in a tomb wasn't necessarily strange by itself. In tombs from the Western Zhou period, cinnabar was often found at the bottom. It was used to ward off ghosts and evil spirits. The ancients were superstitious, believing a ghost called Fangliang existed that stole corpses and souls, and only cinnabar could repel it. There was also a sinister type of cinnabar tomb, whose purpose was to suppress evil. After the tomb was completed, a layer of cultivated soil was placed over the virgin soil, then a layer of plaster mud, then another layer of cultivated soil, and finally the sealing work was done with a mixture of red earth and cinnabar. It was said that the surface of such a tomb seal would display a bewitching blood-red color that wouldn't fade even after 1,000 years. If the tomb were in a damp region, it would look like grabbing a handful of congealed blood. If it had recently been drenched by rain, the entire ancient tomb would continuously seep fine red droplets, as if it were bleeding. This was the principle behind the blood corpse tomb at Baize Ridge in Changsha. But finding cinnabar in a quicksand tomb was a completely different matter. Here the cinnabar served neither to ward off evil nor suppress malevolence. This type of tomb was extremely rare. Even among the 4 great grave-robbing clans, only the Touchgold sect encountered one during the 3 Kingdoms period, and it nearly led to their extinction. It was too ferocious. Cinnabar in witchcraft was akin to pure yang blood. Mixed into quicksand, it meant the blood was still flowing, allowing both yang energy and yin energy to circulate continuously through the tomb. This meant that the entity within the tomb had its corpse, and even its soul sealed, unable to be reborn. Over 1,000 years resentment festered, and the tomb's baleful aura surged. Moreover, the cinnabar had channeled a massive amount of quicksand inward. Something's wrong. I pinched a handful of quicksand, frowning. According to the Maoshan secret compendium, sticky sand is yin and loose sand is yang. This quicksand clearly had a massive influx of yang energy. What was going on? Could it be that this thing sealed for 1,000 years harbored no resentment at all? I couldn't explain it for the moment either. Based on where the probe had landed, Zheng Yang marked out a digging area. He roughly determined the quicksand layer's position, which fortunately wasn't too deep, only about 7 or 8 meters below ground. What we needed to do was dig a channel about 10 meters long to divert the quicksand into a nearby depression. Bal Chong worked like a veteran grave digger with decades of experience. His 3 cyclone shovels spun so fast that he was down 7 or 8 meters in no time. Li Dazue, despite his scrawny frame, was surprisingly skilled at moving earth. With a series of whooshing sounds, he carved out a channel over 10 meters long from the sand. Then Li Dazue jumped up, tossed aside his shovel, and yelled, "Done!" Boom! Boom! The quicksand carrying rocks surged out like a massive wave through the channel we had pre-dug, producing a deafening roar. Fine sand and boulders flowed for a full half-hour before the quicksand was completely drained. As expected, once the quicksand was gone, a brick wall was revealed beneath the opening. The wall was extremely smooth, without even a single crack. I rapped on it, but there was no echo. Dong Tong ran her hand over it and exclaimed, "With ancient methods it's impossible not to have a single seam." I replied, "This type of tomb brick uses an interlocking mud brick structure. One side is concave, the other convex, so 2 bricks fit together perfectly. That's why it can be as smooth as a mirror. Kid, that's easy. Just pull out 1 brick and the wall structure is compromised." Hearing Zheng Yang say this, I couldn't help but laugh. This wall didn't even have a seam. How could you pull out a brick? Blow it up with explosives. These bricks were the same kind used for the floor of the Golden Throne Hall in the Forbidden City. Even dynamite would only blast out a small dent. How could ordinary mortals like us pull one out? While I was lost in thought, Zheng Yang ran 2 fingers up and down the wall. With a soft pop, a brick was pulled cleanly out by its root. We were all stunned. How much strength did those 2 fingers have? Inside this double-layered brick wall there are mechanisms. When moving the bricks you must be extremely careful. If even a single spark is created by friction, we're done for. We carefully, with great effort, dismantled the brick wall. Sure enough, a layer of fire dragon oil was encased in a brittle leather pouch. Once broken, it would ignite upon contact with air. We carefully buried the fire dragon oil in the sand, and only then completely removed the tomb wall. Kid, you've got skills. It's a shame you're not a grave robber, Li Dazue said unexpectedly. I was caught between laughter and tears. We weren't grave robbers, but what difference was there really? In fact, ancient grave robbers had used this method many times before. As we walked through the tomb passage, illuminated by our mining lamps, we discovered a robber's tunnel. The tunnel was round. This is a tomb from before the Tang dynasty. I finally had a chance to show off in front of these boors. Bald Chong was amused. Alright kid, tell me, how do you know it's pre-Tang? I knew this like the back of my hand and didn't bother to be modest. Tombs before the Tang dynasty were often vertical shaft tombs. A vertical shaft tomb is dug as a pit from the ground with stone slabs, supporting the top of the burial chamber, then covered with a mound of earth. The soil accumulation in such tombs is very thick, so only a round robber's tunnel can provide sufficient structural support. After the Tang dynasty, tombs were often carved into mountainsides with thick soil deposits, so they dug square tunnels. You have to crawl through a round tunnel, but you can walk upright through a square one. So the shape of the robber's tunnel is a clear indicator of its era. There's this much knowledge in it. Truly every profession has its own expertise. I, Li Dazue, am convinced by you, kid. Brother Li, the knowledge here is vast. We mountain movers are the least knowledgeable of the 4 great clans, and even we have a secret manual over 3,000 pages long. And what about the people who dug these tunnels? They're all dead. Dong Tong said coldly. I had initially had a decent impression of her, thinking she was a carefree girl. But after spending these past few days together, I realized she wasn't just cold. She was quite dark-hearted. Sure enough, as we followed the robber's tunnel, we encountered 7 or 8 more tunnels of various shapes along the way. Holy shit! There's even an old-school cell phone here, Li Dazue exclaimed. I looked at his pathetic reaction and could barely contain my laughter. That phone was a model popular 10 years ago, meaning this tomb had been visited by grave robbers within the last decade. Who would dare rob a tomb like this? Xingyang seemed to mutter to himself. Soon the robber's tunnel changed from round to triangular with a dense framework of poplar wood supports. We hunched over and continued inward. Bald Chong was in the lead. Before long we heard him yell, "Damn it, ghosts!" Normally someone like Bald Chong, who had encountered many bizarre events, wouldn't scream like that. Several bodies lay scattered on the ground, completely reduced to bones. From their remains one could vaguely tell they had been through a fierce fight. The spinal columns of these people were all snapped, twisted apart while they were still alive. One of them had 5 holes in their skull, as if made by 5 fingers being driven in. The deaths were so horrifying that it was no wonder Changgu screamed like that. Logically, his courage was among the best of us. Either he was a coward at heart or this thing was truly too terrifying. We paused to carefully examine these bodies. It was genuinely creepy and bone-chilling. Honestly, if I had seen it without warning, I would have screamed too. Probably even louder than him. After a moment, I carefully surveyed the surroundings, and roughly pieced together in my mind how these people had died. No doubt these were grave robbers. They had evaded the quicksand dug upward from the tomb's base and entered the burial chamber. They encountered something unclean inside, were driven by it into the corridor, and were then broken at the waist and killed. At that thought, I felt cold sweat trickling down my back and my face turned green. Between the fright and the prolonged labor, my chest felt tight. Coupled with the bite from the sand scorpion on my shoulder, its venom was also taking effect. My vision went black and I passed out. My eyelids were fluttering as I vaguely saw a dark shadow drift past in the corridor. It was definitely none of the 5 of us. I didn't have time to think further, the thing flashed and vanished. What on earth was that thing? In the end, I couldn't resist the venom and fell unconscious. When I awoke, once more night had fully fallen. My mind remained hazy, my body drained of all strength. Not only did my wounds throb with pain, but even the slightest movement of my arm sent agony rippling through my entire frame. The one staying by my side was that icy woman Dong Tong. She appeared somewhat weary. During my period of unconsciousness, she must have been the one tending to me. Feeling any better? Dong Tong asked as soon as she saw my eyes open. Though her face remained as frosty as ever, a hint of concern had crept into her voice. She handed me a bottle of water, having already twisted off the cap. I hadn't expected this woman to be so attentive. At this moment I truly lacked the strength to even open a bottle cap myself. After taking a sip of the water, she offered. A wave of relief washed over me. I nodded and said, "Thank you." Dong Tong shook her head silently. Having spent 2 days with this woman, I had gained some understanding of her temperament. I knew she wasn't one to initiate conversation, yet now I found myself unable to read her. So I asked about our current situation. This time Dong Tong explained things in detail. Due to my sudden collapse, the group had no choice but to temporarily retreat from the tomb chamber and rest in the poplar wood hut. During this time Xingyang had drawn out the corpse poison from me. while Li Dazue and Guangtou conducted a brief patrol around the desert area. They indeed spotted a group of foreigners who had entered the desert under the guise of tourism. A conflict broke out with Li Dazue, but after Guangtou laid one of them out with a single punch, they fled in panic. Zhang Yang had made a careful examination of the tomb chamber, and discovered it was a mother-child tomb. The entity residing within was in all likelihood a cultivator of considerable skill, sealed by malevolent energy preventing the ninefold absolute malice from fully penetrating the tomb. As for where the mother tomb lay, that was harder to say. So much had happened in just half a day. I felt rather embarrassed by it all. I had become the group's dead weight. Earlier Huang Sanshin had slapped me and left behind corpse poison. In simple terms, this poison was like a gaseous navigation device. Wherever I went, ghosts and monsters followed. This time I was bitten by a sand viper and contracted an even more potent corpse poison. Unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon me in my misfortune. The new poison collided with and was absorbed by the viper's own corpse venom. I pondered many things, then turned to look at them with a face full of gratitude. After composing myself, I asked Dong Tong what our next move should be. We go back down into the tomb. I stared at her as Dong Tong let out a soft sigh. Xingyang happened to walk in just then. He glanced at me and said, "Some things you can't just give up on no matter how much you might want to. Even when you know the path ahead leads 9 times out of 10 to death, you still have to steel yourself and press on. In the martial world, one is often compelled against one's will." That's exactly what this means. Old man Xia was like that back then, and so are you, and so am I. With that, Zhang Yang flicked his long sleeve and drifted away. I watched his retreating figure and sank into deep thought. His words seemed laden with hidden meaning. As soon as my injuries had healed enough, the group descended once more into the tomb passage, venturing deeper and deeper along its length. As I passed through the brick and stone archway, I thought I glimpsed something in the darkness smiling at me. But it vanished in an instant and I saw nothing more. The tomb chamber was pitch black. Following the records in the book of etiquette regarding burial arrangements, I roughly located the position of the sacrificial lamp and lit it with my flint. It was an ever-burning lamp said to be made from mermaid oil, capable of lasting 1,000 years without extinguishing. The lamp burned bright and clear, illuminating the entire chamber without a wisp of smoke. No sooner had we stepped into the chamber than a roaring sound erupted from outside the tomb passage. A hurricane wind laden with yellow sand came blasting in, the noise akin to thousands of wildebeests stampeding in unison during their migration. Dong Tong's brow furrowed as she shouted, "Damn! It's a black sandstorm." A black sandstorm had also occurred in the spring of 1979. In just a single day, over 250,000 tons of dust fell per square kilometer in the Chema and Ruoqiang regions alone. A testament to its devastating ferocity. Wherever the black sandstorm swept through, man and beast alike were buried. Let alone this tunnel we had dug. So we have to spend the night in here. O Great One, within your humble servants request but a single night's shelter in your treasured abode. Please do not curse us, we beg of you. We all glared at Li Dazue. Damn it! When had this fool become such a coward? We'd already dug up the man's grave. What use were these empty platitudes now? Li Dazue seemed to read our thoughts and grinned. Just going through the motions. While I was still fixated on the black sandstorm, that idiot Guangtou had slipped off somewhere. He suddenly jumped onto a large wooden crate, grinning. "There's good stuff in here." Hearing this, Li Dazue's face split into a wide grin, and he scrambled up after him. Standing unsteadily on the crate, he nearly toppled off. "Buddy, it's just a few headless mummies in this box. What's there to be so excited about?" Guangtou laughed. "I don't see mummies. All I see is gleaming gold." With that, he tore several strings of gold and silver jewelry off the corpses and stuffed them into his robes. These two hopeless idiots. In a deadly tomb of ninefold malice, and they were still ogling treasure. Guangtou even jumped right into the crate, kicking the corpses aside to fish out bracelets, jade discs, and other precious artifacts. I was furious. What the hell was this? Those crates held human sacrifices buried as offerings. Were these two jumping into the crate, hoping to be buried along with the dead? "You two idiots, get down now. Careful, the tomb master drags you down as burial companions." Only then did they reluctantly climb out, their packs bulging with loot. At the center of the main hall stood a sacrificial altar upon which were laid the 3 offerings and 6 livestock, along with countless lacquerware, porcelain, and other burial goods. One of the crates was wrapped in iron sheeting, yet bore not a trace of rust. Within the tomb chamber was enshrined a statue of a Buddha, wearing an enigmatic half-smile. It donned a Vairocana crown, held a 9-ring staff, and was draped in a kasaya robe of brilliant brocade. It sat atop the back of a roaring beast with lotus flowers beneath its feet. Flanking the shrine were carved a couplet in Chinese characters. "Until hell is emptied, I vow not to become Buddha. Only when all sentient beings are delivered shall I attain Bodhi." I hadn't paid much attention at first, but when I suddenly looked up, I noticed that although the Buddha statue was carved in the Gandharan style, the drapery of its robes followed a consistent technique with the Chao style of wet drapery. Logically speaking, Buddhist statues found here should have been influenced by Roman and Indian sculptural styles. A statue with such distinctly Han Chinese characteristics had no business being here. Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva, the Lord of Hell, was the superior of the 10 kings of Yanluo. By all rights, he shouldn't appear in a place like a tomb chamber. Could it be that this tomb held some enlightened master in need of protection? Xiao Xia, what are you thinking about? Something's off here. This doesn't look like a tomb from any of the 36 kingdoms of the western regions. Oh, I agree something's not right. Why does this tomb look like a Buddhist shrine? What the hell is this place? What the fuck would you know? Guangtou Chang shot back at Li Dazue. Li Dazue spat a thick glob of phlegm onto the ground. This is called professionalism, you get it? You dumb strong. Guangtou Chang was about to retort when Xingyang suddenly barked. Enough. Both of you stop arguing. If I'm not mistaken, this chamber is meant to suppress something sinister, to hold down the master of the tomb below. And that master below is something terrifying. Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva is the Lord of Hell. All ghosts and demons fear him. You think the black sandstorm is just a natural phenomenon. Isn't that obvious? Did we cause it or something? Exactly. This black sandstorm is caused by the malevolent energy released from the tomb. To be honest, I didn't believe a word of this nonsense. These sandstorms are actually whirlwinds carrying sand and soil. They are a disastrous weather phenomenon resulting from the interaction between wind and sand. Their formation is inextricably linked to factors such as the greenhouse effect, deforestation, vegetation destruction, species extinction, and climate anomalies. Sandstorms also cause soil erosion, damage vegetation, and pose serious threats to human health. But they are definitely not caused by sinister winds or malevolent energy. It was only later when Xingyang explained further that I began to understand. It was precisely because we had breached the tomb and released the accumulated Yin energy that the malevolent force had gathered and surged skyward. At that moment, the underworld received an alarm akin to a beacon fire. It blew forth a sinister wind and a vast black miasma rolled in, followed by the passage of ghostly soldiers. The passage of ghost soldiers typically signifies a great war in the underworld or a place where massive numbers of people have died, requiring large-scale deployment of ghost troops to search and apprehend. According to ancient legend, those who died in battle or in disasters would not enter reincarnation for thousands of years, their souls left to drift in a state of limbo. They retained the habits of their final moments. If they had been soldiers, they would still obey their former commanders. This sliver of lingering consciousness made them utterly terrifying and fearsome. In essence, the place we were in was an extremely inauspicious ground. Once opened, it severely disrupted the balance of yin and yang, inevitably drawing out ghost soldiers in force. But there was another possibility: the ghost soldiers had died in fierce combat, and a wisp of resentment remained, unquenched yearning for one final battle against their living enemies. Only after enduring this underworld war could they dispel their grievances and finally return to dust, re-entering the cycle of reincarnation. As for the true motives of these ghost soldiers, I couldn't fathom them at all. Surrounded by ghost soldiers outside and with who knows what master inside, we found ourselves caught between a rock and a hard place, unsure of what to do. Guangtou Chang peppered his speech with "damn it all," and sounded quite formidable, but he was actually a coward at heart. He plopped down onto the ground. Ghost soldiers passing through. That's fucking terrifying. It's scary as hell outside the tomb passage, and who knows how vicious the master of this tomb is. I let out a bitter laugh on the side and didn't bother with him. You're still worried about the tomb's master. Worry about surviving tonight first. This legion of ghost soldiers has clearly come for this very tomb. Though it was a procession of ghost soldiers, our group was not to be trifled with. I had after all fought an iron corpse and battled a jealous woman ghost. Not to mention the Shachui we had slain just days ago, a fearsome foe in his own right. And Zhengyang was an enigma unfathomably deep. Even against ghost soldiers we might hold our ground for a time. With this thought my mind was somewhat eased. Forget the damn ghost soldiers for now, let's thoroughly search this tomb chamber. Right, Li Dazue said, suddenly alert as he began to scout around the chamber. If we don't get a lay of the land in here, we might not be done in by what's outside, but by what's in here with us. His words made sense to us. As we scrutinized the tomb chamber, the more we saw, the more it felt wrong. It wasn't so much a tomb as it was a Buddhist shrine, and a hidden one at that. We all knew Buddhism in India was split into early and new schools, branching into the Mahayana school led by Nagarjuna and the Hinayana school led by Kasyapa and Ananda. The Hinayana school was transmitted from the Yuezhi kingdom in the western regions to the White Horse Temple in the central plains. Later Bodhidharma brought the Dharma to Shaolin Temple, marking the beginning of the Mahayana school, which eventually evolved into the fully Sinikized Chan sect. This tomb chamber didn't resemble a Mahayana structure, but rather bore the characteristics of the Hinayana tradition. According to records, in the 1st century BC, Buddhism was introduced to Khotan. The king of Khotan was a devout believer, and actively promoted the Dharma, ardently building temples, adorning Buddha statues, and painting murals throughout the kingdom. Buddhism achieved supreme status in Khotan, making it a holy land of Mahayana Buddhism. The records of Buddhist kingdoms by the Jin dynasty monk Faxian Great Tang, records on the western regions by the Tang monk Xuanzang, and the Tibetan text, the Annals of Khotan, all contain extensive descriptions of the Buddhist kingdom of Khotan. Since the introduction of Buddhism, Khotan was the most prosperous place for incense and worship in the Darim Basin. As the birthplace of Chinese Mahayana Buddhism, it was the first destination for many eminent monks from the Central Plains on their westward journey for scriptures. It could be said to be the little western heaven of Chinese Buddhism, a convergence point of the Dharma. The tomb chamber measured 2 meters from north to south and 1.7 meters from east to west. The Buddha statue was pressed against the north wall, and the murals were exquisitely detailed. Its scale and intricacy could only be compared to the No. 1 Buddhist temple ruin at Damagu Taklamakan. This could also be interpreted as the burial site of an eminent monk, where the Buddhist shrine was deliberately sunk into the tomb and placed atop the true burial chamber. This burial method shares the same principle as the river burial custom of the Chu state during the Warring States period. It was said that Wu Zishu, to flog the corpse of the king of Chu, had the river diverted and the grave dug up to unearth the king's tomb. If that's the case, though this tomb chamber is small, the engineering feat would have been immense. In the Mughal Empire of India, there were many instances of temples and monks being buried together. In 1992, Indian archaeologists discovered a similar burial site. So which eminent monk of the Khotan kingdom does this tomb belong to? Damn it, this mural style is similar to the Zhu Ran tomb. Li Dazue had heard me talk about the Zhu Ran tomb, which yielded many lacquer paintings. He had also searched for the murals on his phone, so he had some memory of them. I took a closer look. Indeed, the mural style was very distinctive. Most tombs in the Khotan area featured Gandharan style, at most incorporating some Han Dynasty line drawings. However, the murals in this chamber were less like paintings, and more like brick carvings with large amounts of vermilion and black pigment applied to the carved recesses. This was a typical Han Dynasty style. The murals were quite simple, with fine dense lines bearing some resemblance to the early style of the Dunhuang murals. Brother Xia, what story is this mural depicting? Wait, let me take a closer look. The first mural showed a foreign monk with a high nose and curly hair sitting cross-legged on a high platform holding palm leaf sutras. Below, a Han Chinese man was prostrated on the ground, seemingly receiving teachings devoutly, while several young monks stood by in attendance. This mural depicts a foreign monk transmitting scriptures, and a Han man receiving the precepts. The second mural showed a wandering monk trudging through a vast boundless desert, carrying a pack on his back, and a horsetail whisk in his hand like a monk on a westward journey. This depicts a monk journeying west in search of the Dharma, traversing the desert facing immense hardship on his journey. The third mural showed an old monk holding a sutra scroll and trusting it to a disciple about to embark on a journey. He gazed far into the east with reluctance, his eyes revealing a deep affection for the east, an emotion that one who has realized the emptiness of the 5 aggregates should not display. After studying this mural, I thought carefully and said, if I'm not mistaken, the monk in this mural should be Zhu Baize from the 3 Kingdoms period. Brother Xia, don't kid me. Zhu Baize. Ha ha ha. Next you'll say Sun Wukong. Ignorant. Dong Tong sneered, glancing coldly at Li Dazue. Zhu Shisheng, a renowned monk of the 3 Kingdoms period, whose Dharma name was Baize, studied under the Indian Vinaya master Tanhakara. Zhu Shisheng was the first to ascend the ordination platform and receive the precepts, becoming the first Han Chinese monk in Chinese history, and also the first monk to journey west in search of the Dharma. After becoming a monk and receiving the precepts, Zhu Shisheng studied and lectured on the smaller Prajnaparamita Sutra in Luoyang. He felt that the translation was incomplete in conveying the true meaning. The original translators had deleted much of the content they didn't fully understand, leaving the lectures unclear and disjointed. Hearing that a complete version of the larger Prajnaparamita Sutra existed in the western regions, he resolved to travel far to find the original. In the year 260 AD, he set out from Yongzhou, northwest of present-day Chang'an, crossed the shifting sands of the desert, and arrived at the kingdom of Khotan around present-day Hotan, Xinjiang. There he indeed obtained the Sanskrit original of the larger Prajnaparamita Sutra. He stayed there to copy the text, writing out 90 chapters over 600,000 characters in total. In 282 AD, Zhu Shisheng sent his disciple Ferrying and others to deliver the copied scriptures back to Luoyang, while he himself remained in Khotan, where he later passed away at the age of 79. Boy, are you saying this might be Zhu Shisheng's tomb? If the murals are accurate, it's highly likely. The fourth mural was quite strange. It depicted a temple being buried underground. Beneath the temple was a deep pit filled with many figures of all kinds, much like an ancient Chinese tribute painting. However, those figures had pale faces and half-closed eyes, seemingly devoid of any vitality. This mural seemed to have no connection to the tomb's occupant, and I couldn't understand it. These people didn't look like burial objects either. This mural, I can't yet decipher its meaning. Perhaps it depicts the funeral procession for the tomb's occupant. A funeral procession. Then where's the coffin? The mysteries here without supporting texts I can't fully comprehend either. I stared at the mural lost in thought. Others were also examining the murals while some seemed to have their minds elsewhere. Guangtou Chang seemed like a brute, completely uninterested in all this, barely managing to listen through my explanation. Guangtou Chang seemed to have a dizzy head from listening. He crouched low and headed for the exit, striding forward as if in a great hurry. Naturally, we had to stop such reckless action and asked, "Where are you going?" "An old monk's tomb, what's there to rob? There's a chilling wind outside, I'll go grab a door panel to block it off." "Out of sight, out of mind. Don't go." It's fine, it's fine. Perhaps it was our negligence, but we let Guangtou Chang go out to block the door. Who knew that the just placed door would be knocked down with a loud bang? We saw Guangtou Chang sprint back in, rushing to my side before collapsing onto the ground. His fat face was deathly pale and he kept muttering, "Paper. Paper figures. Paper figures." Li Dazue frowned and said, "Guangtou Chang, can you speak clearly for once? What paper figures? Look at you, scared shitless. What the hell do you know? That thing was terrifying." Guangtou Chang exclaimed dramatically. While I was blocking the door, I picked up a piece of jade and felt a chill on my ass. I turned around and saw a paper figure and it was smiling at me. Scared me half to death. I had a quick thought, spat hard and slammed through the door to run back in. The ghost soldiers must be here. Xingyang, carrying the Chunjun sword on his back, flew out of the tomb without a second glance. A whirlwind carrying a chill blew in. After about 10 minutes, Xingyang, who had just rushed out, finally returned. However, his hair was disheveled, his clothes were torn in several places, and he looked somewhat disheveled. Without a word, he pulled out a stack of yellow talismans from his person, took 2 out and slapped them on the door. Then he quickly came to us and pressed the remaining talismans into our hands, instructing, "Put these on all doors and windows. Quickly." Li Dazue's face changed dramatically upon seeing the talisman in his hand. "Xingyang, what exactly is out there? Why are you even using these talismans?" A flicker of fear passed through Xingyang's eyes. He gritted his teeth and uttered one word at a time, "Ghost soldiers demanding passage." As soon as Xingyang finished speaking, everyone in the tomb chamber's face changed drastically. Even the furry creature in the backpack began to stir restlessly. According to the Maoshan's secret records, the phenomenon of ghost soldiers demanding passage could be attributed to the following 3 scenarios. The first scenario was a major battle in ancient or modern times involving large-scale bloody conflicts where soldiers were killed. Most of them died far from home, their resentment unresolved. Over the years they grew into ghost soldiers controlling their own territories. When they encountered their mortal enemies from their lifetime, these ghost soldiers would launch attacks until both sides were severely wounded or a victor emerged. The second scenario was when ghost soldiers from the underworld came to the mortal world to conduct large-scale captures of souls. Ghost soldiers and ghost messengers were actually 2 different concepts. Ghost messengers had a low status in the underworld, similar to ancient errand runners. In essence, they were lackeys for ghost kings and nether commanders coming to the mortal world to collect the souls of the dead. Ghost soldiers, on the other hand, were different. Their status in the underworld was that of a regular army, the troops raised by the ghost kings and nether commanders. When natural disasters such as earthquakes, floods, or famines struck the mortal world, causing massive loss of life, the underworld would become overcrowded. When ghost messengers were insufficient to capture all the souls in the mortal world, ghost soldiers would appear in large numbers, aggressively capturing those souls who refused to enter the cycle of reincarnation. The third scenario was war in the netherworld itself. The reason the netherworld war occurred. The Yellow Springs, or what is commonly known as the underworld, is actually divided among countless feudal domains. Besides the supreme ruler, the 10 kings of hell, each faction has its own ghost marshals. I once read Ji Xiaolan's notes of the thatched abode of close observations, which raised a fascinating question. The world is vast with countless races, so why is it that spirit mediums always see Chinese ghosts? If the old smoker had known that the underworld was also divided into territories, it would have been easier to understand. Had the secret records of Maoshan not documented these matters, I too would never have known the true cause behind the ghost troops' passage. A ghost army's passage could involve as few as dozens or as many as tens of thousands. They are more terrifying than desert army ants. Before their arrival, they often announce themselves to residents with abnormal weather phenomena like sandstorms. In truth, if you simply stayed home and slept soundly, you would generally remain safe. But in our current situation, the ghost troops were clearly targeting this ancient tomb. The ghost soldiers covered the mountains and fields, surging toward us like a rising tide. They would still take some time to reach us. We had a brief moment to catch our breath. We looked back at this ancient tomb, a mere 4 square meters in size. It contained no coffin, nothing but a few Buddha statues and a single chest. Who exactly was the master of this place that the ghost soldiers feared it so? So far, the entity here didn't seem hostile toward us. We had no choice but to focus entirely on dealing with the ghost soldiers, so we all turned our gaze to the yellow talismans. With these celestial master talismans, we might just survive this calamity. Li Dazue's eyes lit up instantly as he began to explain the names and purposes of these talismans. These talismans were called secret talismans of the three teachings true spirits. They were divided into 5 types: the Taoist Patriarch Talisman, the Supreme Sage Master Talisman, the Sakyamuni Buddha Talisman, the Guanyin Spirit Talisman, and the Patriarch Lu Talisman. The Hall of Three Sages in the Chongyang Palace, the ancestral court of the Chuanjin sect, enshrines the 3 teachings of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. The Water Curtain Cave in Wui Mountain also worships the 3 sages. These talismans were placed before the altars of the 3 teachings, and received the 5 offerings of incense flowers, burning incense, food, and lamps. After a full cycle of 49 days, they were fully imbued with spiritual energy. They were made by mixing red toad powder with cinnabar using brushes made from a virgin's hair. At least a cultivator of the true person level was required to paint them with complete concentration, and even then only 3 could be completed in a day. Such was their rarity. The 3 teachings seem completely unrelated, but in truth Taoism governs the heavens, Buddhism rules the earth, and Confucianism guides humanity. This talisman combined the secret arts of all 3. As long as every crack and opening was sealed with these yellow talismans, the areas they guarded would be as secure as an iron fortress. Zheng Yang had pulled out an entire stack of these true spirit talismans at once. He had clearly spared no expense. The thing outside the door was truly terrifying. Had it not been for these talismans' protection, we would have certainly met our doom. After hearing all this, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Dazue and I quickly sealed all the openings while Dong Tong and Bald Chong were equally busy pasting talismans over every crack in the tomb passage. Are you sure there are no gaps? Zheng Yang asked. If even one crack is left unsealed, those things can still get in, and all our efforts will be for nothing. After all our rummaging, the quicksand tomb chamber indeed had many openings. I recalled that the Diting statue beneath the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva at the rear seemed to have its mouth wide open. As I was observing the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, I noticed Diting appeared to be opening its mouth as if to speak. Its mouth was pitch black, and I could clearly tell there was a hole beneath it, though I wasn't sure whether that hole connected to the underground or to the outside. At the thought, my heart skipped a beat. Without wasting time on words, I lunged toward the Ksitigarbha statue, reached into my robes, and shouted in alarm, "Does anyone have any talismans left?" Everyone checked their robes, but all replied they had none left. I shuddered as a chilling wind blew from Diting's mouth. It was unlike any natural wind. It was icy cold and piercing, making every inch of my skin and every bone in my body feel numb and weak. This bone-chilling cold was not something one could endure from the depths of one's heart. It was not like the biting winter wind that stings the skin, nor was it the shivering cold of a blast of freezing air. It was an extreme cold that emanated from within, spreading outward. A cold that could only be felt by those who had experienced utter despair, helplessness, or at least the agony of a broken heart. This cold was terrifying, infinitely terrifying. My scalp tightened and I shuddered violently. An eerie wind rising for no reason could never herald anything good. My face turned grim. Gritting my teeth, I drew my Qingming sword with a sharp clang. From Diting's mouth came a sound that made my scalp crawl. A sound so dreadful that even the word fear could not describe it. It was like a sound rising from the very depths of hell. A single soft whisper was enough to instill a lifetime of dread. It was utterly beyond comparison to the manufactured sounds in horror films. A deathly pale hand with nails like iron hooks emerged from Diting's mouth. Then came a sound: croak, croak, croak. A roar like a toad's croak, yet also like a blunt instrument striking a skull. I had never heard such a sound in my life. An indescribable fear made my scalp prickle and my whole body tremble. Damn it all, let's fight. I swung my Qingming sword down at that hand. Even if you're the thousand-hand Guanyin herself, I'll chop you into a broken-armed Venus de Milo. I was making a metaphor here, of course, as everyone knows the Venus de Milo is famed for the beauty of her missing arms. My sword came down and the hand was severed. I had expected at least the clang of metal against stone, but it was cut through with astonishing ease. However, I celebrated too soon. The severed hand slapped against the ground, then shot up into the air, fingers curled into a grip and seized my calf with the strength of iron pincers. I was startled, but something even more horrifying awaited me. From Diting's mouth squeezed out a flattened head. A head that looked as if it had been run over by a massive truck with eyeballs and teeth crushed out of the skull. Then a flat, squashed body followed. I felt a wave of nausea. Naturally, in such a cramped space, Zhang Yang and the others had already noticed. In an instant, the thing, like a sheet of paper, had completely squeezed its way out of Diting's mouth. The paper-thin figure, missing one hand, slowly rose to its feet, opened its mouth wide, and began greedily sucking in the chilling wind. Its body inflated like a balloon being filled with air. The severed arm waved toward my leg and the grip released. The hand flew back to its body and reattached perfectly. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? More terrifying than the ghost soldiers. We watched helplessly as the thing walked right past us, stepping on our yellow talismans without the slightest effect. It walked out of the tomb passage. Then one after another 70 or 80 paper figures poured out of Diting's mouth like a stream. Despite my terror, I could clearly make out their appearances. They were soldiers, warriors clad in typical Han Dynasty armor wielding ring pommel swords. Their faces were deathly pale, some with missing limbs, yet they carried themselves with immense pride. Then more paper figures, generals astride Fergana horses, galloped out, charging toward the battlefield. This is about to erupt into a full-scale underworld war. It seems we guessed the beginning right, but got the ending completely wrong. When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. Let's just hide in the tomb and watch. Outside, the sandstorm had subsided, replaced by a layer of pale, thick fog. But the fog could not obscure the blood-red eyes of the ghost soldiers, eyes filled with venom and hatred. We all felt as if we were sitting on pins and needles under the gaze of those ghost soldiers. We stood frozen in place, a vague feeling nagging at us that their attire was strangely familiar, yet none of us could recall where we had seen it before. Roar! Suddenly a sharp, furious shriek erupted from among the ghost soldiers. A ghost soldier at the very front suddenly accelerated and charged straight toward us. Its speed was incredible. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the entrance of the tomb passage. But the warriors on our side were even swifter. With a single light slash, they cut the ghost soldier in two. When ghost soldiers strike, the soul is scattered and the spirit is destroyed. At Xingyang's casual remark, my face turned green in an instant. Li Dazue and Bald Chong broke out in cold sweat, and even Dong Tong, that cold girl, had her complexion changed. These ghost soldiers must have fought a battle near here. The ones charging out of the tomb are Han Dynasty warriors. So these ghost soldiers must be the enemies of the Han army. The Xiongnu. I carefully recalled the ghost soldiers' equipment. The Xiongnu wore typical Kuja clothing. A short left lapel jacket on top and trousers with a closed crotch below, with leather boots on their feet. In terms of function, such clothing was windproof and warm, well suited to the cold, windy climate of the northern steppes. In terms of material, it was clad in hides and furs. As for hairstyles, the peoples of the Altaic family, accustomed to wearing leather caps year-round, due to the cold, found that long hair would congeal with sweat and breed lice within the caps, leading to scalp infections. Thus they practiced the custom of tonsure, shaving their heads. Due to the shamanistic belief that the crown of the skull was the gateway for the soul, a single lock of hair was left on top. The Xiongnu left it on the left side, the Ruran on the right, and the Manchu in the center. But the principle remained the same. When I finished explaining all this, I realized Zhengyang and the others hadn't been listening at all. All four of them, 8 eyes, were staring intently out the window. First came the thunderous roar of 10,000 horses, followed by the clash of metal, the sound of a vast army in battle. The scene was utterly magnificent, and we were all dumbstruck. The two armies are engaging. Between the Han and the Xiongnu, 400 years of struggle had seen countless brutal battles. It was only under Emperor Wu of Han's relentless campaigns that the Xiongnu were gradually pushed into a disadvantage. The Han-Xiongnu battles in the western regions, fought far from home, were no less brutal than the campaigns of Wei Qing and Huizubing that had trampled the Xiongnu underfoot. The Empire's soldiers had once displayed their might in foreign lands, and now, even in death, they fought for their lost glory. The ferocity of this battle was in no way inferior to any that had ever occurred in history. For those of us who witnessed it firsthand, this great battle of the ghost soldiers was so cruel and bloody that it would be etched in our memories forever. Soon the commanders on both sides had arranged their formations, and a monumental underworld war was about to erupt. At that moment, the dense fog began to slowly dissipate. Muffled thunder rumbled across the sky, and the black clouds pressed ever lower. Within the clouds, bolts of lightning like silver serpents streaked across the sky. The deafening thunder was drowned out by the piercing clamor of battle, the clash of weapons and the roar of charging steeds. From the mouth of the mythical beast, Ting soldiers poured forth endlessly. This continued for about half an hour, until the last soldier leaning on a cane had marched out. The tomb chamber fell into a silence as profound as death itself. The spectral soldiers seemed to ignore our presence, allowing us to observe the tomb chamber freely. Seeing the soldiers had all departed, we too turned our gaze toward the entrance of the tomb passage. The glare of the lightning drained the color from our faces. Xingyang gestured for me to watch quietly. A great battle of the underworld like this, if caught in the crossfire, one's very soul could be scattered. Beyond the oasis in the desert, the Xiongnu spectral soldiers, commanded by a general clad in fur hat and coat, galloped forth at breakneck speed. With a mighty leap, their horses easily cleared a sand dune 5 or 6 meters high, carrying their riders to the summit. Then a resounding horn call pierced the air. Its tone was so magnificent, its rhythm like a surging sea. Could this be the song of the great wind? The melody echoed in my mind. This was a quintessential Chu-style melody. Melancholy and somber, yet not without its grandeur. It was the very tune played on all sides when Liu Bang cornered Xiang Yu at Gaixia. Upon hearing the horn, the Han army immediately began to muster. Cavalry wielding long halberds spurred their horses and charged out of formation, while the infantry behind them followed in orderly ranks, seasoned veterans of countless battles. The horn call, like the release of 10,000 wolves, sent the Han forces surging towards the Xiongnu ranks. A young general on a white horse like an arrow released from its bow cleaved through the enemy lines and plunged into their midst. The 3,000 Xiongnu spectral soldiers maintained a somewhat orderly formation at the front. But after the white-clad riders charged, the middle ranks descended into chaos. The rear ranks were as scattered as ants lost in a maze, utterly disordered. A fierce gust of wind laden with sand swept in, revealing a hastily approaching troop of spectral soldiers. Their attire marked them as soldiers of the kingdom of Karasar. It was clear that the king of Karasar was hesitating, holding back his forces to observe the battle, hoping to swoop in and claim the spoils of a weakened victor. The Han army was preparing to charge. Could these be the Han troops from the time of Bangu of the Western Han dynasty? A Han detachment on the left flank launched an assault on the approaching reinforcements. Seeing the ferocity of the Han advance, the enemy's leading general wheeled his horse around and retreated, galloping more than 10 li before stopping. The Han forces gave relentless pursuit, crashing into the enemy ranks and beheading countless foes. The Han center, which had been advancing slowly, suddenly received an order. In an instant they deployed into a wide formation, and with a sharp whistle they flew into the attack. Within the distance of a single arrow shot, the two cavalries charged at each other once more. In the blink of an eye, the two iron tides collided head-on in the open field. At the point where the two torrents of steel met, a blinding flash of white light erupted from the grinding metal. The thunderous pounding of hooves drowned out all cries and screams. A single soul-shaking thud echoed as the leading horsemen smashed into each other. In the very first wave, countless riders were thrown from their mounts. The Xiongnu spectral soldiers seemed to gather their wits. They tightened their formation, and their vanguard, eyes blazing red, charged forward. Even those who fell were trampled into pulp by those behind, reduced to nothing but ash. Under the sheer ferocity of the initial Han charge, their offensive was momentarily halted. The battle grows ever more intense. This is less a battle of spectral soldiers, and more a recording of a great war from ages past. I let out a sigh as I watched. This kind of tragic spectacle was beyond what any film could capture. My blood ran hot with excitement. At the very moment of the initial clash, black blood flowed freely, men and horses tumbling to the ground. Those who fell were trampled into mud by the cavalry that followed. The Xiongnu spectral soldiers, seemingly inexhaustible, quickly fragmented the scattered Han forces into several isolated pockets. 2 units of the Han army fought with renewed vigor, hewing down countless Xiongnu heads as easily as reaping wheat. Wave after wave of charges was repelled by the Han soldiers. Life had become incredibly cheap here. Those trampled into the mud were mourned by no one. The Karasar cavalry turned back and launched an attack on the Han forces. They fanned out from both flanks, swinging their sabers in a ruthless slaughter of the Han troops. That small contingent of Han soldiers was utterly annihilated. Ashin! The Xiongnu spectral soldiers let out a guttural roar. Through the chaos I vaguely made out the word. In the Xiongnu language it meant, forward. The word still exists in the modern Mongolian language. A Chu song then arose, and I could faintly discern a phrase. Those who offend our mighty Han, though distant, shall be punished. What a powerful declaration. Those who offend our mighty Han, though distant, shall be punished. It was indeed awe-inspiring and domineering. The morale of the Han army soared. Charge! The Han forces swiftly reorganized, pulling their elite cavalry to the front, and forming a one-line serpent formation. The one-line serpent formation, as described in military texts, means if the enemy attacks the head, the tail responds. If they attack the tail, the head responds. And if they attack the center, both head and tail respond. In this formation, if the enemy attacks, it's as if we open our arms wide, inviting the fatal strike, only to snap shut around them, breaking their blade in two. The Han army stood in a line stretching for several li. Cold, ruthless eyes seemed to suddenly blaze with fierce light. The Han general, personally overseeing the battle from horseback, continuously patrolled the perimeter of the formation. In the distance, a white horse came galloping towards them. The rider had broken through the enemy's thousands upon thousands of troops, emerging unscathed. He returned to the front of his own lines, lightly guided his horse to turn, raised a long spear, and charged back into the fray. He raced towards the enemy and thrust his spear directly at the mount of the king of Karasar. The king's guards, raising their wooden shields, clustered in front of him, letting out furious roars. The spear was upon them. With a thunderous crash, the spear point shattered the 2 massive shields in its path, sending the soldiers hiding behind them flying through the air. With a flick of his spear, the white-clad rider nearly unseated the king of Karasar. He fainted with his spear before the king's eyes, then thrust forward rapidly. A flash of blood. The king of Karasar was dead. Spectral soldiers have no blood. Where did this king's blood come from? Yet the ferocity of the battle quickly suppressed this question in my mind. The Han army surged through the breach like a tide. More cavalry directly charged the shield wall. The first row was in complete disarray, with more and more gaps appearing in the shields. The Karasar spectral soldiers had almost completely lost their will to fight, left to be trampled by the Han forces. Nothing but ashes remained. A dark shadow flashed through the tomb chamber. Zhengyang's body gave a slight shudder, his face turning extremely grim, but he quickly regained his composure. To catch the bandits, first catch the king. It's time for us to act. Kid, I'll go and slay the Xiongnu general. You draw the spectral soldiers away from me. With that, Zhengyang's expression changed. A flicker of confusion passed through his eyes, and he added, these spectral soldiers are completely immune to my talismans. If we let them fight on, none of us will survive. He then turned to Li Dazue and said, Brother Li, that thing in the tomb, we know not its intentions, whether it bodes good or ill. You Guangtou and Dong Tong must stay vigilant. Zhengyang vanished in a flash of white light, but before long he leapt back into the tomb chamber. I observed from the ridge just now. The Xiongnu army has a Chanyu commanding them, hiding in the oasis. Give me 10 minutes and I'll take that bastard out. Kid, you draw the spectral soldiers away from me? Everyone looked at me in unison. Of course I knew what they were thinking. Damn it, why is it always me? Li Dazue chuckled. How many times have you been possessed now? He was right, or in the past month alone I'd been possessed 3 or 4 times. But then I thought, they're all risking their lives for me. If I don't go, I'd be betraying our brotherhood. I steeled myself and stepped out of the tomb passage. The moment I did, I was almost dumbstruck. The Xiongnu soldiers were a dense, impenetrable black mass. While I was still hesitating, a streak of white light shot out. Zhengyang, moving like lightning, charged straight towards the oasis. His speed was beyond human capability. Screw it, let's do this. I heard a rough voice behind me say, Kid, if you're truly in mortal danger, do you think we brothers would just stand by and watch? I thought to myself, damn, if they were real brothers, they wouldn't be sending me to my death. When these spectral soldiers kill, it's not just a simple death. Your soul is scattered to the winds. Having your soul scattered means you lose even the chance to be reborn. A black aura still lingers over your forehead. It's getting fainter and fainter. That furry ball Mao Tuan actually spoke up at that moment. Once while walking at night, my hands were full with heavy objects, so I had to hold a luminous pearl in my mouth to light the way. Unexpectedly, this casual act led me to a secret. Holding this Gongya pearl in my mouth, I could not only understand the language of birds, beasts, and insects, but also what Mao Tuan was saying. Seeing that the fog was still heavy, I put the pearl in my mouth and slung on my backpack. Damn! Mao Tuan, you idiot, you're cute when you're quiet, but the moment you speak you're insufferable. This is an omen of uncertain fate. It means tonight is a great tribulation for you. Survive and you'll emerge reborn from the fire. Die, and there'll be nothing left. Mao Tuan added further. So are you coming with me to fight our way out? I wouldn't dare. These intangible beings, I dare not lay a hand on them. Too much accumulated in energy is bad for my growth. That unscrupulous Mao Tuan, trembling with fear, scurried back into the tomb chamber and hid behind the statue of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Guangtou Chang pulled out the ancient jade he had picked up earlier, claiming it was a top-grade talisman against evil, and forced it into my hands. As I turned, he gave me a swift kick, sending me tumbling out of the tomb passage, and then slammed the entrance shut behind me. How ruthless! Outside the tomb passage, a cold wind howled through. The ancient jade in my arms began to glow like a treasure. It looked like charcoal from the outside, radiating a reddish light, but when I touched it, it was as cold as ice, piercing to the bone. I thought to myself, could this be the legendary Death Jade? According to the secret records of Maoshan, Death Jade produced in Yunnan is plain in appearance. It has the ability to absorb resentment and can trap the souls of ghosts and monsters. It can be redeemed through the power of yang energy. Guangtou Chang was lucky to have found such a treasure. With something like this protecting me, what did I have to fear? I pulled out the Death Jade. The air around it suddenly dropped in temperature. I planned to hurl it at the charging spectral soldiers to capture their souls. But unexpectedly, the jade shattered with a crack. Just like that, it broke. My heart sank to the depths. I cursed loudly. Guangtou Chang, damn your ancestors. What kind of piece of junk did you give me? It was clearly a counterfeit. I had no choice. I bit my tongue and sprayed the blood onto the Qingming sword, then charged into the midst of the spectral soldiers. Ahead, 7 or 8 spectral soldiers swung their blades at me. The 7 or 8 ghost soldiers swung their curved blades at me, each stroke carrying a chilling wind and a mournful howl. The blades, corroded by time, were rotten and brittle. I met them head-on with my sword, and as the light of my blade traced across their surface, they snapped in two. My edge continued into the ghost soldier, cleaving half its shoulder away. There was no black blood, no severed limbs. The ghost soldier dissolved into a wisp of black smoke and vanished. The surrounding Yin wind grew fiercer, the biting cold burrowing into my very pores. More and more ghost soldiers converged upon me. Realization dawned. My profoundly Yin constitution was a beacon to these entities. Yet fear had left me. As I raised my sword, my thoughts seemed to slip beyond my own control. Over there, Xingyang, like a streak of white light, charged into the ranks of the ghost soldiers. Like lightning tearing through thick clouds, he leaped and twisted midair, a swallow skimming low. The light of his pure abyss sword flashed and 3 or 4 ghost soldiers dissolved into black smoke. Soon ghost soldiers countless as ants surged past Zhengyang and rushed towards me like a tide. Their momentum was overwhelming, threatening to sweep all before them. When two forces meet, the brave one prevails. I had to fight for my life, hoping Zhengyang could slay the ghost chieftain quickly. But I noticed a strange phenomenon. Ghost soldiers attacking the tomb passage were repelled by a burst of golden light, turning to ash. The passage was safe for now. I had no worries behind me. The Heavenly Master's bronze seal in my pocket emitted a faint golden glow. The light shot out like blades, and some ghost soldiers were clearly intimidated by it. However, events took an unexpected turn. The bronze seal didn't intimidate the ghost soldiers, it enraged them. A horde of ghost soldiers with hollow blood-red eyes brandished their curved blades frenzied, and a piercing screech filled the air. "I'll fight you to the death." I let out a roar, a sound so alien to my own ears. Hysterical didn't even begin to describe it. Looking back, it was utterly mad, frightening even myself. That roar startled the few approaching ghost soldiers, forcing them back several steps. They hesitated, weapons in hand, seemingly deliberating whether to charge. I knew that only by moving forward could I survive. The ghost soldiers finally charged, engulfing me like a flood. This was the moment of life or death. Only a madman can survive the harshest circumstances. To defeat your enemy, you must be 100 times more ruthless than they are. Before I could even think, the ghost soldiers raised their blades and struck. 3 blades came down at me. I instinctively blocked with my azure sky sword, the air whistling with the impact. The force drove me back a few steps. Another gust of wind brought a cloud of yellow sand that stung my eyes, blinding me. I shut my eyes tight and swung wildly in the darkness. Soon searing pain erupted across my body as several blows landed. The pain ignited a cold fury within me. I knew no formal martial arts, only a book on street fighting I'd once read. Its illustrations were crude and brutal, its style raw, but it was practical. Following the book's instructions, I swung the azure sky sword with all my might, aiming for the ghost soldier's vital points. Crack! A ghost soldier's curved blade coming at my face was snapped clean off by my sword. Ghost soldiers were corporeal spirits wielding the weapons of their mortal lives. After 1,000 years of decay, those weapons were brittle and harmless. This unrestricted combat style worked wonders. Every move caught the ghost soldiers off guard. I stabbed one down, another rushed in, and I kept cutting them down. I felt like I was in the very nest of the ghost soldiers. The energy was bone-chillingly cold, like being plunged into an ice pit. The ghost soldiers cared nothing for my pain. 7 or 8 blades thrust at me at once, forcing me to leap back several steps. My Heavenly Master's bronze seal flashed even brighter. Its scorching light temporarily drove back a few ghost soldiers. Crack! I swiftly drew back my azure sky sword and brought it down on a ghost soldier, cleaving it from head to shoulder. Its curved blade fell into the sand. The severed head and shoulder tumbled across the ground before dissolving into black smoke and vanishing. 2 more ghost soldiers flanked me. The bronze seal emitted a beam of light, instantly burning one of them to ash. So the Heavenly Master's bronze talisman was a treasure, but it needed to absorb enough baleful energy before it could deliver a killing blow to the ghost soldiers. Who knew how long it would take to replenish that energy after this burst of heat? The ghost soldiers were both drawn to and terrified of the spiritual energy emanating from the bronze seal. This was why they swarmed endlessly, ignoring their chieftain. Understanding this, I clung to the seal even tighter. Since I'd promised Zhengyang to draw the ghost soldiers away, I would fight to the bitter end. Another ghost soldier swung its blade at me. I heard the wind whistle past my ear, and I thrust my sword out. The blade snapped in two with a crack. The residual light of my sword sheared off the ghost soldier's head. It rolled away, tumbling 3 or 4 meters across the ground. The severed head came to a stop, its hollow eyes still staring fixedly at me. A curve formed at its lips. A sinister smile that sent chills down my spine. That smile chilled me to the bone. But perhaps driven by bloodlust, my spirits soared. I thought, to hell with it. 1 is a fair trade, 2 is a profit. By now I had completely lost sight of Zhengyang. The Han soldiers had finished off the Yanxi ghost soldiers, but were strangely slow to encircle the remaining ones. I didn't understand their tactics, but I was certain that if I held on just a little longer, my chances of survival would greatly increase. After several clashes, I realized the ghost soldiers retained fragments of their former intellect. But the only memories left in their minds were the most glorious moments of their lives. Their attacks were ferocious yet rigid and unchanging, their charges were bold, but their techniques were ancient and clumsy. I had completely figured out their patterns. My azure sky sword began to emit a faint azure glow, as if it hadn't tasted blood in a millennium and was reveling in the slaughter. A blade is forged to end conflict, and sometimes meeting violence with violence is the most direct and effective way. I held the sword before me, alternating hands on the hilt, slashing forward with each step I took. With this technique, I successfully cut down dozens of ghost soldiers. It wasn't that they were weak. In their prime, any single one could have killed me easily. But 1,000 years after their deaths, with their intellect all but gone, they seemed pathetically fragile before me. And so I charged left and right through their ranks, relying on the azure sky sword to cut down countless foes. The ghost soldiers surged like a tide, rushing past me like the wind, yet they ignored me, refusing to turn and face the Han soldiers. I was swept along in the torrent of ghost soldiers, my only option to keep fighting. In the space between life and death, I forgot everything else in the world. My mind held only one word: kill. Tack, tack, tack again. I don't know how long I fought. A mere 10 minutes felt like an eternity. My arms ached, my whole body throbbed, and I could barely lift my sword. The tide of ghost soldiers showed no sign of ebbing. A few more came at me, and I struck back without hesitation, each vanquished foe dissolving into black smoke, vanishing without a trace. I had fought my way across the quicksand and into the oasis. I didn't even know how I'd crossed it. In any case, I had reached the enemy's core. My heart leaped with joy. Despite my exhaustion, a surge of manic energy invigorated me. Where the hell was Zhang? I couldn't see him at all. Whether he was alive or dead, I had no time to care. In the throes of death, a person can only look out for themselves. I charged into the oasis, but the grove of trees was eerily empty. Not a soul in sight. I walked under the shade, feeling a suffocating energy. There was nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. I could only press on through the cold, searching. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several iron arrows whizzed past my head, the cold metal grazing my scalp. A cold sweat broke out over me. I knew I'd walked into an ambush. I'd read a few novels about counter-reconnaissance. In this situation, staying still is often safer than moving recklessly. I slowly crouched down, then crawled forward on my belly. Reaching a bush, I rolled sideways and slipped inside. At that critical moment, more iron arrows whistled down. One arrow pierced through my pant leg, pinning it firmly to the ground. I drew my sword and cut the fabric away. Following the angle of the arrow with my eyes, I quickly deduced its origin. The arrows were shot from above. An arrow fired from the ground needs a high arc to achieve distance, so it falls at a steeper angle and embeds itself more shallowly. But an arrow shot from a height due to gravity falls at a shallower angle and penetrates much deeper. I had identified the source. Just then more arrows whistled down. I estimated there were 2 or 3 hidden archers. If I didn't eliminate them, they'd not only be a threat to my life, but also a grave danger to Zhang. I held my breath in the bushes, peering up through the gaps. On 2 treetops I spotted the archers. They were expert hunters, perched high in the branches, secured by belts tied to the limbs. They were scanning for targets, ready to loose their arrows at the slightest sign of movement. Seeing this, I devised a plan. I shook the bushes around me with a branch, creating the illusion of movement. The ghost soldier took the bait, firing 2 arrows with a whoosh. Damn, what an idiot! I thought. I drew my azure sky sword, affixed a divine thunder talisman to it. And with a sudden surge, I stood up and hurled the sword with all my might at the archer. A flash of azure light streaked through the air, impaling the ghost soldier clean through before the sword clattered to the ground. Damn! I forgot I only had one sword. What about the other one? As I threw the azure sky sword, the ghost soldier on the other treetop revealed a sinister smile. It spun 180 degrees, aimed its arrow at me, and loosed. The iron arrow flew towards me with a piercing shriek. An iron arrow shot towards me from the treetops with a swift whoosh. A streak of white light like a shooting star pierced the darkness of the night. As the light grew closer, I could hear the howling wind. Seeing the arrow about to pierce my chest, I closed my eyes, awaiting death. I still have too many dreams unfulfilled, and the road of life ahead is still long. No, even if there's only a fraction of a second left, I must dodge. Only by striving is there hope. I swiftly turned my head aside. It was this split-second decision that saved my life. The arrow flew in but an instant, yet it felt like an eternity had passed. Waiting is the most terrifying thing. With a sharp clang, a white light grazed past my brow, leaving a bloody gash on my cheek. My mind went blank. It was a long moment before I opened my eyes again, searching carefully for where the white light had fallen. A long sword cleaved the iron arrow in 2, its blade burying itself halfway into the ground. Boy, you've got guts. A voice followed seemingly right next to me, yet echoing like a sound from a valley. I followed the sound and saw the treetops in the distance undulate as if a snake were slithering through the grass. A figure like a bird in flight came bounding over the branches. As the person drew near, it was Zhang. I asked curiously, "Did you kill the ghost Chanyu?" Zhang replied, "That thing got away. From afar I saw a dark shadow on the treetops shooting cold arrows, so I intervened to save you. Gratitude for saving my life need not be spoken." I looked at Zhang with grateful eyes, and he gave a slight nod. "Boy, those things are coming again. Are you scared?" With that, Zhang leaped up, grabbed the sword embedded in the earth, and gave it a gentle tug. The treasured sword burst free from the soil, trembling slightly, yet not a speck of dirt clung to it. In such a dark place, it still emitted a dazzling light, appearing like a living snake. As the sword flashed before my eyes, I noticed a faint dark red stain on its blade, a hint of bloodlust before it was sheathed. I couldn't help but shudder, asking, "This? This isn't a bloodthirsty sword, is it? The so-called bloodthirsty sword refers to ancient famous blades, and swords forged with the lifelong essence and soul of great masters. Therefore, on the night of the full moon each month, they must be sacrificed with human blood. Otherwise their sharpness diminishes, and they grow dull and lusterless. It is also said that a treasured sword rarely leaves its sheath, but when it does it must taste blood. If not fed with blood, the sword will cry out at night and its sheath will tremble. Boy, you're the third person to recognize it. I was about to ask a question, but he made a gesture for silence. Sure enough, before long the sound of horse hooves came from the mountain path, quite chaotic, belonging to at least a dozen riders. The riders were all Yin soldiers, heavily armored and wielding long spears. The hooves carried a chilling wind. Xingyang, with a light tap of his toes, leaped up, covering over 10 meters in a single bound. After several leaps, he was already 100 meters away. The eerie wind howled, leaving me alone in the spot, shivering uncontrollably from the cold. Boy, don't be afraid, I'm here for you. Look at you trembling with fear. I'm not scared of anything. I'm just cold. Cold, understand? I was about to retort when a strange feeling flashed through me. Damn it! Is there a third person here? I dared not turn around, asking with a creeping dread. Who are you? It's me, your brother Li. You ungrateful bastard, have you forgotten me so quickly? Only then did I turn around and see Li Dazue poking his head out from the bushes. You! How are you here? I had a stomach ache and needed to shit. They kicked me out, so I hid in these bushes. You get in here too, it's safe, not a single Yin soldier around. Coward! I scoffed dismissively. Hoisting my Qingming sword, I charged towards Xingyang's direction. The Yin soldiers split into two groups. The left group, wielding curved sabers, had already circled behind Xingyang. The other group, armed with long spears, surrounded him from front and back. Both groups shouted loudly and attacked simultaneously. Xingyang sidestepped, slightly dodging a few curved sabers, then twisted his body like a snake, weaving left and right as several spears thrust down from behind him. Xingyang stretched out his left hand, grabbed hold of a spear shaft, and snapped it with a slight twist, breaking the long spear in two. Spears and sabers fell like a torrential downpour. Xingyang drew his pure June sword from his back, seized a Yin soldier's arm, and swung the blade in one fluid motion, cleaving half its skull. The sword's momentum didn't stop, and it felled the horse as well. He swept the sword in a circle before him, then raised the tip and slashed towards the 3 or 4 soldiers behind. The group of Yin soldiers, shocked and terrified, responded with a flurry of swords and spears. The Yin soldiers' blades and spears fell like rain, but with a gentle flick from Xingyang, they all shattered with a clatter. Xingyang let out a mighty roar. Die! He leaped into the air, executing a Buddha's shadowless kick, the sword spinning along with his leg. A row of heads tumbled to the ground, and in an instant a plume of black smoke rose before him. A whole troop of Yin soldiers was wiped out within just 2 sword strokes. I watched spellbound until a sudden howl jolted me back to reality. Another group of Yin soldiers charged in, surrounding a towering dark figure. Xingyang thrust his sword forward, seemingly about to strike, when a loud clang rang out. His hand shook and a red light flashed before his eyes. Without a moment's thought, he instinctively executed the peacock spreads its tail from the 9-fold chain swordplay, spinning his blade into a screen of light to shield himself. A rapid succession of clangs and clashes rang out as dense as a string of pearls. In just a blink of an eye, over 30 collisions had occurred. The Yin general attacked with 36 consecutive slashes, each faster than the last, yet Xingyang managed to block them all. Although the Yin general could barely hold his own against Xingyang, the Yin soldiers were no match for him, and were quickly cut down and scattered by Xingyang's stray strikes. The atmosphere was intensely fierce. I felt like a delinquent teenager watching a gangster movie. I hoisted my Qingming sword and charged into the Yin soldier formation with a terrifying aura. After about 3 or 4 minutes of fighting, I heard Xingyang roar, "Retreat!" Reluctantly, I followed him, fighting as we fell back. The Yin general led his remaining soldiers in a furious pursuit. I ran panting like an ox, sweat pouring down like rain. Suddenly Xingyang shouted, "Stop!" Our steps came to an abrupt halt. The Yin general, unable to rein in his horse, charged past us for several dozen meters before turning around and charging back at us. Woo! A mournful howl came from the east and south, piercing our ears. Indeed, 2 groups of Yin soldiers brandishing their sabers swarmed towards the Yin general's position, several dozen more numerous than the last time. Just their sheer momentum was enough to intimidate anyone. My scalp went numb. I asked Xingyang, "Should we fight?" "Fight!" Xingyang was like a reaping machine, chopping off the heads of several Yin soldiers within just 3 or 4 moves. It was much harder for me. After dozens of exchanges, I had only managed to take down 2 Yin soldiers, and I had sustained a few wounds myself. I was secretly hoping that mysterious power I'd felt when I took down Xia Ji would erupt, but it never did. I was heavily surrounded by Yin soldiers and was beginning to struggle. Suddenly they scattered in all directions, relieving my immediate crisis. I looked in the direction of their route and saw the Yin general lying dead, his head severed. Xingyang's long sword seemed even more eerily crimson. I was utterly shocked. The Yin general who could withstand dozens of Zhengyang's blows. Died just like that. If the Yin general had been weak, I could have believed it. But such a formidable opponent slain without me even noticing. Just how terrifying was Zhengyang's true strength? And why did he retreat in the first place? A wave of suspicion washed over me. Why didn't the Xiongnu Yin soldiers attack the Han army ignoring the Yanxi Yin soldiers? Why weren't the Han troops worried about a sneak attack from the Xiongnu Yin soldiers not leaving a single unit behind to resist? And why did the Han army seem to recognize us not harming us at all? Soon all these answers would be revealed in the events to come. The truth only becomes clear in the final moment of revelation. Many seemingly irrational actions under a grand strategy are simply natural and logical. As we sheathed our swords, Li Dazue came bustling up, one arm seemingly broken. He bellowed, "Well done." I turned to see that this coward was nowhere to be found while we were fighting. Now that the dust had settled, he pops up. I couldn't help but spit on the ground in disgust. "Hey kid, don't be like that. What the hell are you doing here, you cowardly?" I cursed. Xingyang without a word let out a roar and swung his long sword at Li Dazue. I quickly jumped up, grabbing Xingyang, and asked, "Have you lost your mind?" Xingyang flung me off, saying, "Take a good look at who I am." I looked him up and down. There was nothing special about him. I said, "Seriously, aren't you Xingyang?" "Ha ha ha, he's dead. I killed him in the oasis." I was stunned. I immediately let go, jumped aside, and stared at him again, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Could he be the ghost Chanyu? At that thought I drew in a sharp breath. My mind replayed the previous scenes like lightning. A living person flying down from the branches was abnormal in itself. And the fight with those Yin soldiers increasingly felt like a coordinated performance for his benefit. And that Yin general, maybe he was just a shill. No wonder Xingyang's strength suddenly exploded. So what was his motive for transforming into Xingyang and saving me? "Heh, boy, I want your spirit yang body," Xingyang said coldly. Upon hearing this, a glint of light flashed in Li Dazue's eyes. The guy moved closer to me, grabbed my arm, and said, "Just now I saw clearly from the bushes. It was there at the scene, so I didn't dare say anything directly." Only then did I understand. Li Dazue had followed out of concern only for my safety. I was truly moved. Xingyang gave a cold smile, leaped up, and vanished without a trace, leaving just me and Li Dazue. Li Dazue stared at me blankly, a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. His throat moved, and I heard a gulp as if he was swallowing saliva. Before I could react, Li Dazue grabbed my arm and said with a cold smile, "I've missed you so much. Is this idiot sick or something?" Missed me? In a flash I realized the voice was too familiar. It was a fierce woman's voice. Not just fierce, extremely fierce. It seemed familiar, but I couldn't quite place it at the moment. "Xia Ji, I will find you no matter where you are, to the ends of the earth." Upon hearing this, it all clicked. I finally understood. This wasn't Li Dazue at all. It was her. But how did she end up here? The sound was so fierce that I was momentarily stunned. When I came to my senses and carefully observed Li Dazue, the more I looked, the more familiar. He seemed vaguely reminding me of it. This sound I could never forget in my lifetime. This voice, I had heard it many times. I was certain this creature was no good. I searched my memories carefully, then suddenly shuddered, my eyes widening in shock and suspicion as I stared at it. "Enough! You can't escape today. I'll let you die with clarity." Li Dazue grabbed at his head, tearing off hair and skin together, the entire outer shell crumbling with a rustling sound, revealing a woman with bangs, her fangs a full 3 inches long. One of her arms was severed, and her gaze was ferocious. "Aunt Huang-san. Boy, you still remember me. It seems my longing wasn't in vain." Her movements became extremely agile, leaping like a wild fox, pouncing like a vicious cat. 2 claws grew several centimeters in an instant. With a single howl, she leaped up, arcing through the air, and lunged at me. "Humph! I'm not the Xia Ji of old either, so why should I fear you?" With my Qingming sword in hand, I feared nothing. I slashed at her 3 times, but she blocked each blow. I roared, sweeping my long sword down from the upper left corner with immense force. She leaped backward, avoiding the strike. Aunt Huang-san landed on 1 foot, lightly tapped the ground, and her body sprang up again. I attacked her again with 2 quick slashes, managing to cut off a lock of her hair. Aunt Huang-san's face suddenly turned cold, and she flew into a rage. She opened her bloody mouth, bared her gleaming fangs, and lunged directly for my neck. The vengeful spirit leaped up, flying into midair. A flash of white light passed, and she was severed in 2. The cut was perfectly smooth. In the instant of separation, her eyes still held a fierce, utterly hollow glare. Half of her body clawed down at me, biting hard onto my shoulder. I was in so much pain that cold sweat poured down my face. Her lower half was still writhing on the ground. After about 10 seconds, Aunt Huang-san turned into black smoke and vanished. As the vengeful spirit dissolved into smoke, a white figure landed before me. It was Zhengyang. Zhengyang stared at me, looking me up and down for a long moment before finally asking, "Boy, what are you doing here?" I was completely baffled by this. You're asking me. I was about to ask you the same thing. I looked at him suspiciously and asked, who exactly are you? Who am I? You don't recognize me now. Enough, don't be childish. Come with me. At that moment another figure jumped down. I looked closely and it was still Zhang Yang. Suddenly 2 Zhangyangs stood before me. I couldn't tell which was real and which was fake, but I was certain one of them had to be an imposter. My scalp tingled and cold sweat streamed down my face. One of the Zhangyangs without a word grabbed me. I couldn't break free as he dragged me at a frantic pace towards a wall of dirt. I couldn't struggle free at all. The wind roared in my ears, and his hand was like a giant vice pulling me deep into the desert. He stepped across the quicksand as if it were solid ground. A million thoughts raced through my mind. I was being dragged around like a child. Zhang Yang seemed to sense my thoughts. If you're willing to take this gamble, then you might as well trust me. Until the dust settles, I cannot tell you who I am. I fell silent. Did I even have a choice in this gamble? His strength completely overwhelmed mine. Even if I refused, what could I do? Rather than struggle pointlessly, it was better to wait and see. I simply went along with his pace as we sped forward. Zhang Yang held me for about 10 minutes before charging into the Han army's camp. The Han soldiers stood tall and fierce, their presence awe-inspiring. Zhang Yang released my arm, and I obediently followed. The soldiers regarded him with deep respect, their eyes filled with admiration and reverence, as if they were looking at a hero. I was infected by the atmosphere, and it strengthened my belief that this person was definitely not the real Zhang Yang, but neither did he seem like an utterly evil spirit. Honestly, seeing such a massive military formation for the first time was an overwhelming shock. I couldn't help but straighten my expression, gazing solemnly at this army that had once dominated the western regions. A gust of eerie wind blew through, carrying broken trees from the oasis. Following the wind, a troop of Xiongnu spectral soldiers arrived with lightning speed, densely packed and surging forward like a tidal wave. Retreat! Zhang Yang commanded. Keep a chaotic formation. The Han army, which had been in strict order, suddenly scattered into groups of 2s and 3s like dots of moss in a Chinese painting, seemingly chaotic yet maintaining an underlying structure. I stood there dumbfounded. The contrast was too great. Just at the sight of the Xiongnu spectral soldiers, the Han army had broken ranks and fled. What the hell? Was I seeing things? In the moment I was stunned, an eerie wind kicked up around me, and stones on the earthen wall were ripped out with a bang, flying into the air. Then a white light shot towards me through the wind. It came so fast that the moment I saw it, it had already surged into my body. Then a terrifying thing happened. I couldn't move. After that I gasped in shock. My God, what kind of being was this? Just making an entrance was this spectacular. Even making the sand and stones fly. I could clearly see, and even feel everything happening around me, but I couldn't control my body. I couldn't even lift an arm, and I couldn't speak. Then I heard myself roar. Don't say I didn't warn you. I struck out with a palm, sending forth a wave of energy, like an invisible blade, hitting the leading Xiongnu general square in the chest. The general grunted, fell heavily from his horse, and dissolved into black smoke. I shouted, those who offend the mighty Han will be punished no matter how far away they are. With a sweep of my left palm, I sent a massive boulder hurtling towards the spectral soldiers. 4 or 5 of them reached out to catch it, but I followed up with a strike from my right palm. With a loud bang, the boulder shattered into 1,000 pieces. The fragments were razor-sharp, exploding like a landmine. The flying shards mowed down a whole squad of spectral soldiers, and the rest were mostly injured. The air was filled with their furious roars, wild howls, and miserable screams. From among the spectral soldiers, one dressed as a Taoist priest emerged, his wide sleeves billowing as he floated forward. He moved with the force of 2 sails, catching a strong wind, an imposing sight. I shot out a palm strike aimed at his sleeve. With a tearing sound, the 2 forces clashed, and the sleeve exploded into a myriad of shreds, fluttering down like snow. I, filled with battle lust and rising anger, channeled a surge of mystical energy into my arm, and launched a direct blow at the Taoist. I suddenly became like a ferocious beast, grabbing the Taoist with one hand and chopping down with a palm strike. The Taoist's skull shattered with a crack, his soul scattering to the winds. The spectral soldiers cried out in unison, their voices filled with both terror and fury. I simply whirled the Qingming sword, its light dancing, and charged into the midst of the spectral soldiers, slaughtering left and right. Moving with unparalleled dominance, every spectral soldier I passed turned into black smoke. It was like watching an invincible supreme warrior with open and powerful attacks, incredibly ferocious. The ground was littered with fallen corpses, some decapitated, some with torn chests and broken limbs, but before they could even be examined, they all dissolved into black smoke and vanished. Watching this overwhelming battle, or rather massacre, from my spot, I was utterly shocked. Wave after wave of even more ferocious spectral soldiers attacked, but they were all cut down by the adrenaline-fueled me, who slashed and hacked wildly, charging and striking with reckless abandon. The spectral soldiers were fast, but I was faster, stronger, fiercer, and more precise. Every strike was lethal, every sword blow wounded the soul. 2 generals from the spectral soldiers pushed through the crowd wielding twin spears, and attacked me from behind. Each held a round shield in their left hand, one with a short spear, and the other a single blade in their right. With a whistle they shielded themselves and attacked from both sides. I seemed to have eyes in the back of my head. I turned and thrust my sword at the incoming spectral general, then twisted my body to dodge 2 slashes, and advanced on one of the generals. I thrust my sword, and the spectral general raised his shield to block. With a loud clang, sparks flew from the Qingming sword, yet the round shield remained completely unscathed. I was momentarily stunned. The spectral general suddenly darted out from behind his shield with a short spear aiming for my lower abdomen. Watching from a distance, I was terrified and couldn't help but shout, "No!" I dodged and weaved, avoiding the thrust, but the sharp edge of the round shield grazed me, drawing blood. I was clearly enraged. I struck the round shield with a vicious palm. With a deafening boom, the shield, as if struck by a 1,000-pound force, slammed down hard onto the spectral general. He had no power to resist and was crushed into a pulp, turning into black smoke and vanishing. I then swiftly dealt with the other spectral general. These 2 generals were probably high-ranking heroes among the spectral soldiers, yet they were easily eliminated. The morale of the entire Xiongnu army collapsed. Even as one mounted spectral general whipped them, they dared not advance any further. I was like a tiger among sheep, herding this flock like a tide into a sandy hollow. This was strange. With such a decisive and overwhelming advantage, why not finish them off right here? Returning to the rightful owner, this body indeed unleashes 3 times my power. After saying this, a wisp of black energy floated out from the top of my head and vanished in an instant. The next moment I felt I could move again. All the strength drained from my body, my legs gave way, and I plopped down on the ground. A mountain wind blew and I shuddered. Then I shouted towards the sandy hollow, "Who the hell are you?" There was no response. From the hollow came earth-shattering cries of battle. One side's shouts were as clear and bright as a rising star, the other's wails were like pigs and dogs being slaughtered. Both sounds were deafening and shook the heart. As the cries of battle gradually weakened, the sandstorm slowly dissipated, revealing a bright moon in the sky. I spotted a white on a tall tree in the oasis, and with a few leaps it landed right in front of me. The person wore a white robe and carried an ancient sword on his back. In his hand he held a human head still dripping blood from the neck. It was Zhang Yang. He said, "Boy, good work." To be honest, I had no idea who this person in front of me was anymore. In just a couple of hours, Zhang Yang had changed so dramatically that I was completely bewildered. I weakly uttered, "Who are you?" As I spoke, another white dot leaped out from the sandy hollow, and with a few bounds landed right in front of me. Another Zhang Yang. Before I could even react, another Zhang Yang jumped out from the depths of the desert. I must have looked utterly baffled. I'd probably laugh if I saw my own face now. What the heck? This many Zhang Yangs. Breaking news: Qixi Festival giveaway. A gift pack for all the singles. Thank you all for your continued support. I'll only take 3 minutes. 3 hours later. The author is still rambling. Readers have all fallen asleep. Qixi Festival and I still have to work. Too many tears to speak of. Seeing this is fate. I've secretly taken the Peach Blossom Talisman from the Maoshan Secret Arts as a gift pack for everyone. Want to know how to use it? Then join the Ferryman Tianshi exchange group. Xia Ji, damn it, today is actually Qixi. I was so busy catching ghosts I almost forgot this dog-feeding festival. Zhangyang boy, how can we avoid being dog-fed? Xia Ji, I have a Peach Blossom Talisman that can get you out of the singles club. Li Dazue, you rascal, hiding such a good thing. Tell Brother Li about it, let me have some fun too. According to the Maoshan Secret Arts, the Peach Blossom Talisman respectfully invites the Hehe Immortals and Goddess Jotian Xuanu to preside, bringing romantic luck to unmarried or divorced singles, increasing attraction to the opposite sex and gaining their favor. It can also attract beneficial members of the opposite sex, enhance one's charm, improve interpersonal relationships, and foster good connections with many people. Xia Ji took out a yellow talisman paper, drew 3 hooks at the top, calling it the Samadhi fire. The talisman inscription read, "By decree of the 9 heavens, left, sun, right, moon, stars, the great king of Hehe, names and birth dates of the man and woman, commands as per the law." The incantation was, "I bow to the yin and yang of heaven and earth, the laws of the universe, the union of man and woman, the harmony of husband and wife, the blending of yin and yang, the limitless and the supreme ultimate, the love and affection between lovers, the smoothness and willingness of man and woman with one heart and one mind never to part. I obey the command of the yin-yang Hehe immortal master, and the old man under the moon divine soldiers, urgent as the law." Li Dazue said, "I have a folk method here. Take a fresh young leaf and place it in your hand. First face east and recite, 'Shiha drives the chariot eastward, may you assist me, my lord.' Then face west and recite, 'The sun sets at Fusong, I will be by your side.' Do this 3 times, then eat the leaf, and it can also help bring about a marriage. Happy Qixi Festival, everyone. May all the singles who use my talisman enjoy the holiday happily." One of them, Zhengyang, hurled a severed head to the ground and roared, "This is the head of the Xiongnu left Lukun King. I was momentarily stunned by his ferocity. This was incredibly brutal. Yet what puzzled me most was why the left Lu King's head hadn't dissolved into black smoke. Zhengyang, why do other ghost soldiers vanish into black smoke when slain but his head remains intact? The left Lu King has become a dry zombie. I was utterly shocked. Allow me to explain what a drought fiend is. According to the classic of Gods and Wonders, there is a being in the south 2 to 3 feet tall, bare-bodied with eyes atop its head, moving with incredible speed. Named the drought fiend, wherever it appears a great drought follows, scorching the land for 1,000 miles. However, the creature before me was slightly lower in rank, known as a dry zombie. It forms when a flying corpse absorbs vital essence, for centuries its visage becoming increasingly ferocious, akin to a green-faced fang-bearing man-eating rakshasa. It can shapeshift to deceive, capable of slaying dragons above and commanding legions of ghosts below. Absolutely astonishing. The other two Zhengyangs chuckled, and as a wisp of white mist rose they spun around, revealing their true forms. They were two imposing generals with righteous features and bulging muscles. They clapped and laughed. This lad is still in the dark. I thought, no kidding, I'm not just in the dark. I'm lost in a fog. One of the generals, clad in silver armor and helmet, I vaguely recalled, was the fierce warrior who had carved through the ghost soldiers as if they were nothing. That man laughed heartily and said, "Easy, easy. Let me tell you a story." Due to their archaic speech, I pieced together the narrative as they recounted it. In the 5th year of Yongping of the Eastern Han Dynasty, corresponding to 72 AD, Emperor Ming ruled. Minister Gung Bing memorialized the throne, proposing to dispatch troops to divide the Xiongnu's power in the western regions and restore control over them. Emperor Ming sent 4 armies. One led by Dogu reached the eastern Tianshan Mountains, defeating the Xiongnu's southern Huyan king stationed at Yiwu. Soon after, the kingdom of Jushi in the western regions submitted entirely to the Eastern Han as per their policy. Another force under Ban Chao consisted of merely 36 men. He moved between the various kingdoms, easily slaying the Xiongnu envoy and the Yuqian shaman, bringing all the western regions into submission to the Eastern Han. The kingdoms of the western regions, weary of Xiongnu oppression, naturally hoped that Ban Chao representing the Han would drive them out completely. However, this peace was short-lived. About 2 years later, the main Han forces withdrew back to the interior. The northern Chanyu of the Xiongnu then sent the left Lu King with 20,000 cavalry to attack Jushi. On the southern route, the king of Yanqi colluded with the king of Shul to murder Chan Mu, the protector general of the western regions, amidst the chaos. During this period, a bloody battle erupted with overwhelming odds. The defending General Guanchong held a lone city with only a few hundred men against the Xiongnu's 20,000. The city was besieged so tightly that arrows fell like rain. They were driven to such extremes as chiseling mountains for wells and boiling crossbows for food. As the city was about to fall, the soldiers sang mournfully, "Though our bodies perish, our spirits live on, our souls shall be heroic ghosts." Their voices, filled with tragic valor, drifted into the enemy camp under the moonlight, even moving the Xiongnu, who couldn't understand the words, to tears of sorrow. On the day Liuzhong city fell, the Xiongnu breached the walls. The left king attempted to persuade Guanchong to surrender. Enraged, Guanchong roared to the heavens, "A true man can die wrapped in horsehide. I came to this distant land already placing life and death aside. How could I surrender to you?" With that, he hurled a spear at the Xiongnu general, piercing his chest and killing him instantly. Enraged, the Xiongnu soldiers unleashed a volley of arrows. Guanchong, bristling with arrows like a porcupine, cried out, "Great Han!" He shouted this 3 times before dying. Seeing this, the soldiers and citizens of the city all drew their swords and took their own lives. The Xiongnu searched Liuzhong city thoroughly but found not a single living soul. This battle rivaled or even surpassed the tragic defense of Suiyang by Zhang Sun during the Tang dynasty. Upon receiving the news, General Gung Bing led his troops in a desperate rush covering hundreds of miles day and night. Arriving too late to save them, he slaughtered the Xiongnu forces besieging the city, and then attacked the kingdom of Yanqi, annihilating all the rebels. Hearing this story, I began to understand the ghostly war. It was the tragic last stand of Guanchong's army against the 20,000 Xiongnu troops of the left Lu King. I was privileged to witness a battle of extreme cruelty and valor from nearly 2,000 years ago. My heroic spirit was stirred, and I couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you two by any chance Chan Mu, the protector general of the western regions, and General Guanchong of Liuzhong city?" The general in white armor smiled and said, "I am Guanchong." The other general merely nodded, confirming he was indeed Chan Mu. It was exactly as I had guessed. They were Han soldiers from Ban Chao's era. I felt a deep sense of reverence for this ghostly Han army. They were heroes who fought desperately to maintain unity on the frontier. They were unyielding, standing proudly like sculptures guarding the western regions. They were like poplar trees, their branches and leaves clinging together in unity. They symbolized the spirit and will of the great Han written in blood. Overcome with emotion, I bowed deeply to these fallen soldiers. They were the true backbone of history. Now that I understood the background of the Ghost Army battle, some of my doubts were resolved. But many long-standing questions swirled in my mind like a revolving lantern, and I fired them off like a rapid succession of cannonballs. Zhengyang turned his back without speaking, his silhouette clearly trembling with sobs. I stared at Guanchong, noticing he resembled Zhao Yun. White robes and armor. The phrase used to describe Chan Qingji, 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses yield to the white robe, would fit him perfectly. Guanchong raised his hand to his forehead in a salute and said, "Borrowing your body so abruptly was a matter of sheer necessity." Their speech was highly refined, steeped in the language of the ancient nobility. Therefore I took it upon myself to sort out the various mysteries of this great battle, translating them into modern terms. After the Han dynasty's 3 severances and 3 reconnections with the western regions by the Three Kingdoms period, the Central Plains power had completely withdrawn from the area. Among the western region's kingdoms, Yutian rose to prominence, ruling through sorcery. At that time, the eminent monk Baize master had passed away. A Taoist priest from the Central Plains arrived, locating a dragon vein to set up the tomb for the monk. Beneath that tomb lay the burial mound of the soldiers from Liuzhong city. The Taoist dug tens of meters deep, arranging a pit and supporting the earth with stone slabs. He then built a small shrine atop it dedicated to Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. After roughly 81 days, he sank the shrine into the pit and constructed a quicksand tomb over it. This was a Kan tomb, upper and lower pits, blocking the flow of yin and yang. As a result, Guanchong and his ghost soldiers were trapped for a millennium, unable to escape, while their resentment was mitigated by Ksitigarbha's power. Had we not accidentally opened the quicksand tomb and sealed the baleful energy with talismans from the 3 teachings, the Han army would never have seen the light of day again. This also resolved my confusion about the righteous aura within this 9-fold absolute evil grave. As mentioned before, ghost soldiers appear due to lingering resentment from their mortal lives. Only strong resentment can persist for 1,000 years. Naturally, the Xiongnu and Yanqi ghost soldiers harbored similar grudges. Once they sensed the Han army, they would travel from afar, determined to fight their most tragic battle to the bitter end. In the ghostly war, the Han side still numbered only a few hundred, while the Xiongnu were in the tens of thousands, aided by the treacherous Yanqi. General Chan Mu's attack against the Xiongnu was unsuccessful. Moreover, the Xiongnu king had become a dry zombie, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary ghost soldiers. Generals Chun Mu and Guanchong knew that with their ghostly forms they couldn't possibly defeat the Xiongnu king. When Zhengyang burst from the tomb radiating intense baleful energy, he naturally drew their attention. In other words, it was Zhengyang who first rushed out. The one who returned to the cave was not Zhengyang but Chun Mu in disguise. Later, the Zhengyang who appeared in the oasis was Guanchong in disguise. With all these revelations, my mind was completely reeling. I asked directly, what was the purpose of all this? Zhengyang glanced at me and simply said, "Follow me. You used a power that wasn't yours and you're fine." I understood he meant General Guanchong possessing me. But damn it, he was the one who chose to possess me. Since you're fine, let me explain the rest. Yes, I really want to understand what exactly happened. The Han army was at a severe disadvantage. Our only chance was to concentrate all our forces to first eliminate the Yanqi, cutting off the Xiongnu's arm, before we could deal with them completely. I understood now that was why the Han army had fainted against the Xiongnu before turning to engage the Yanqi. And then, Chun Mu and I transformed into your likeness to deceive the Xiongnu king, intending to wear him down through successive battles until he was utterly destroyed. The concept of successive battles was simple: multiple fighters against one. In the martial world it might not be honorable, but war thrives on deception, so it was justifiable. When I went out to scout, I met General Guanchong and we became friends through our fight. After learning the truth, we devised a plan to completely eradicate the Xiongnu. So you never returned after going out? Correct. I was locked in a fierce battle with the dry zombie. Your young spirit body is highly attractive to ghost soldiers, so General Guanchong took my form to lead you into battle. I thought, wow, Zhengyang is ruthless when it comes to setting traps. But I said aloud, no problem. I finally understood that my young spirit body in the midst of ghost soldiers was like a magnet in iron filings. This was also why they were so confident the Xiongnu wouldn't gang up on me. While you fought the ghost soldiers, we watched you during our breaks. Your safety was guaranteed. Lad, the way you went berserk in the oasis. Even I have to admire you. What could I say? I still felt like I was dreaming, my mind not entirely back in my body, so I just nodded, indicating for him to continue. During a lull in the battle, General Guanchong spotted a fierce ghost sneaking into the oasis. He swiftly climbed a tree and killed the hidden archer, saving your life. I had been wondering how Zhengyang had appeared so timely. So was Aunt Huang Sen also killed by General Guanchong? You're very clever. You understand what happened next. Now everything was as clear as a mirror. They had used me to lure the ghost soldiers into a trap. General Guanchong, unable to stand by, while I struggled, took over my body to end things quickly. Afterwards, the Xiongnu ghost soldiers were driven into the sand hollow and completely annihilated. As for the dry zombie, it likely died without ever knowing it had been worn down by 3 opponents fighting in succession until its strength gave out. We took our leave of Generals Guanchong and Chen Mu. A sudden gust of wind howled, and the ghost soldiers dispersed in an instant. The world fell silent with no unusual occurrences. When Zhengyang and I returned to the tomb, we found it empty. The statue of Dilong, the ear of Xidagarba, had its head smashed, revealing a dark hole large enough for 2 people. Without a doubt, they had entered the tomb below. Just as we were hesitating, several blood-curdling screams echoed from the dark hole, terrifying and mournful. The voices sounded familiar. We returned to the tomb chamber around 1 or 2 in the morning, only to find it completely empty, and a sense of impending doom washed over us. As Zhengyang dashed out of the tomb, the dense fog had completely dissipated. A bright moon hung in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the sea of sand, making it look just like ocean waves. In the sky, the Ju Men's Wafu and Yu Bai stars shimmered, brilliantly arranged in a perfect equilateral triangle. At its center, the sun and moon stars appeared simultaneously. A truly auspicious Qian Jia Jin configuration. This practice is called heavenly star feng shui, where celestial patterns resonate with the dragon veins of the earth. This land, blessed by auspicious stars, indicated an underground water vein. The ancients sought harmony between heaven and humanity, valuing not only mountains and waterways, but also the sun, moon, and stars. Since ancient times, people have observed celestial phenomena and studied the changes of stars to predict fortune and misfortune. When selecting auspicious burial sites, they believed that just as stars have their virtues and flaws, so too does the land have its own fortune and peril. This confirmed that our speculation about the 9 absolute malefic tomb was not only correct, but that it indeed used water veins to channel the malevolent energy, connecting the 9 burial sites into a single continuous entity. Simply put, it's like the tunnel warfare of old. Every village had tunnels, every household was connected, preventing the malevolent energy from dissipating too quickly. Zhengyang and I returned to the tomb chamber, and heard a terrifying roar from beneath the Xidagarba Bodhisattva statue. It wasn't a familiar voice. It was a piercing, drawn-out wail, like the desperate cry of an animal thrown into a pit of 10,000 snakes. Where on earth had Li Dazue and the others gone? As I scanned the tomb chamber, a flicker of unease passed through my mind, and an ancient burial custom surfaced in my thoughts. When eminent Buddhist monks entered nirvana, tradition dictated they be enshrined within a pagoda. It was quite unusual to build a dedicated tomb chamber here in Yutian. As the saying goes, even a marquis's title pales in comparison to a single pagoda, meaning the burial goods in a Buddhist underground palace could surpass those of even the highest nobility. During the 3 martial persecutions of Buddhism, the faith's income had impacted the national treasury. I recalled how the artifacts unearthed from the Famen Temple's underground palace had shocked the entire world. My mind raced with these thoughts, not out of mere curiosity. The temple above might not be grand, but the underground palace hidden beneath. Who knows how vast it could truly be? Since there was a Buddhist temple above, could there be an underground palace below? Perhaps it was where the true body relics of Master Baize were enshrined after his nirvana. We looked more closely at the Xidagarba statue. Its appearance seemed to have completely transformed, from its former porcelain white color to a vivid blood red. Like a dense network of veins, the red surged beneath the porcelain surface, forming a spiderweb-like pattern that was truly terrifying. Zhengyang stood by, mostly silent, as if he too was searching for clues. Zhengyang, do you notice anything strange about this Buddha statue? This is bloodstone. Experts had once analyzed stones that bleed. It's related to their composition. The stone is rich in iron oxide, appearing as a blood-red solid that dissolves and seeps out upon contact with rainwater. It doesn't actually bleed. His reminder cleared up some of my confusion. The appearance of the heavenly star feng shui indicated rising water veins. A crack had opened near the statue's Mount Di Ting, allowing damp air to surge from underground. When this moisture met the bloodstone carved into the Xidagarba statue, it naturally filled it with the web-like red veins. I stared intently at the Xidagarba statue. It seemed to sway. I rubbed my eyes, thinking I must be seeing things. But the statue moved again. Beneath its lotus throne, a mound of earth began to swell, bubbling and expanding continuously like a boiling pot. In an instant, the mound split open with numerous cracks. Snake-like heads emerged, densely packed, followed by agile bodies, and 2 front claws that frantically scraped away the clods of earth. Holy crap, so many sand lizards! I stared blankly at the sand beneath the stone figure's feet. From the mound, countless sand lizards poured out like noodles being squeezed from a tube. A dense, countless swarm. Soon thousands more sand lizards emerged from the cracks in the tomb walls, a sight that made one's skin crawl. These creatures, scientifically known as Phrynocephalus mystaceus, inhabit the deserts of Xinjiang and Central Asia. They have a pouch-like skin fold at the corner of their mouths, resembling an ear, and are notoriously fierce. They are diurnal animals and would never venture out at night unless absolutely forced to. Something must be seriously wrong underground. Don't tell me we dug into a sand lizard nest. Before I could finish my sentence, the ground around us split open with a loud crack and hundreds of lizards surged out from below. Get out of here now. These lizards, while not man-eaters, possess venom in their fangs. A mere scratch can cause poisoning and collapse. Tens of thousands of sand lizards had already filled half the room, and more were still crawling out from the ground, the beams, the walls. Everywhere. Seeing this, my scalp went completely numb. I was trembling with fear, my legs barely able to support me. I quickly pulled out a Shun Shao 5 Thunder Talisman, chanted the incantation, and it burst into flames. I threw it to the ground and a pillar of fire erupted. The lizards froze for a moment, seemingly stunned by the unfamiliar sight of fire, having lived so far from humans. However, we underestimated them. They possessed incredible leaping power and explosive speed. A few of them launched themselves into the air, landing directly on me. I quickly swatted them away, sending one flying several meters. Damn it, something's not right. These lizards are clearly fleeing. Zhang Yang grabbed my arm, and we sprinted out of the tomb, the sand lizards streaming out like arrows from a bow or water, cascading off a windshield. The lizards' heads held high rushed past my feet with a whooshing sound like a swift current. Something was very wrong. What could possibly be driving these sand lizards to flee in such panic? Then came a frantic, piercing, squeaking sound. Behind the lizards, a pitch-black tide surged forward like a breached dam. As they drew closer, we saw they were rats drenched in blood. There were so many of them, it was like a disturbed hornet's nest, making one's skin crawl. The rats trampled right over the lizards. Several leaped high, jumping over my head, paying us no mind. My God, what kind of ancient monster is this, causing such chaos before it even shows its face, making both the lizards and rats flee for their lives? Amidst a rustling sound, a cloud of yellow sand was kicked up in the desert. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the entire swarm of lizards and rats had vanished without a trace. The ground was littered with countless broken limbs and bodies, a vast dark expanse of those that had been trampled to death. Seeing this, Zhang Yang and I naturally dared not linger inside the tomb. After waiting about half an hour, our concern for our teammates' safety outweighed our fear. We steeled ourselves and headed back into the tomb chamber. The chamber itself was undisturbed, but it was filled with the densely packed, withered corpses of sand lizards and rats. They were completely desiccated, as if they had been left in a drying room for over 6 months. What kind of entity could have drained these lively creatures and turned them into mummies in an instant? The thought was deeply unsettling. We looked around and noticed the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva statue had completely fallen into a pit. The hole seemed incredibly deep. Peering down, it was nothing but an inky blackness, an indescribably eerie sight. Zhang Yang, do we go down? Just follow me, don't be afraid. Zhang Yang pulled a thin, gleaming cord from his waist, no thicker than an electrical wire. He dropped it into the hole. Wrap a piece of cloth around your hands before grabbing the rope, or it will cut you. I doubted the strength of this cord. Zhang Yang tossed one end to me and said, "Take a look for yourself. Ropes used for outdoor activities are usually nylon or steel cord safety ropes, at least as thick as a finger to support a person's weight. This thin cord was similar in thickness to an earphone wire, translucent and crystal clear. Looking closely, I saw it was actually braided from dozens of even finer strands. I gave it a hard tug and the cord stretched slightly like a rubber band. I wrapped it around my index fingers and pulled with all my might, leaving a deep groove in my skin. I knew this was no ordinary rope. Zhang Yang, what exactly is this? Swanee rope. The name hit me like a thunderbolt. I was utterly stunned, and I'm sure people must have looked at me like I was an idiot. This was a legendary item, something that only appeared in ancient texts. According to the Maoshan's secret records, the Swanee has a mane extremely tough, capable of toppling giant cliffs, and as sharp as a blade. The ancients had a way with words, but it meant that a single mane hair from a Swanee was strong enough to sever a cliff. A rope made from Swanee mane would not only be incredibly light, but also extremely tough and durable. Even 100 people hanging from a single strand wouldn't break it. I had always believed this was a mythical item, never imagining it actually existed. Zhang Yang, with his slender build and preference for loose robes, usually kept the rope tied around his waist, so it was easy to miss. With such a treasure on hand, scaling even a 100-meter cliff would be effortless, let alone a mere 10. Zhang Yang drew his Chunjun sword and tied one end of the rope to the hilt. He channeled his energy into his arm, drove the sword 2 feet deep into the stone wall, wrapped a piece of coarse cloth around his hands, grabbed the rope, and with a shout slid down. Shortly after, we heard him call out that he had reached the bottom. The ancients often exaggerated in their writings, and I still couldn't fully trust this rope. But for the sake of pride, I gritted my teeth, squeezed my eyes shut, wrapped the cloth around the rope, and slid down as well. The rope, despite rubbing against the cloth, didn't generate any heat. I only heard the wind whistling past my ears before landing at the bottom. Use the Gongya Pearl for light. I held up the Gongya Pearl, illuminating the underground space. Zhang Yang grabbed the rope with both hands, called out, and a flash of white light shot down from above. He caught the Chunjun sword effortlessly with his left hand. He made a few circular motions in the air with his hands, then tucked the rope back around his waist. I was utterly amazed. This man was truly unfathomable. It turned out the mound at the bottom wasn't made of loess but was a large earthen mound. Clearly a hornet's nest. Before we could even get our bearings we heard a loud buzzing sound. The sound like a jet engine was heading straight for us. It was clearly a massive swarm of creatures, and the terrifying noise made our scalps tighten. Before we could steady ourselves relying on the faint light from Gongyaju's pearl, we saw a blurry gray sand-like mass deep within the tomb chamber. It flew out swiftly rushing toward our heads. A deafening rumble filled our ears. Xingyang unflustered took off his Taoist robe and swept it through the air. With a thud he knocked down a swarm of dark creatures. Ah! These are hornets. One hornet lunged at me. Caught off guard it stung my arm which immediately swelled red, the pain bringing tears to my eyes. I clutched my head and fell to the ground wrapping myself entirely in my outer garment. Xingyang cast his robe aside and grabbed my arm, his grip landing squarely on the sting. The intense agonizing sensation made me yelp in pain. He didn't hesitate. He grabbed a wooden board, rolled a few times on the ground, and dove into a small cave using the board to block the entrance. We heard thud after thud as the hornet swarm, seemingly enraged, relentlessly battered against the board. A few hornets that managed to get in were quickly pinched dead by Xingyang's fingers. I picked one up to examine it. It was a good 5 centimeters long, its body a blue gemstone hue, its orange-red wings faintly glinting in the light. This was unmistakably a desert spider wasp, the only species in the wasp world that preys on wolf spiders. The desert spider wasp's venom is potent. It paralyzes the wolf spider, lays its eggs inside, and the growing larvae gradually consume the still-living spider. As the old saying goes about the adopted caterpillar, ancient people believed the solitary wasp had no males, couldn't reproduce, and thus captured caterpillars to raise as their own offspring. In reality they were capturing caterpillars to feed their young. Perhaps the ancients living in the desert might have coined a similar saying. The wasp has no offspring, so the wolf spider provides one. Cold sweat dripped from my forehead in pain. My arms swelled, turning red and then purple. I gritted my teeth, my body trembling uncontrollably. Xingyang took off his inner robe and stuffed it into the gaps of the wooden board. He then turned to look at me in the dim light. His face turned pale instantly. After what seemed like a great internal struggle he asked, "Can you endure it?" I was nearly faint from the pain. "I can't hold on much longer. If we delay you'll die. I consider you a friend worth respecting." Indeed I thought Xingyang to be proud and aloof, so for him to say such a thing it was likely sincere. I asked, "Do you have a plan?" "I'll have to scrape the poison from the bone." Hearing this I was almost scared into fainting, my scalp tightening. I thought, "I'll probably die before you even finish scraping." Looking at Xingyang's serious expression, I gritted my teeth and nodded. The Schmidt Sting Pain Index was created by a tough guy named Justin Schmidt in the US, who deliberately got stung by 150 different insects. He categorized the pain into 4 levels. Fire ants are a level 1, wasps a level 2, but a hornet sting is a level 4. Schmidt's comment, "It's not just pain, it's pure agony. It feels like having a beaker of hydrochloric acid poured onto an open wound." This corresponds to a 10 or 11 on the pain scale, comparable to the searing pain of having a finger severed. Thinking about this I managed a wry smile. Scraping poison from the bone is supposedly a level 9 pain. Fighting pain with pain, at worst this would feel like a level 1 mosquito bite. This trade-off seemed worthwhile. Xingyang glanced at me and was startled. Later I learned he thought I was hallucinating from the pain. Xingyang pulled a 5 thunder talisman from my pack. He formed a hand seal and the talisman ignited with a fizzle. He then took out his black iron dagger and passed it through the flame. He removed the sleeve from my injured arm. He offered me a piece of cloth saying, "Bite down on this." I refused and instead pulled out the Maoshan's secret arts and began reading it intently. Xingyang watched me nodding. Honestly, I was just putting on a show. "I'll cut when I count to 3. At his words all my senses focused on the number 3. He began 1, 2. Before he even said 3, I initially felt a mosquito bite, but after 10 seconds a wave of excruciating pain hit me. I nearly blacked out. I heard a scraping sound, unmistakably the dagger grinding against bone. Warm blood trickled down my arm, dripped from my fingertips, and splattered onto the ground. My teeth ground together in agony. I had a newfound profound respect for someone like Guan Yunshang. My mind went blank from the pain. I stared at the Maoshan's secret arts, the words blurring into unintelligible lines. My other hand dug into the dirt, carving out a large hole. My body was drenched in sweat, as if I'd been pulled from water. Done. Not bad, kid. Xingyang rarely praised anyone to their face, so earning his "not bad" was something to be proud of. Upon hearing this my vision went dark and I passed out. I don't know how long it was before I woke up. The wound felt much better wrapped in gauze, with a faint cool sensation emanating from within. Within about an hour I could move my arm freely. You know the habits of these desert spider wasps. Didn't you find anything unusual? This type of wasp rarely attacks humans unless provoked or their nest is threatened. That's only one aspect. Think harder. I replayed the events in my mind countless times, then shook my head. I don't know. Sigh. You are the sole heir of the Xia family. How can you not be more perceptive? This is but a minor tribulation. When you face great matters in the future, how will you handle them alone? Do you realize the weight of your burden? You have to work 100 times harder than others. Do you know how bees sense direction? I didn't know why Xingyang was suddenly being so nagging, but his words were filled with care. With his hint, I began to sense something was off. Magnetic fields of varying strength exist throughout the cosmos. From atoms, nuclei, and fundamental particles to the Earth, the Sun, and other celestial bodies, everything possesses a magnetic field. All life on Earth depends on, and must adapt to the Earth's magnetic field, just as humans adapt to light temperature and atmospheric pressure. The geomagnetic field directly influences bee orientation. They can detect minute fluctuations in the Earth's magnetic field that only sensitive magnetometers can discern. Could it be that the magnetic field here has changed, causing the hornets to go berserk and attack other animals and humans in a frenzy? Could it also mean that by opening this ominous tomb we disrupted the balance of yin and yang, preventing the hornets from sensing the normal magnetic field, thus driving them into a rage? I shared my thoughts with Xingyang, and he nodded with satisfaction. The hornets are gone. I was dumbfounded. How had Xingyang managed to eliminate that terrifying swarm? I was about to ask, but Xingyang shook his head, kicked the board aside, and walked into the tomb chamber. The head of the Dizong statue had fallen here, smashing a huge crater into the hornet's nest. The nest was the size of a round table for 10 people, as hard as rammed earth. Inside the crater, a few hornets were scrambling around in a daze, completely disoriented. The ground was littered with the carcasses of sand lizards and mice. Careful. Watch the ground. I looked down and saw a dense dark carpet of hornet remains so thick it gave me goosebumps. I didn't dare step on them, but Xingyang seemed unconcerned. He walked right over the dead hornets, leaving a trail of footprints. I followed carefully in his steps. Ahead was a corridor arched with bluestone marked with embedded bullet holes. The Vajra gate had been blasted open with a large hole. From the damage, it was clear someone had gone in recently. We walked through the corridor and down a dense winding path. After about 3 or 4 minutes, the space opened up and a classical palace-style building appeared before us. The main offering hall was the core of the mausoleum complex, the largest structure. Upon entering, the first thing I saw was the massive stone pillars supporting the mound above, each about 5 meters apart with 6 on each side. The number of pillars was significant. Princes and marquises had 8, high officials had 6, and the wealthy had to rest them directly on the tomb walls. These massive stone pillars must have been transported from dozens of miles away. How did they manage it with ancient technology? Perhaps it was done in the way we think is most impossible, moving them bit by bit from the source using beast of burden like camels. In the darkness between the pillars, several bronze figures resembling Changshin palace lamps were arranged. Their flames had been extinguished long ago, and the water reservoirs within had evaporated. I took out my lighter, intending to light one of the lamp figures, but Xingyang stopped me. He believed lighting them would alter the flow of qi, disrupt the tomb's balance, and cause unnecessary trouble. The silence here was terrifying. Occasionally I heard the faint buzzing of a hornet's wings, which only made me more afraid. The more frightened I became, the more I felt a cold presence behind me. Could it be a ghost? My heart skipped a beat. I didn't dare turn around. I scanned the hall, noting the 6 beams and 6 pillars supporting the bluestone ceiling seemingly without a single crack. Suddenly Xingyang leaped up and shoved me aside. With a whoosh, a dark shadow clattered to the ground. Damn it, a crossbow bolt! I thought. I didn't expect the Western regions to have adopted these mechanisms too. It's not a mechanism. Look closely. Heeding Xingyang's words, I hurried over. It was a false alarm. It was just a trekking pole. Unbelievable, I was almost impaled by a trekking pole. Then my eyes widened in shock as I looked closer at the pole. Isn't this Dong Tong's? Knowing it was Dong Tong's brought us some comfort. At least it meant they had entered the tomb chamber and hadn't been attacked. Our general direction was correct. In the center of the offering hall stood a jade pagoda typical of Indian style. It wasn't very tall, with about 7 tiers. According to the Earth Treasure Sutra, it is said that building a 7-story pagoda to enshrine a great Buddha statue, roughly 100 meters tall, brings immense merit. As the saying goes, saving one life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. It's the same principle. The pagoda was enshrined on a lotus base. The base was carved with scenes of the Buddha's parinirvana. 3,000 disciples were depicted bowing in reverence around him. The Buddha lay with his eyes gently closed, his arm bent to pillow his head facing west. Without a doubt, this was a stupa enshrining a relic of the historical Buddha. King Ashoka is said to have built 84000 stupas, 8 of which were in the western regions. This must be one of them. As I was lost in thought, Xingyang called out, "Come look at this." We turned to see that he had climbed up behind the offering hall. He pulled out a bundle and carefully took something out from within. I shouted, "Be careful." Xingyang nodded and carefully reached in. Soon he pulled out a gilded mouse-headed figure with bared fangs, its surface intricately carved with kuei dragon patterns. Though Zhengyang far surpassed me in Taoist arts, his knowledge of such arcane historical trivia was limited. Cradling the mouse-headed figure with great care, he asked, "What is this thing?" I took it with both hands and examined it closely. Stein once discovered a similar mouse-headed statue in Dandan Oilik, Xinjiang. This is the totem of the kingdom of Gaochang. Such artifacts were found in abundance at the ancient city of Yakin, and experts believe they were the principal deities enshrined in temples. However, no archaeological find has ever placed one within a tomb chamber. This might be connected to the tomb owner's life, but why it was buried with him is hard to say. Yet the tomb owner couldn't have used this as a burial item. The period of these mouse-headed figures is far later than the tomb's construction. This must have been placed here by someone later. We examined the bundle again, but its contents had long since carbonized, turning to ash at the slightest touch, so we couldn't tell what else was in it. We found nothing unusual around the totem. Moving further back, we were met with impenetrable darkness, its depths unknown. Look, there's another statue of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. I stared at the statue. It was identical to the one in the upper hall. Beside the statue were densely packed lacquered boxes filled with bundles of hemp paper sutras, their script vastly different from the modern Buddhist canon. These scriptures had survived 1,000 years. We dared not move them carelessly. Soon one particular scroll caught my attention. It was written in ancient clerical script, resembling the Jin dynasty copy of the records of the Three Kingdoms, telling a story. Without reference books, I couldn't decipher several crucial points. So I wrapped the scroll carefully and placed it in my backpack. The lacquered boxes also contained many plant seeds and daily necessities. Nothing else particularly drew my interest. But in one box I found a piece of polychrome brocade strikingly similar to the 5 stars rising in the east bring benefit to China silk unearthed at Naya. It was clearly shoe brocade. The inscription refers to Jupiter, Mars, Saturn, Venus, and Mercury. The heavens revolve, time flows, and the 5 planets rarely align. Yet in the 10th month of the first year of the Han Dynasty, the 5 planets gathered in the East Well constellation, bringing fortune to China. But if they gathered in the west, it would spell misfortune. I opened more lacquered boxes, finding bamboo slips. Mostly records from Buddhist temples of the kingdom of Khotan, a testament to the flourishing of Buddhism in the western regions. I opened another box and found a line written in ancient clerical script. "Xia Ji, I know you've come." My scalp crawled and I stumbled backward. Zhengyang, watching me from the side, asked softly, "What's wrong?" I shook my head, indicating I didn't know. And truly I didn't. To be honest, we found nothing particularly remarkable in the offering hall. Since these items held archaeological value, and our purpose here wasn't tomb raiding, I carefully returned the artifacts to their original places. On the offering table, the eternal flame had long been extinguished. The lacquered boxes and bronze vessels held wine and dried fruits so shriveled they were beyond recognition. Further in we reached the end of the offering hall, where a jade door stood, constructed from 4 pieces of white marble. Its hinges were coiled with glazed ceramic centipedes and dragons, its lintel carved with a relief of music and dance, and on the door itself a woman's head peeked out from a half-open entrance. This type of door, known as the woman half hiding behind the door, became popular after the Tang dynasty. I never imagined this motif existed as early as the Three Kingdoms period. It seems ancient traditions were passed down through millennia. The door was ajar, the self-sealing stone snapped in two. Clearly someone entered before us. I wondered if it was Li Dazue and his crew. According to traditional tomb structure, passing the offering hall leads to the burial chamber. But I suddenly realized I had forgotten something important, so I returned to the hall, heading straight for the stupa. Relics are among the rarest treasures in the world. If I could obtain one, it might suppress my yang-deficient spiritual body and stop attracting ghosts. Don't touch that stupa. It's dangerous. I'll retrieve the relic for you. You need it. I looked at Zhengyang with deep gratitude. The stupa was indeed exquisitely crafted. It was seamless, without even a hairline crack. When illuminated by Gongye's pearl, it appeared translucent and exquisite. I reached out to touch the tower, and a bone-chilling cold shot through my fingertips, spreading through my entire body. Each tier of the tower had 4 windows. Zhengyang manipulated it like a Rubik's cube, and soon on one face 28 windows aligned in 4 rows of 7. Zhengyang gave the tower a gentle push, and it opened like a box, revealing a golden casket. I removed the golden casket, which contained a silver one, and from the silver casket I drew out an ivory case. Finally, from the ivory case I took out a plain wooden box. Opening it, golden light flooded the hall, almost blinding. It was a mani pearl, the parietal bone relic of the Buddha himself. Only 16 verified relics of the Buddha exist in the world today. China holds 13, with the rest in Nepal, Japan, and Thailand. And I had obtained one. My joy was beyond words. I wrapped the wooden box in a silk handkerchief and carried it with me. Zhengyang restored the stupa and we left the offering hall. Lost in thought, I walked about 200 meters before reaching the burial chamber. It was completely empty. No murals, nothing, with only a coffin placed at the center. The coffin was made of extremely thin wood. Had it not been for the dry climate of the western regions, it would have crumbled to dust long ago. Xingyang and I stepped forward to examine it closely. The coffin was carved from a single piece of poplar, wood with upturned ends resembling a boat's bow and stern. The interior was hollowed out just enough for a person to lie in, covered by a single poplar plank secured with wooden nails. Similar in design to the coffins found at the Shaohe tomb complex. The coffin appeared to have been pried open, revealing a gap. Based on the fresh wood shavings, it couldn't have been more than half a month. Xingyang and I exchanged a glance, signaling our decision to open it. I took out the iron lamp Lu Jianguo had lent me and set it in the corner. Xingyang and I positioned ourselves on either side, gripped the coffin lid, and heaved it off. Inside lay a foreign friend with blonde hair and blue eyes, completely desiccated, as if all the fluids had been drained from his body. He had a high-bridged nose and deep-set eyes, his face twisted in extreme agony with a gash across his throat from which all the blood had drained. How did these people get in? I was certain the only way in from the surface was through the quicksand tomb. They couldn't have entered before us. That left only one possibility: they came from somewhere else. There's something under him. We lifted the foreigner, and once his upper body was raised, a mummified corpse was revealed beneath him. She was dressed like the Lulan beauty, her skin completely desiccated yet strangely smooth, eyes deeply sunken, mouth stretched wide by the contracting skin. As we pulled the foreigner further, we felt him snagged on something. Looking closely, the mummy had her arms wrapped around the foreigner's waist, as if refusing to let him go. Damn! Could she be a reanimated corpse? I was startled. I'd encountered such horrors several times before, leaving me deeply traumatized. This thing isn't human at all. Xingyang's eyes blazed with cold fury. Well, obviously it wasn't human. But what the hell was it then? A human skin puppet. I nearly collapsed in fright at those words. I looked at the creature again. Though it had the appearance of a dried corpse, its skeletal frame betrayed its true nature. According to the secret records of Maoshan, the kingdom of Khotan placed great emphasis on witchcraft, stripping human skin to create puppets as tomb guardians. In essence, this was a tomb guardian beast tasked with protecting the tomb's entrance. In the Central Plain, stone beasts were used for such purposes. But in the western regions, where sorcery prevailed and human spirits were believed most potent, they simply used humans to make the puppets. This kind of thing was profoundly evil, impervious to Taoist arts, and even machine guns could barely stop it. The mummy shot upright, its knees unbending, and with a bang the foreigner was flung against the tomb wall, shattering on impact. The mummy stood in the coffin, its hollow eyes open, limbs moving with unnatural jerky motions, swaying unsteadily. It opened its mouth wide as if laughing, but no sound came out. It stepped down from the coffin, landing on the floor with a thunderous boom. And then it lunged straight at me. Do I really look that unlucky? Why does everything come for me? There's another guy right there. Wouldn't it be more satisfying to challenge him? I stumbled backwards several steps as the mummy moved with mechanical precision, its claws extending toward me. The mummy's iron claws swung out like wheels. It struck forward, then retreated. We faced each other. It lunged, I leaped back. The iron claws came at me like spinning blades, but I narrowly dodged each strike. I kept my distance, leaving myself room to maneuver, and began to discern the secret within this iron claw technique. Its left hand shot forward, aiming for my ear. Then it struck from above, changing direction but maintaining the same posture as before. It turned out this creature only had 3 moves used in random sequence. In simple terms, a vicious grab at the neck, a two-handed attack, and a monkey fishing for the moon. All utterly ruthless techniques. It seemed this human skin puppet was only half-finished, unworthy of its name. That made things easier. When it uses the cloud-grasping hand, strike its lower abdomen. The mummy indeed lunged for my ear. The Yunji Qiqian likens the cloud sea jade steps to the ears and shoulders, which is why Xingyang called it the cloud-grasping hand. But when the mummy executed the cloud-grasping hand, its lower abdomen was completely exposed, its pure leather core laid open. I struck it with all my might, sending it staggering backward. When it uses the two-handed attack, strike its crown. The mummy indeed used the two-handed attack, one claw swiping from above, the other from below. I gambled on victory, my toes barely touching the ground as I swung a massive fist into its skull. With a thunderous crack, it collapsed onto its haunches. Its legs were completely paralyzed. Watch for the monkey fishing for the moon. Use a head-sweeping kick. The monkey fishing technique is the most commonly used vicious move in street fighting, effective against both men and women. So I used the head-sweeping kick from unrestricted martial arts, swinging with all my force. As its claws closed in, there was a dull thud, and its entire head rolled to the side. Boy, the fight isn't over. Just as I was about to stand down, a dark shadow like a flying squirrel lunged at me. The ancients firmly believed in the resonance between heaven and humanity, creating a theoretical system to select auspicious sites for dwellings and graves that would align with celestial will and harness favorable earthly energy. The Book of Burial is concise and accessible. Though it contains only about 2,000 characters and focuses solely on gravesite techniques, it establishes the most fundamental concepts and principles of geomancy. The term feng shui itself originates from this very book. Its core concept revolves around vital energy. Water can transform into qi, and where there is qi there is life. Other key theories such as the 3 auspicious and 6 nodes, form school, 5 unburiable sites, and, for spirits, also form the foundational principles of feng shui practice. Burying the dead allows the deceased to draw upon the vital energy of the earth. This energy transforms into the qi of the 5 elements flowing through the ground to nourish seeds, and bring all things to life. During gestation humans are formed from the essence of their parents, creating bones, sinews, and flesh, while the vital essence of heaven and earth shapes the spirit. In essence, all life is condensed from vital energy. Thus, after death the body returns to the earth, but the primordial energy alone travels through the heavens, allowing it to resonate with descendants. The theory of the interconnection between human and earthly qi, and the concept of vital energy resonance form the theoretical foundation of all feng shui, both for dwellings and graves alike. That thing lunged at me, whirling through the air like a spinning wheel. As the skin drew closer, I roared at the top of my lungs, "Damn you!" I drew the Qingming sword and slashed at the skin. To my astonishment, the skin hovered upright in midair, making a gesture as if to catch the blade between its hands. I pressed the sword down with all my might, and the skin collapsed limply to the ground like soft mud. The blade could not slice it, nor could it cut through it. As I tried to pull the sword free, the skin wrapped itself entirely around the blade. It clung to my flying sword, flailing like mud, refusing to be shaken off. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, slightly clearly angered. Knowing that a soft approach could counter a hard one, he drew the swanny rope from his left hand, and cast it toward my sword. It coiled around the blade like a thread wrapping a pillar, looping round and round. He yanked the thin rope, and I lost my grip on the sword, pulled completely toward him. "This is an evil art." He bit his middle finger and smeared blood across the skin. A wisp of black smoke arose, visible to the naked eye, crackling like blue electric light. The skin suddenly unfurled, flattening against the ground, then swelled up like a sail and lunged at Zhang Yang. He stood on one leg in a golden rooster stance, drew the Chunjun sword, and pointed the tip toward the ground. In an instant the sword swept across his chest, as if he wielded 7 or 8 blades, conjuring dozens of sword blossoms that slashed across the skin. Seeing the attack, the skin dodged, but was too slow and turned to charge at me instead. "Damn it all, why does everything come at me?" The skin was about to pounce when a sound like tearing cloth filled the air, whoosh whoosh, and countless butterflies appeared in the sky. The skin was shredded into fragments by Xingyang's sword blossoms. I stared in awe. With skills like that, he'd win gold at the Olympics every single year. I never imagined such a formidable man existed. If that foreigner got in, there must be a passage here. Zhang Yang and I searched around but found no other exit. My gaze swept upward and returned to the poplar wood coffin. I noticed the coffin and its base didn't match at all. This had clearly been placed here later. Zhang Yang and I exchanged a glance, and without a word both reached out to pry the coffin open. It wouldn't budge, as if glued shut. I peered inside the coffin. The bottom was lined with a sheepskin mat, and aside from a few broken jars and some ordinary amber ornaments, there was nothing else. This type of burial arrangement was extremely rare. It couldn't possibly be the tomb owner's original coffin. Even a mother-child double coffin would use 2 identical coffins, and sometimes a decoy coffin would even contain a real body. Zhang Yang said, "Kid, think about it. Why would someone build such a grand mausoleum and not bother with burial goods? Could there be a special reason?" I racked my brain, recalling burial practices through the ages. Indeed, no such arrangement existed. Only in the Western Han Dynasty did a man named Yang Wangsun defy convention, demanding to be buried naked directly in the earth. Such heresy was exceedingly rare. Practically a step backward in history. I slapped my forehead and shouted, "The passage must be under the mat." I reached down to tear away the sheepskin, revealing 3 or 4 wooden planks beneath. I pried one up, and sure enough a gap appeared. As I pulled the planks out completely, a stone knob popped up from the bottom. In that instant I understood and yelled, "Xingyang, watch out. We've triggered a trap." Before I even finished speaking, the jade door slammed shut with a loud bang. Over a dozen crossbows extended from the tomb walls, bolts ready to fire. Xingyang lifted the coffin lid, kicked it toward me, and I crashed into the stone coffin with a thud. He then tossed the lid up and dove in just as it fell into place. The moment the lid closed, a volley of bolts struck the coffin, thumping loudly against it. As we gasped for breath, a hand reached up from beneath the coffin floor and yanked us down hard. With a thunderous crash, Xingyang and I tumbled down. But the hand was nowhere to be seen. I looked around the main chamber. It was massive, easily over 200 square meters, mostly empty. In the very center hung 2 coffins, one large and one small, like a couple's joint burial. The entire floor was paved with 14 bronze coffins with only a single gap. It looked like a rearranged 9-palace grid. When I got to my feet, Xingyang was already standing before the central coffin, staring intently. His expression shifted constantly, and he even began twisting the hem of his robe. Xingyang pulled out a Yang-style compass and studied the bronze coffin. I walked over and saw that the needle wasn't moving at all, as if it had encountered an extremely powerful magnetic field frozen in place. Bronze coffin. The Maoshan secret records had a dedicated illustration of the bronze coffin marked as an evil art forbidden for Maoshan disciples to use. The founding master had scrawled a forbidden character in cinnabar. A bronze coffin was only used to suppress a corpse that had already turned into a zombie, which meant I widened my eyes and couldn't help but gasp. Damn it, my luck was absolutely terrible. My first time tomb raiding and I run into a big one. My face turned pale as I urgently asked, Zhengyang, is this tomb chamber eerie? The malevolent energy is so thick the compass won't even spin. The compass needle spins rapidly when malevolent Orion energy is overwhelming. But once it locks onto the geomagnetic field, not even 9 oxen could budge it. Zhengyang said nothing, staring blankly at the compass in his hand. Then he glanced at me, strangely hesitated, and pointed at the bronze coffin, speaking slowly. The malevolent energy source is found. It's inside this coffin. You mean, the source is inside the coffin? I heard Zhengyang swallow hard. He gritted his teeth and said, what's sealed in this bronze coffin is definitely a high-level zombie. We might not survive this. Damn. That's serious. I'm going to die inside here on my first raid. I refused to believe fate was that cruel. I scanned the room and spotted a fine steel dagger and a couple of backpacks on the floor. I'd recognize those items anywhere, even burned to ash. This is Li Dazue's dagger and that's Dong Tong's backpack. So they were here. Let's search more, there must be other clues. Since the chamber was 200 square meters, the deeper part was pitch black and something seemed to lie on the ground. Zhengyang and I moved closer and nearly vomited. It was a lump of shredded flesh with hair, dark blood pooled around it, just beginning to congeal. Based on the state of it, this struggle had happened no more than half a day ago. Strange. Where did Li Dazue and the others go? Even if they died, there should be bodies. Don't tell me they were all eaten by that thing. That thing referred to the unknown creature in the coffin. They're definitely alive. I can sense faint yang energy in this chamber besides you and me. So they can still be saved. If we delay too long, they'll die. The only way is to risk cutting open this bronze coffin. In a 9-fold deadly tomb like this, who knows what level of zombie lies inside? Black zombies, white zombies, or hopping corpses would be manageable, but if it's something close to a drought demon, we'd be in serious trouble. If it's even fiercer than a drought demon, then, with our strength, we'd truly be facing certain death. Let's open the coffin. Coming to this 9-fold deadly tomb, we knew this was inevitable. Eliminating this menace is also part of my mission. So they weren't purely helping me. Of course, there's no such thing as a free lunch. This was probably just a favor in passing. To be cynical, maybe they just wanted an extra body to throw at the danger. I thought, great, just great. Even someone as tough as Zhengyang is this scared. How can I possibly escape? But then I figured, if he wasn't afraid, why should I be? So I nodded. At this point, there really was no better option. Zhengyang said, Kid, when we open the coffin, hold up the Heavenly Master Bronze seal to cover it. I'll restrain the thing. If it doesn't rise, we're good. If it reanimates, press the seal onto its head. Zhengyang and I used our swords to pry off the bronze outer coffin, gritted our teeth, and heaved away the heavy lid, revealing an inner coffin beneath. A white mist rose before us, its cold air rushing at our faces. I studied the coffin closely and felt a strange familiarity. After staring for a long while, I realized I'd seen it recorded in the Maoshan secret records. Qingyunzi coffin. It's a type of wood similar to dark wood, but it grows only in perpetually shaded places. After centuries of growth, it's barely the size of a bowl. To craft this coffin, the wood must be thousands of years old. A coffin made of Qingyunzi wood is called a Qingyunzi coffin, used to suppress things that have already turned. Bronze outer coffin, Qingyunzi inner coffin. Just what level of zombie is inside to require such measures? Zhengyang, open it or not. Once we do, that thing will burst out. Let's open it. The Chunjun sword slid fully into the coffin seam, and Zhengyang pried with all his strength. 4 or 5 3-foot-long nails flew out, embedding themselves in the stone wall across from us. A chilling wind burst from the coffin gap, and suddenly the iron lamp I'd lit flickered and turned a sickly green, glowing like ghost fire. Even I was stunned by the sight. People light candles, ghosts blow out the light. But this flame didn't go out. It flared up in a way that defied all logic. I couldn't wrap my head around it. What kind of thing was this? Before I could recover, a series of thumping sounds echoed from inside the coffin. A foul stench burst forth, and with a few loud bangs the coffin lid trembled violently. The nails holding it down began to pop up one by one, and the lid shook more and more fiercely. My heart nearly leaped into my throat. The hand holding the Heavenly Master Bronze seal trembled uncontrollably, and Zhengyang's face had gone pale, his brow twitching. Damn it, that thing's about to jump out. My eyes were fixed on the coffin, my heart pounding in my throat. The thing inside was about to emerge, and the waiting was the most terrifying part. I felt a deep unease of foreboding I couldn't quite name. Could this be the incorruptible bone? The broken-faced once-you star I had divined outside the tomb chamber. Was this the very creature? Clang. Xingyang drew his pure abyss sword, his gaze locked on the coffin as he shouted to me. It's coming out. Prepare yourself. The moment he spoke, the nails on the lacquered coffin popped out one by one. At last the lid burst off with a thunderous bang, and a dense searing white smoke billowed forth, obscuring everything from view. From within the mist rose a slender pitch-black silhouette, rigid, utterly motionless. The moments as the white smoke dissipated were the most tense of my life. My heartbeat quickened, cold sweat streamed down my face, and I silently prayed I wouldn't see what I dreaded most. When I finally saw it clearly, my legs turned to jelly, and I stood frozen, unable to move a muscle. Shine the bronze seal on it. Xingyang shouted repeatedly, his voice laced with panic. No, the bronze seal is useless against this thing. It was a colossal centipede-like creature, immense in size. With the part inside the coffin, it stretched 3 to 4 meters long. It reared up half its body like a serpent, its 2 eyes glowing a hollow blood red. Its massive venomous jaws and long antennae were horrifying enough. Yet despite its countless legs, the giant insect remained perfectly still, as if sniffing the air for a scent. As the saying goes, within 5 steps of a venomous creature lies its antidote. And, where there is a poisonous insect, there is its natural enemy. Consider the battles between sperm whales and giant squids. On the surface, the centipede's nemesis is the rooster; underground, it's the venomous snake. I suddenly heard booming thuds from beneath the coffin. Sounds like a bull's bellow, yet tinged with a mournful wail. I couldn't tell what kind of beast it was. From beneath the coffin emerged a toad no more than 2 inches long, its body a vivid blood-like red. Its eyes flashed with golden light, and its croak sounded like the buzz of a gadfly. It was the king of Mangu vermilion toads. The centipede lunged, spewing a red mist, and struck the toad's back, clamping down hard. The toad flipped over, kicked its legs a few times, and deftly dodged onto the centipede's body, latching on and draining it voraciously. The giant centipede suddenly coiled up, wrapping the toad completely. The toad didn't dodge. Instead, it surged forward, lunged at the centipede's head, and bit down, tearing off a massive chunk. The centipede thrashed free, slithering with incredible speed to escape. The toad pounced several times but missed, and the centipede fled back into the coffin. The toad followed it in. Crack. 2 sharp snaps. The centipede was bitten clean in half, and the toad was seized by a withered hand, held fast and helpless. A shriveled old man crawled out of the coffin, eerily lifelike yet impossibly gaunt. He casually grasped the centipede and strangled it without the slightest struggle. He climbed atop the coffin and sat cross-legged. He stuffed the centipede into his mouth, chewing slowly, then took a bite of the toad as well. He was utterly composed, radiating an overwhelming aura, as if he hadn't noticed us at all. After he finished eating, he let out a loud belch, climbed down from the coffin at a leisurely pace, and ambled unsteadily toward me. What kind of monster was this? So ferocious. That centipede, at least centuries old, could easily take down an elephant. And that toad, lethally venomous, was a king of the natural world. Yet this old thing devoured them both without a sound, as casually as a roadside snack. Whoever you are, this Taoist cannot let you live today. Xingyang let out a mighty roar, raising his sword to strike. The creature didn't dodge. Its 2 hands clamped onto the blade like iron pincers. Xingyang pulled with all his might but couldn't budge it. Sweat poured down his forehead, his face turning deathly pale. Holy crap, this thing is terrifying. A godlike existence. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. The creature gently took the pure abyss sword and tossed it aside, then waved its hands at us, repeatedly appearing remarkably amiable. Damn, can a zombie be this friendly? What the hell is this thing? I thought. Then it actually spoke. In your terms, I am called the incorruptible bone. In my own words, I am the golden body, imperishable. According to the secret records of Maoshan, the incorruptible bone is a guide of the Yellow Springs, who never enters reincarnation, lingering between life and death. Their corpse remains undecayed for a century, transforming into a zombie exuding dense deathly aura and an incurable corpse poison. Dark, sinister, and terrifying. It was accompanied by an illustration straight out of the classic of Mountains and Seas. Utterly horrifying and spine-chilling. Yet this creature before us was no different from old Wang next door, who plays chess. You might even mistake him for a grandpa doing square dancing. Clang. The smaller coffin beside us suddenly burst apart. A ghastly pale arm shot out from within and slammed into Xingyang's chest, sending him flying through the air to crash hard against the wall. I lunged to grab him, but an overwhelming force surged through him, dragging me back dozens of steps. Xingyang spat out a mouthful of blood. Holy crap, that thing in the small coffin was so powerful that even a badass like Xingyang got hurt. What the hell was in that coffin? I was baffled, my eyes fixed on the incorruptible bone. The old man quickly waved his hand, saying, I don't know this person. I thought to myself, 2 coffins, one big and one small, placed side by side. You've been neighbors for at least 1,000 years and you claim not to know him. Who'd believe that? That thing in the coffin is at least a flying corpse. Flying corpse? The secret records of Maoshan states when a person is buried in a corpse-nurturing ground and white fur sprouts all over the body, it will feed on the blood of livestock. That is called a white zombie. After a white zombie feeds on animal blood for centuries, the white fur falls away and black fur grows. That is a black zombie. After a black zombie feeds on the blood of cattle and sheep for centuries more, the black fur recedes, restoring a human appearance, and it moves with a hopping gait. That is a hopping corpse. After a hopping corpse feeds on human blood for centuries, it can transform into a flying corpse. A flying corpse absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, fears not the daylight, and has become a near-demonic existence, slaughtering people and razing cities at will, leaving the mortal world barren for 1,000 li. Above the flying corpse is the near-demon drought fiend. Holy crap! Are you kidding me? A creature this powerful. And they didn't seal it with a bronze outer coffin, just with a rotten wooden coffin. Was that Taoist priest out of his mind? The incorruptible bone seemed to read my thoughts and said with a smile, No, his mind wasn't addled. I chose to hide inside the bronze coffin myself. It's quiet in there. I had no idea when that fellow was coming. Bullshit. Who would believe that? I thought, if you needed a bronze coffin to seal you, what kind of good bird could you be? The tomb chamber was well sealed and the rotten wooden coffin hadn't been disturbed. Had he really cultivated to the flying corpse stage? Could it be the baleful energy of this 9 extremes malignant grave that nurtured him? The figure in the coffin sat up. Apart from his deathly pale face, he looked no different from a living person. Those ghastly green eyes stared straight at me like being surrounded by hundreds of wild beasts in a pitch-black forest. Roar! The flying corpse shot out, letting out a furious roar, piercing and horrifying like nails scraping across glass. The flying corpse in a rage clawed wildly at the coffin. The wood instantly crumbled to powder, the entire coffin reduced to splinters and a pile of sawdust. I thought, brother, as they say, first establish your home, then your career. You destroyed your own home the moment you came out. That's some serious resolve. Zhengyang let out a mighty roar, shoved me aside, and charged forward with his pure abyss sword. He was locked in combat with the flying corpse, exchanging hundreds of blows with neither gaining the upper hand. After over 100 exchanges, Zhengyang's Taoist robe was shredded into ribbons, and he gradually fell into the disadvantage. I drew my azure nether sword and joined the fray. A flash of white and a flash of azure. Yet that pale hand clamped down on both our swords as if they were embedded in stone. I was completely immobilized. Zhengyang fared slightly better, barely holding on. The flying corpse let out a furious roar, clamped onto the blade tips, and raised its arm, lifting me off the ground entirely. We all know that even holding a bamboo pole with an outstretched arm can't support it for long. The flying corpse hoisted me up with terrifying, inconceivable strength. With one hand holding off Zhengyang, whose sword strikes clanged harmlessly against its body, the flying corpse hurled me viciously to the ground. I lay there unable to move for a long while as it turned to face Zhengyang alone. Zhengyang's stance and footwork were clearly faltering, nowhere near his former skill. He retreated further and further until his back hit the wall. The flying corpse leaped, its claws extending with a sharp rasp, aiming to seize Zhengyang's crown and drive all 5 fingers into his skull. Ignoring the pain, I leaped up and wrapped my arms around the flying corpse's waist. It was like clutching a block of ice, bone-chillingly cold. I gritted my teeth and refused to let go. The flying corpse swung its elbow, pounding my back relentlessly. I opened my mouth and spewed a mouthful of black blood, giving Zhengyang a precious moment to catch his breath. The flying corpse was caught between 2 foes and Zhengyang, and I watched it with undivided focus. But then a shadow flashed past and appeared before us. It was the incorruptible bone. It raised its hands, a murderous gleam in its eyes, and lunged at us. Zhengyang and I were already stretched thin, fighting the flying corpse. Now, with the incorruptible bone added to the fray, our deaths seemed imminent. So be it. 18 years from now, I'll be a hero once more. A sinister smile curled at the corner of the bourgeois Gu's mouth. It spread its arms wide and lunged toward us. Zhengyang and I were inwardly startled. I thought to myself, damn it, this thing is far more formidable than the flying corpse. A single flying corpse had already overwhelmed us, grinding us down to nothing. If we had to face a bourgeois Gu on top of that, it would undoubtedly be a dead end. Before we knew it, the bourgeois Gu was upon us. Its iron-like hands struck with fierce momentum like an eagle seizing a rabbit. It grabbed the flying corpse, its 5 claws embedding into it like nails. The flying corpse's face instantly turned deathly pale. Damn, that thing's complexion was pale with a hint of black. An ominous sign. The flying corpse paid us no heed. It soared into the air and attacked the bourgeois Gu. The bourgeois Gu deflected the blow with a casual gesture, leaving Zhengyang and me utterly horrified. When the bourgeois Gu launched its second strike, its movements were bizarre beyond compare. Suddenly it clawed fiercely at its own face, then kicked itself hard on the rear. The flying corpse seemed unafraid and lunged forward. But the bourgeois Gu rolled over, sprang up, and delivered a rapid series of kicks. It twisted its hands, clamping down on the flying corpse, and tore it apart like shredding paper. What the hell? What's happening? Am I seeing this right? The Buhuagu had actually destroyed the flying corpse. This was completely beyond my expectations. The Buhuagu cast aside the flying corpse, pulled half a centipede from the coffin, and began devouring it ravenously. It then cast a sidelong glance at me, sizing me up from head to toe, sending chills down my spine. Nothing good comes from sudden kindness. Jingyang shouted. I was trembling with fear and dared not speak, for this being was an existence that defied the heavens. We had to be on our guard. He. You two young ones are quite something. But it seems you lack proper manners. The living and the dead walk different paths. Why bother with such formalities? What do you want? No, I just want to tell you a story. Perhaps you'll find it interesting. The Buhuagu discarded the half-eaten centipede and squatted on the ground, wailing loudly. Its wailing was no joke. It was utterly piercing and mournful. Ghosts gather the world's filth, and their cries embody all the sorrow of the world. Good heavens, the sudden shift in tone was too much. I couldn't adapt. This incredibly powerful Buhuagu was now crying like a woman. Stop crying. As the sovereign of the ghost realm, have you no shame? His crying actually stirred a hint of sadness in me. Just tell me what you have to say. Am I useless? The Buhuagu seemed taken aback, clearly not expecting my reaction. It stared at me intently. I felt a chill run down my spine and gasped. Damn, was this thing about to lose its temper? I quickly shook my head. No, not at all. That's good. This old one has lost his composure. The last time I left this tomb, the kingdom of Khotan had already fallen. At that time, every member of the Yuchi clan swore to fight their way back to Khotan, rebuild the kingdom, and keep the Yuchi name glorious. Khotan, spanning the Han Three Kingdoms Jin Northern and Southern dynasties, and into the early Song dynasty, still exerted significant cultural influence over neighboring civilizations. During the wars against the Karakhanids, whose main forces were heavily armored cavalry and horse archers, Khotan was nearly annihilated. Even with rescue from the kingdom of Gaochang, they suffered heavy casualties in every battle. 5 years later, I emerged from the tomb, and in a single night left them over 5,000 graves. The Karakhanids, seeking revenge, launched an attack on Khotan. In a fierce, decisive battle, the king of Khotan and his forces were defeated and killed. Khotan was ultimately destroyed by the Karakhanid dynasty. And because of that, you were sealed in this bronze coffin. Heh, exactly. They didn't realize I was still alive. This bronze coffin couldn't hold me at all. Who was the flying corpse? I told you I don't know him. He appeared only after I was sealed in the bronze coffin. He seemed to be a shaman placed in the shrine by some Karakhanid king to suppress me. Haha, but he couldn't withstand the baleful energy and ended up worse off than me. Alas, the fall of Khotan is one thing, but what I truly cannot let go of is a villain I must kill with my own hands. Its eyes blazed with fierce killing intent. I glanced at Jingyang, who remained silent, seemingly urging me to listen further. Its words stirred up a long-buried doubt within me, and I couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you the great master Zhu Shishing?" Cough cough. Me being Zhu Shishing? That's impossible. The old man was never buried in the western regions. At 80, foreseeing no master in the region, he secretly departed for Tianzhu, India. The implication was clear, this was merely Zhu Shishing's cenotaph. This information was crucial. This tomb was never Zhu Shishing's. When the Taoist had set up his formation, he likely sought to use the prestige of a great monk to protect the site from desecration and ensure his formation remained intact. I was merely a guard. I escorted Princess Shijuan to the land of Wusun, and I remained in these foreign lands forever. Princess Shijuan was only 16 then. The scene of her departure from Chang'an moved even me. Suddenly the Buhuagu's eyes lit up, a glimmer of intelligence flashing through its murky gaze. That day banners blotted out the sun, drums and music filled the air. A magnificent sight. The capital Chang'an grew smaller and smaller in Shijuan's tearful eyes. Lu Shijuan, daughter of Lu Jian, the prince of Jiangdu during the Western Han dynasty. In the 6th year of the Yuanfeng era, Emperor Wu of Han bestowed upon Shijuan the title of princess and married her to Kunmo Lijiami, the king of Wusun, forging a brotherly alliance to jointly resist the Xiongnu. According to records, when Princess Shijuan was married off, Emperor Wu bestowed upon her chariots, robes and accessories, and provided her with hundreds of officials and attendants, making the gift extremely lavish. Upon her arrival in Wusun, Lijiami appointed her as his right lady. Craftsmen accompanying her built her a palace. The Han dynasty sent envoys to visit her every other year. When Kunmo Lijiami died of old age, Princess Shijuan, unable to accept it, requested permission from Emperor Wu to return home. The emperor instructed her to follow local customs to achieve the greater goal of allying with Wusun against the Xiongnu. Shijuan had no choice but to marry Senzu, the new king. A year later, she gave birth to a daughter named Xiaofu. Due to postpartum complications and overwhelming sorrow, she died shortly thereafter. Alas, I served the princess for many years. She died of depression, leaving behind the young Princess Xiaofu. The Buhuagu seemed lost in memories. 16 years later, Princess Xiaofu married the king of Western Khotan. She gave birth to a princess named Wan'er. Could it be Yuchi Wan'er? This name, which had haunted me for days, was now spoken by a ghost. You know Yuchi Wan'er. At that moment I didn't care if it was a bourgeois. I reached out and grabbed it tightly. This action nearly made Zhengyang jump out of his skin. That was a Hanba-level ghost. The Yuchi clan was a resilient and unyielding race. To persist in fighting for over 100 years in the western regions, surrounded by enemies, was a miracle in itself. The Yuchi Wan'er clan originated from the Saka people, their ancestors having high noses and deep-set eyes. Admiring Han culture, they had intermarried with the Han for centuries. By the Northern and Southern dynasties era, they were virtually indistinguishable from ordinary Han people. Whenever the bourgeois mentioned this princess, its eyes would light up. My princess was a paragon of her generation. Though young, she possessed great ambition, and was a true heroine among women. She devoted 20 years to restoring the kingdom of Western Khotan. The name Yuchi Wan'er appears in no historical records. However, the Khotanese Shahai ancient scrolls unearthed at the Yatkan site contain a passage recounting her story. The princess had a tragic life. She lost her father at a young age, which forged her resolute character. Unfortunately, I was already old and could not protect her throughout her life. The bourgeois' eyes grew moist, and it choked up as it recounted the story in fragments. Since receiving the marriage contract, I had diligently searched for information about Yuchi Wan'er. Many records had left me with doubts. After hearing the bourgeois' account, I finally understood the general outline of her life. Back then, after the king of Western Khotan was usurped by a woodcutter, he was seduced by a beautiful serpent demon, leading to the death of Princess Xiaofu. He then plotted to kill Wan'er as well. Wan'er was only 10 at the time. Fortunately, a Taoist priest arrived. He took an immediate liking to her and said, "Let me rid you of the serpent demon and avenge your mother. Will you become my disciple?" When the serpent demon learned of this, she flew into a rage. She locked Princess Wan'er in a chest, intending to burn her alive. The next day, the Taoist priest strode straight into the palace, exposed the serpent demon, and imprisoned her in a furnace. That night, Wan'er disappeared. I was the only surviving attendant who had come from the Central Plains. The princess was gone, and I was frantic with worry. 5 years later, the king of Western Khotan was killed by the king of Eastern Khotan. The Taoist priest returned Wan'er. I was fortunate enough to see the princess then, and asked where she had been all those years. It turned out the Taoist priest had taken her to a large stone cave filled with monkeys, and surrounded by dense forests. He gave Wan'er a golden elixir, and a 2-foot-long sword. The blade was incredibly sharp. A single hair placed upon it would be severed with a mere breath. Wan'er learned to climb and swing from the 2 monkeys, gradually feeling as light as the wind. After a year, she practiced stabbing monkeys, hitting her mark every time. Later, she hunted tigers and leopards, always beheading them and bringing back the heads. After 3 years, she could fly and learned to strike eagles, never missing. The blade gradually wore down to only 5 inches. The Taoist said, "You are ready to graduate." The following year, the Taoist took Wan'er to a city. Pointing at a person on the street, he listed their crimes, and ordered Wan'er to decapitate them without being noticed. Wan'er accomplished it in an instant. A few years later, Wan'er could kill high-ranking officials amidst a crowd of thousands, as if entering an empty land. From then on, she was dedicated to restoring her kingdom. She emulated King Gojian of Yue, enduring hardship and humiliation. She tied up her hair and donned men's clothing. At the time, rebellions were breaking out across the 4 borders of Khotan, and the king of Eastern Khotan was overwhelmed. Wan'er, clad in armor, led from the front. Her martial prowess was unmatched, and the army she commanded quickly rose to prominence. However, a few years later, for reasons unknown, Yuchi Wan'er vanished completely. No one ever saw her again. All historical records of her were also erased, and her fate remained a mystery. She was waiting for someone, waiting for the right moment. Was it the Taoist priest? I don't know. The princess never spoke to me about such things. The bourgeois seemed reluctant to discuss Yuchi Wan'er further, and gestured to stop. I found the story almost too incredible to believe, but it only piqued my curiosity about the bourgeois. "Hey, old-timer, why did you end up occupying Zhu Shishing's tomb?" "Alas, I was lying quite comfortably in my poplar wood coffin. This godforsaken place is very dry. Then some year a Taoist priest came and dragged me out of my grave, stuffing me into a wooden coffin. The baleful energy beneath it grew stronger day by day. I couldn't escape, and by the time I could, I had become this." "What? The princess has a connection with you. That's why I refrained from harming you. Not only did I spare you, but I also saved your companions." I was utterly bewildered, thinking, what the hell? Did Li Dazue and the others get captured by the bourgeois? But aloud I said, "My companions. All right? What exactly do you want from me?" "Young man, calm down. My request is very simple." Formulaic writing methods. Before writing this book, I hesitated greatly. Should I follow the popular model of face-slapping satisfaction or the endless grind of leveling up? Yet in the end, I chose a path different from conventional web novel writing. For every chapter I conducted extensive research striving to ensure every Taoist art and treasure mentioned had a factual basis. Writing only 400 to 500 characters per hour, this pace naturally cannot keep up with reading speed. However, I believe readers also deserve high-quality novels. Ones that provide both exhilarating reading and meaningful takeaways. While I agree web novels serve as entertainment and pastime, gaining something from that entertainment would be hitting two birds with one stone, wouldn't it? My creative approach clearly deviates from the platform's mainstream philosophy, which inevitably hampers the promotion and publicity of my work. As an unknown author, I lack both the aura of a veteran writer and a devoted fanbase, and I am financially constrained. Promotion relies heavily on word-of-mouth recommendations from readers to build popularity. All I can do is write every passage with utmost sincerity, never cutting corners. As a beleaguered IT worker, leaving home at 8 in the morning and returning at 11 at night, or even 1 or 2 in the morning, is a common occurrence. Every day I write during lunch breaks, early evenings, and even in the gaps after returning home. It is indeed exhausting, and I have even given up my weekends, spending all my time either working or typing away. Writing a novel is one of my dreams, and gaining recognition from others is another. I am deeply passionate about traditional Chinese culture, and have extensively read ancient classics, having perused nearly all the important texts across the 4 major categories of classical literature. After reading web novels on feng shui and supernatural themes, I felt that aside from their compelling plots, most lacked sufficient knowledge of traditional lore. This realization sparked my motivation to write. For every talisman, hand seal, and incantation I strive to ensure their origins are never fabricated. The magical effects of talismans require exaggerated descriptions for literary purposes. This work contains not only my insights into society but also my understanding of the human heart. Thus I emphasize repeatedly that cultivation is the cultivation of the heart, and battles with ghosts and demons are ultimately battles with the human heart. As one's power expands, so too does the inner demon grow stronger. These principles also serve as the guiding philosophy of this book. During its initial release, thanks to the support of my dear readers, it consistently held the top spot on the supernatural ranking, and was fortunate to receive a recommendation in the popular category. During this month, the book's daily collection grew steadily by 90,120, surpassing 3,000 collections, which indicates that readers have indeed given it their approval. Finally, I must emphasize, as long as even one reader continues to follow, I will never stop updating. Thank you all for taking the time to read this unknown author's message. The Ghost Festival Gala. Grand celebration under the Moon Ghost Festival ushers in new joy. The first Ghost Festival Gala now begins. Oxhead, respected Ksiddhagarbha Bodhisattva, the 10 kings of Yama, all the judges and ghost messengers. Happy Ghost Festival to you all. I am your host Oxhead. Horseface, another annual ghost festival has arrived. On this joyous day of tomb visits, the underworld is filled with an aura of peace. Thank you to all the ghosts, both new and old, for your participation. I am your host Horseface. Oxhead, the cold feast and stale wine await next year. Horseface, yet who knows where the drifting duckweed will land. Oxhead, hello everyone. The moon casts a bleak pallid silver glow, and the streets shimmer with the flames of burning spirit money. Ghosts and demons drift listlessly through the crowds. A desolate atmosphere pervades, filled with wails and howls. Horseface, today all of us ghosts gather together to celebrate this grand annual ghost festival. Oxhead, next let us welcome King Yama to deliver a speech. 1. King Yama summarizes the underworld's development over the past year, draws lessons from experience, and addresses the results of this year's construction. He emphasizes the necessity of expanding the 18th level of Hell and adding a 19th and 20th level. He vows to restrict the surge in ghost population, crack down on illegal deaths and deaths without proper certification. He also pledges to severely punish the illegal act of refusing to die. Those who can be sent to the 18th level of Hell will be sent there without exception. He further announces plans to convene a conference in the latter half of the year regarding the handling of newly arrived ghosts. Horseface, now let the gala begin. Let us together appreciate the beauty of life. 2. The Grand Underworld Troupe performs Our Wonderful Underworld. The orchestra is composed of former members of the Mortal Choir, the East is Red Band, who have since passed away. The band excels in various choral pieces, with the most piercing wails and spine-chilling melodies, accompanied by the harmonious beats of skull drums. They perform a thunderous hymn of praise. Praising the bliss of hell and the idyllic life of monsters, the audience is moved to tears, exclaiming, "At last we've found the warmth of home." 3. Model worker. Meng Pe and her elixir of forgetfulness. Having lost her husband and child, she endured the torment of longing. Over 2 millennia she devoted herself to perfecting the elixir. To relieve ghosts of their suffering, she spares no effort, seizing every opportunity. She uses every ghost as a subject for her experiments. She even offers the elixir for free by the Naiha Bridge, dedicating her entire life to this cause without a single complaint. She is the underworld's finest citizen and the exemplary model for all ghosts. Aunt Meng Pe. Oxhead, Annie, you've worked so hard. Mengpa serving ghosts is my duty. Oxhead, do you have any wishes? Mengpa, I want to create a potion that makes one forget the emotions of 3 lifetimes. Forget the past life, forget this life, and forget the next. With that, Mengpa smiled with deep emotion, revealing a shyness befitting a young maiden. She strives for perfection, always seeking to reach greater heights. This is the spirit of the older generation of underworld officials. 4. Skit. The Oil Cauldron. The skit tells of a minor ghost who works in the deep frying trade. After receiving a hefty subsidy from the underworld, he seeks personal gain. He secretly replaces the finest peanut oil in the cauldron with gutter oil, and turns the fried ghosts into fritters, selling them to unsuspecting spirits. By a stroke of serendipity, those who consume them suffer no ill effects at all. Instead, they are cured of chronic ailments, grow stronger, no longer feel sleepy during the day, fear no bright light, and become immune to talismans. A tale of eating well and feeling great. Oxhead. Next we have a special bulletin. Satan from Hell sends his congratulations, wishing all ghosts a happy festival, and the underworld continued prosperity. The Fire Pit sends its regards, wishing all ghosts a joyful festival filled with laughter and song. The Baize sends its congratulations, wishing all souls a happy festival, and hoping the ghost population doubles next year. 5. Song. The Smile of an Infant. Using contrast, the song fervently praises the beauty of the underworld, while sternly condemning the wickedness of the mortal realm. The song denounces the myriad sins of the human world. Behind it lies a tragic yet fortunate story. An infant still in swaddling clothes at an age meant for innocence and joy is cruelly dashed to death by a wicked murderer. Yet upon arriving in the underworld, the infant is showered with love and ultimately breaks into a smile. Horseface. Now a brief commercial break. What are you waiting for? Naiha Dairy, including imported products, welcomes you. Wanna never see next month? Wanna be nipped in the bud? Want to stay young forever and never age? Then drink Naiha milk powder. Sourced from the Naiha Bridge Dairy Farm, carefully fed with Naiha river water. All natural and pollution-free. The ultimate dairy product for eternal youth. A glass a day keeps the living at bay. 7. Documentary skit. The Underworld Train Crew. Black and White Impermanence. The story follows a group of train attendants who remain at their posts, never late, always addressing others' urgent needs and thinking of others first. They charge no fees and even offer door-to-door service, personally escorting every passenger onto the train and accompanying them throughout the journey. Since the implementation of the real name system, they have never picked up the wrong passenger nor given scalpers any opportunity. Their dedication moves ghosts to tears. They work tirelessly in every corner, never resting. They sacrifice their own small comforts for the greater good. They seize every second, working overtime without ever asking for compensation. They are the most beloved ghosts. This is the Yellow Springs Express, a one-way train from the Ghost Gate to the Naiha Bridge. Everyone is welcome aboard. 8. Dance drama. The Ghost captures Song Dinghua. This performance blends high-difficulty moves with magic and acrobatics, depicting a kind-hearted ghost who helps the troubled Song Dinghua only to be betrayed by him. The acrobatics expose the ugly face of the mortal world and reveal humanity's malicious intent to vilify ghosts. Through comical gestures, it vividly portrays Song Dinghua's ingratitude and shameful behavior. It vividly recreates the tale of a clever ghost outwitting a villain, striking a chord with the entire ghost audience. The performance ends to thunderous applause, destined to linger in the minds of ghosts forever. Oxhead. Now the moment that stirs every ghost's heart. The announcement of the first prize. 1. First prize, Shinzo Abe. He will receive a grand prize sponsored by the 18th level of Hell. A free trial of all the torture instruments across the 18 levels of Hell, along with permanent residency in the underworld. 9. Next, a reporter conducts street interviews in the 18th level of Hell. Reporter, are you happy? Rotten gut ghost, I'm happy. Life is thriving here. I can safely eat seafood soaked in formaldehyde. I can also happily drink milk laced with melamine and savor Sudan red eggs. Here's a little secret: after consuming them, not only are there no toxic side effects, but they keep your corpse from rotting and give you that lovely pale complexion. Reporter, are you happy? Stiff ghost, sorry, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in Buddha. Reporter, are you happy? Snobbish ghost, I believe in King Yama, not Buddha. Only King Yama can guide me on the path of reincarnation. Only King Yama can build a beautiful hell. Horseface. Let's cut to the scenes outside. Visual: a bright moon with sparse stars, a veil of gloom. All manner of ghosts surge out of the Ghost Gate and onto the streets, waving colorful banners. Singing and cheering, their voices rise wave after wave. At the grave, skeletons inhale the first whiff of fresh incense. In the wilds, lonely spirits collect handfuls of spirit money. On the streets, wild ghosts tease pet dogs, chasing after them. A window pane shatters, here a child bursts into tears there. Oxhead. Look at how lively the Ghost Festival is. Now let's return to the gala. 10. Song. The Six Paths. The piece employs innovative instruments, cleavers, oil cauldrons, and more, meticulously arranged. Based on the characteristics of Leg, Bones. It forms a grand symphony celebrating the 6 paths of reincarnation. The song shifts between lively and spirited to mournful and solemn. It captures the excitement of souls about to be reborn, as well as the intense inner turmoil of choosing a different path. It brims with contempt for being reborn into the animal path while praising the dedication of the ghost messengers on duty. According to insiders, the song was composed by Zhou Ming with lyrics by Xia Ji and conducted by Judge Cui. Oxhead. Dear viewers, this year's gala has come to an end. Horseface. A sleepless night, as joy transcends time and space, stirring boundless passion. Come, dear friends, let us raise our cups and toast. Tonight joy knows no bounds. Tomorrow let us build a beautiful home together. Let us step into the finale with unforgettable tonight. What exactly do you want? I shouted at the imperishable bone, seeing no point in groveling since I was no match for it anyway. Perhaps intimidated by my fierce demeanor, the imperishable bone stammered. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I won't harm you. Fine. Just say what you want and I'll see if I can do it. Zhengyang and I stared at the imperishable bone, waiting to see what trick it was plotting. It still wore that ghastly expression. Take me with you to find the princess's enemy. I will deal with it myself. The imperishable bone pointed a finger at me, its eyes fixed intently upon me. No way, no way. Is there no room for negotiation? I refused to budge on this. According to the secret manual of Maoshan, a face-breaking once you star gives rise to the imperishable bone. Its corpse energy is extremely potent, and once contaminated it cannot be removed. Prolonged contact with an imperishable bone not only brings corpse energy, but also invites endless misfortune. How could I dare to bring such a dangerous thing along? Very well. Then your friends will die. My friends? That's a joke. Do you even know who my friends are? I thought to myself, go ahead and bluff. Only ghosts know where my friends are. I watched the imperishable bone. It gave a cold smile, pointing a finger at the bronze chests on the ground, as if implying they were all inside. I examined each chest closely. At first glance they seemed identical, yet each was marked with a number from 1 to 14 in Chinese characters. Isn't this the arrangement for the 9 palaces? I immediately understood. The tomb chamber was laid out in the pattern of a 9 palaces grid, with 2 and 4 as the shoulders, 6 and 8 as the feet. 9 above, 1 below, left 7, right 3. 4 of the bronze chests were positioned at spots 2, 8, 7 and 9. These were the so-called array eyes. This layout was known as the formation of shared fate. The 4 chests needed to be arranged, so that the sum of their numbers in any line equaled 15, which would reveal the secret to solving the 9 palaces puzzle. For instance, rearranging 8, 5, 7, 3, 6, 4, 1, 2 into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is like cracking a combination lock. The 8 digits have countless permutations. 3 of our friends had vanished simultaneously, yet there were 14 bronze chests. This meant 11 of them were either empty or contained other monsters. If we solved the 9 palaces puzzle and opened the chests in the correct order, with any luck 3 of them would hold our teammates, while the others would be either monsters or empty. How does one distinguish reality from illusion? If these bronze chests contained nothing at all, that would be fine. But if they were all filled with monsters, that would be truly terrifying. It was like Schrodinger's cat. Whether you open the box or not, the cat ends up dead. My math skills were poor. I stared blankly at the 9 palaces grid, racking my brain, but I was completely at a loss. Your 3 friends were captured by that thing. Fortunately, I cast a protective aura of evil energy on them, or they would have died long ago. The imperishable bone seemed to be trying to curry favor. For all I know, you were the one who put them in there. I retorted irritably. Heh. To be honest, my accounting skills are practically 0. I can't handle these brain-teasing games. That thing stuffed your 3 friends into 3 of these chests. If you can solve the puzzle, they're saved. If not, they'll be done for in no time. I felt my brain was unable to cope with such a complex problem. I had hoped the imperishable bone would just tell me directly, but now my intellect and its combined were worse than 0. Xingyang finally spoke up. What's the matter? Can't handle this. I had to admit I was stumped. This kind of puzzle was too mind-boggling for me. I was completely stuck. Xingyang looked at my flustered state and chuckled. We're 9 on the head, 1 at the feet, a 3 on the left, 7 on the right, or 2, and 4 as the shoulders, 6 and 8 as the feet. Only then did I realize, whether it's 9 squares or 15, we only needed to focus on the 9 key ones. In any direction, horizontal, vertical, or diagonal, the 3 numbers in those 9 squares always added up to 15. Following this formula, I pulled a piece of paper from my backpack and sketched a rough diagram for solving the chess puzzle, which looked like this. 10, 14, 11. 04, 09, 02. 03, 05, 07. 08, 01, 06. 12, 13. Without further ado, I rearranged the bronze chests according to their current numbers, moving them to form the first row as 10, 14, 11, the second row as 4, 9, 2, the third row as 3, 5, 7, and the fourth row as 8, 1, 6, and the fifth row as 12, 13. This successfully identified the 4 most suspicious chests 4, 2, 8, and 6. Since the 9 palaces diagram was derived from the Hichu, only these 4 corner positions could fill the gaps. I stood up and paced a few steps around the room, staring at chest number 4, hesitant to act rashly. I asked Xingyang, "Do you think there's someone in this chest? Open it and see." I was dumbfounded. If I could just open it and see, why would I even ask? I examined the relief carvings on the bronze chest, but I had no idea where to start. The reliefs were not the common bronze patterns like Taoye, nor were they dragon motifs, honeysuckle ivy, or stud patterns. They all looked like random doodles by a child. A pig with wings, a giraffe without a neck, a snake with 4 legs. All sorts of bizarre, strange things. From my own experience, I truly had no idea what these drawings depicted. My intuition told me this chest was no ordinary one. How do we unlock the chest? I don't know either. Xingyang muttered to himself. I cursed inwardly, damn it. Robbing a tomb is harder than an Olympiad math problem. I'd rather tackle that infamous question about 7 sheep and 8 pigs on a boat and guess the captain's age. Anything was better than dealing with this treasure chest mission. If I opened it wrong and lost my life, it would all be over. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck me. I recalled a story from the Indian epic the Mahabharata. It told of a great war between 2 branches of the ancient Bharata race, the Kauravas and the Pandavas. This war was on a massive scale, with many kings and deities taking part on both sides. Its brutality was rarely seen in the world. According to historians, there is some factual basis behind this great battle. In recent years, some scholars have revisited this epic and discovered descriptions of various high-tech weapons and flying machines. These weapons and aircraft far surpass the era in which the poem was written, and even by today's standards they seem remarkably advanced. Could these chests be the prehistoric abstract master, Picasso's records of genetic modifications of ancient animals? This absurd thought flashed through my mind and was quickly dismissed. I gritted my teeth and decided to take the plunge. I grabbed chest number 4 and gave it a hard yank. With a creak, the lid opened easily. Damn it! Is this a joke? Inside the chest lay a person. I looked closer and saw it was Dong Tong. She was curled up inside, completely still. I put my hand near her nostrils. She was still breathing clearly, just unconscious. Xingyang and I lifted her out and laid her flat on an empty chest to rest. I then found chest number 2 and carefully inspected it from top to bottom. This chest had no patterns at all. It was as smooth as a mirror reflecting my own image. It was secured with a triple spring lock, which I broke with a single slash of my sword. From inside the chest came 4 distinct knocks, thump, 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 thump. As the saying goes, humans knock 3 times, ghosts knock 4. 4 knocks. Could it be a ghost? I was startled. Was it a person or a ghost in there? I hesitated for a long while, then decided to overpower it with sheer force. I yelled, "Are you a person or a ghost?" A few muffled thuds came from inside, the whole chest shook, and then a wave of foul stench burst out. I thought to myself, oh no, with such a stench, how badly has this thing decomposed into a corpse? According to the secret manual of Maoshan, when certain corpses come into contact with yang energy, they rapidly undergo a malevolent transformation, causing their internal organs to corrode instantly and emit a foul odor. A corpse emitting such a stench could almost certainly be classified as either a zombie or a vengeful spirit. Hey buddy, open the chest. My heart pounded violently. Holy crap. It's smart enough to tell if it's a man or a woman. The voice came again, clearer this time. It sounded familiar. I thought, isn't that Bald Chong's voice? Knowing it was a teammate, I quickly pried the chest open. He was pinching his nose inside. Bald Chong, your fart is so stinky. I thought it was a corpse transformation and nearly scared me to death. Heh heh heh. Bald Chong chuckled sheepishly. I don't know. I was half asleep and heard what sounded like a fight. I woke up and saw darkness all around. Damn it, I thought the power was out. I stretched only to find walls on every side. So I knocked 3 times, got angry when no one answered, and then punched it once. No wonder there were 4 knocks from inside. I tried to pull him out of the chest, but after tugging for a while he was still stuck. He said awkwardly, I've been eating too much lately and gained a few pounds. I cursed inwardly, you're a pig, and you dare to gain weight. But at this moment I couldn't waste time arguing with this pig. I pulled with all my might, and even Xingyang came over to help drag him out. Bald Chong let out a roar, his face turning from pale to bright red. He let out a few more loud farts and said, all right. I've lost a few pounds. Shall Xia try pulling again? My face was turning green from the stench. I pinched my nose and reached out to pull him, finally managing to drag Bald Chong out. Damn it. I saved myself with my farts. A first in history. That cracked me up. Honestly, I was curious how that thing had managed to stuff him in there. Once out of the chest, Bald Chong let out a long sigh, then collapsed to the ground unconscious. When someone under extreme stress finally relaxes, they often faint. It was no big deal, so I didn't bother with him. Now only chests 8 and 6 remained. One of them held Li Dazue and the other was either empty or contained a monster. Which one to open was purely a matter of luck. Li Dazue was a useless half-wit who wasn't well-liked, but he had genuinely helped me before. I couldn't just leave him to die. Besides, I would never abandon a teammate. I looked at Xingyang, who smiled and said, "Kid, you'll have to stand on your own 2 feet eventually. You can't rely on others for everything. A mountain will crumble if you lean on it." I knew Xingyang was giving me a chance to prove myself. After all, even if the sky fell, there were taller people to hold it up. I stood before the 2 chests completely torn. The imperishable bone sat upright on the bronze coffin, looking just as bewildered as I was. That thing really wasn't very smart. Otherwise it wouldn't have ended up in such a pathetic state even after cultivating to the level of imperishable bone. I couldn't be bothered with it now. The remaining 2 bronze chests had identical patterns, even the wear on their edges was exactly the same. If not for the numbers, 9 out of 10 people would probably mistake one for the other. Should I choose number 8? Or number 6? Whatever. 8 is a lucky number, so I'll go with number 8. The 8th box was forged from pure purple gold, its surface cool and smooth to the touch, carrying a considerable weight. It bore a resemblance to a Chow Tai Fook ring case, though rectangular in shape. My heart pounded violently. No one knew what secrets it held within. I remained silent, yet inwardly I recited, "Let all spirits be calm and any anomalies forgive me." 3, 2, 1. Upon reaching 1, I forcefully pried the box open. There was no sound, no movement. I peered inside and let out a laugh. It was empty. Dissatisfied with my initial glance, I plunged my head deeper into the box. In that instant, a plume of black smoke erupted, its chill piercing to the bone. A violent shiver ran through me, and I stumbled back 3 paces, drawing my Qingming sword, my gaze locked onto the seemingly empty box. Xingyang, startled by my sudden movement, turned to look at me and shouted, "Be careful. That thing is ferocious." Ferocious? Damn it, what incredible luck I have, attracting 3 or 4 formidable foes in just half a day. From the box emerged a female corpse, a key clenched between its teeth. I stared at it for a long while. It remained motionless, clearly not a ghost. "Xingyang, there's a key in its mouth. If I'm not mistaken, that key must be for the 6th box." I glanced at the 6th box, and sure enough, it was fitted with a lock. A cold dread washed over me. Damn, am I supposed to retrieve a key from a ghost's mouth? I steadied my nerves, took a deep breath, and inserted 2 fingers beneath her tongue. I pinched the key and carefully began to extract it. As it was about to clear her lips, I noticed an impossibly thin silk thread tied to the key's bow, trailing down into the corpse's throat. A sudden sense of foreboding gripped me. Something was attached to the other end of that thread. This was clearly a trap. Ancient craftsmen had ingeniously rigged crossbows within corpses triggered by gold threads. The moment a tomb robber removed the jade plug or pearl from the corpse's mouth, the mechanism would spring firing bolts directly into the robber. As the distance was always point-blank, escape was nearly impossible. Countless tomb robbers had met their end by such devices. I pressed on the corpse's abdomen, and sure enough felt several hard objects. I thought to myself, thank heavens for my wits, and for all those archaeology magazines I've read. Realizing this entire arrangement seemed specifically designed to ensnare tomb robbers, an involuntary shiver ran down my spine. The thread attached to the key was made of gold. My hand was already touching it, and whether I let go or pulled it would snap. Sweat poured down my face, soaking my back. Xingyang seemed to sense something was wrong, and sprinted towards me with incredible speed, arriving in a matter of seconds. My hand trembled slightly, and I felt the gold thread snap. My mind went completely blank before I could even cry out. A sharp whistle cut through the air. I saw a flash of white light hurtling towards my forehead, and I could feel the draft of air against my face. As the bolt was about to strike my forehead, I felt an unprecedented closeness to death. Strangely, a profound calm descended upon me. In that brief moment, my entire life flashed before my eyes. I thought of my recent trials and the loyal brothers who had sworn to stand by me, and a smile touched my lips. Come on then. It seems this is where I meet my end. Swish. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for the arrow's impact. I waited for what felt like an eternity, but the fatal blow never came. The bolt had been fired, but due to the ancient crossbow's decay, its power had severely diminished. Fell to the ground a mere 0.01 centimeters from the tip of my nose. I opened my eyes and saw the arrow lying on the ground at my feet. I looked over at Xingyang, who was clearly just as shocked, with beads of sweat, the size of beans, on his forehead. Seeing that I was unharmed, he nodded. A moment later, his expression shifted dramatically. His mouth opened as if to speak, but no words came out. I felt a chilling draft brush against my arm, carrying a thick, foul stench. In an instant, I understood. What the? It's a corpse transformation again. And just as Xingyang said, this one is truly vicious. Just then, I noticed the female corpse staring at me had turned grotesque. Her face shriveled like a rotten orange, collapsing in on itself. An indescribable sound rasped from her throat. Within seconds, the beautiful woman before me withered into a desiccated mummy. With a slight tremor from me, her withered arm snapped off and her dry body crumpled onto the jade platform still contracting. I was terrified staring at the horrifying corpse. Yet it didn't move. It defied all logic. It had transformed but it wasn't moving. Sigh. A long drawn-out female voice echoed. It wasn't the contrived horror of a movie. It was just a soft, utterly ordinary sigh. Had I heard it in a crowd, I wouldn't have given it a second thought. But in that place, that utterly ordinary sigh sent chills down my spine. Even now thinking back, I still shudder with fear. The dried-up corpse began to move. First its fingers tapped against the coffin board. Then its small mouth opened, revealing white teeth, and expelled a puff of black mist like powder or dust with an indescribably acrid smell. The blast of air hit me, and I felt dazed as if I were drifting into a dream. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a palace of Western region style. Tall jade pillars supported a domed ceiling, and the columns were draped with curtains. In the center of the palace sat a beautiful woman. Her attire was extremely revealing, her figure voluptuous, her expression alluring. She was eating grapes, licking her lips with each bite as if flaunting her charms. From my position at the stone table below, I saw Guangtou get up and grin at me. A smile of unspeakable evil and strangeness. He then turned and hurried to the woman's side, prostrating himself at her feet. As if guilty of a capital crime, he began kowtowing, violently, blood streaming from his head like a breached dam. After kowtowing for a long time, he suddenly knelt there, rigidly, seemingly lifeless. I looked around, but Xingyang was nowhere to be found. A white mist suddenly rose all around. The woman sighed again and shed her scant clothing, standing completely naked. Her curves were exquisite, her breasts high, her skin like snow. She began to walk towards me gracefully. To be honest, I was almost losing my composure. With a figure like an international supermodel, and a face so exquisitely beautiful, who wouldn't have lustful thoughts? I found myself walking towards her step by step, my face flushed, my gaze fixed on her body. Yet in my mind I was screaming, damn it. I've always prided myself on being a man of virtue like Lu Jianguo. Am I really going to fall for this? But my feet kept moving forward involuntarily. Boy, what heaven has conferred is called the nature. And accordance with this nature is called the path of duty. The regulation of this path is called instruction. I heard the voice. It was Xingyang. It echoed in my ears several times. The woman was getting closer, almost within reach. I extended my arms to embrace her. Ah, how could I have forgotten the words left by our founder? That phrase was etched into my mind. I began to chant it repeatedly. When the mind and spirit are attuned, the 5 aggregates are but threefold. Ever hold the Tao in your heart, and save the world from its misery. With each recitation, the woman's skin withered a little more. By my 30th chant, she had become a skeleton wrapped in skin. The shriveled husk kept beckoning to me, and I was stunned. Boy! Another roar from Xingyang pulled me back to reality. I looked at him with bewildered eyes, my mind filled with countless questions. Boy, what are you spacing out for? Check on Guangtou. I saw him still lying on the ground, motionless. Could he be dead? I went over and felt for a pulse on his neck. It was still throbbing. He's alive, thank goodness. Overjoyed, I slapped him on the shoulder. He jumped startled and scrambled to his feet, shouting, "Mercy, my queen!" What queen? I asked, sensing something was off. The queen of Naya. The one who was just sitting on the throne. Take a look. Is this her? I pointed to the shriveled female corpse in the bronze box. The fool actually nodded. Yes, when we were in the tomb chamber, it was she who brought us here. She said she wanted to invite us as guests, and we had no choice but to come. Soon after, she arranged for each of us to stay in a separate bedroom. The moment I entered, I knew something was terribly wrong. Then why were you kowtowing just now? I was begging for my life, asking the queen to spare me. When did you get here? Hearing this, I felt a chill run down my spine. Damn it, if I hadn't saved him, he'd probably be suffocating in that box right now, and he has the nerve to ask me when I got here. Something was wrong. I stared at Guangtou, scrutinizing him from head to toe. The guy just grinned back, a lecherous look on his face. Seeing that lecherous grin, I felt relieved. This was definitely Qi. Our time together over the past few days had given me a deep impression of this particular aspect of his personality. This isn't the time to talk. That thing hasn't left yet. It hasn't left. No. I remember my master once said there's a kind of monster called a meba that can control a person's mind. It finds the flaws in a person's character, the weaknesses in their heart, and exploits them to bring about their downfall. My face flushed red. Damn it, that thing is dangerous. So Xia, what did you see? Guangtou, unshaven from being underground for so long, looked even more lecherous than before. He leaned in, grinning at me, looking utterly obscene. I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. I didn't want to deal with this guy, so I went over to Xingyang. I figured he must be a truly righteous man, completely free from worldly desires, to have resisted the meba's influence. Xingyang, how do we get rid of the meba? The meba is extremely fierce. I'm at a loss as well. Gahaha. A terrifying laugh echoed. As the saying goes, better to hear a ghost's cry than a ghost's laugh. This laugh was too miserable. It wasn't so much a laugh as it was a wail. The sound came again and we all turned to look in its direction. Qingyunzi talismans are another name for the talismanic arts. Fu refers to the paper and Lu refers to the written symbols. Together they are known as Fulu or Fuzhou. The practice is widely spread. Numerous talismanic texts across the globe are named after Qingyunzi Fu, demonstrating its profound influence. The art itself is also highly complex. The use of talismans is always linked with incantations and hand gestures. A talisman is composed of countless secret characters containing a wealth of mystical information. The reason talismans can communicate with spirits and command ghosts is that these entities can recognize these secret characters. Therefore, if the strokes are incorrect or the talisman is drawn improperly, the spirits and ghosts will mock it from the shadows and may even become angered. Hence, drawing talismans is not a task to be taken lightly. Qingyunzi Fu is also known as Ling Fu Spirit Talisman, Xin Fu Divine Talisman, or Tao Fu Peach Talisman. It is named Qingyunzi Fu because it was first created by the shamans of the Qingyunzi region. A standard Qingyunzi talisman is comprised of at least 5 main parts. The first is Dian Fu Tu, dotting the talisman head, which marks the beginning of the talisman and is as crucial as the eyes on a person. The second is Zhu Shi Fu Shen, the presiding deity of the talisman. Each talisman has a different function, so one must call upon the corresponding deity who oversees that specific domain. They are like the authorities or experts of their respective fields. Only they can empower the talisman to achieve its intended effect. Thus, different situations call for different presiding deities. The third is Fu Fu Nei Rong, the talisman's belly content. This specifies what the talisman is, for where it should be used, and what it should accomplish. Whether it's for vanquishing demons or protecting a household, this must be clearly defined and cannot be misapplied. The fourth is Fu Dan, the talisman's gallbladder, which is the very essence of the talisman. Its efficacy hinges entirely on this crucial part. The fifth is Cha Fu Jiao, planting the talisman's feet, which signifies the act of summoning divine soldiers for protection. The variations of the talisman's feet are numerous, depending on the intended purpose of the talisman itself. There are also incantations for Cha Fu Jiao. When writing a Qingyunzi talisman, the primary tools are the brush, ink, paper, inkstone, and cinnabar. Even these common items should be chosen carefully and used properly. The ideal brush is made of goat's hair. The ink should be made from pine soot. The paper should be yellow memorial paper or cinnabar paper. If these are unavailable, other types of brushes and paper can be used as substitutes. The forms of the talisman are diverse. There are talismans drawn in the air, water, or bowls using incense or burning paper money, talismans drawn in wine cups or bowls of chicken blood with chopsticks or a sword, talismans drawn on the ground carved into wooden boards or engraved on rocks, talismans drawn on paper or at crossroads, and talismans carved into blocks for mass printing to be pasted wherever one wishes. In short, in the traditions of Qingyunzi, talismans are needed to protect all things and to ensure success in all endeavors. The talisman is a universal magic. According to folklore, the Qingyunzi Fu is a powerful fixed magical art. Its main functions are to protect, guard, expel, or suppress evil forces. Shamans use the talisman to create a lasting effect. Qingyunzi Fu is also known as Ling Fu, Xin Fu, and Tao Fu. Because this Fu was first created by the shamans of the Qingyunzi region, it is named Qingyunzi Fu. The shamans have their own specific talismans passed down through generations from father to son only, or to a disciple if there is no son. This knowledge is kept strictly secret. Talismans are widely used in folk customs. They are pasted during festivals and ancestral rites on newly built bridges to ensure the safety of travelers, and at production sites to prevent demons and ghosts from causing mischief. They are pasted on doors to ward off evil and bring peace. A classic example is their use in rituals like climbing the Mountain of Swords and descending into the Sea of Fire. The uses of the talisman are extremely vast. Almost every ritual performed by a shaman is inseparable from it. Talismans are used in many aspects of folk life. For instance, they are pasted in poultry and livestock areas to ensure the prosperity of the 6 domestic animals, in rice nurseries and vegetable plots to ensure seeds don't rot, seedlings grow strong, and are safe from pests and birds, leading to a bountiful harvest, on bridges under construction to protect travelers, at hunting grounds to ensure beasts don't run astray, allowing hunters to return with full loads, and at work sites to ensure demons don't cause chaos and production is safe.